Chapter 1. Prologue. In the endless chaos, 3,000 immensely powerful demigods were birthed, among which Pangu stood supreme. Pangu was the first to emerge from the void and the first to awaken, wandering through the infinite expanse of chaos. With time, Pangu began to feel an overwhelming sense of solitude within the boundless chaos, where everything remained unchanged, and this profound loneliness weighed heavily upon. At last, guided by an unseen force, Pangu resolved to cleave the chaos and undertake the monumental act of creation. Transforming into a colossal figure, he wielded his innate treasure, the Pangu axe, and struck at the chaos. Instantly, the void was rent asunder, releasing torrents of earth, fire, wind, and water. As Pangu continued to strike, the chaos gradually unraveled. The pure essence born from the elemental forces ascended to form the heavens, while the turbid energies sank to become the earth. That, as the cosmos took shape, Pangu, exhausted, yearned for rest. Yet, the heavens and the earth began to draw towards one another, threatening to revert to chaos. With great determination, Pangu suppressed his fatigue, raising the heavens with his hands and anchoring the earth with his feet, once more separating the two realms. Thus, Pangu grew taller by a span each day as he ascended. The heavens rose a span higher, and the earth thickened by a span. After an unknown duration, the two realms finally ceased their convergence, but Pangu, drained and weary, collapsed. He cast a lingering glance at the world he had forged before succumbing to eternal rest. Pangu's body underwent a magnificent transformation. The breath he exhaled became the winds, and clouds as groans morphed into the resounding thunder. His left eye transformed into the sun, while his right eye became the moon. His limbs and torso became the earth, and towering mountains as blood flowed, as rivers as veins formed the roads as hair, and beard turned into the stars in the sky. His skin and sweat became the lush grass, and trees as muscles became the fertile land. His teeth and bones transformed into gleaming metals and resilient stones, treasures of the earth, and the sweat upon his brow became the nourishing rain. And as the world continued to evolve, it blossomed into a vibrant tapestry, known as the Pangu Celestial Realm. Within the Pangu Celestial Realm lies a mysterious place called the Sacred Enigma Forest. This forest is perpetually shrouded in mist, impervious to the probing of divine senses or the calculations of celestial powers. Even the most enlightened sages find their insights suppressed, limited to a mere 100 meters from their corporeal forms. Strangely, no sage can penetrate to the heart of the Sacred Enigma Forest. Those who attempt invariably emerge disoriented, highlighting its enigmatic nature. Despite this, numerous tales abound of individuals who have unearthed treasures akin to primordial relics within its depths, drawing many to the Sacred Enigma Forest in hopes of fortune, with some indeed returning with remarkable treasures. The treasures here are categorized from high to low as chaotic grade, innate grade, and acquired grade, with each grade further divided into supreme treasures and spiritual treasures that in essence. The most exalted is the chaotic supreme treasure, while the least is the acquired spiritual treasure. Additionally, there exists a unique class of treasures known as merit treasures, which vary in strength. The more potent among them rival the innate supreme treasures, while the weaker may merely attain the level of acquired spiritual treasures. That it is important to note that these classifications pertain solely to treasures. There are also items that do not fit within this classification, referred to as magical artifacts. Magical artifacts are categorized into 4 levels: superior, upper, middle, and lower, primarily utilized by cultivators, while the more mundane version for ordinary folk is known as common iron. Do not be misled by the notion that treasures abound excluding the acquired grade. There are merely about 100 innate grade treasures throughout the Pangu Heavenly Tao realm, with only 3 supreme treasures: the chaotic bell, the Taiji diagram, and the Pangu banner. The sole chaotic grade treasure is the world record, which remains largely unknown, underscoring the rarity of such treasures. At this moment, in the very heart of the Sacred Enigma Forest, a small lake cradles a leisurely floating creature adorned with 9 hues of gold scales. Do not underestimate this little being. It is known as Ao Tian, an entity of innate 9-colored scales with a profound lineage. This 9-colored scale possesses a unique constitution imbued with powers from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as the forces of light and darkness, space, and the exceedingly rare force of time. Ao Tian is immensely powerful and has an extraordinary origin. Born from the chaos, it is a 10-colored chaotic divine dragon, accompanied by the chaotic supreme treasure, the world record. Its gestation predates Pangu, endowing it with superior talent. However, Its awakening was fraught with difficulty, causing it to emerge long after Pangu. When Pangu opened the heavens, Ao Tian had just broken free from its shell. Unprepared, it faced the tribulation of creation. Only the protection of the supreme treasure, the world record, spared it from falling like other chaotic demons. However, it sustained damage to its essence, leading to the impairment of the world record. As a result of its wounded essence, the 10-colored chaotic divine dragon regressed into a 9-colored innate gold scale. Though Ao Tian possesses strength surpassing that of heavenly sages, it remains unable to manifest its true form, confined to the small lake within the sacred enigma forest, which has led to its profound despondency. Tomorrow, perhaps? Ao Tian murmured while floating in the lake. How many years have passed since I was injured at the dawn of creation? It feels like an eternity, so long that I can scarcely recall. Being unable to take form and confined to this small lake for healing is dreadfully dull. Yet, I am indeed grateful for this lake. Without it, my recovery would be hopeless. Although I have yet to fully mend, I shall strive forward, hoping to evolve once more into a chaotic divine dragon and successfully manifest my true form. This lake is no ordinary body of water. It is the transformation of the shell that nurtured Ao Tian, and its waters are infused with chaotic spiritual water. Though diminished to the innate level due to the impact of creation, it still harbors considerable chaotic spiritual qi. This qi is of utmost importance, for Ao Tian's essence is severely injured, and such injuries are notoriously difficult to heal, especially for a chaotic being whose essence originates from chaos itself. The restoration of this chaotic essence necessitates chaotic spiritual qi. Had it not been for the extraordinary nature of both the lake and its waters, Ao Tian would have little hope of recovery throughout its lifetime. Due to the influence of Ao Yin, the lake's waters have completely absorbed the chaotic and innate spiritual energies, leaving it diminished to a mere postnatal essence, barely sufficient for Aoshin's needs. In order to transform into a dragon, he must take a gamble. Fortunately, his injuries have nearly healed. If he can successfully endure the heavenly tribulation tomorrow, he will once again evolve into a chaotic divine dragon, at which point the cosmos shall be his to conquer. My old companion, everything hinges on tomorrow. That if I can successfully navigate the trials of the heavenly path and achieve further evolution, I shall do everything in my power to restore you, and I must express my gratitude for your protection during the creation of the world. Ao Yin retrieved the chaos supreme treasure, the world record, gently caressing it with his body, his gaze drifting into a reverie as memories of the primordial creation surfaced. The world record, having sustained damage during the creation, had its grade diminished to that of a chaotic spiritual treasure and has yet to be restored. In truth, Ao Yin could absorb the chaotic spiritual essence contained within the world record to expedite his recovery, potentially allowing him to evolve again long before now. Even if complete restoration were unattainable, his chances for tomorrow would significantly improve. However, Ao Yin could not bring himself to do such a thing after all. The world record had been his steadfast companion for countless years, having shared his existence since the dawn of creation, and he could not bear to siphon its chaotic power. He would rather take the risk, accepting that the outcome may lead to his ultimate limit. The subsequent emergence of the artifact spirit within the world only deepened his gratitude for his decision. Ao Yin has prepared himself for the impending heavenly trials. In truth, there was little for him to prepare, having been injured since the Chaos era and subsequently confined to the small lake within the sacred mist forest. He had little opportunity to seek treasures. His only possessions were the world record and the artifacts crafted from his shed scales, which, though postnatal, possessed power rivaling that of innate treasures. Gazing skyward, Aoshin's resolve solidified. Everything rests on tomorrow, all for the sake of transformation into a dragon, a 10-colored chaotic divine dragon. Chapter 2. Transformation into a dragon. On this day, the center of the sacred mist forest appeared as tranquil as ever. Beneath the placid surface of the lake, Ao Yin floated in quiet anticipation of the heavenly trials, as the entire sacred mist forest basked in the stillness that precedes a storm. While the sacred mist forest remained serene, the Pangu heavenly realm was anything but. From the early hours, all living beings sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Mortals felt merely discomfort by a sense of oppressive weather, akin to the foreboding calm before a torrential downpour. However, for the cultivators, the sensation was far more profound. It was as if the very cosmos was pressing down upon them, with the intensity escalating alongside their cultivation levels. The spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to stir violently, compelling nearly all practicing cultivators to cease their training. It is well known that attempting to cultivate amidst turbulent energies poses a grave risk of succumbing to madness. The celestial beings of higher cultivation sensed a far more profound severity, feeling as though they were nearly immobilized by an overwhelming force. Many of these immortals were compelled to channel their energy to withstand the oppressive pressure of heaven and earth. Only a handful of Tao saints could move freely, yet even they perceived the phenomenon with heightened clarity, as if the very forces of the universe had been summoned. The reasons behind this occurrence remained inscrutable to the saints. Despite their attempts at divination, the celestial mechanisms were obscured, rendering any predictions futile. The entirety of the Pangu heavenly Tao realm was steeped in unease at this moment. In the heart of the saintly enchantment forest, a small lake witnessed Ao Tian abruptly open his eyes, gazing skyward. Has it begun? Then let it come. In an instant, the sky darkened, fierce winds howled, and thick, tumultuous clouds surged, looming so low they seemed within reach. The intermittent flashes of lightning only heightened the sense of agitation. The evolution cataclysm is the tribulation that all beings must endure as they ascend from lower to higher forms of existence. Different entities encounter various types and intensities of this tribulation during their evolution, a phenomenon intrinsically tied to their bloodlines. Some lesser bloodline creatures may endure merely a standard thunder tribulation, while more advanced beings must confront not only thunder but also mental trials and other celestial tribulations. To transform into a dragon, a being must undergo the dragon transformation tribulation, which manifests in two forms. The ordinary thunder tribulation, often accompanied by a mental trial. This transformation is primarily experienced by serpentine entities. The intensity of the thunder tribulation varies, and the nature of the dragon species that emerges post-transformation depends on the severity of the tribulation endured. The hierarchy of bloodlines ranges from the Jiao dragon, Li dragon, Ying dragon, golden dragon, to the colorful divine dragon. Generally, the strength of a dragon can be gauged by the number of claws it possesses. The Jiao dragon typically has no claws. The Li dragon possesses 1 to 3. The Ying dragon has 3 to 5. The golden dragon ranges from 5 to 7, and the divine dragon boasts 7 to 10 claws. Among dragons with the same number of claws, those with superior bloodlines exhibit greater strength. Divine dragons can display colors ranging from 7 to 10. The greater the variety of colors, the higher the bloodline. A special form of the dragon transformation tribulation is the Dragon Gate tribulation, which is encountered by fish-like beings as they evolve into dragons. This tribulation relies on the innate spiritual treasure known as the Dragon Gate. When fish-like creatures leap through the Dragon Gate, they undergo a bloodline transformation, becoming dragons. Higher bloodline fish endure an additional thunder tribulation upon crossing the gate, with the intensity of the thunder correlating to the elevation of their bloodline, potentially even introducing a mental trial. During the leap through the Dragon Gate, the use of magical powers is forbidden. Only their innate strength may be employed. Should they resort to magic, the Dragon Gate vanishes, resulting in failure to transform. Typically, the Dragon Gate encountered by fish during their transformation is merely a projection of the innate spiritual treasure. Only fish of exceptionally high bloodlines will witness the true form of the Dragon Gate when they leap. This gate appears once every 1,000 years, whether in projection or in its true essence. Now, the vast expanse of the sky surrounding Shungmi Forest has been enveloped in complete darkness. Above the small lake at the heart of Shungmi Forest, the innate Dragon Gate gradually begins to manifest. The bloodline of Ao Tian is undeniably of the highest caliber, thus revealing the true essence of the Dragon Gate. The Dragon Gate tribulation is bound by temporal constraints. When the Dragon Gate fully materializes, the Thunder tribulation will descend, marking the commencement of the transformation into a dragon. Should one fail to cross the Dragon Gate before the conclusion of the Thunder tribulation, the metamorphosis will be deemed a failure. At the very moment the Dragon Gate becomes fully visible, purple divine lightning begins to flicker amidst the ominous clouds of tribulation. Think it is the 9 heavens divine lightning tribulation. Does the heavenly Tao hold me in too high regard, or perhaps too low? Ao Tian gazes at the impending Thunder tribulation and the Dragon Gate with an air of nonchalance. Although the 9 heavens divine lightning tribulation is the most formidable of all tribulations under the heavenly Tao, even a being of the great Luo golden immortal caliber would face certain demise, while a Quasi Saint could suffer grievous injuries or even perish if careless. It is pertinent to note that the ranks of immortals are classified hierarchically as follows: Earth Immortal, Celestial Immortal, Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi Saint, and finally, Heavenly Tao Saint, also referred to as the primordial ultimate Great Luo Golden Immortal. Despite the immense power of the 9 heavens divine lightning tribulation, Ao Tian, as a being of chaos, has attained a level of cultivation that surpasses even that of a heavenly Tao saint. Although the Dragon Gate tribulation does not permit the use of magical powers, Ao Tian's corporeal form fortified since the dawn of Chaos is remarkably resilient, making it no easy feat for the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning to inflict harm upon him. The Nine Heavens Divine Lightning tribulation consists of 9 levels. The first level comprises 1 bolt, the second 4 bolts, escalating to the 9th level with 81 bolts. The intensity of each successive level is double that of the preceding one, with the 9th level's divine lightning embodying the cumulative strength of the previous 8 levels. When the first bolt of the tribulation strikes Ao Tian, he perceives a slight enhancement in his physical form. One must not underestimate that increment. It is no trivial feat to bolster Ao Tian's physique. Ah, this feels rather pleasant, quite invigorating. Were others to overhear this remark, many would surely be left blushing with embarrassment. Soon, the second bolt of the tribulation descends, and Ao Tian, no longer hesitating, accelerates through the water, leaping toward the Dragon Gate. As he draws nearer, a profound sense of ease envelopes him. However, an unexpected and formidable pressure from the heavens suddenly descends upon him, drastically diminishing his speed and causing his internal energies to surge. Chaotically, with a loud splash, he falls back into the water just as the third bolt of the tribulation strikes, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. Think there would be such heavenly pressure. It appears this transformation into a dragon will not be a simple endeavor. Does the heavenly Tao seek to thwart my metamorphosis? Yet, this level of challenge is insufficient to deter me. Ao Tian once again accelerates toward the Dragon Gate, anticipating the inevitable return of the heavenly pressure. However, being prepared, he presses onward. The closer he approaches the Dragon Gate, the stronger the heavenly pressure becomes. Yet the rate at which this pressure intensifies surprises him. Halfway through his charge, he halts and falls back into the water. How intriguing! I did not foresee such formidable heavenly pressure. How amusing! The dense clouds continue to brew the impending calamity of thunder. This thunder is no longer a relentless downpour. It requires a period of cultivation before it descends. This wave marks the 6th tier of the 36 thunderbolts, and at this juncture, the thunder has begun to inflict a slight pain upon Ao Tian, albeit merely a fleeting sensation. Ao Tian is still gathering strength, for the intensity of the celestial pressure is unexpectedly formidable. He must accumulate power before he stand a chance of success. This is the descent of the heavenly tribulation, and that fleeting pain has had no tangible effect on him. Ao Tian's accumulation of energy will only be complete after the 7th tier of thunder descends. Surely this time I shall succeed, he mused. Once more, Ao Tian leapt into the air. The celestial pressure descended upon him, causing a reduction in his speed, yet could not deter his advance towards the Dragon Gate. As he traversed half the distance, his velocity diminished significantly. With a surge of power, he propelled himself once again towards the Dragon Gate. The closer he approached, the more potent the celestial pressure became. By the time he had covered 2/3 of the distance, the pressure was sufficient to crush even a Deluo golden immortal into dust. Nevertheless, despite its impact, Ao Tian continued his relentless pursuit of the Dragon Gate. I am on the verge of transformation, he thought, as he found himself mere meters away from the Dragon Gate. The anticipation of achieving his long-held aspiration stirred a wave of excitement within him. Even for one with a steadfast heart, such as he, the emotions surged. At this moment, the 8th tier of heavenly tribulation descended, unleashing 64 thunderbolts as thick as barrels, which struck Ao Tian fiercely, leaving traces of blood upon his form. Damn it, I never anticipated that the 8th tier of thunder, combined with the celestial pressure, would wound me, he lamented. After voicing his frustrations, Ao Tian summoned his strength once more and soared rapidly towards the Dragon Gate, crossing it in an instant. The innate spiritual treasure of the Dragon Gate radiated a brilliant light that enveloped Ao Tian, causing his body to undergo a profound transformation. He elongated, sprouting resplendent scales of myriad colors. His head began to protrude, forming dragon horns, and his abdomen gradually manifested dragon claws. 1, 2. Just then, the final tier of heavenly tribulation descended, and the overwhelming thunderbolts inflicted considerable damage upon Ao Tian's evolving draconic form. With a curse muttered under his breath, Ao Tian realized that the formidable physique of his newly transformed dragon form required an immense amount of energy, which was now insufficient. If the energy fell short, his dragon form could regress from its 10-colored state to a mere 9-colored one, a calamity in itself. Thus, He was compelled to harness the power of the tribulation lightning to nurture his dragon form. To his astonishment, it proved effective as the dragon continued to evolve, sprouting 6 claws, 7 claws, and finally 8 claws. However, just as the energy from the tribulation lightning was depleted, the growth halted, leaving him with an 8-clawed, 10-colored divine dragon. Was it merely 8 claws? Alas, had he fully restored his energy from the outset, it might have evolved into a 9-clawed or perhaps even a 10-clawed dragon. At that moment, the dragon gate faded and the dense clouds began to disperse. Nevertheless, he resigned himself to having 8 claws. With sufficient energy, further evolution was plausible. Time was of the essence to recuperate and prepare for the transformation tribulation. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky began to swirl ominously, converging above Ao Tian. His expression darkened. It was the transformation tribulation arriving far too swiftly. As the ominous clouds began to churn, Ao Tian sensed the imminent arrival of the transformation tribulation, igniting within him an urge to curse the heavens. Transformation refers to a non-human entity cultivating to a certain level, subsequently undergoing a heavenly tribulation to shed its original form and adopt a humanoid appearance. The transformation tribulation is the celestial trial one must endure during this metamorphosis. Overcoming it allows for transformation, while failure can lead to severe injury or even obliteration. Primarily composed of thunder tribulation, the transformation tribulation manifests with varying intensities of wind, frost, and fire, depending on its severity. It is categorized into 3 levels. The first level consists of 3 bolts of thunder, the second 6, and the third 9. The higher the being's level, the more challenging the transformation, and thus, the tribulation grows more formidable. Transformation is the ultimate aspiration for non-human entities, particularly in the current Pangu heavenly Tao realm, where the human race holds the central role under the protection of the heavenly order. Once a non-human entity transforms, its cultivation speed accelerates significantly, prompting nearly all to seek this transformation. However, a peculiar aspect of this process is that the transformation must be self-initiated. Only then will the tribulation descend, rather than appearing without warning. Therefore, upon sensing the approach of the transformation tribulation, Ao Tian's mood soured considerably. His original plan had been to accumulate spiritual power gradually after achieving his dragon form, to traverse the Pangu heavenly Tao realm, gathering various treasures to aid in overcoming the tribulation. Yet, with this unexpected onset of the transformation tribulation, he clearly had no time for preparation. Now, the clouds steadily gathered above Ao Tian, their coverage significantly smaller than that of the previous dragon tribulation, but the energy within was undeniably more potent. Gazing upward, he beheld a vast vortex of clouds swirling ominously above, encircled by gales, hail, and celestial fire. Flashes of purple lightning danced within the vortex, creating a fearsome spectacle. It was evident that the heavenly tribulation was still in gestation, with the color of the lightning deepening to a rich violet. Could it be the deep violet lightning of the 9 heavens? It appeared that this time, danger was imminent. The unexpected arrival of the transformation calamity was palpably unsettling for Ao Tian. This calamity is a response from the heavenly Tao to the transformation of sentient beings. However, the onset of this transformation calamity was not summoned by Ao Tian, yet it had manifested nonetheless. This can only lead to one conclusion. The heavenly Tao had initiated the transformation calamity with the intent to obliterate Ao Tian. Nevertheless, he remained confident in his ability to confront the 9 heavens' divine thunder. With no time to ponder further, Ao Tian concentrated on absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to restore his powers. It would be tragic for him to be reduced to nothingness right after his transformation into a dragon. As he absorbed the ethereal energies, Ao Tian raised his gaze toward the calamity clouds, which had now taken on a vortex-like formation. The lightning within was now a deep violet hue, flashing with increasing frequency, indicating that the tribulation was nearing completion. Soon, the first wave of tribulation thunder descended, 3 bolts of deep violet lightning swirling with fierce winds, heavenly fire, and hail, striking towards Ao Tian. As they passed, fissures appeared in the fabric of space itself. The realm of the sacred mist forest was typically quite stable, yet it now bore cracks, revealing the terrifying nature of the thunderous calamity. Fully engaged in defense, Ao Tian fixated on the incoming tribulation thunder, awaiting its arrival. Suddenly, he noticed a flicker of gray amidst the deep violet lightning. What was that? Ao Tian felt a cold sweat break out, and instinctively. He summoned a treasure crafted from his own shed scales to meet the oncoming thunder. The lightning struck the artifact, diminishing its power somewhat before crashing into Ao Tian's immense dragon form. His body crackled with the violet lightning, and upon closer inspection, one could discern fleeting glimpses of gray lightning. Each time the gray appeared, a fissure would mar Ao Tian's dragon body, causing blood to spatter. The Du Tian Divine Thunder. It was indeed the Du Tian Divine Thunder. Heavenly Tao, you scoundrel! Are you so determined to annihilate me that you would risk the destruction of the entire world? Ao Tian cursed vehemently, his dragon visage twisted with rage, his bloodied form rendering him a fearsome sight. However, the tribulation showed no mercy. The calamity clouds continued to brew the second wave of thunder. The gray lightning had become increasingly discernible within the deep violet bolts. It is no wonder that Ao Tian was incensed. The gray lightning, known as the Du Tian Divine Thunder, or the chaotic Du Tian Divine Thunder, emerged from the void and harbored unparalleled destructive power. This very force was once wielded by Pangu during the creation of the world, capable of cleaving through chaos itself. After the world was formed, the chaotic Du Tian Divine Thunder receded, only to re-emerge during the cycles of the world, when it would return to chaos. Yet now, it was employed by the heavenly Tao against Ao Tian in his transformation calamity. Even a mere fragment inflicted grave harm upon him. It is understandable why he would curse. For anyone in such a predicament would surely find themselves in dire straits. With the appearance of the Du Tian Divine Thunder, all beings within the Pangu heavenly Tao realm were immobilized, as if paralyzed by an unseen force. The entire world trembled, reminiscent of the impending apocalypse. While fear coursed through the hearts of all creatures, they found themselves powerless to act, even the slightest movement proving to be a daunting challenge. At this moment, the second wave of tribulation thunder was nearing completion, with nearly half of it transformed into the gray Du Tian Divine Thunder. Fissures in space appeared and vanished, and from a distance, the sky resembled a shattered mirror, fragmented into countless shards. Yet, Ao Tian dared not to relax even for a moment, exerting all his strength to mend his injuries. Simultaneously, the treasure crafted from his scales hovered in the air, a precaution against the impending catastrophe of heavenly lightning, lest he be caught unprepared and meet with tragedy. The current situation demanded utmost caution from Ao Tian. Had it merely been the deep violet nine heavens divine thunder-level tribulation, he would have been entirely confident in overcoming it, even if it might inflict severe harm. However, the Du Tian Divine Thunder was simply too terrifying. Even if the heavenly Tao only utilized a portion of it for the tribulation, Ao Tian did not believe that. Having just successfully transformed into a dragon with only 8 claws, he could withstand the purifying force of the Du Tian Divine Thunder. Perhaps only a fully evolved 10-clawed divine dragon in its prime could withstand such a trial. As for now, he could only hope for the best. Of course, should Ao Tian resort to using the world record, there remained a possibility of overcoming this calamity. Yet, he was reluctant to risk the world record being damaged by the Du Tian Divine Thunder, should its integrity falter and its grade diminish. It might never return to the chaotic level. It was crucial to understand that the difference between chaotic and innate levels was vast. And should the world record regress to innate, Ao Tian would have nowhere to lament. Furthermore, with his current magical prowess, he could not unleash the full potential of the chaotic spiritual treasure, the world record, and given that it was neither an offensive nor a defensive artifact, its utility in this situation would be limited. Thus, Ao Tian resolved not to employ the world record to counter the Du Tian Divine Thunder. After all, it had once saved him, and he could not allow it to suffer damage again. The second layer of the heavenly tribulation finally reached its culmination, with half of the tribulation lightning transformed into Du Tian Divine Thunder. The surrounding tribulation clouds were riddled with spatial rifts, and although the terrifying suction from these rifts drew away considerable amounts of wind and fire, it had no effect on the tribulation lightning. As the tribulation lightning descended, Ao Tian met it with his treasure, and the two forces clashed in the air. However, it quickly became apparent that the treasure was at a disadvantage as the tribulation lightning pushed forward. Ao Tian had no choice but to amplify his output, urging the treasure to withstand the onslaught, and indeed, it held its ground for a time. Alas, the reprieve was short-lived. A crack suddenly appeared on the treasure with a sharp sound. As the fissures multiplied, the artifact ultimately shattered into fragments. The tribulation lightning struck Ao Tian mercilessly, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as the divine thunder surged into his body, wreaking havoc and nearly incapacitating him. Yet, Ao Tian could only endure the chaos within. At that moment, the world record within his body emitted a radiant glow, aiding him in mending his severely damaged form while simultaneously absorbing the heavenly tribulation to prevent further destruction. Finally, the second layer of the heavenly tribulation passed, leaving Ao Tian's body nearly depleted. Had it not been for the world record's assistance in absorbing some of the thunder and repairing his injuries, he might have already perished. Old friend, thank you once again for saving me. In the realm of chaos, a gentle melody resonates, continuing to assist Ao Tian in mending his wounded body. Gradually, Ao Tian's injuries begin to heal as he endeavors to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth, striving to restore his physical form. Presently, he is devoid of the strength to even curse the heavens. Although hope for transcending the heavenly tribulation has waned, he remains unwilling to surrender until the very end. The third tier of heavenly tribulation is brewing, anticipated to require considerable time before its culmination. When it descends, it shall manifest as the divine thunder of the all heavens. 9 bolts of this divine thunder will strike down, and as this thought crosses his mind, Ao Tian's heart sinks into a void of despair. At last, the third tier of heavenly tribulation descends. 9 completely gray bolts of divine lightning crash down upon Ao Tian with ferocity. In his current state, even movement eludes him. He can only watch helplessly as the tribulation, accompanied by spatial fissures, better described as black holes, approaches him. As the divine thunder first strikes Ao Tian, he violently expels a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, subsequently losing consciousness and allowing the tribulation to wreak havoc upon his body. Just as Ao Tian is on the brink of being shattered by the heavenly tribulation, an immense radiance emanates from within him. A surge from the world record that instantaneously expels the tribulation from his body, forming a luminous shield that encases him. The tribulation continues to fall, and after a brief struggle, the shield begins to diminish. As it appears that the calamity would once more strike Ao Tian, the radiance from the world record surges again, causing the shield to expand dramatically, dispersing most of the tribulation's wrath. Subsequently, it propels Ao Tian, along with the remaining divine thunder of the all heavens, towards a black hole that has expanded exponentially due to the collision with the shield, and they vanish from sight. The scattered divine thunder devastates the sacred Enigma forest and everything within a billion-mile radius. When tranquility is eventually restored, the pressures that once weighed upon living beings dissipate, rendering everything seemingly unchanged, save for the vanished sacred Enigma forest and the charred remnants that bear witness to the events that transpired here. Chapter 4. The Genesis. This is a boundless expanse of chaos, where chaotic energies surge tumultuously, occasionally colliding and dissipating. Though the chaotic energies are tumultuous, the overall state of chaos appears remarkably tranquil, having remained unchanged for an unfathomable duration. Suddenly, a pearlescent orb of light emerges within the chaos. The appearance of this orb disrupts the serenity of the chaos, akin to a stone cast into water, generating ripples that stir countless chaotic energies, amplifying the tumult. The intrusion of this foreign entity provokes a counteraction from the chaos itself, manifesting as waves of chaotic energy relentlessly crashing against the orb, seeking to shatter it and assimilate it into the chaos. The orb floats like an egg adrift in a tempestuous sea, enduring the onslaught of the chaotic waves. And under the relentless pressure of the chaotic energies, it diminishes at an imperceptible rate. Within the luminous sphere lay a resplendent colored dragon, the embodiment of Ao Tian, who had tragically failed his tribulation. During the third transformation tribulation, he was struck unconscious by 9 bolts of heavenly divine thunder, leaving his dragon form shattered and fragmented. Fortunately, the spirit of the world record sensed its master's peril and shielded Ao Tian, harnessing the power of the divine thunder to breach the barriers of the Pangu heavenly Tao, transporting him into the chaos. As it protected Ao Tian from the chaotic energies, it radiated light upon him, aiding in his recovery. Time passed unmeasured. Master, awaken. Master, please awaken. Who calls upon me? Master, awaken. Master, please awaken. Gradually, Ao Tian's consciousness began to return, his sole sensation being an unbearable pain that coursed through his entire being. The intense agony jolted his previously foggy awareness into clarity. It hurts. Ao Tian could not help but groan aloud. Master, you are awake? The enchanting voice resonated once more, akin to the melodious call of a warbler, captivating and intimate, reaching deep into his soul, momentarily allowing him to forget his suffering. Who are you? Where are you? Ao Tian, enduring the pain, sought the source of the voice. Master, I am the spirit of the world record. You may call me World. Before Ao Tian appeared a beautiful maiden, with flowing raven locks, gently arched brows, large eyes resembling clear lakes, a delicate nose, and a cherry-like mouth, complemented by a lovely visage and a petite figure akin to that of a charming young girl of 13 or 14. To Ao Tian's astonishment, this young maiden was unclad, her fair, radiant skin subtly glowing, accentuating her delicacy. However, Ao Tian exhibited no reaction. It was not that he lacked desire, but rather that such thoughts were far from his mind at that moment. Oh, you are the spirit of the world record, my old companion. Why have you never appeared before? Ao Tian exclaimed, initially perplexed, then startled. Wait, World, you are female? And in human form? His surprise was palpable. For since the creation of the world, Ao Tian had not sensed the spirit of the world record, believing it had yet to manifest. In his subconscious, he had envisioned the spirit as a formidable male, befitting the power of its chaotic treasure. I was injured at the time of creation. Thus I fell into slumber and have not surfaced since. When you awakened from the chaos, you were unaware of my existence. I stirred upon sensing your danger during the tribulation. My femininity is quite natural. The world embodies both yin and yang. I was born of chaos alongside you, with you representing the yang and I the yin, hence I am female. As for why I take on a humanoid form, it is because I was originally a treasure of chaos, influenced by the heavenly principles of that realm, which led to my manifestation as a human shape. Though injured at the time of creation, my form was not shattered, thus I still present myself as humanoid. Had my master not sustained damage to his essence upon awakening, he could have directly assumed a human form. The world gently elucidated this to Ao Tian. Ah, so that is the case. However, since you have taken a human form, shouldn't you don some attire? Also, why must I undergo a transformation tribulation to restore my chaotic dragon form, rather than transforming directly? Ao Tian inquired. The world found no issue with the absence of clothing, but the thought of the master seeing her nakedness caused a blush to rise on the young girl's cheeks. She quickly conjured a flowing white dress and explained with care, this is due to the master's essence being wounded. He transformed into a primordial being of the Pangu heavenly Tao and thus bore the mark of the heavenly principles. He must adhere to the rules of that realm. And even upon regaining his chaotic dragon form, he remains under the heavenly laws, necessitating the passage through the transformation tribulation to fully assume his shape. I understand now. Oh, where's this place? Ao Tian surveyed his surroundings and realized he was ensconced within a narrow bubble of light, with gray currents occasionally striking against its surface. What is this? The essence of chaos. Are we amidst the chaos? Indeed, Master, we are in the chaos. Do you recall the circumstances during the tribulation? At that time, you were injured under the heavenly calamity. To prevent your destruction, the world had no choice but to harness the power of the heavenly thunder to breach the barriers of existence and bring you here to evade the Panga heavenly Tao. Surely, you must understand the intentions of the heavenly principles, correct? The world's voice remained endearing to Ao Tian. Yes, I understand. When the transformation tribulation descended, I sensed something amiss. Upon the appearance of the heavenly thunder, it became clear to me, the heavenly principles sought to obliterate me. Yet, I believe I have not provoked them. After the creation of the world, I remained in that small lake, pondering what could have warranted such extensive efforts on the part of the heavenly principles, even going so far as to employ the heavenly thunder. At this point, Ao Tian felt quite disheartened, awakening only to be met with the calamity of creation and subsequently trapped in that small lake within the sacred mist forest. He had finally succeeded in transforming into a dragon, only to be confronted with such predicaments. It was enough to dampen anyone's spirits. Sensing Ao Tian's despondency, the world chuckled softly and offered comforting words. This is simply an unavoidable circumstance. The heavenly principles act thus not out of malice, but because of your immense power, which poses a threat to the realm of heavenly principles. To maintain the normal operation of that world, the heavenly principles aim to erase you. It is simply a consequence of your strength, is it not? The world's voice, imbued with an enchanting depth, seemed to wash away Ao Tian's gloom, lifting his spirits significantly. By the way, world, you constructed this bubble, did you not? Can it be removed? I wish to absorb the essence of chaos to heal my wounds. That is not possible, Master. With your current physical form and magical power, you would be assimilated by the chaotic essence. The world hurriedly intervened. Haha, Ao Tian chuckled. World, although I am currently gravely injured, I am, after all, a being of chaos. The chaotic energy should be unable to harm me, correct? My master, if it were your primordial chaotic form before the creation of the heavens, you would indeed be impervious to the external chaotic energy. However, do not forget that your current chaotic form has been restored within the Pangu heavenly Tao realm, and thus it bears the heavenly Tao seal of the Pangu realm. Were you in the vast chaos beyond the 33 heavens of the Pangu realm, you could directly absorb the chaotic energy. But here, we are in the great chaos beyond the barriers of the Pangu realm, not the lesser chaos within it. The heavenly Tao aura you carry is perceived as a foreign entity in the great chaos and will be assimilated. Great chaos? Lesser chaos? Is there truly a distinction within chaos? Ao Tian inquired, puzzled. Indeed, my master, the world elucidated. The great chaos refers to the overarching chaotic worlds influenced by the principles of the great Tao, while the lesser chaos pertains to the chaotic worlds under the jurisdiction of the heavenly Tao rules within the realm of the heavenly Tao. All chaos is chaos. What difference does it make? Certainly, there is a difference. You should be aware of the 3,000 great Taos, my master. Each of the 3,000 paths can lead to enlightenment. The principles of the great Tao encompass the entire chaotic world, and each principle can evolve into a heavenly Tao world, meaning there will be 3,000 heavenly Tao worlds, of which the Pangu heavenly Tao realm is but one. However, these 3,000 heavenly Tao worlds do not evolve simultaneously. They emerge in succession and vary greatly. The influence of the heavenly Tao rules shapes various world barriers, and the chaotic worlds encased by these barriers are classified as lesser chaos. The great chaos, influenced by the great Tao principles, refers to the chaotic realms beyond the heavenly Tao barriers, encompassing the chaos between those barriers as well as the chaos yet to evolve into the heavenly Tao under the great Tao's influence. The chaos in which you currently find yourself is a vast chaos that has yet to evolve into the heavenly Tao, and due to the heavenly Tao aura you possess, it is repelled by the principles of this great Tao and thus will assimilate you. How can this be? What should I do? Is there nothing you can do, world? I can still manage, though I have suffered damage during the creation. I have merely downgraded to the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure and remain unaffected by the heavenly Tao, allowing me to directly absorb the chaotic energy here. However, I previously expended too much energy protecting you while you broke through the world barrier, so I can only barely maintain a protective shield around you and lack the strength to absorb chaotic energy. What then? Once your energy is depleted, will I not be doomed? Actually, my master, there is one method to resolve the current predicament. What method? Creation. What? Chapter 5. The world takes form. Ao Tian was taken aback by the world's suggestion. Creation. He never anticipated that the solution the world proposed would be creation itself. Hey, world, are you certain you Haven team has spoken? The act of creation is no trifling matter. It is crucial to acknowledge that I currently lack both the requisite magical power and the instruments necessary for the genesis of the heavens. Are you suggesting that I should rely on you to pierce through the chaos? Presently, you do not possess the capability to initiate the formation of the cosmos either. Coupled with this frail and damaged body, how could one possibly undertake such a monumental task? It is conceivable that I might exhaust my strength and perish before even breaching the chaos. Are you certain that creation is feasible? Ao Tian questioned. It is not surprising that Ao Tian harbored doubts. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing the impossibility of such an endeavor. The creation of the heavens necessitates several critical conditions. First and foremost, one must possess formidable magical power. Only with such power can one unleash the tremendous force required to shatter chaos and endure the arduous trials of creation. It is well known that penetrating the chaos is an exceedingly challenging feat, and lacking sufficient power could lead to failure, or worse, a return to chaos upon exhaustion. Secondly, one must possess a celestial artifact for creation, akin to the axe wielded by Pangu. How could one penetrate chaos without such a tool? The notion is simply implausible. Thirdly, a supreme treasure is necessary to stabilize the nascent world, to govern the celestial fortunes, and to ensure the steady growth of this new realm. Fourthly, one must be sheltered by the Tao. It is essential to recognize that both the creator and the celestial artifact are birthed from the Tao during its evolution of the heavenly principles. emerging from chaos under its protection to undertake the task of creation. Moreover, the existence of a suitable chaotic realm is imperative for such an undertaking. Only upon fulfilling these criteria is the prospect of successful creation conceivable. Ao Tian was acutely aware of his own predicament. Firstly, he had nearly depleted his magical power. Even Pangu succumbed after his monumental creation. Should Ao Tian somehow succeed, his demise would be all but certain. Secondly, he lacked a celestial artifact. His sole treasure was a relic from the chaotic spiritual treasure level known as the world record. Such artifacts are typically birthed from the Tao as chaotic treasures, and the world record itself lacks the capabilities for creation. Furthermore, its energy was nearly exhausted in the effort to protect Ao Tian, rendering success even more improbable. Lastly, Ao Tian did not enjoy the protection of the Tao in this realm. In relation to this chaos, he was evidently an outsider, repelled by the very chaos he sought to navigate. How could one create amidst such opposition? It seemed likely that he would be assimilated by chaos before even emerging from the protective barrier of the world. The only condition Ao Tian met was the existence of chaos available for creation, and the possession of the world record as a means to stabilize the new realm. However, without the possibility of creation, what purpose would there be in stabilizing the heavens and the earth? In response to Ao Tian's skepticism, the world itself did not take offense, as it understood the extraordinary nature of the proposition. Thus, it explained, "Do not be troubled, my master. If we were to proceed under normal circumstances, success would indeed be unattainable. However, I possess a unique method that, barring unforeseen circumstances, may lead to success. It merely depends on your willingness to attempt it. Would you like to hear about this method?" Ao Tian hastily inquired, "Master, my method involves you self-destructing, unleashing chaos upon the world." Ao Tian trembled, about to speak, yet was halted by the world. "Please allow me to finish, master. If you deem it unfeasible, we shall consider alternatives. My approach is as follows. First, we must find a way to penetrate the chaos, even if just a sliver. Then, you will self-detonate, shattering the chaos to forge a small realm. I will then stabilize this realm, thereby creating a miniature world. While it may not rival the Pangu celestial domain, it would still signify a successful act of creation. Hold on, don't present it so simply. Your method has several unresolved issues. Firstly, how do we breach the chaos? Even a mere crack is no trivial task. Moreover, how can you be certain that my self-detonation will indeed rupture the chaos, even if we can breach it? How do you guarantee that we won't revert to chaos and self-detonation? Ultimately, I would still perish. How is this a solution? Are you certain this addresses our current predicament?" Ao Tian was nearly at a loss for words, genuinely fearing that the world might compel him to self-destruct. He had no desire to meet his end so soon. After emerging from chaos, he had either been cleaved by a blade or trapped in an impossibly confined space, nearly obliterated by calamity. Ao Tian's life had been fraught with misfortune, and he longed to experience freedom before returning to chaos. Chuckling softly, the world responded, "Master, do not be so anxious. Allow me to elaborate. Firstly, to breach the chaos, we possess a useful tool, the heavenly thunder of Daitian. When you underwent tribulation to dismantle the barriers of the world, I harnessed the power of Daitian thunder. The remaining thunder has been collected, approximately 3 bolts remain. Without the control of the heavenly path, the Daitian thunder has calmed significantly. Observe how they remain still. Without them, my power would not deplete so quickly." Daitian thunder? Ao Tian gazed at the thunder immobilized by the world. Indeed, possessing Daitian thunder could facilitate the breach of chaos. Did you intend to open the heavens from the outset, arriving in chaos with the thunder in hand? Precisely, master, the world replied with a smile. When the time comes, if we can merge those bolts of Daitian thunder, we shall be even more capable of penetrating the chaos. Once the chaos is breached, the next step is your self-detonation. Pausing momentarily, the world continued. The self-detonation does not require your complete obliteration. Merely the destruction of your physical form will suffice. Preparations are necessary, however. First, you must gather your primal energy, specifically the chaotic essence prior to the creation of the heavens, discarding the essence marked by the heavenly path. Then, your primordial spirit must converge within that source of energy, ensuring that a portion remains to control the self-detonation of your physical form. As long as the master separates the essence from the body at the moment of self-detonation, with my essence safeguarding the master, death can be averted. Indeed, this method is feasible, even in self-detonation. If the essence and spirit are separated, Only the corporeal form and a portion of the spirit are sacrificed. Should the essence remain intact, I too shall survive and eventually restore myself. After pondering for a moment, Ao Tian inquired, "Yet, can the self-detonation of the corporeal form truly possess sufficient power to rend the heavens and the earth?" "Certainly. The all-heaven divine thunder can tear apart the chaos, and the ensuing self-detonation merely expands the rift in the chaos. Its might is already formidable. Subsequently, I shall stabilize this realm with my unique influence over the evolution of the world. Although the world thus created pales in comparison to the grand celestial realms like that of Pangu, it is assured that the world record will anchor this realm and prevent its return to chaos, allowing for gradual evolution and perfection, ultimately becoming a great celestial world." "What is this unique influence over world evolution?" Ao Tian asked. "Master, the world record is a primordial treasure birthed from chaos, its primary ability being the absorption of chaotic power and the laws of the great Tao to evolve the heavenly path. It then utilizes the power of the heavenly path to accelerate the world's evolution and foster its growth. Simultaneously, while leveraging the power of the heavenly path, it reflects upon the great Tao, enhancing its own understanding of the Tao, thus hastening the evolution of the heavenly path. This cyclical process allows the heavenly path of a world possessing the world record to gradually evolve and perfect itself, leading to a flawless world. This ability is granted to the world record by the great Tao. While it may be somewhat damaged now, as long as we stabilize this realm with the world record, it can gain recognition from the great Tao and avoid returning to chaos. Of course, this is contingent upon the absence of a great celestial world above. Otherwise, it would face exclusion and gradual annihilation by the greater celestial realm." "Oh," Ao Tian exclaimed in realization. "So this chaos has yet to give birth to a great celestial world, making success possible. Furthermore, should the master create a world, there are two significant benefits. First, if the master succeeds in creation, recognition from the Tao will be granted, and the Tao will cease to give rise to world creators. Assuming all goes well, it is certain that this world will evolve into a great celestial world. At that time, with the understanding gained from the evolution of the world, the master may transcend the heavenly path and achieve the great Tao. Moreover, I might also harness the power of evolution to restore the primordial treasure, and perhaps even transcend it, though whether a higher tier exists beyond the primordial treasure remains uncertain. Second, as the master self-detonates the corporeal form while retaining the primordial essence, there will be no rejection from the Tao, allowing direct absorption of chaotic energy for self-restoration, thus facilitating a deeper understanding of the great Tao, which is immensely beneficial for the master's transcendence. Additionally, the remnants of the master's self-detonation will merge into the world, enhancing the master's control over it. Should adverse occurrences arise, the heavenly path can be employed for rectification." At this point, the world smiled gently at Ao Tian. "So, what do you say, master? Shall we give it a try? Is there any need to ask?" "Absolutely." Gazing upon the beautiful visage of the world, Ao Tian offered an affirmative response. At such a juncture, if Ao Tian were still uncertain about his choices, he would surely be struck senseless by the divine thunder of the heavenly path. However, Ao Tian, still possessing his faculties, was well aware of his course of action. "Very well, let us commence the gathering of the primordial chaos and the essence of my soul. Additionally, a portion of my essence shall remain to control my physical form's self-detonation. I shall first merge those strands of divine thunder into a singular entity, and once we are adequately prepared, we shall initiate the creation of the heavens and the earth. The world shall not delay in this endeavor. Indeed, I shall immediately concentrate on the primordial essence," Ao Tian asserted, embarking on the process without hesitation. Time passed, and eventually, Ao Tian succeeded in condensing all his primordial chaos and a significant portion of his soul essence into a colorless orb at the crown of his head. This orb, though devoid of color, radiated a mesmerizing brilliance of 10 hues, appearing extraordinarily enigmatic. While it was termed a small orb, it was only so in comparison to Ao Tian's colossal form, which spanned nearly 10,000 miles. The diameter of the primordial orb was no less than 1,000 meters, albeit still somewhat diminutive. "World, are you prepared?" "Yes, let us begin." The voice of Ao Tian resonated from within the orb. "Very well. I shall now cleave the chaos with the divine thunder of the heavenly path. Master, be vigilant and seize the moment. When the divine thunder has parted the chaos to its fullest extent, you must command the self-detonation of your physical form." The world instructed, unleashing the divine thunder upon the chaos. Instantly, A colossal rift tore through the chaos, from which surged the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, evolving into the essence of heaven and earth. As the rift expanded to its maximum capacity, Ao Tian propelled his physical form into the chasm, issuing a self-detonation command to his remaining essence, and then swiftly maneuvering the primordial orb away from his body. The world swiftly enveloped the primordial orb within a protective barrier. With a tremendous roar, the ruptured chaos erupted with immense energy, causing a rapid expansion, while the fragmented chaos transformed into the elemental forces, further evolving into the essence of heaven and earth. The pure essence ascended, while the impure descended, gradually forming the sky and the earth, both of which continued to expand at a remarkable pace. After an indeterminate passage of time, the rate of expansion began to diminish, ultimately ceasing as the chaos pressed once more toward this nascent realm. At this pivotal moment, the world finally took action. With my being, I harnessed the power of the great Tao. Let the heavens and earth be established, and the heavenly way be manifested. As these words fell from the world, the very fabric of existence trembled, and the chaos halted its onslaught. A barrier swiftly materialized, and the newly birthed world began to take shape. Subsequently, profound waves of arcane energy emanated from the chaos, embodying the principles of the great Tao. These waves, imbued with a rich essence of chaos, permeated the world barrier, giving rise to the rules of the heavenly way within the newly formed realm. The evolution of heaven and earth gradually became more refined, as streams of chaotic essence traversed the barrier, transformed by the heavenly way into the spiritual essence of the cosmos, nourishing the burgeoning world and accelerating its perfection and growth. After the self-detonation of Ao Tian's physical form, the remnants gradually transformed into all things of the universe. Under the evolution of the heavenly Tao's rules, the sun emerged, the moon appeared, and rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and valleys came into existence, while winds, clouds, rain, and lightning began to take shape. Chapter 6. The Otaku Dragon Star and Soul Fusion. How magnificent it is. I never imagined that the act of creation could be so exhilarating. Gazing upon this newly born world, I finally comprehend the sentiment that drove Pangu to sacrifice himself for the sake of creation. This feeling is truly sublime. I sent it. World? Ao Tian, witnessing the formation of the world and realizing that it was birthed from his own hands, felt his eyes begin to sparkle with light. Indeed, my master. The sensation of creation is undeniably thrilling. However, now is not the moment for jubilation. We have numerous tasks ahead of us. Observing Ao Tian's excited demeanor, the world felt a dark line of exasperation form on her forehead. Nevertheless, she did not chastise Ao Tian excessively. After all, he was her master. And such a monumental act of creation was inherently overwhelming. What other tasks remain? Hasn't creation been successfully achieved? Is there something that has been overlooked? We must find a way to restore ourselves. You see, I am now left with only my essence, and my primordial spirit has been damaged due to the necessity of splitting off a portion to control the self-detonation of my physical form. We need to devise a plan. Yes, we must hasten our recovery, right? Ao Tian's mood clearly did not settle at the world's words. My master, recovery is indeed essential, not only for your physical form and primordial spirit, but also for me to absorb the chaotic energy to restore myself. However, we ought not to rush this recovery. We have more pressing matters to attend to. As you can see, the new world you have created is not without its imperfections. Yet, it is understandable. This realm was not born through conventional creation, and its incompleteness is to be expected. Our task now is to repair and perfect the flawed aspects, ensuring that the heavenly Tao can sustain the basic operation of the world, allowing us to sleep and recover. We cannot know how long this recovery will take. Surely, you would not wish to awaken once more to find your world distorted, would you? The world smiled slyly, knowing how Ao Tian would choose. Ahem. Ao Tian's laughter was rather awkward as he quickly responded, then let us begin at once. We must also restore ourselves. Although this recovery may enable me to regain my dragon form directly, estimating the time required poses a challenge. Alas, had I successfully passed through the transformation tribulation earlier, my primordial spirit would possess human attributes, allowing for an immediate transformation. Now, with my primordial spirit damaged, even if I regain my dragon form, without restoring my primordial spirit, transformation remains impossible. Ao Tian spoke with a hint of disappointment, pondering how much swifter recovery would be if his primordial spirit possessed human attributes. Sensing Ao Tian's dismay, the world quickly reassured him, Do not fret, my master. When the time comes, you and I shall absorb the chaotic energy together. The fundamental laws and the essence of the heavenly Tao that I absorb will greatly aid in your recovery, significantly expediting the process. Let us proceed to rectify the imperfections of the world. All right, let us commence. Let us commence without delay. I ponder whether our remaining magical energy can sustain us in the endeavor of mending the entirety of this world. Ao Tian harbors some trepidation, for he is merely a primordial sphere at present. Master, it is entirely feasible. The reason we must personally undertake the restoration of the world is due to the incompleteness of its heavenly principles. We need only to rectify the laws of the celestial order, which does not demand excessive magical energy, it merely requires time. As this world has yet to witness the birth of sentient beings, we can proceed at a leisurely pace. Indeed, let us begin now. We must traverse the entirety of the world. Ao Yin and the world commenced their journey, diligently repairing any imperfections they encountered. They addressed rifts in the world's barriers, spatial fissures, energy storms, and the scarcity of spiritual essence. Through their concerted efforts, the world gradually approached completeness, although time-consuming. The celestial order was now capable of sustaining the fundamental operations of the realm. World, this must be the final location, Ao Tian remarked. After such a long endeavor, we are nearing completion. The continuous cycle of repair has left me quite fatigued, even though I am but a sphere now. Oh, how tedious the process of restoring the heavenly principles has been. I find myself lamenting my own plight. The world remained unresponsive to Ao Tian's musings, clearly accustomed to his self-deprecating humor. Indeed, Master, based on my perception of the celestial order, this is indeed the last sight. Once we rectify this area, the world's evolution will encounter no significant issues. Minor troubles will be rectified by the celestial order itself, allowing us to focus on restoring our own essence. This particular site has been compromised due to a rift in the world barrier, permitting chaotic energy to seep into the realm, inciting energy and spatial storms. By mending the world barrier and halting the influx of chaotic energy, we can subsequently dissipate the energy storms, and the spatial fissures will gradually vanish on their own. Then let us commence forthwith. The sooner we conclude, the sooner we can recuperate. As Ao Yin spoke, he and the world set about their task, channeling the powers of the celestial order into the world barrier. The fissures began to close slowly until they were entirely sealed. Without delay, Ao Yin and the world initiated the dispersal of the energy storms. A sigh of relief escaped Ao Yin's lips as he finally completed the task. Observing the spatial fissures closing at a lethargic pace, he continued, "World, let us also repair the spatial rifts." With that, he set to work once more. The world followed suit without further ado. Suddenly, Ao Tian appeared to notice something. Wait, what is that? Alas, this week, One Piece has unexpectedly halted its updates. How could this be? I have finished Bleach, and I have also kept up with Naruto. What should I do now? Oh, perhaps I shall watch Detective Conan. It has over 600 episodes, yet I have yet to glimpse the final antagonist. The progression of the main storyline is exceedingly slow. A young man sat before his computer, searching for anime while mumbling to himself. His name was Long Xing, a typical university graduate who had secured a mundane job after finishing his studies. His life had become a monotonous routine, and since the passing of his parents, he had been living alone. Long Xing could indeed be described as a recluse. Apart from work, he preferred to remain at home, indulging in the vast world of anime. With favorites such as One Piece, Naruto, Bleach, and Detective Conan, he particularly relished the adventures of Luffy, often daydreaming about traversing into the world of One Piece to embark on thrilling escapades alongside Luffy, exploring the mysteries of the pirate realm. Of course, these were merely fantasies of Long Xing. He himself believed that the notion of crossing into another world was nothing but a figment of imagination. After finishing the latest episode of Conan, Long Xing felt an overwhelming sense of boredom. Sigh, perhaps a stroll outside would do me good. I haven't taken a proper walk in ages. He changed his clothes and stepped out of his home. As he walked down the bustling street, he observed the hurried crowd around him, each individual preoccupied with their own livelihood. Long Xing felt a profound sense of disconnection from those around him, acutely aware of his lack of ambition, which made him feel even more out of place. Forget it, I'll head back. As he continued walking, a growing sense of agitation washed over him, prompting him to turn back. Just as he approached his doorstep, a sudden flash of gray lightning struck him. Before he could react, his body was obliterated, and the rift created by the lightning engulfed his soul, causing him to vanish. The surroundings remained unchanged. Yet the world had lost one of its inhabitants, Long Xing. Time passed, though he could not ascertain how long. Gradually, Long Xing regained consciousness. Upon awakening, he experienced sharp pangs of pain. As he attempted to shield his head with his hand, he realized that his body felt exceedingly transparent, as if devoid of any weight. What on earth? Long Xing pondered his peculiar state. What has happened to me? Where am I? Wait, I remember. I was about to head home. And then I saw that flash of gray lightning, so I am dead? Am I in a state of disembodied existence? And where is this place? Surveying his surroundings, he noted the multitude of spatial rifts, strange storms swirling about, and a colossal void from which gray gases intermittently emerged. Where am I? Is this hell? But is hell truly like this? It seems rather terrifying. Yet why am I the only soul here? Could it be that this isn't hell? Have I crossed over instead? Damn, how could I end up in such a horrifying place? Why not in the worlds of One Piece, Naruto, or Bleach? Instead, I find myself in this desolate realm. What am I to do? The terrifying nature of his surroundings left Long Xing too frightened to move. Hello? Is anyone there? Please respond. With no other option, Long Xing shouted, hoping fervently that someone would come to guide him out of this nightmarish place. Suddenly, he cried out in pain. What is happening? Am I not dead? Why do I still feel pain? Long Xing felt a profound agony that penetrated his very soul. If one were to observe closely, they would notice a nearly imperceptible flicker of gray lightning within his translucent essence. This lightning sporadically erupted within him, ravaging his soul and causing him to experience excruciating pain. Initially, Long Xing would emit piercing cries of torment, but eventually, even those cries faded into silence. Time became an enigma as he sensed a growing numbness, ultimately succumbing to a loss of consciousness. Wait, is that a human soul? How could there be a human spirit in this world? Ao Tian discovered Long Xing's essence and inquired of the world. Master, I am unsure. Perhaps we were too preoccupied with mending the world to notice his arrival. Came the world's response. Very well, let us awaken him and inquire. After all, he is the first being to enter this realm, albeit merely a spirit. Ao Tian, having sensed the divine thunderous energy within Long Xing's soul, harbored some suspicions. With effortless ease, he dispelled that flicker of lightning and roused Long Xing from his slumber. Hey kid, wake up. Hello. As Long Xing gradually regained consciousness, a deep voice resonated. Hey, kid, you're awake. Who is speaking? Long Xing searched for the source of the voice. Kid, it's me, Ao Tian replied, observing Long Xing's frantic movements. A sphere is speaking. But it's so enormous. Long Xing's soul quivered intensely, clearly startled by the astonishing sight before him. Hey, kid, tell me, who are you and why are you here? Ao Tian, unfazed by Long Xing's astonishment, continued his inquiries. I am Long Xing, a member of the GZ clan. I do not know why I am here. I only remember being struck by a gray lightning bolt. And then I woke up here. Long Xing managed to calm himself slightly and responded. Ao Tian pondered for a moment before addressing the world. World, what is your perspective? Master, you have noticed the presence of the Dangtian divine thunder within his soul, as well as the aura of the Panga heavenly path. Haven't you? I believe it is possible that the Dangtian divine thunder, scattered during your tribulation, inadvertently breached space and struck him, subsequently bringing him here. As for the breach in the Pangu realm's world barrier, it should be the gap left during our own breakthrough, and we are currently situated at that very rift. Oh, a book is speaking too. Long Xing exclaimed in astonishment. Ao Tian, if he had eyes, would have rolled them in exasperation. So, he arrived here because of me. Indeed. Master, but it is merely a possibility. It could also be due to the impending destruction of the Pangu realm, the world remarked, uttering words that even she found hard to believe. Ao Tian disregarded this, turning to Long Xing to say, Listen, kid, regardless of the reason for your arrival in this world, your heavenly aura will be repelled by the local celestial order, and before long, you will cease to exist. Furthermore, this world is not yet fully formed and lacks a place for souls to reincarnate, meaning you will soon meet your end. How can this be? I do not wish to die yet. Long Xing's soul fluctuated violently. Hey, Uncle Sphere, can you save me? Uncle Sphere? Ao Tian felt an overwhelming urge to obliterate Long Xing on the spot, but he quickly restrained himself, addressing the trembling world, who was clearly suppressing laughter. World, if you wish to laugh, go ahead, but do you have any solutions? After a struggle to contain her mirth, the world replied, Master, I do have a suggestion that is not quite a solution. It involves merging his soul with yours. This way, The minuscule celestial aura within him would be expelled by your formidable primordial spirit, erasing it. However, this would result in him not truly dying, but instead existing solely as a part of you, devoid of independent consciousness. Nonetheless, this would also benefit you slightly, as your primordial spirit would then possess a human soul aura, allowing you to take form directly upon the restoration of your physical body. Of course, this requires him to completely relinquish his soul for full integration. Is that so? Ao Tian contemplated. Hey, kid, you heard that. What are your thoughts? To be candid, Ao Tian is indeed somewhat intrigued by this method. However, it requires Long Xing to completely relinquish his soul, which cannot be forced. Long Xing has come to understand his own predicament through the words of the world. If possible, he would prefer not to merge, for although it would not equate to death, it would result in the loss of his autonomous consciousness. However, the alternative of not merging would lead to eternal oblivion, leaving Long Xing with no choice. After much hesitation, he finally resolved to make a decision. Uncle Chio, let us merge. Ao Tian did not take offense at Long Xing's address, did he? Have you truly made up your mind? Then, release your soul completely. Long Xing began to liberate his soul, preparing to merge with Ao Tian. As the fusion commenced, Ao Tian addressed Long Xing, saying, Young one, if you have any wishes, speak them now, and I shall see if I can fulfill them. Also, I am known as Ao Tian. Long Xing smiled gently and said, Then, Uncle Ao Tian, if the opportunity arises, could you please take a look at Luffy's adventures in the world of One Piece? That is what I wish to see the most. No problem. Now let us begin the fusion. Chapter 7. The Realm of Broken Heavens and Dragon Breaking the Heavens. Let the fusion commence. As Ao Tian's words fell, Long Xing's soul gradually transformed into countless specks of light, converging towards Ao Tian's source sphere, where it was absorbed. Ao Tian consumed the majority of Long Xing's essence, memories, the source of the soul, and the imprint of the human soul, while the malevolent darkness and the essence of the heavenly Tao were excluded and subsequently erased by this realm's heavenly Tao. As time passed, Long Xing's memories and the essence of his soul were effortlessly absorbed by Ao Tian, for compared to Ao Tian, Long Xing's essence was minuscule, making absorption quite facile. However, the absorption of the human soul imprint encountered some difficulties, as Long Xing's imprint was exceedingly fragile. There are 3 ways to obtain a human soul imprint. First, one is born with it, as in the case of the 3 pure ones. Second, it is bestowed by the heavenly Tao after transcending the transformation tribulation. Third, it is granted by the cycle of reincarnation during the passage through the human realm. Among these, the third type is the most delicate. Yet the imprint can strengthen with the enhancement of one's cultivation, potentially rivaling the strength of innate imprints. Currently, however, Long Xing's soul was that of an ordinary mortal, and if Ao Tian were not cautious, he might shatter Long Xing's human soul imprint. Ao Tian meticulously absorbed the human soul imprint, digesting the information contained within. His own soul essence gradually underwent profound changes, and Ao Tian's own human soul imprint began to take shape. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Ao Tian formed his own human soul imprint. The formation of this imprint signified that Ao Tian's primordial spirit now possessed human soul attributes. Once Ao Tian's physical body fully recovered, he could immediately undergo transformation without the need to face the tribulation of transformation. Although within the world he created, the heavenly Tao might not impose such tribulations upon him. It remained uncertain how long it would take for him to transform on his own. Master, you have awakened. How do you feel? The world inquired upon witnessing Ao Tian's completion of the absorption. Indeed, I feel splendid. I sense that as soon as I restore my physical form, I will be able to transform. The anticipation of transformation is truly exhilarating. By the way, how much time has passed? Ao Tian's words clearly expressed his joyful mood. It has been 20 million years, Master, the world responded. 20 million years? I never imagined it would take so long just to absorb a human soul imprint. Fortunately, Long Xing fully released his soul. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging. A moment's inattention could have damaged the imprint, but now it is finally resolved. Ao Tian remarked with a hint of reflection. Hehe, Master, absorbing a human soul imprint does not usually require such an extensive duration. The reason it took so long is due to the formation of your own imprint. After all, your cultivation is extraordinary, and one cannot proceed without a certain strength in the human soul imprint. The world giggled. Hehe, indeed. However, since we have mended the flaws of the world, the heavenly Tao has autonomously operated for 2 million years, and I wonder how this world has evolved. Ao Tian has ceased to be entangled with the matter of the human soul imprint and now seeks wisdom from the world. Master, this world has achieved a significant level of perfection. After the heavenly Tao began to function adequately, it has rectified the remaining minor flaws over the years. The heavenly Tao has gradually begun to conceal itself. Thus, it will not intervene unless matters of great importance arise. Life has begun to emerge in this realm, and should the heavenly Tao remain hidden, you must select a representative to act on its behalf. However, if you wish for the heavenly Tao to choose its own emissary, that is also acceptable. The world suggested to Ao Tian, if you wish to understand the development of this world in detail, you may observe it yourself. Though I can also provide you with information. After contemplating the world's words, Ao Tian made a decision. I shall observe for myself. It would also be a good opportunity to explore, as I have yet to truly appreciate my own creation. Thus, Ao Tian and the world began their journey through this realm, quietly observing its advancements. The world now appeared vibrant and teeming with life, with diverse beings adorning its landscape. Creatures soared through the skies, traversed the land, and swam in the waters, each contributing to the world's vitality. The beings that had emerged were predominantly large primordial entities, the first inhabitants of this realm. However, their intelligence was generally low, adhering to the natural laws of survival of the fittest. These beings were formidable, acting largely on instinct without understanding control, which often led to significant destruction in the environment. During his travels, Ao Tian encountered numerous such instances, but refrained from excessive interference. Recognizing that this was part of the evolution of the world, too much intervention would hinder the development of the heavenly Tao and the world itself. After traversing most of the world, Ao Tian had gained substantial understanding of this realm, and they finally came to a halt. At that moment, Ao Tian addressed the world. It seems I must select a representative for the heavenly Tao to manage this realm. Having grasped the situation here, it feels unsettling to remain idle. Akin to witnessing one's child in pain, it stirs a deep sense of empathy within me. Ao Tian's expression was somewhat grave. Indeed, it is no wonder. For this world is your creation. Everything within it is akin to your offspring. Yet, I wonder if you have noticed that since your merging with the Dragon Star, your emotions seem to have deepened considerably. Could this have adverse effects on you? The world inquired with concern. Ao Tian smiled gently and replied, "Is that so? Yet, this feeling is quite delightful. Moreover, since acquiring the human soul imprint, I find it easier to commune with the great Tao. It appears that the human race is indeed cherished by the Tao." The world seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. That is reassuring. Should any adverse effects arise, you must be vigilant to expel them from your essence, lest they impede your cultivation. Ao Tian was indifferent, saying, "It's fine, I will be cautious. What we need to do now is to find a place to settle down, whether to choose a spokesperson or to serve as a sanctuary for future restoration." Soon, Ao Tian and the world landed on an island, deciding this would be their location. However, a palace needed to be constructed first. With a wave of Ao Tian's magical energy, an imposing palace, exuding a profound and solemn atmosphere, rose majestically from the ground. Above the grand entrance, a plaque inscribed with the enigmatic characters of World Palace emerged. Waves of celestial energy radiated from the palace, causing the surrounding energy to begin to surge, rendering the entire island intermittently visible and gradually expanding its influence across the world. Ao Tian, finding it unavoidable, had to use his powers to contain the fluctuations around the World Palace. Yet, a small portion still seeped out, significantly reducing its impact. Although the energy fluctuations remained somewhat intense, ultimately it did not cause substantial harm to the world. Ao Tian finally relaxed, exhaling. Was it really necessary to build a palace with such grandiosity? It cannot be helped, the world explained with a smile. After all, the Master is the creator of heaven and earth, and I am the spirit of the treasured artifact that stabilizes the cosmos. As a temporary abode for our restoration, it is only natural for it to be imbued with the pressure of celestial law. The Master's dignity must not be trifled with, as doing so would be a disrespect to this realm. Very well, let us construct another palace outside as the administrative center for the spokesperson of celestial law. With Ao Tian's gesture, another palace appeared nearby, though significantly smaller and simpler. Otherwise, celestial law would not permit its construction. Ao Tian would never consider such an act, as it would be a disrespect to the world he created, and, more importantly, to himself. What shall we name this palace? He pondered aloud. World. Do you have any suggestions? Struggling to think of a fitting name, he sought the world's assistance. Master, You can name it as you please. Why require my help? However, since it serves as the administrative center for the spokesperson of celestial law, naming it Celestial Palace would be inappropriate. How about simply calling it Heavenly Palace? The world replied, somewhat speechless. Then let it be Heavenly Palace, Ao Tian agreed, not dwelling on it. The two characters, Heavenly Palace, swiftly appeared on the plaque, emanating an arcane aura of celestial law, though it paled in comparison to that of the World Palace. At that moment, the world addressed Ao Tian, Master. Each grand celestial realm possesses its own name. Although the realm you created may not yet rival the grand celestial realms, it has still received recognition from the great Tao and is entitled to its own name. Please, bestow it with one. Moreover, as this palace is your residence, calling it World Palace would be inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, Ao Tian declared, since our objective is to transcend celestial law, let this realm be named Realm of Breaking Celestial Law. As his words resonated, waves of the great Tao's essence flowed through the chaos, signifying its acknowledgement of the realm of breaking celestial law. The infusion of Tao energy enriched the spiritual essence of the entire realm, bestowing numerous benefits upon all living beings within. Ao Tian and the world were deeply attuned to the essence of the great Tao. Once tranquility returned, both Ao Tian and the world experienced significant advancements. After Ao Tian fully absorbed this enlightenment, he addressed the world, saying, I am, after all, a fusion of Ao Tian and Long Xing. Now only the essence remains, and having created the Po Tian realm, recognized by the great Tao, I can no longer retain the name of the former Pangu realm. Since my true form is that of a chaotic divine dragon, let us adopt Long as my surname. Henceforth, I shall be known as Long Po Tian. And since you believe the name World Palace to be inadequate, it shall henceforth be called the Po Tian World Palace. As Long Po Tian's words resonated, the name of the World Palace transformed into the Po Tian World Palace, its profound aura intensifying. For the current Po Tian realm was bestowed with the essence of the great Tao. At this moment, the world refrained from voicing any objections, understanding that this was her master's affection for her. Had it retained the name World Palace, the great Tao would perceive a distinction in hierarchy, subjecting her to its oppression, potentially leading to her destruction. Now, with the name Po Tian World Palace, her master elevated her status, granting her equal standing and protection under the great Tao, which would greatly benefit her cultivation. It appeared that her master was increasingly transparent in expressing his feelings. The world contemplated this, a blissful smile gracing her face. Observing the world's smile, Long Po Tian chose not to elaborate further, recognizing that she comprehended his sentiments. He then said, let us enter. Tomorrow we shall commence the selection of the Tao as emissaries. Chapter 8. Slumber and the Emergence of the Gods. Since Long Po Tian and the world entered, the Po Tian World Palace emanated an even more enigmatic aura, radiating waves of heavenly essence. Should anyone be nearby practicing, a single day within could equate to a millennium outside. However, it was impossible to cultivate here without the express permission of Long Po Tian and the world. The Po Tian World Palace was divided into an inner sanctuary and an outer hall. The inner sanctuary served as a place for Long Po Tian and the world to cultivate and reside, while the outer hall comprised a grand hall and side chambers. The grand hall was where Long Po Tian delivered his teachings, while the side chambers accommodated guests, though it was unlikely anyone would be regarded as a guest by Long Po Tian. At this moment, within the inner sanctuary of the Po Tian World Palace, Long Po Tian and the world emerged from the cultivation chamber into the heavenly palace. Master, shall we begin? What are your plans? The world inquired, her face alight with curiosity. You will see in due time, Long Po Tian replied, withholding his intentions from the world. His aim was simply to select the Taoist emissaries. Although the Tao would eventually choose them on its own, that process would take considerable time, and Long Po Tian sought merely to expedite it. Suddenly, the essence sphere of Long Po Tian trembled gently, from which he extracted 10 drops of colorless essence blood. Though devoid of color, the drops emanated a radiant glow and an aura of profound mystery. Master, are you all right? The world anxiously inquired. For it was known that Long Potion's primordial essence contained not only the immense magical power of its master, but also the profound insights into the heavenly laws that the master had attained. Long Po Tian possessed merely a few hundred drops of this essence. Whoever obtained and absorbed it would experience a significant enhancement without any adverse effects. However, such extraordinary results were exclusive to Long Po Tian as primordial essence. Others would not enjoy the same benefits. Do not worry, I am fine. Long Po Tian's voice sounded somewhat frail. The primordial essence, having been nurtured from the chaos, amounted to only a few hundred drops, and losing 10 drops at once was a considerable burden even for Long Po Tian, rendering weakness a natural consequence. Now, I must complete the remaining tasks. World, I will require your assistance shortly, and then we shall restore the palace of the breaking sky. Understood, Master, the world replied, though its expression still betrayed a hint of concern. Long Po Tian, despite enduring a sense of profound weakness, persevered in his incantations, invoking the laws of the celestial realm into the 10 drops of primal essence blood. The blood, imbued with an air of enigma, seemed to possess an arcane allure that threatened to ensnare one's very soul. At long last, Long Po Tian completed all necessary preparations and addressed the 10 drops of blood. Go forth, seek your master, and fulfill your destined mission. The 10 droplets emitted a soft lament, as if bidding farewell to Long Po Tian, before vanishing in a flash to seek out the fated individual. As he watched the droplets disappear, the world illuminated with a resplendent glow, casting light upon the sphere of origin, alleviating Long Po Tian's frailty. It then inquired, Master, are you well? How do you feel now? Sensing Long Po Tian's weakness, the world felt a pang of sympathy. I feel much better now. Thank you for your concern, world, Long Po Tian reassured, gently comforting the world. Let us refrain from further discussion for the moment and focus on completing the final task. Certainly, Master. What would you have me do? The world, ever obedient to Long Po Tian's commands, awaited his instructions. Extract a portion from the world of origin and forge it into the world token. When the deities gather in the heavenly palace, let them drop their blood to claim their allegiance. Whoever possesses the world token shall wield dominion over the gods. Long Po Tian instructed without hesitation. Understood, Master. The world promptly set to work, radiating brilliant light as a sphere of luminescence detached from its form. Gradually, this sphere transformed, ultimately taking the shape of a token, which then resonated with a thunderous sound as it stood majestically in the center of the heavenly palace. Gazing at the impressive token, it measured 3 zhang in height, 1.5 zhang in width, and half a zhang in thickness, with the character's world token emblazoned in resplendent light upon its face, surrounded by intricate mystical patterns. The reverse side resembled a tome, mirroring the appearance of the world of origin. Observing the grandeur of the world token, it appeared less like a mere token and more akin to a monumental stele. Master, it is complete, the world announced, its voice as enchanting as ever. Thank you for your hard work, world, Long Po Tian replied tenderly, well aware that despite the world's efforts to mask its strain, he recognized the toll of extracting a part of the world of origin was akin to severing a substantial piece from its very essence. The world had indeed sustained significant damage. It is no trouble at all. I am delighted to assist you, Master, the world expressed, its eyes shimmering with emotion. Seeing you in such a weakened state and feeling powerless to help has pained me greatly. It is truly wonderful to be able to do something for you now. Hearing Long Po Tian's gentle words, the world hurriedly replied, its eyes glistening with tears. Now, I shall leave a trace of divine consciousness within the heavenly palace, and then we will return to the palace of broken heaven to recuperate and restore our strength, Long Po Tian declared, as a phantom emerged from the sphere of origin. I entrust the rest to you, he instructed the apparition. Of course, my lord. I shall fulfill all that follows, the phantom affirmed. Let us return to the palace of broken heaven, world, Long Po Tian said, soaring toward their sanctuary, with the world hastily following in his wake. Within the inner sanctum of the palace of broken heaven, both Long Po Tian and the world prepared to enter a deep slumber for recovery. Suddenly, Ao Tian seemed to recall something and addressed the world. Ah, world, it appears that I may be able to influence the trajectory of your evolution. Would it be possible for the heavenly path to transform this realm into the world of one piece, as envisioned by Long Xing? You are aware that I once promised Long Xing to observe the adventures of that Luffy. Can this be accomplished? Upon hearing Ao Tian's words, the world responded with a smile. Ah, my master, this is certainly feasible. However, I must convey that it is entirely unnecessary. Firstly, the realm you have created, the broken sky, far surpasses the one-piece world etched in Long Xing's memory by countless magnitudes. To evolve the broken sky into the one-piece world is not worthwhile. Even if such a transformation were to occur, it would bear little resemblance to the original. Furthermore, the broken sky will ultimately evolve into the grand heavenly path world, where the predominant essence must align with the divine path. While the One Piece world possesses a commendable power structure, it remains a mortal realm at its core. Though the broken sky currently accommodates both divine and mortal paths, the divine path prevails. To eliminate the divine aspect in favor of the mortal would hinder the evolution of the heavenly path and impede your understanding of the great Tao, thereby stunting your cultivation. Therefore, there is absolutely no need for you to transform the heavenly path world into the One Piece realm. After hearing this, Long Po Tian found it quite reasonable. However, having made a promise to Long Xing, he understood that failing to fulfill it could leave a blemish on his state of mind, which would be detrimental to his cultivation. Thus, he inquired, "What should I do? I have indeed promised Long Xing, and if I do not undergo this transformation, where shall I find the world of the Pirate King?" The world chuckled lightly and explained, "There is no need for you to worry, dear master. According to the information I have derived from the heavenly Tao, it is foretold that in 20 trillion years, the realm of Po Tian will witness a separation between the divine and the mundane. At that time, countless mortal realms will arise. You need only allow the heavenly Tao to evolve into a world reminiscent of the Pirate King within one of these mortal realms. The similarity should reach over 98%, enabling you to fulfill your promise to Long Xing." Long Po Tian pondered for a moment and then said, "Very well, let it be as such." "Understood, master. I have conveyed your intentions to the heavenly path. It will evolve according to your consciousness of the One Piece world, and should you remain unconscious, the heavenly path will issue a prompt," the world responded. "Since everything has been arranged, let us commence our restoration," Long Po Tian declared. Upon finishing his words, the source sphere floated in the air within the inner hall of the Po Tian Palace, awaiting the world. The essence of the world materialized above the source sphere as torrents of chaotic spiritual energy, infused with the aura of the heavenly path, entered the world record, before becoming gentle and flowing into Long Po Tian's source sphere. "World, you should return to your essence. This will facilitate your recovery." "Indeed," and Long Po Tian gazed at the world's delicate and beautiful visage, reflecting on how since the world had awakened, he felt an immense sense of ease, free from the solitude that had once enveloped him, a sensation he cherished deeply. He recognized the world's significance to him. He had never regarded it as merely a spirit tool, but as an equal and profoundly important existence. Contemplating this, warmth enveloped his heart as he continued, "Henceforth, do not call me master, refer to me as Brother Tian." As he spoke, he gradually succumbed to slumber. "But, master." "Very well, Brother Tian." Upon hearing Long Po Tian's words, the world momentarily hesitated, initially inclined to protest, but soon acquiesced, her heart yearning to call her master Brother Tian. Subsequently, the world's figure gradually merged into the world record, surrendering to sleep. Once both Long Po Tian and the world had completely succumbed to slumber, the Po Tian Palace was enveloped in the aura of the heavenly path, ascending into the heavens before gradually vanishing into the void. After the 10 drops of primordial blood dispatched by Ao Tian flew out from the celestial palace, they intermittently manifested in the realms, seeking their destined individuals. All beings in the universe received a divine prompt. Acquiring a drop of primordial blood would instantly elevate them to the status of ancestor deity, even granting them immortality as a holy deity, ruling over the entire cosmos. Initially, the sentient beings paid little heed. It was known that the hierarchy of divine realms ranged from the holy deity, ancestor deity, and venerable deity to the master deity, upper deity, middle deity, and lower deity, 7 tiers corresponding to the Panga celestial paths of saints, quasi-saints, great Luo golden immortals, celestial immortals, earth immortals, and human immortals, each further divided into early, mid, and late stages. At that time, the strongest among the beings in the Po Tian realm was merely at the early stage of upper deity. The prospect of attaining ancestor deity status by acquiring and absorbing a single drop of blood was truly hard to fathom. Eventually, a mortal spirit, not yet having achieved the divine path, obtained a drop of blood and, within 10 years, ascended to the master deity realm, continuing to elevate further. In that moment, the beings went into a frenzy. The entire cosmos erupted into chaos over the remaining 9 drops of blood, leading to increasingly violent confrontations. Each appearance of the blood resulted in the demise of countless beings, and the number of fallen deities was incalculable. However, this was an unavoidable circumstance, after all. Possessing the essence of blood would grant one the title of a representative of the heavenly Tao. Without great perseverance and exceptional fortune, how could one achieve such a status? Ultimately, after 100,000 years, the 10 drops of essence found their rightful owners, and the conflict came to a close, allowing the world to return to tranquility. Another 100,000 years passed, and the chosen 10 ascended to the realm of the ancestor gods. On this day, they all sensed the guidance of the heavenly Tao. Although they were unaware of the specifics, they instinctively moved towards the direction indicated by this celestial force, soaring towards the heavenly palace. Before long, the 10 arrived at the gates of the heavenly palace, only to find that the guiding power had vanished. Despite their elevation to the ancestor god realm, they were still overwhelmed by the majestic aura of the palace, which rendered them speechless. They had never encountered such grandeur, as the beings of that era were yet to comprehend the art of palace construction. At this moment, one among them could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired of the others, "It appears that you are all the recipients of the essence. Do any of you know where we are? What brings us here?" This individual bore a pair of horns atop his head, his chiseled face exuding strength, and his muscular form radiated explosive power, all while he bore a massive axe upon his back. "I am the Thunder Devourer," he declared. "I am War Heaven," announced a burly man carrying a colossal sword. "Indeed, let us introduce ourselves," said a man adorned in golden scale armor. "I am Long Po the Dragon Clan." Feng Jiao of the Phoenix Clan chimed in, a striking beauty clad in a fiery red battle dress, her spirit vibrant. Catherine interjected, a gentle-faced woman in a yellow dress. Darnithus rasped a voice like grinding stone, revealing a figure cloaked in black, wielding a dark scythe, his skeletal form evident beneath his garments. Poseidon, spoke another, a figure clad in blue armor and wielding a golden trident. From the Demon Clan, "I am Hades," announced a man with bat-like wings. Jollies of the Elven Clan, said a beautiful woman in a flowing green gown, radiating vitality. Zeus of the Angelic Clan, concluded a handsome man adorned with 12 pairs of white wings. "Now that we have introduced ourselves, shall we discuss our next course of action?" suggested the beast god, to which the others nodded in agreement, clearly eager to ascertain their current situation. Just then, the great doors of the heavenly palace creaked open slowly. "Come in," a voice resonated from within the palace. Though quiet, it instilled in them a sense of submission, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. They respectfully entered the grand hall in succession, where they beheld an ethereal figure hovering above a colossal stone tablet. A faint yet imposing aura emanated from both the tablet and the apparition, pressing down upon them and rendering them unable to stand upright. Suddenly, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and they collectively exhaled in relief. "Your arrival here signifies that you have acquired the 10 drops of my essence," the figure proclaimed. "You may refer to me as the Creator God or the Father God. As you have absorbed my essence, you may consider yourselves my progeny, and thus, calling me Father God is entirely appropriate." The ethereal presence continued, "At present, I am but a fragment of divine consciousness, while my true self lies in slumber. My intention in bringing you here is to appoint you as the ambassadors of the heavenly Tao, tasked with governing this realm. Now, I shall bestow upon each of you your respective missions. Dragon Sovereign Long Po, you shall preside over the Dragon Clan and all scaled beings, from whom you shall derive faith. Phoenix Sovereign Feng Jiao, you shall oversee the Phoenix Clan and all avian creatures, also garnering faith from them. Anur, you shall be the beast god, ruling over the terrestrial beasts and receiving their faith. Zhan Tian, you shall be the god of war, governing the martial spirit of heaven and earth, gaining faith from all beings who seek battle. Catherine, you are the mother goddess of the earth, and all creatures that inhabit the land shall be your followers. Poseidon, you are the god of the sea, presiding over the oceanic deities and obtaining faith from the aquatic beings. Zeus, you are the god of the heavens, overseeing the light deities. Hades, you are the god of the underworld, governing the dark deities. Thanatos, you are the god of death, ruling over the domain of mortality. And Jollies, you are the goddess of life, presiding over the realm of existence. Besides your respective clans, you may also cultivate followers from among the 4 divine pantheons. Do you comprehend this? Indeed. Thank you, Father God. The assembly of deities responded. At that moment, the hall was illuminated by the emergence of approximately 100 crystalline entities, each radiating a mysterious aura. These were the divine ranks, comprising 36 major divine ranks and 72 upper divine ranks, which would aid in expediting the establishment of each deity's pantheon. Now, receive these. I trust you will not disappoint your mission. As the divine ranks categorically floated before the 10 individuals, they accepted them. The ethereal figure continued. "Well, the arrangements are nearly complete. The remaining responsibilities are entrusted to you. You must govern this world diligently. Do you understand? "We shall not fail your expectations, Father God," the deities replied earnestly. "Now, step forward, and each of you shall place a drop of your essence upon the colossal tablet." The deities hastened to comply with the directive. As 10 drops of essence soared toward the tablet, the ethereal presence spoke again. "This is the world decree. To possess it is to become the king of the deities, overseeing all divine beings. Now, await its recognition to see who shall ascend as the king." Upon hearing this, the deities felt an involuntary surge of excitement. Their eyes fixated upon the world decree. Suddenly, it emitted a brilliant radiance, causing 9 of the drops of essence to be repelled, while 1 drop was absorbed. After which the decree rapidly diminished in size and entered the body of the mother goddess of the earth, Catherine. A powerful glow erupted from her being, and her cultivation surged upward, advancing through the mid-stage of the ancestral god, the late-stage ancestral god, and the early-stage holy god, finally stabilizing at the early-stage holy god. As the radiance dissipated, a formidable pressure suddenly erupted from Catherine, compelling the gods to nearly prostrate themselves upon the ground, evidently indicating that she had yet to master her own powers. Once tranquility was restored, it was acknowledged that Catherine was now the sovereign of the world, destined to govern over the pantheon. Henceforth, she could designate this celestial palace as her divine abode and pantheon, while the others were to seek out their own realms in which to establish their own divine sanctuaries. The other deities gazed upon Catherine with envy, yet remained reticent in their reactions. At this juncture, Catherine was permitted to remain, while the others were instructed to depart, with a reminder to promptly establish their respective pantheons in order to better manage the realms. Furthermore, it was decreed that no grand conflicts were to arise within the next 2 trillion years. With that, the ethereal figure gradually faded, leaving behind a final admonition: "I am known as Dragon Breaker, heed my words." Chapter 9. The War of the Gods and the Shattering of Worlds. As the cosmos evolved and time flowed onward, nearly 2 trillion years had elapsed since the gods were enshrined in the celestial palace. After such an extensive period of evolution, the celestial laws had reached a state of remarkable refinement, with various cosmic regulations gradually coming into their own. Through millennia of absorbing the primordial essence from chaos, the universe expanded significantly, with the realm of Breaker Heaven nearly rivaling the great celestial world. Now, the original 10 deities who had been enshrined had ascended to the rank of holy gods. The maturation of the celestial laws allowed for a deeper understanding of these principles, making advancements in cultivation a natural progression. After all, those chosen had possessed exceptional aptitude from the outset. Catherine, the Earth Mother, aided by the world decree, had now attained a pinnacle in the late phase of holy godhood, while others, such as Hades the underworld god and Zeus the sky god, had only recently reached the mid-phase of holy godhood. The remainder were still in the early stages of holy godhood. Do not be deceived by the seemingly slight differences. Under comparable conditions, a mid-phase holy god can indeed contend favorably against 2 early-phase holy gods, while a late-phase holy god can effortlessly dominate 2 mid-phase holy gods. Of course, the presence of exceptional treasures could alter this dynamic, as such artifacts might empower early-phase holy gods to withstand mid-phase adversaries without succumbing. The maturation of cosmic laws also enabled the mastery of an increased number of celestial principles, leading to the emergence of numerous formidable deities within the world. Among those newly ascended to the ancestral god tier were the gods of wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, darkness, judgment, and nature, while many more existed among the divine ranks, including the gods of war, fog, forest, sun, and moon. Many of these powerful beings belonged to various divine pantheons. Though some were independent deities, it can be said that the various divine factions now possess immense strength, yet with great power comes even greater ambition. Initially, when the divine beings were first established, there was ample room for growth among the factions, and they focused their efforts on developing their divine realms without engaging in conflict. This harmony persisted until the emergence of the human race. Undoubtedly favored by the will of the heavens, humanity swiftly ascended to become the focal point of existence, their numbers swelling vastly. By this time, the divine factions had already achieved considerable development, and to continue their growth, they found it imperative to vie for the faith of humanity. In pursuit of human belief, the divine factions swiftly established churches among humankind. During this process, tensions occasionally arose between the major churches, leading to unintentional friction among the divine factions themselves. As these tensions escalated, minor skirmishes began to erupt, occurring approximately every few millennia. Although the divine factions adhered to the edicts of Long Po Tian and refrained from large-scale wars, small-scale battles over faith became a frequent occurrence. Gradually, as conflicts intensified, animosities among the deities deepened, creating an inescapable cycle of strife between the factions. Within the divine factions, relationships are exceedingly complex, with the rivalry between the dark divine and the light divine being the most fervent. Their sources of faith primarily stem from humanity, making conflict inevitable. As hostilities escalated, the dark divine enlisted the Grim Reaper into their ranks, while the light divine allied with the sea god. Other factions maintained neutrality, for instance. The relationships between the Dragon and Phoenix clans were particularly close, while the Earth Mother Goddess and the Goddess of Life shared a strong bond. The God of War and the Beast God, both possessing genial natures, naturally found camaraderie. These 6 divine factions generally abstained from the wars of faith, pursuing their respective beliefs without excessive aggression. The Dragon God, Phoenix God, and Beast God focused on nurturing their own faith within their races without intervening in human affairs, while the Earth Mother Goddess and the Goddess of Life, by virtue of their temperaments, refrained from excessive involvement in conflicts. The God of War did not even establish a church, allowing these factions to maintain neutrality and remain largely unaffected by the divine wars. Thousands of years ago, a cataclysmic divine war erupted, unprecedented in scale for nearly 20 trillion years. Both the dark divine and light divine dispatched nearly half of their deities, culminating in the direct participation of Hades, Zeus, the Grim Reaper, and the sea god. The ensuing battle was fiercely intense, with the sky torn asunder, the earth shattered, and the seas tumultuously roiling. The number of lives lost in this divine conflict was incalculable. The war ultimately drew in even the neutral factions. And witnessing the escalation of the conflict, the Earth Mother Goddess could no longer remain passive. She initially inflicted severe injuries upon the Grim Reaper and the sea god, subsequently overpowering Hades and Zeus. After 10 days of fierce fighting, she ultimately vanquished Hades and Zeus, bringing the divine war to an end. In the aftermath of this conflict, Hades, Zeus, the sea god, and the Grim Reaper all suffered grievous wounds, spending millennia in recovery, only recently regaining their strength. Conversely, the Earth Mother Goddess sustained only minor injuries, and, with the aid of the world order, swiftly recovered. Having witnessed the formidable power of the Earth Mother, both the Pantheon of Darkness and the Pantheon of Light have been compelled to maintain a semblance of order, resulting in a notable absence of significant conflict over the past several millennia. At this moment, within the Celestial Palace, the Earth Mother and the Goddess of Life are seated in the garden of their estate, engaged in leisurely conversation. This garden, cultivated by the Earth Mother over nearly 2 trillion years, boasts an abundance of exotic flora, and the rich fragrances wafting through the air provide a sense of tranquility to all who inhale them. Sister Catherine, the deadline set by our father, which prohibits large-scale conflicts for 2 trillion years, is approaching. The gods may not remain tranquil for much longer. Hades and Zeus, their wounds should be healed by now, and it is likely that they are planning something significant, expressed the Goddess of Life, Jollies, with a hint of concern. Indeed, the last divine war was already monumental, and we faced such turmoil well before the stipulated time. Now, with the deadline drawing near and their silence, I fear they are concocting a grand scheme. Who knows how many lives may be lost this time? Replied the Earth Mother, Catherine, her visage clouded with worry. Do not fret, sister. Last time, you were able to inflict serious damage upon them. I am certain you can do so again, Jollies reassured her. One can only hope, Catherine replied, her optimism tempered by the unnerving tranquility exhibited by both the light and dark pantheons. Despite her confidence in her own capabilities, a sense of unease lingered in her heart. Observing Catherine's demeanor, Jolly sighed softly and chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, within the hall of Hades, a deep voice suddenly echoed, Zeus, since you have arrived, do show yourself. Hades, I merely came to see if you were still among the living. It appears your injuries have healed quite well, so my worries were unfounded. Zeus's figure materialized in the hall of Hades. Zeus, our relationship is not so amicable. Speak plainly, what is it that you seek? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, you shall remain here today, Hades responded, his tone far from cordial. Come now, Hades, do not be so brusque. We are old acquaintances, are we not? I have come to discuss a matter of mutual interest, Zeus replied, unfazed by Hades's hostility, his demeanor still cheerful. The notion of you seeking my counsel is indeed rare. However, I see no reason to engage in any discussion with you, Hades retorted, wary of Zeus's deceptive nature. Fully aware that a moment's negligence could lead to betrayal. Hades, I shall not prolong our exchange. The 2 trillion years are nearly upon us. I wonder if you have made any preparations. I am here to propose a collaboration, Zeus stated, getting straight to the point. Collaboration? What could we possibly collaborate on? We will be sworn enemies by then. I have every intention of ending your life, and I suspect you feel the same way, Hades replied, his animosity palpable. Hades pays no heed to Zeus. Hades, we have clashed numerous times without a clear victor. When it comes to an actual confrontation, who would prevail remains uncertain. However, Hades, I trust you have not forgotten the humiliating defeat from millennia ago? That disgrace is etched vividly in my memory. As these words were spoken, the smile faded from Zeus's face, clearly recalling that unpleasant memory. Upon hearing Zeus's words, Hades's countenance also darkened, evidently perturbed by the recollection of that bitter loss. Both Zeus and Hades are proud deities. To be outmatched 2 against 1 would naturally be displeasing. Noticing Hades's expression, Zeus continued, it seems you 2 have recalled that humiliation. Yet you surely do not wish for us to be subjugated again in our next battle, do you? What strategies do you propose? Hades now understood Zeus's notion of collaboration. Without a viable plan, they risked repeating past mistakes. There is indeed a strategy, but it hinges on your cooperation, Zeus stated, producing 2 crystalline fruits, gleaming with ethereal light. He then addressed Hades. These are the only 2 illusory spirit fruits in existence, possessing a singular purpose, to allow one to assume the form of another for a day, altering appearance, voice, and even presence, including techniques. While the effects might be diminished for us, they still last for half an hour, which is ample time for many endeavors. What say you, Hades? Ha ha ha. Zeus, your cunning knows no bounds. However, we must deliberate this matter further, Hades replied with a hearty laugh. Certainly, Zeus responded, equally amused. The 2 trillion year period has arrived. The pantheon of gods fixates on the movements of the realms of light and darkness, yet both domains exhibit an unprecedented tranquility. While the deities observe, the dragon god, phoenix god, and the war god, along with the beast god, from the neutral factions, suddenly erupt into fierce conflict. Before the gods could comprehend the situation, the war escalates to the extent that both factions unleash all their divine beings, displaying a relentless spirit of mutual destruction. Long Po, I cannot believe you would stoop so low as to ambush me, roared the beast god Anu at the dragon god Long Po, visibly wounded. You speak nonsense, Anu. It was you who initiated the assault on my dragon and phoenix clans, resulting in grievous losses for both our tribes, and yet you dare to accuse me. How shameless. Long Po, filled with rage, recalled how Anu had appeared unexpectedly amidst the dragon and phoenix clans, unleashing a barrage of devastating attacks that wrought heavy casualties. By the time Long Po processed the situation, Anu had vanished without a trace, leaving him furious. How infuriating. If you dare to cast accusations, Long Po, prepare yourself for my wrath. Devourer of the heavens. Humph, do you think I fear you? Long Po reigned supreme. The 2 combatants, Feng Jiao and Zhan Tian, were fiercely engaged in battle, igniting a conflict of unparalleled intensity. The Earth Mother, who had been observing, quickly realized the situation and, feeling compelled to intervene, called upon her powers. Despite the 4 divine beings being merely at the early stages of the sacred god rank, Catherine's intervention was not without significant toll on her strength. What is happening? Catherine was about to inquire further when, without warning, 4 immensely powerful attacks descended upon her, leaving her severely injured before she could react. The sudden turn of events left the 5 gods momentarily bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Ha ha ha, I did not expect such effectiveness. Zeus, came the voices of 4 figures, Hades, the god of the underworld, the sky god, the god of death, and the sea god, who had arrived on the scene. By now, the dragon god and his companions realized they had fallen into a trap. At that moment, the goddess of life arrived, expressing her concern. Sister Catherine, are you all right? It's nothing, just a minor injury, Catherine replied. Zeus, I never thought you could be so despicable, yet your ambition is truly vast to conspire against the gods. Enough talk, let us engage in battle, Zeus declared, and the 10 sacred god-level beings clashed together. As the upper echelons fought, the deities from various divine factions below also joined the fray. The conflict among the gods wreaked havoc upon the mortal realm, with the unleashed energy waves claiming countless lives. The sky fractured, the earth shattered into pieces, and the tumultuous seas surged forth. With rifts in space, Thunder and lightning erupted, and energy storms raged on, leading to the death of nearly half of all living beings. Witnessing the devastation, Catherine could no longer restrain herself and summoned the world order, launching an attack against Hades, shattering nearly half of his divine form. Terrified, Hades fled into the void. Despite her grievous injuries, Catherine wielded the world order against Zeus. Observing Hades' plight, Zeus unleashed all his power, severely wounding the goddess of life and the dragon god. However, the world order had already reached him. He could not defend himself and was forced to retreat, though he was still struck, causing him to cough up blood mixed with his innards as he fled. Catherine made her final strike against the god of death and the sea god, both of whom were gravely injured and dared not linger, retreating to their divine palaces. The divine conflict erupted swiftly but concluded just as rapidly, resulting in the demise of more than 2/3 of the gods, with mortals suffering devastating losses. At that moment, the earth was fractured into several pieces, the ground marred with wounds, blood flowing like rivers, and corpses strewn across the land. Stars shattered, and numerous fragments of earth were propelled into the void. The surviving deities gazed at the grim state of the world, their hearts heavy, remaining silent for a long time. While Catherine wept, this realm had been shattered beyond recognition. Chapter 10. The division of the three realms and the pirate dimension. Since the heavenly palace of the broken sky had concealed itself within the void, 2 trillion years have elapsed. At this moment, the celestial palace remained as tranquil as ever. Within this realm, both Long Po Tian and the world were preserved in the form they had assumed 2 trillion years ago. Waves of chaotic spiritual energy emanated from the void, drawn into the world and subsequently processed before being absorbed by Long Po Tian. Both Long Po Tian and the world were in a continuous state of restoration, a process that persisted for 2 trillion years. However, unlike 2 trillion years ago, Long Po Tian was no longer merely an origin sphere. He had transformed into the majestic form of a divine dragon. His colossal body spiraled gracefully through the air, adorned with resplendent, multicolored scales, and 10 fearsome claws glinted with a chilling light. Though his eyes remained closed in slumber, the overwhelming aura he exuded commanded respect and awe. Suddenly, the dragon's eyes snapped open, unleashing an immense pressure that caused the very air to compress, yet leaving the exterior of the palace unaffected. Despite having just awakened, his control was flawless. Gradually, the formidable aura receded until it vanished entirely. "Master, you are awake?" In that moment, the ethereal and enchanting figure of the world appeared before Long Po Tian, her voice brimming with joy. "Indeed, I have awakened. I have finally regained my divine dragon form." Adorned with 10 vibrant claws, Long Po Tian's voice resonated deeply. "Congratulations on your complete restoration." The world beamed, her smile a reflection of genuine happiness, for to her, the master was everything. His joy brought her joy. "Wait a moment, world. I sense that I may be able to take human form. Allow me a moment to attempt this transformation, and please step aside to avoid any potential harm," he instructed, his tone commanding yet gentle. "Of course, master." The world replied promptly, retreating with a look of concern for Long Po Tian. As she withdrew, Long Po Tian's immense dragon form coiled in the air, suddenly rearing his head and unleashing a series of thunderous roars. With each roar, his body radiated a brilliant light, during which his colossal form visibly shrank at an astonishing pace. The roars continued for an indeterminate duration, gradually morphing into human shouts. Abruptly, the sound halted, and as the brilliance faded, a striking young man emerged before the world. He appeared to be in his 20s, standing nearly 6 feet tall. The young man was clad in colorful scale armor, with sharp spikes protruding from the knee and elbow joints, giving him a fearsome and terrifying appearance. The armor enveloped his entire being, revealing only his hands and face, exuding an extraordinary aura of masculinity, complemented by his handsome features that captivated the world. Now fully transformed, Long Po Tian stood still, seemingly frozen in time. After what felt like an eternity, he lifted his gaze towards the world, a joyful smile illuminating his handsome visage. "Master." The world could no longer contain her excitement and rushed towards him. Long Po Tian quickly dispelled his armor, donning a flowing white robe instead. Aware that the formidable spikes of his armor could inadvertently cause harm, Long Po Tian, unwilling to see the world suffer, retracted his armor into his being. He extended his hands, cradling the world within his embrace, gently stroking its silky hair with a look of tender affection. "World, why are you so careless? What would happen if you were hurt?" The world offered no reply. Instead, it clung tightly to Long Po Tian, resting its head against his chest, gently nuzzling him while whispering, "Master, this is wonderful. You have finally taken form." A profound sense of happiness filled the world's heart. Originally, both the world and Long Po Tian were birthed from the chaos, a perfect balance of yin and yang, inherently drawn to one another. In the world's heart, Long Po Tian held utmost importance. He was its everything. Throughout the countless years since its inception, this was the first time the world found itself in Long Po Tian's embrace, and in this moment, its heart brimmed solely with joy, devoid of any other sentiment. Long Po Tian felt the emotions of the world, and without uttering a word, he held the delicate form of the world tightly, as if wishing to merge her essence with his own. In the heart of the world, Long Po Tian was of utmost importance, reciprocally. The world held a similar significance in Long Po Tian's heart. Before the existence of the world was known to him, it mattered little, but since she graced his sight, her position in his heart had grown increasingly vital. The duration of their embrace remained unknown to both, until Long Po Tian gently released the world, gazing into her clear and beautiful eyes, which brimmed with infatuation. Unable to resist, he extended his hand to softly caress her lovely visage. "Master?" The world gazed silently at Long Po Tian, her eyes filled with a fervor that threatened to overflow, her rosy lips whispering the word "master." Continuing to stroke her face with tender affection, he gently remarked, "World, did I not instruct you to refrain from calling me master? You should refer to me as Brother Tian. Do you understand?" "I understand, Master." Brother Tian." The world nodded her small head in agreement. "By the way, world, what time is it now?" "Brother Tian, it has been 20 trillion years." 20 trillion years? The heavenly way has not given any indication, which means we have awakened prematurely. I have already transformed into a 10-clawed, 10-colored chaos divine dragon, yet I wonder how long it will take to achieve further breakthroughs. What of you, world? To what extent have you recovered? Long Po Tian inquired. "Brother Tian, we have recovered even sooner than anticipated. The world of One Piece has yet to commence its evolution, thus the heavenly way has not provided any hints. However, it is imminent. The universe is on the brink of monumental transformation, the greatest since the birth of the heavenly way. It will not be long before the One Piece world comes into existence. Additionally, I have regained the strength of a Chaos Supreme Treasure. Although I have not yet reached its pinnacle, I am confident I shall, and over the years, my comprehension of the Great Tao has deepened significantly, which will greatly benefit my future breakthroughs." "Oh, is that so? That is splendid. By the way, what do you mean by this monumental transformation?" Long Po Tian asked. Having observed the world's growth into a form reminiscent of an 18 or 19-year-old, thus surmising her condition, his inquiry was merely to confirm his suspicions. "Brother Tian, this transformation manifests as the war of the gods. Following this divine conflict, the heavens and earth shall shatter, and the divine will separate from the mortal realm, thereby diminishing the gods' influence over mortals. This shift will facilitate the evolution of the heavenly way and the advancement of all living beings. However, your intervention will be necessary. Otherwise, the establishment of the spatial barriers between the realms of gods, mortals, and the underworld by the heavenly way may take an eternity, which would hinder the recovery of sentient beings from the shadows of the Great War," the world elucidated to Long Po Tian. "Is that so? I shall intervene when the time comes." With that, Long Po Tian turned his gaze back to the world, feeling the gentle warmth of her face in his hand, an overwhelming affection swelling within him. Unable to resist, he embraced her once more, relishing her softness, and leaned in to kiss her alluring lips. Brother Tian." Sensing Long Potion's affection, Shiji's heart overflowed with boundless emotion as she surrendered herself completely to his passionate kiss. Tasting the sweetness of her delicate tongue and savoring the ambrosial nectar of her mouth, Long Po Tian felt an irresistible surge of desire. Embracing her tightly, they vanished in an instant, reappearing in the chambers of Po Tian Palace's rear hall. Gently laying Shiji upon the silken bed, he began undressing her while continuing to explore her lips with tender kisses. His hands wandered over her satin-smooth form, tracing the contours from her twin peaks down to her delicate abdomen and beyond. By now, Shiji was utterly consumed by passion, completely at Long Potion's mercy. Barely registering as her garments slipped away, the garments adorning Long Po Tian vanished, revealing his robust physique. He gently parted the world's legs, his form pressing against the essence of existence, before bestowing a tender kiss upon the world's lips. With a soft voice, he uttered, "World, I am coming." Upon hearing Long Potion's words, the world slightly opened its half-closed eyes, glistening as if on the verge of tears, and resolutely replied, "Come, dear brother Tian. Allow the world to become a part of you." The world's declaration stirred a wave of excitement within Long Po Tian, with a bold thrust. The battle commenced amidst the world's soft moan. In the aftermath of passion, Long Po Tian cradled the world's delicate form, gently caressing it, allowing the world to revel in the lingering echoes of their fervor. While savoring the world's supple skin, Long Po Tian inquired, "World, this divine conflict is likely to claim many lives, is it not? After all, the shattering of heaven and earth is no trivial matter." The world, nestled in his embrace, languidly shifted to a more comfortable position and replied, "Indeed, dear brother Tian, given that this is the greatest transformation of the heavenly order, the loss of life is a natural occurrence. The beings of the world will learn to cherish existence more profoundly after this calamity. Do refrain from intervening prematurely. For if the evolution of the heavenly order remains incomplete, similar tribulations may arise in the future. I am aware of the gravity of the situation. Once this monumental change has transpired, the Po Tian realm should ascend to become a grand world of the heavenly order, allowing for steady advancement thereafter. At that time, we shall embark on journeys far and wide, for we can no longer rely solely on cultivation to elevate ourselves. Experiencing the world's wonders will benefit our understanding of the great Tao. However, let us first visit the soon-to-evolve world of One Piece." As Long Po Tian contemplated the transformation of the heavens, a heaviness weighed upon his heart. The beings of the Po Tian realm were akin to his own children. Yet, for the sake of the evolution of all existence, he steeled himself against the pangs of sorrow. "Do not be disheartened, brother Tian," the world tenderly consoled. "Wherever you go, I shall follow, always by your side." Long Po Tian, embracing the world tighter, fell silent. In the aftermath of the war among the gods, the heavens shattered, and the world lay in ruin, a sight too dreadful to behold. The gods, surveying the devastated realm, were rendered speechless. A heartfelt sigh resonated throughout the world, and all living beings seemed to share in the sorrow of its source. As the sigh faded, Long Po Tian appeared before the assembly of gods. Although they had not witnessed his current visage, the divine presence confirmed his identity as the Father God. Catherine and the others promptly approached to pay their respects. With a wave of his hand, Long Po Tian silenced the gods and turned his gaze upon the broken world, remaining mute. At last, he acted, selecting two of the larger fragments of the shattered earth. "Heaven and earth, heed my command. The realms of divinity and the netherworld shall be forged." As the two fragments of land ascended with the movements of Long Po Tian, they gradually vanished into the void, giving birth to the realms of the divine and the underworld. The remaining land fragments either coalesced or scattered, separated by oceans, ultimately forming 12 vast continents. These were later named the continent of celestial wind, the continent of celestial fire, the continent of celestial thunder, the continent of light, the continent of darkness, the continent of divine dragon, the continent of the phoenix, the continent of sacred soil, the continent of sacred water, the continent of verdant wood, the continent of infinity, and the largest, the central continent. Additionally, there existed a unique location known as the graveyard of the gods, formed from the land where the war of the gods had transpired. Within it lay the fallen bodies, blood, weapons, and divine essences of countless deities, objects that drove innumerable mortals to madness. However, the graveyard of the gods was encircled by a barrier meticulously arranged by Long Po Tian, rendering it hidden from view. The barrier would open once every 10,000 years, permitting entry only through the special teleportation arrays of each continent. This was Long Po Tian's gift to mortals, an opportunity for ascension, and a platform to inspire all beings. Thus, the primary material plane was established. As for the many other fragments, they soared into the void, giving rise to various secondary material planes, heralding a vibrant evolution for the mortal realm. The Tao of Heaven underwent a more perfect evolution. Having completed all, Long Po Tian turned to the deities and proclaimed, "The god of the underworld, the god of death, and their pantheon shall proceed to the realm of the underworld. The celestial gods, the sea gods, and the other deities along with their pantheon shall journey to the divine realm. The god of the underworld, the god of death, the celestial gods, and the sea gods shall be confined within the divine palace for 1,000,000,000 years as a form of punishment. From this point onward, deities must refrain from directly intervening in mortal affairs. The gods may only enter the mortal realm through the channels of the three realms. Any deity above the level of a mortal cannot appear in the mortal realm. Otherwise, they shall be suppressed to the status of a lower deity by the Tao of Heaven. You shall learn the rest in due course. Conduct yourselves wisely." With that, Long Po Tian vanished, while those beings of divine stature were irresistibly drawn towards the realms of the divine and the underworld. The three realms were finally formed, and the Tao of heaven bestowed spiritual rain to nourish the land, aiding the beings in emerging from the shadows of calamity. Upon Long Po Tian's return to the palace of breaking heaven, the world welcomed him with open arms. Brother Tian, with the formation of the three realms, the Tao of heaven has evolved to perfection. We need not oversee it constantly anymore. Furthermore, Brother Tian, the secondary material plane of the world of One Piece has also begun its evolution. When do you plan to visit there? Let us go now. There is little to prepare. It would be enlightening to witness the entire process of the One Piece world unfolding. After all, we are not pressed for time. Very well. Brother Tian, let us set forth to the One Piece realm. Chapter 11, 20,000 Years with Gold. Roger. Upon their arrival in the realm of One Piece, Long Po Tian and the world embarked on an extensive journey, exploring one island after another, leaving their footprints nearly everywhere across this vast domain. In the span of several centuries, they traversed the entirety of this world. During these years, they encountered remnants of Zeus's angelic lineage upon the moon, as well as the sea-dwelling folk who revere Poseidon in the depths of the ocean. They met the descendants of the Beast clan led by Annual and the Titan descendants who worship the Earth Mother. Predominantly, however, they encountered the original human inhabitants, all of whom constituted the indigenous populace of this pirate universe. The laws governing this world are peculiar. The power of these laws is materialized and converges upon a singular tree located on an island, bearing fruits that embody the concentrated essence of various laws. Each fruit represents a distinct rule, granting its consumer the ability to wield the power it symbolizes. However, as these powers are not derived from the individual's own understanding of the laws, consuming two fruits can incite a violent upheaval of these powers, resulting in fatality. Furthermore, due to the tree's voracious absorption of the ocean's energies during its growth, those who partake of these fruits become detested and cursed by the sea, rendering them temporarily devoid of their newfound abilities. Consequently, these fruits came to be known as devil fruits. Upon the death of an individual who has consumed a devil fruit, the concentrated power gradually returns to the mother tree, allowing new fruits to grow anew. Under the influence of these divine laws, the innate powers within the indigenous residents began to be siphoned away, rendering them incapable of further comprehension and causing a gradual regression. The angels, once symbolizing strength, found their wings diminishing, losing the ability to soar. The sea folk, having lost their connection to the laws of water, became increasingly reliant on it, significantly diminishing their strength on land. The Beast clan's energy was solely utilized for physical growth, losing the capability to produce magical crystals. Their intellect severely deteriorating as they retreated from human hunters into the ocean, evolving into aquatic beings. The Titans, too, experienced a decrease in stature, losing their ability to harness the Earth's power, becoming giants renowned solely for their brute strength. After completing their extensive explorations of the world, Long Po Tian and the world began to settle in various locales. To stave off the tedium of eternity, they engaged in a myriad of pursuits. They opened taverns, established martial arts schools, formed trading caravans, and even ruled as sovereigns of nations, to prevent those around them from becoming unsettled by their unchanging visages. Long Po Tian and the world never lingered in one place for more than 30 years, perpetually shifting their residence every decade or two, thus completing a full circuit of the world over the course of several millennia. Gradually losing his sense of novelty towards the world, Long Po Tian, after making certain preparations, arrived on the island at the end of the Grand Line, transforming into a colossal form and entering a deep slumber, awaiting the arrival of someone to awaken him. Thus, 14 millennia passed. At last, Roger set foot on this final island. Once forcibly brought aboard his ship, he had now conquered the entire Grand Line. Arriving at this ultimate destination, Raftel, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and glasses, turned to his formidable companion with a mustache, expressing his wonder. "Ha, Rayleigh. Let us go in search of the One Piece and the final historical text," exclaimed the man known as Roger, joyfully slapping the shoulder of his bearded companion. These two were the sovereigns of the latter half of the Grand Line, the pirate king Gold, Roger, and his first mate, the Dark King Rayleigh. Celebrating the day they conquered the entire sea route. When they discovered the last historical text entwined with vines beneath a peculiar mountain, Rayleigh inquired curiously, "What does it say, Roger?" As Roger brushed his hand over the ancient text, he softly recited, "That will pass down through generations, the tides of time, the dreams of people. These are unstoppable. As long as humanity continues to pursue the answers to freedom, everything shall remain eternal." After a long pause, Roger exclaimed with delight, "Is this truly the final answer? Ha ha. This is the ultimate treasure." "Roger, what could this ultimate treasure possibly be?" "You seem so elated," Rayleigh chuckled, unable to contain his curiosity. "Ha ha. That will pass down through generations, the answer to freedom, Rayleigh. Isn't this precisely what we have been pursuing all along?" Roger laughed heartily, offering no further explanation regarding the One Piece. "Ah well, since you found it, let us return and not keep the lads on the ship waiting too long," Rayleigh remarked, not pressing further. The nature of the One Piece was of little concern to him, as his primary purpose was to accompany Roger. "Indeed, let us head back. Those young ones must be anxious," Roger chuckled, patting Rayleigh's shoulder, clearly pleased at the thought of their companions aboard the ship. However, just as they were about to take their leave, the ground began to tremble violently. The earthquake intensified, and the rocks on the mountain beside the historical text began to crack, with stones tumbling down intermittently. While dodging the falling debris, Roger called out to Rayleigh, "Hey, Rayleigh, is this an earthquake?" "Ha ha, how amusing. Are you a fool? What on earth is amusing about this?" Rayleigh retorted, as Rayleigh deftly evaded the rocky debris. His teeth transformed into serrated edges as he shouted at Roger, then effortlessly shattered a massive boulder that threatened to crush him. He ceased his words, fully aware of Roger's steadfast nature. Once he set his mind on something, no amount of opposition would sway him. Much like when he had forcefully appointed himself as his first mate. A tremendous roar erupted from within the mountain, as if something monumental was about to emerge. The sudden bellow startled both Roger and Rayleigh, nearly causing them to lose their footing and be struck by falling rocks. At that moment, the mountainside splintered entirely, with numerous rocks cascading down, revealing iridescent, scale-like objects that shimmered within. "Hey, Roger, what is that? Is it the One Piece?" Rayleigh inquired, gazing at the colorful glimmers emanating from the scaled entities, clearly believing this was a herald of the legendary treasure's arrival. "Who knows? Perhaps it is just scales?" And that deafening roar. "Rayleigh, I sense an adventure brewing." "Ha ha," Roger replied, excitement bubbling within him. The roar persisted, and with it, the scale-like objects began to ascend into the air. A violent tremor followed, sending countless rocks tumbling down. Rayleigh and Roger hurriedly sought shelter, and after a tense moment, they finally managed to halt. Rayleigh lifted his gaze, his eyes widening in shock, frozen in place. "That was perilously close. Did you think we were going to perish, Rayleigh?" Roger asked, noticing Rayleigh's silence and quickly turning to him. "Hey, Rayleigh. Rayleigh?" When he received no response, Roger followed the direction of Rayleigh's gaze. Before Roger lay an incomprehensibly colossal dragon, its serpentine body coiling through the sky, casting a shadow that engulfed the entire landscape. The enormous dragon's head faced Roger and Rayleigh, its eyes closed as if still in slumber. What is that? So immense. Incredible. How fascinating. "Hey, Rayleigh, is that a sea king?" Roger exclaimed with uncontainable enthusiasm. Rayleigh, hearing Roger's question, turned his stiff neck to face him, a vein throbbing on his forehead. "A sea king? Perhaps, but where exactly is the fascination in this?" By the end of his sentence, Rayleigh could no longer restrain himself and shouted in frustration, "Come now. Don't be angry. Say, Rayleigh, do you think it will eat us?" Roger asked, chuckling. "Who knows?" Rayleigh replied, exasperated by his captain's obliviousness. He then turned his attention back to the dragon's head. "Is that so?" Roger said no more, joining Rayleigh in observing the creature's movements. After an indeterminate time, the dragon's eyes slowly opened. The divine light within its gaze caused both Roger and Rayleigh to squint, a wave of tension coursing through them. "Did you awaken me?" the colossal dragon inquired. "Wow, it can talk." Roger and Rayleigh both had bulging eyes and drooping jaws, unable to contain their shouts, offering no response. "Who are you? Are you the ones who have awakened me?" the colossal dragon inquired once more. "I am Gord Roger, and this is Rayleigh. We are unaware of what you mean by awakening you," Roger replied. "Gord Roger, is it?" "The time has come," the dragon murmured upon hearing Roger's words. Suddenly, a blinding radiance emanated from the dragon, causing a sharp sting in Roger and Rayleigh's eyes, prompting them to hastily shut them. When they finally reopened their eyes, free from the dazzling light, the magnificent dragon had vanished. Before them stood a striking young man, clad in white casual attire, seemingly in his 20s. He possessed a tall, slender figure, flowing hair, and deep, tranquil eyes that shimmered with iridescent hues, captivating one's gaze as if unveiling the entirety of the world. Roger Riley. I am Long Po Tian, having slumbered here for over 14,000 years, patiently awaiting your arrival to awaken me, the young man declared, revealing himself as Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian's words left Roger and Rayleigh utterly astounded, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. The gravity of his statements was so shocking that even their extensive experience and courage momentarily rendered them speechless. After a considerable pause, they regained their composure. Roger, slightly stammering, inquired, so, you said you are? That Sea King? Oh, no, that is the divine dragon. My true form is that of a divine dragon, not a Sea King, Long Po Tian explained with a chuckle. Rayleigh then asked, what did you mean when you said you were awakened? This tale begins 20,000 years ago, Long Po Tian began. My wife and I were akin to deities. 2 millennia ago, we arrived in this world and embarked on our journey, taking several centuries to traverse the globe. In pursuit of experiencing mortal life, we lived among humans, shifting our residence every 10 to 20 years to avoid drawing attention to our unchanging appearance. After several millennia, I grew weary of this world and decided to enter slumber. Before my hibernation, I entrusted a passionate young man, whose name I believe was, Carl, with some stones. Long Po Tian gestured towards the historical text. I also provided him with a knife capable of carving these stones, leaving behind a message, the will of generations. The tides of time, the dreams of humanity, these are unstoppable. As long as people pursue the answers to freedom, all shall remain eternal. I then took the most significant piece with me to the end of this great waterway, where I fell into slumber. That phrase became the key to my awakening. As long as dreams persist and someone seeks freedom and truth, one day, someone will come to awaken me. I recall that young man's name was, Carl, and you were Gol? Roger. It appears my intuition was correct. With that, Long Po Tian gazed quietly at Roger and Rayleigh, allowing them time to process the revelation, while refraining from mentioning anything regarding the Pirate King. After a long silence, Roger snapped back to reality and addressed Long Po Tian. So, esteemed elder, what is your purpose in awakening this time? Simply call me by my name. Or you may refer to me as Uncle Po Tian if you prefer, he replied with a smile. I have no particular agenda upon awakening. I merely wish to wander this world and observe the protagonists who stir the tides of this era. I hope this time will not leave me feeling bored or disappointed. Po Tian, I think I'll stick with your name. It feels odd to call someone who appears significantly younger than me uncle, Roger said. Initially hesitant but growing increasingly confident in his assurance that this era would indeed not disappoint Long Po Tian. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Long Po Tian acknowledged with a knowing glance at Roger. By the way, Po Tian, do you have any particular destination in mind? Perhaps you could visit my ship. The crew there is quite remarkable. Roger smiled invitingly. I have nowhere in particular to go. I shall accompany you to your ship and hope that those young lads you mentioned can evoke some excitement within me. Long Po Tian chuckled and said, by the way, World, please come forth. In an instant, the stunning figure of World materialized beside Long Po Tian. He introduced her to the two men, saying, Roger, Rayleigh, this is my wife, World, whom I spoke of earlier. You may refer to her simply as World. World, this is Roger and Rayleigh. Hello, Roger, Rayleigh. World greeted them with a warm smile. Greetings, World. Roger and Rayleigh responded promptly. Very well, let us proceed to your ship, Long Po Tian suggested. Indeed, let us go, Roger replied. Chapter 12. Roger's Surrender and the Era of Great Pirates. After spending over a week aboard Roger's pirate ship, Long Po Tian and the World set sail, embarking on their journey through the Grand Line. The current pirate world had undergone significant changes since Long Po Tian had fallen into slumber. During their travels, they encountered many renowned figures who were contemporaries of Roger, such as the pirate Shiki the Golden Lion, Edward Newgate, and Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, all of whom were prominent personalities of this era. However, the topic that garnered the most discussion was Roger's dominion over the Grand Line. Before long, news emerged from the New World that Roger had disbanded his pirate crew. At that moment, Long Po Tian and the World were joyfully playing in the amusement park of the Escapades archipelago. Upon hearing this news, they exchanged glances and then departed. Being aware of the trajectory of the Pirate King's world, they understood what Roger intended to do. so they were not particularly astonished by the dissolution of Roger's crew. Indeed, it was not long before the Marine headquarters announced that the pirate King Joel D. Roger had been successfully captured and would be publicly executed in his birthplace, Lo Town. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the world. However, there were those who were not surprised by this announcement. Edward Newgate, Rayleigh the Dark King, Dr. Correja, Long Po Tian, and the world among them. They were all cognizant of Roger's health condition. Newgate had even discussed Roger's plans with him, and they were aware that he intended to surrender. They dismissed the Marines' claims of capturing Roger as mere posturing for their own reputation. Brother Tian, I never expected Roger would truly choose to surrender, although I anticipated it. Hearing the news still comes as a surprise, the world remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, I too find it difficult to comprehend why Roger made this choice. When I was aboard his ship, I noticed his terminal illness and offered to help him, yet he declined. It's perplexing that he would reject a chance for healing, knowing his time was limited. Perhaps, for beings like us, who perceive life as boundless, we cannot fathom the thoughts of mortals, Long Po Tian sighed. Indeed, our endless existence allows us to witness so much that we rarely encounter anything that truly surprises us. Even deities have their own burdens, the world added. Let us abandon this line of thought, for our pursuits differ fundamentally from those of mortals and do not warrant excessive contemplation. We should pay Roger a visit. After all, we are acquainted, and he is a decent person. It would be fitting to see him off, Long Po Tian concluded. Wherever Brother Tian goes, I shall follow. The world replied, gazing at Long Po Tian with a sense of resolve. Long Po Tian gazed deeply at the world, reaching out to caress its delicate visage, and gently said, Very well, let us embark on our journey. As Long Po Tian and the world made their way towards the deep-sea prison that held Roger captive, several massive warships floated towards the Navy headquarters. Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp, among others, stood anxiously before the main building, fully aware of the formidable abilities possessed by the Golden Lion, Shiki. Curse you, Golden Lion Shiki. What on earth are you here for? Sengoku shouted with indignation. Is it true that you have captured Roger? I find it utterly unbelievable that you incompetent Navy could apprehend him. You must have employed some underhanded scheme. I will question Roger myself, so do not obstruct me, Shiki retorted loudly. Sengoku, the Navy headquarters is not a place for your insolence. Leave this place at once. Garp exclaimed, equally enraged. Humph, if reason fails, then let us battle, Shiki declared, controlling the floating warships to crash into the Navy headquarters building. Sengoku, Garp, and the others had no choice but to confront him. Sengoku's shockwave, Garp's iron fist, along with the attacks from other vice admirals, surged towards Shiki. However, Shiki was no ordinary foe. He expertly wielded his powers, and the other Navy commanders, aside from Sengoku and Garp, were severely injured and forced to withdraw from the fight. Despite Shiki's strength, he ultimately could not withstand the combined might of Sengoku and Garp, and was subdued. Following this battle, a significant portion of Marineford, the Navy headquarters, was reclaimed. The news of Golden Lion Shiki's attack and subsequent capture quickly reached Long Po Tian. He could not help but lament the imminent loss of two powerful pirates. At this moment, Long Po Tian and the world had arrived above the impelled down deep-sea prison. Brother Tian, how shall we enter? Should we go in directly, or sneak in to meet Roger? The world inquired, gazing down at the deep-sea prison below. Long Po Tian pondered for a moment before responding, Let us discreetly visit Roger. After all, it is his choice, and there is no need for us to intervene unnecessarily. Let us proceed, world. With that, Long Po Tian's consciousness located Roger, and in an instant, he and world vanished, arriving before the prison door where Roger was held. Oh, Roger, how are you? Long Po Tian inquired with a smile, observing Roger ensnared in heavy chains within the cell, sitting on the ground, feigning sleep. Roger opened his eyes upon hearing a voice and saw Long Po Tian and world standing before him. Ha ha, it's Po Tian and world. What brings you here? Come to bid farewell to your old friend? Roger appeared utterly unfazed by his predicament, greeting Long Po Tian and world with unbridled joy, showing no trace of the despair and hopelessness typically felt by one awaiting death. Heard you've been captured, so I thought I'd check in. You seem to be doing quite well, not at all worried about your impending execution, Long Po Tian remarked with a grin. Ha ha ha, there's nothing to worry about. It's my choice. Death is merely a part of life, nothing to hesitate over, Roger replied nonchalantly. Long Po Tian, anticipating Roger's response, continued, Oh, Roger. Although I asked you a year ago, are you truly certain you do not wish for me to cure your ailment? If your confession is due to the illness that threatens your life, I can certainly heal you. Would you still choose death? Ha ha ha. No need for that, Roger decisively declined. Oh, why not? With only a few decades left to live, why would you so readily relinquish the chance to continue? My assistance would require no sacrifice. Do you no longer wish to sail the seas? Long Po Tian inquired, intrigued despite having posed the question before. This time, Roger did not respond immediately. Instead, he fell into silence for a moment before gently saying, Po Tian, why do you think people die? Is it from injuries sustained in battles among pirates? No. Is it from terminal illnesses? No. Is it from execution? No, none of these. Humans die because they are forgotten by the world. I will not die. This world will not forget me, will it? If I were to be cured, would that not negate my past? I have uncovered the truth of this world, while many remain ensnared in falsehoods. Let my death serve as a catalyst for others to seek the world's truth. This is my choice, my life. I refuse to negate it. My life has been far too remarkable. With that, Roger could not help but burst into laughter once more. Upon hearing Roger's words, Long Po Tian fell silent, still struggling to comprehend Roger's choice, yet he refrained from further questioning. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Long Po Tian produced 2 bottles of wine, crafted from materials he had gathered during his travels upon arriving in this world. Tossing one bottle to Roger, he said, Since this is your decision, I shall not interfere any longer. This bottle of wine is one I crafted in the past. It is quite exquisite. Let us raise a glass in celebration, as it serves as my farewell to you. Once the public execution commences, I may not have the opportunity to return. Should you have any lingering concerns, do not hesitate to voice them. I am willing to assist you. As Long Po Tian spoke, he clinked his glass with Roger's and took a sip. Roger gulped down a hearty swig from the bottle, exclaiming, "Ha, splendid wine. Truly splendid. Po Tian, I have an unborn child. Although I have entrusted their care to Carp, if it is convenient for you, please keep an eye on them." "Very well," Po Tian replied with a chuckle. "Though I cannot attend to them constantly, I shall ensure they do not meet an untimely demise before achieving their aspirations." Standing up, he declared, "All right, Roger, I must take my leave." "Po Tian, thank you," Roger said, watching the figure of Long Po Tian fade away, who merely waved his hand in silence before vanishing from the world. East Blue, Rowtown. Today marks the day of the public execution of the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Early this morning, Rowtown became a gathering place for countless individuals from all corners of the world, including Shanks, Buggy, Mihawk, Doflamingo, Smoker, and Dragon. The streets leading from the dock to the execution platform in the town's central square were sealed off by the military. Roger, shackled but with his head held high, advanced towards the platform, exuding an air of a triumphant ruler rather than a condemned man awaiting execution. As he approached the platform, Roger proclaimed, "That will pass down through generations, the tides of an era, the dreams of the people, so long as there are those who seek the answers to freedom. All of this shall never cease." Upon reaching the platform, the executioner inquired, "Is there anything you wish to say?" Roger smiled at the executioner, causing him to flinch, and raised his hands, saying, "Could you remove these? They are quite bothersome." "That is not possible," the executioner replied, cold sweat beading on his brow. "Why would I attempt to escape? How tedious. Come now, let us bring this to a swift conclusion," Roger chuckled, settling comfortably on the platform. At that moment, a voice rang out from the crowd. "Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you found? Is it truly within the Grand Line? You must have obtained that legendary great treasure, the one and only One Piece." The executioner hurriedly attempted to silence the outburst, but it was futile. "Ha ha ha ha. My treasure, you say? If you desire it, you may have it all. Go seek it, for I have placed every last piece of treasure there." Though Roger met his demise, the words he uttered in his final moments ignited a fervor within countless souls, propelling them toward the vast ocean, heralding the era of great pirates. Chapter 13. Luffy set sail. It has been 22 years since Roger's execution, and during this span, formidable individuals have emerged from every corner of the world, all in pursuit of the legendary treasure known as One Piece. Countless souls have embraced the life of piracy, eager to embark on maritime adventures. Among the notable figures in this age of piracy are the 4 emperors who dominate the latter half of the Grand Line, as well as the warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government. These individuals represent the most powerful pirates to have arisen in these 22 years. Yet, even after 2 decades, no one has reached the ultimate destination of the Grand Line. Raftel, to claim the title of Pirate King. Many pirates have since forgotten the very reasons that compelled them to set sail, having devolved into mere marauders, driven solely by the thirst for plunder. At this moment, on the Grand Line, at Escapades Archipelago, Shaki's bar, Dragon and Rayleigh are engaged in a light-hearted conversation while savoring fine spirits. Ah, what a delightful drink. Truly exquisite, Dragon. It is only when you visit that I can indulge in such remarkable wine. Alas, I cannot partake too much. Otherwise, I might not withstand it, Rayleigh mused, delicately savoring the fragrant elixir. Heh, Rayleigh, this is a spirit of the highest caliber. Although it may not be my finest brew, it possesses considerable spiritual essence. A mere drop could overwhelm an ordinary person, leading to their demise. You, however, can manage a small bottle. Even Roger could only handle such a quantity. Be grateful. Dragon replied with a smile as he took a hearty sip. Indeed, I am grateful. In my youth, I could barely manage half a bottle. Now, being able to enjoy a full one is quite the achievement. Thank you, Dragon. Your spirits have significantly enhanced my vitality over the years. Without them, my body would have succumbed to the ravages of age by now, Rayleigh expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Come now, we are friends, are we not? There is no need for thanks. While these spirits are treasures to others, they are quite simple for me to brew. Besides, expressing gratitude for such matters hardly suits your character, Dragon teased playfully. Ha ha, true enough. We are friends, and among friends, there is no need for thanks. By the way, you mentioned this is not your finest spirit. How about gifting me a bottle of your best? Just one will suffice, Rayleigh said, lifting his glass once more. Relishing the taste while envisioning the flavor of the finest wine, unable to suppress his longing. Rayleigh, that is out of the question, Dragon promptly declined. Come now, Dragon. Do not be so stingy. I only desire one bottle, just one, Rayleigh urged, clasping Dragon's shoulder anxiously. Heh, Rayleigh, this is not a matter of stinginess. My finest spirit would overwhelm even a common deity. A mere drop would be too much for you. You might be crushed by the very essence that escapes upon opening the bottle. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Long Po Tian chuckled, casting a bemused glance at Rayleigh, eagerly anticipating his response. Well, never mind then. What a pity that I am destined to be without such exquisite wine, Rayleigh remarked, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, a mix of trepidation and regret evident in his tone. Oh, there's no need to be so disheartened. I can always gift you a fine bottle later, though it may not be the finest. It is certainly a significant improvement over what you are currently drinking. As long as you limit yourself to just a small glass each month, it should be quite manageable, Long Po Tian reassured him. Within the realm of Long Po Tian, a considerable assortment of spiritual wines resides, meticulously classified into 4 tiers by Long Po Tian himself. The finest among them, referred to as divine wine, is crafted from the celestial treasures collected by Long Po Tian during his time in the Broken Sky realm. A sip of the superior divine wine can significantly elevate the cultivation of even the most formidable ancestral deities, while the least potent variant possesses the capacity to cause the demise of a lower deity with just a single drop. The other categories are classified as first, second, and third-tier spiritual wines, brewed from materials Long Po Tian gathered upon his arrival in the pirate dimension. The first-tier wine is composed of the most exquisite ingredients, while the third tier utilizes the most inferior materials. Nonetheless, even the latter contains a notable amount of spiritual energy. Currently, Long Po Tian and Rayleigh are partaking in the second-tier spiritual wine. It is worth noting that for Long Po Tian, both divine wine and spiritual wine hold no effect, merely differing in flavor. Ah, I see. Then let us raise a glass. Ha ha ha, Rayleigh exclaimed joyfully. By the way, Rayleigh, you are presently in peak condition. Do you have any plans? Will you remain here in Escapades, or venture out to sea for some adventure? Long Po Tian inquired after downing his drink. As for me, I think I shall stay here. If nothing else, I can enjoy some wine or indulge in games at the casino. Such a leisurely life is quite delightful. Roger has been gone for 22 years now. Although my body remains in its prime, my heart feels weary, and I no longer wish to set sail. Observing the newcomers here is quite entertaining, Rayleigh replied. Oh, is that so? Suit yourself, Long Po Tian responded nonchalantly. Enough about me. What about you? What are your plans? Rayleigh asked. I have no particular plans, just continuing to write that book. You know, I've spent these years aboard various pirate ships, searching for those with the potential to become the Pirate King. I initially thought Shanks had promise, so I stayed on his ship for a few years. But to my astonishment, he lost his left hand in the East Sea after becoming one of the 4 emperors, claiming he had no desire to become the Pirate King. Consequently, my biography titled The Pirate King, Red-Haired Shanks can only extend to the 4 emperors, and now must be renamed The Biography of the 4 Emperors, Red-Haired Shanks. Since then, I have failed to discover any promising candidates. Sigh, the current breed of pirates is increasingly lackluster, many of whom are devoid of dreams and aspirations. I wonder when I shall finish writing my biography of the Pirate King, Long Po Tian lamented. Indeed, it has been over 20 years since Roger's demise. Throughout these years, many pirates have ceased to believe in the existence of One Piece, which is an unfortunate reality. However, I never anticipated that Shanks would lose his hand in the East Sea. I wonder who he encountered that was so formidable as to accomplish such a feat, Rayleigh mused, a mixture of nostalgia and curiosity in his tone. It was not an adversary, but rather he sacrificed it to save a young lad named Luffy, who had his hand bitten off by a sea king, Long Po Tian clarified. Rayleigh coughed, spitting out his drink. What? Bitten off by a sea king? Is Shanks truly that weak? He is not that weak. He mentioned he has staked his left hand on the future. Long Po Tian rolled his eyes and remarked, the future. Huh? It seems Shanks holds that lad named Luffy in high regard. Rayleigh sighed, aware of Shanks' character. For him to go to such lengths indicates that Luffy possesses something truly admirable. Indeed, who could argue otherwise? Long Po Tian chuckled lightly. Thus, I plan to visit the East Blue when he sets sail. If he truly is a remarkable young man, I shall leave my mark upon his ship and perhaps finally complete that book. Long Po Tian took a sip of his drink and smiled. Ha ha. Do remember to show it to me when it's done, the biography of the Pirate King. Just the thought of it is delightful. Rayleigh laughed heartily, raising his glass. Cheers to your forthcoming chronicle of the Pirate King. Indeed, cheers. Long Po Tian replied, lifting his glass in response. At that moment, the enchanting figure of Shiji entered the tavern. Approaching Long Po Tian from behind, she gently wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered, Brother Tian, that Luffy has stolen the village chief's boat and set sail today. Over the years, Shiji had grown increasingly accustomed to her role as Long Potion's wife, relying on him more and more. Whenever she found a moment, she would seek his company, and Long Po Tian cherished this sensation, indulging her every whim. Long Po Tian grasped the small hand of the world before him and remarked, Ah, we have already set sail, haven't we? Rayleigh, let us depart. Once we board Luffy's ship, we shall drink together when we arrive at Sabaody. As he spoke, Long Po Tian rose to his feet, leading the world towards the door. Until then, we shall meet again, Rayleigh echoed as he stood and followed suit. Upon exiting Shaki's bar, Long Po Tian halted Rayleigh from accompanying him further. From the depths of his spatial realm, he produced a bottle of exquisite spirit and tossed it to Rayleigh. This is the superior spirit I promised you earlier. Remember, you may only indulge in a small cup once a month. Excess consumption may overwhelm your body. This bottle should suffice for 3 or 4 years. By then, we should reach the Sabaody archipelago, and if you desire more, I shall provide it. Ha ha ha, I certainly will ask for more, Rayleigh exclaimed, clutching the bottle with a hearty laugh. And please, don't perish. Otherwise, I shall have one less companion to share drinks with. Long Po Tian waved his hand, and in an instant, he and the world vanished from Rayleigh's sight. Ha ha ha, it's not so easy to rid me of this life. Ah, indeed, it is fine liquor. I shall return home to savor it. Alas, only 1 cup per month. How regrettably scant. With that, Rayleigh made his way back to Shaki's bar. In the East Blue, aboard a luxurious passenger vessel, a nearby pirate ship signified that this vessel was under siege by pirates. Within the hold of the passenger ship, a straw-hatted youth emerged from a barrel, engaging in conversation with a bespectacled boy with pink hair. I am Luffy. I wonder if this ship has a small boat. My vessel was swept away by that massive whirlpool, the straw-hatted boy inquired. I am Kobe. There should be one, replied the pink-haired boy. Thereafter recounting to Luffy the circumstances that led him to be aboard a pirate ship. He then asked, What drives you to sail the seas? I aspire to become the Pirate King, Luffy declared with unwavering determination. The Pirate King? So you are a pirate, Luffy? To become the Pirate King? Impossible. Utterly impossible. How could you possibly stand at the pinnacle of piracy? Kobe exclaimed, shaking his head. Yet, before he could finish, Luffy struck him with a punch. Why did you hit me? Kobe protested. Because I find you insufferable. This is not a matter of possibility. I will become the Pirate King simply by virtue of my resolve. I would gladly battle to the death for it, Luffy proclaimed with fervent conviction. Luffy's words ignited a fierce inspiration within Kobe, who finally mustered the courage to express his own dream of becoming a Marine and capturing all wrongdoers. He then bravely stood against the pirate captain, Alvida. A fierce battle ensued between Luffy and Alvida's crew, culminating in the complete defeat of Alvida's band. In a display of his rubber fruit abilities, Luffy sent Alvida soaring through the air with a single, powerful strike known as the Gum Gum Pistol. Before the arrival of the Navy, they escaped in a small boat, brushing past a girl with fiery orange hair. In the sky, Long Po Tian and the world silently observed the unfolding events between Luffy, Kobe, and the orange-haired girl. "Brother Tian, is that Monkey D. Luffy? When shall we seek him?" the world inquired. "Not yet. Just moments ago, they mentioned the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. It seems Luffy intends to recruit Zoro as his companion. Let us first head to the town where Zoro resides. As for when to find him, we shall see. Besides, Luffy currently has no pirate ship. So what purpose would it serve to search for him?" Long Po Tian replied, before vanishing alongside the world. At this moment, Luffy and Kobe were aboard a small boat, heading towards the Navy base where Zoro was stationed. Chapter 14. Zoro joins on the sea. A small boat floated gently. "Ah, what splendid weather!" Luffy exclaimed, stretching lazily. "If we continue forward, we will soon reach the island where the Navy base is hidden," Kobe remarked. "Oh, is that so? Impressive, Kobe, ha ha ha." Luffy laughed heartily. "Hey, now is not the time for merriment, Luffy. I've heard that this notorious pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, was captured there. He attacks bountied pirates like a bloodthirsty beast, leaving them in tatters. People say he is a monster clad in human skin. Isn't it a bit reckless to seek such a person as a companion?" Kobe cautioned, attempting to dissuade Luffy from his ambition of recruiting Zoro. Upon reaching the town where the Navy base was located, Luffy and Kobe walked down the main street towards the base. As they approached, Luffy said to Kobe, "I haven't made up my mind yet. If he turns out to be a good person." Before Luffy could finish, Kobe interrupted loudly. "He must be a bad guy to have been captured." Clearly, Kobe was still trying to convince Luffy to abandon this unwise notion. Ignoring Kobe's words, Luffy casually picked a piece of fruit from a roadside stall, tossed a coin to the vendor, and inquired, "Is that fellow named Zoro truly inside the base?" Upon hearing Luffy's question, the surrounding people swiftly recoiled, fear evident in their eyes, and no one answered. Zoro's name seemed to carry an air of taboo. As no one responded, Luffy continued on with Kobe towards the Navy base. "Let us head to the Navy base first. Aren't you a part of the Navy?" Luffy said. "Yes, but I'm not quite prepared mentally. I've heard there's a Colonel Monka here," Kobe replied. Upon hearing the name Monka, the nearby people hurriedly scattered, leaving both Luffy and Kobe bewildered. Why would even a Navy colonel invoke such fear alongside Zoro? Arriving at the Navy base, Luffy and Kobe gazed at the imposing walls before them. As Kobe prepared to bid farewell to Luffy, Luffy had already climbed atop the wall. "Where's that so-called monster?" "Ah, I found him." At first, Kobe was skeptical. Typically, criminals should be confined within cells, so it seemed implausible that they could be so easily located. However, as Kobe climbed the wall to peer inside, he discovered what appeared to be a training ground. There, tied to a wooden post, was a man adorned with a black headscarf and a green apron, none other than Roronoa Zoro. Luffy attempted to free Zoro from his bindings, but Kobe urgently intervened. At that moment, a young girl climbed up a ladder beside them and ran to Zoro, offering him 2 rice balls. Zoro loudly refused and attempted to shoo the girl away, but she persisted. Just then, an obnoxious figure arrived, Belmieber, the son of Monka. Belmieber snatched one of the rice balls and took a bite, only to find it unpalatable. He discarded the remaining rice ball, crushing it underfoot, and, amidst the girl's tears, ordered her to be expelled from the Navy base. Luffy swiftly caught the girl, and Kobe anxiously inquired about their well-being, but Luffy offered no response. Once Belmieber had departed, Luffy approached Zoro and remarked, "I hear you're quite the villain." "Still here, I see." Zoro looked up at Luffy and retorted, "Tied up here for public display. Am I really that formidable?" Luffy pressed on, "Shouldn't you mind your own business?" Zoro shouted back, "Well, if I hadn't eaten for 3 days, I'd have perished by now." Luffy replied, unfazed by Zoro's demeanor, "I am nothing like you. I absolutely must survive." Zoro asserted with unwavering determination. "Humph, what a peculiar fellow," Luffy mused, turning to leave, only to be halted by Zoro's voice. "Wait, could you hand me that?" Zoro gestured toward the mangled rice ball. Luffy picked it up and asked, "Do you wish to eat this? It's covered in dirt." "Enough chatter. Just give it to me," Zoro insisted. Luffy tossed the rice ball to Zoro, who caught it and, as he swallowed, erupted into a fit of coughs. "See, I told you to heed my warnings, Luffy teased, watching Zoro struggle with amusement. Undeterred by Luffy's jibes, Zoro managed to consume the entire rice ball and, with a satisfied expression, declared, "Delicious. I'm full now." Hearing this, a smile crept onto Luffy's face as he departed. Outside the restaurant owned by the girl, Licca, Luffy recounted Zoro's voracious appetite, to which Licca responded with joy. Kabi, however, felt puzzled, sensing that Zoro was not truly malevolent. With Licca's explanation, both Luffy and Kabi learned the circumstances surrounding Zoro's capture. At that moment, the sounds of shattering dishes and Belmibur's tiresome voice emanated from within the restaurant. There, Long and the girl with orange hair from the previous day sat quietly. Observing Belmibur as he boasted, "This has been dreadfully dull. Let us execute Zoro tomorrow." Everyone's waiting for the spectacle. Ha ha ha. As Luffy stepped into the restaurant, he overheard Bellamy's words, which ignited a surge of anger within him. Unable to contain himself, he delivered a powerful punch to Bellamy's face. Just as Luffy prepared to strike again, Kobe rushed to embrace him, urging him to temper his impulsiveness. Luffy, resolute, declared, "I have made my decision, Kobe. Zoro will be my companion." Kobe, momentarily taken aback, watched as Luffy exited the restaurant, shortly followed by a girl with orange hair. Inside the restaurant, Long Break and the world had not yet departed. "Brother Tian, that Zoro seems rather impressive," World remarked with a smile. Indeed, Zoro can set aside his weapon for others, while Luffy can unleash his fury for Zoro's plight. Perhaps it is their shared sense of justice and dreams that bind them together, Long Break mused. "So, Brother Tian, shall we follow them to see what unfolds?" World inquired. "Yes, let us. Although our mental scans can reveal the happenings, witnessing it firsthand is far more intriguing." Long Break replied. With their mental acuity, scanning the entire domain of One Piece would be effortless, yet such an act would lack excitement, prompting Long Break to refrain from utilizing his powers lightly. Meanwhile, at the Navy base training grounds, a somewhat dazed Zoro recalled a childhood promise made to his childhood friend. Firmly, he affirmed to himself, "I cannot perish in this place. I have a vow to uphold." Raising his head at a sudden sensation, he found Luffy standing before him and sighed in relief. "Oh, it's you again. Are you this idol? I will untie you. Join me as my companion," Luffy declared without preamble. "What did you say?" Zoro replied, bewildered. "I'm looking for companions to become pirates," Luffy stated. "Don't be ridiculous. I refuse to be your lackey." "Save your breath," Zoro retorted immediately. "What is wrong with being a pirate?" Luffy questioned. "Pirates are all scoundrels." "I have no desire to be one," Zoro scoffed. "What's so terrible about it?" "You're already regarded as a notorious bounty hunter," Luffy laughed. "No matter how others perceive me, I have never regretted my actions. I will survive and pursue my aspirations, regardless of the circumstances," Zoro replied, equally amused. "Oh, is that so?" "Regardless, I have decided you will be my companion," Luffy asserted decisively. "By what right do you make that decision?" Zoro shouted. "You wield a sword, don't you? I'll retrieve your sword, and if you want it back, you must become my companion," Luffy grinned. "You little brat." Zoro seethed, veins popping on his forehead. Ignoring Zoro's outburst, Luffy burst into laughter and dashed off to reclaim the sword. "Does that fool intend to storm the base alone?" Zoro pondered, perplexed. "Hey, you idiot, that's the base entrance over there. The base is on the other side," Zoro shouted. "Oh, is it? Watch this." Gum Gum Pistol. Luffy made his way to the base utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Zoro, startled by Luffy's sudden appearance, exclaimed in astonishment, "Who on earth is that guy?" Upon arriving at the base building, Luffy found no one in sight. At that moment, the Navy was atop the roof, erecting a statue of Monka under his command. Hearing the commotion, Luffy swiftly ascended, inadvertently causing the statue to topple, shattering its upper half upon impact. Enraged, Monka ordered Luffy's capture and execution. Luffy deftly evaded capture and rushed to Belmir, seizing her and making a hasty retreat, while the Navy pursued them relentlessly. Meanwhile, Kobe, in his attempt to free Zoro from his bindings, was discovered by the Navy, prompting Monka to issue a capture order. As Luffy scoured the base for Zoro's sword, a girl with orange hair was also searching for a navigation chart of the Grand Line. After much effort, Luffy located Zoro's sword, only to find Kobe and Zoro encircled by Monka and his men. Just as Monka commanded his troops to fire, Luffy leaped down to shield them, deflecting the bullets with his powers, rendering them harmless. "This is futile. Did I not tell you I am strong?" Luffy laughed heartily. "What on earth are you?" Zoro inquired loudly. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, a man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed with his signature introduction. You aim to be the Pirate King? Do you comprehend the weight of such a declaration? Zoro responded, astonished. The Pirate King is simply the Pirate King. What more is there to understand? Luffy retorted playfully, handing Zoro his sword. Here, take it. It's your treasure. Will you fight alongside me? Otherwise, you risk being slain by the Navy. You must be the son of a demon. Very well. Under these circumstances, I shall agree to be a pirate, Zoro said, a smile gracing his face. However, remember my words. I have an unwavering ambition to become the world's greatest swordsman. Should you hinder me in achieving this dream, you will be the one to atone for it. The world's greatest swordsman, you say? Quite commendable. A partner aiming to be the Pirate King must indeed possess such a title, Luffy responded with delight. Humph, I dare to claim it, even if it brings infamy. I shall make my name known across the world, Zoro declared. With swords in hand, Zoro and Luffy joined forces to engage the Navy in a fierce battle. Both were formidable adversaries, and their synergy swiftly led to the Navy's defeat. Following Monka's downfall, the Navy soldiers began to cheer, but suddenly, Zoro collapsed to the ground. Kobe rushed to him with concern, only to hear Zoro weakly utter, I'm hungry. Kobe fell to the ground in disbelief. At the restaurant owned by Rika, the mother of a little girl, the three of them indulged in a hearty feast. I'm so full. 3 weeks without food truly pushed me to my limits, Zoro said, patting his belly with satisfaction. Subsequently, Zoro inquired about the state of the pirate crew from Luffy. In Zoro's estimation, since Luffy had proclaimed himself as the Pirate King, he must have gathered a considerable number of companions. However, the reality left Zoro utterly speechless. The entire crew consisted solely of Luffy and himself, and they did not even possess a proper pirate ship. Zoro felt a sense of incredulity at the thought of addressing such a Luffy as his captain. Where are you planning to go next? Lika asked, her curiosity piqued. Is there any doubt? We shall traverse the Grand Line, the greatest sea, Luffy asserted confidently. Kobe, unable to contain himself, sputtered juice from his mouth, exclaiming, But there are only 2 of you. No matter how formidable you are, it's impossible. He proceeded to elucidate the terrors and perils of the Grand Line. Nevertheless, One Piece lies on an island within the Grand Line. We cannot forsake it, Luffy replied nonchalantly. Then there's no choice, Zoro concurred. Kobe, feeling exasperated by their nonchalance, though he intended to join the Navy and would not accompany them to the Grand Line, couldn't he help but worry for his friend Luffy. At that moment, the Navy arrived at their base. Upon confirming Luffy's pirate identity, the Navy expressed gratitude for liberating the town from Monka's tyranny but insisted that Luffy must leave. As Luffy and Zoro prepared to depart, Luffy intentionally provoked Kobe, delivering a harsh beating to dispel any suspicions the Navy might have had about Kobe's association with them, ensuring that Kobe could ultimately join the Navy. At the seaside dock, Luffy and Zoro readied themselves to untie the ropes and board their ship. Kobe approached the dock to express his gratitude to Luffy. Zoro, chuckling, teased about a Navy officer thanking a pirate, and amid the salutes of the Navy and the expressions of thanks from Lika and her mother, they set sail. Thus, Luffy's pirate crew officially numbered 2. Chapter 15. Navigator Namio, I am so hungry, Luffy lamented, weakly resting against the ship's railing. How much longer until we reach land? Zoro echoed his complaints, having drifted at sea for nearly 2 days. Who knows? We'll just go with the wind and waves. We'll get there eventually, Luffy replied casually, showing no concern for the possibility of starvation should they fail to reach land. Hey, I find it odd that you aspire to be the Pirate King yet possess no navigational skills, Zoro remarked, puzzled by Luffy's prolonged sailing without knowledge of navigation. What is so strange about that? I've always relied on drifting to navigate. Besides, aren't you also adrift at sea hunting bounties? Why don't you know how to navigate? Luffy countered, equally bewildered. I don't recall saying I lived solely off bounties. I set out to find someone, but ended up lost and had no choice but to catch pirates to make ends meet. Zoro defended himself, seeking an excuse for his poor sense of direction. What? So you were lost all along? Luffy expressed his sentiments with a sigh. Shut up. You're the one who is lost, Zoro bellowed, stamping his foot on the deck, clearly unwilling to admit his lack of direction. However, Zoro's sudden stomp caused the small boat to sway, and Luffy's straw hat was whisked away by the wind. Fortunately, Zoro was quick enough to catch it and handed it back to Luffy. Holding the hat, Luffy involuntarily recalled the moment Shanks had gifted it to him. This hat has accompanied me through numerous battles. It holds great significance, Luffy, Even I cannot bear to part with it. Listen well, mountain bandits. Even if you throw drinks or food at me or spit in my face, I will merely smile and pretend it's nothing. However, no matter your reasons, I shall not spare anyone who harms my friends. Oh, you wish to surpass us? Then farewell. I leave this hat in your care. It is my most treasured possession, so cherish it well. One day, I will reclaim it. When you become a remarkable pirate, we have made a pact, Luffy. Hey, if you keep dawdling, it will fly away again. Isn't that your most prized treasure? Zoro noticed Luffy lost in thought and couldn't help but remind him. Oh, thanks, Zoro. Luffy placed the straw hat back on his head and expressed his gratitude. I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Zoro reclined against the ship's railing, sighing. There are birds. Luffy also looked up at the seagulls soaring overhead, and suddenly struck with inspiration, he exclaimed, Right, Zoro, let us catch that bird. How do we do that? Zoro asked, intrigued. Just watch me. Rubber bounce. Luffy extended his arms, grasping the mast, using his abilities to propel himself towards the flying bird. Oh, I see. It's impressive that he thought of that. Zoro marveled at Luffy's skills. However, as Luffy soared toward the seagull, it snapped its beak around his head and flew off into the distance. Hey, idiot, what on earth are you doing? Zoro exclaimed, helplessly paddling the boat to chase after Luffy. In a small town that had just been raided by the buggy pirates, a group of pirates was in pursuit of a girl with orange hair, who had stealthily infiltrated the buggy pirates to steal their Grand Line navigation chart. Just then, the seagull carrying Luffy flew over the town and was mistaken for an unidentified flying object by the buggy pirates, who shot it down with a cannon, causing it to land right in front of the girl. Luffy swiftly dispatched the pirates, and the girl, witnessing Luffy's prowess, invited him. I am a thief specializing in stealing pirate treasures. My name is Nami. How about we team up? No, I have no interest in teaming up with a thief, Luffy replied, turning to leave. Nami hurriedly followed, and the two of them bickered as they walked away. When Dragon and the world arrived at this small town, Nami was seen binding Luffy before Buggy. Hey, isn't that the buggy from Roger's ship? In the heavens, the world cradled the arm of Long Po Tian. Indeed, it was the mischievous lad from Roger's ship who often argued with Shanks. After years of silence, it was surprising to discover that he had remained in the East Blue, cleverly concealing himself. Long Po Tian gazed down at the red-nosed figure and reminisced, recalling the amusement that Buggy and Shanks' petty quarrels had brought to the crew. Below, Nami was commanded by Buggy to use the buggy bomb against Luffy, yet she hesitated, holding a match in her trembling hand. What's wrong? Your hands are shaking. It's your lack of resolve that makes you falter in the presence of pirates, Luffy remarked earnestly. What resolve? Is easily taking a life the essence of a pirate's conviction? Nami retorted. No, it is the resolve to risk one's own life, Luffy replied, his gaze fixed intently on her. At that moment, a pirate advanced, snatching the match and igniting the fuse. Instinctively, Nami drew her weapon and sent the pirate flying, swiftly dodging others who lunged at her to extinguish the fuse with her hand. Shortly after, Zoro arrived to engage Buggy, but, unaware of Buggy's abilities and underestimating him, was easily wounded. Following Luffy's guidance, Zoro led Buggy into a throng of pirates, delivering a fierce slash before maneuvering to turn a cannon towards Buggy and his crew. Nami immediately lit the fuse, and the cannonball surged toward them. Afterward, Zoro shouldered the iron cage that trapped Luffy and departed, with Nami hastily trailing behind. As the smoke dissipated, Buggy emerged unscathed and addressed the beast tamer, Machi, saying, "Those three underestimate me far too much. What a joke. They must be intentionally declaring war on me. Machi, go eliminate them." Understood, Machi replied as he set off. Ha ha ha, it's been a while, Buggy. Who would have thought you would linger in this small corner of the East Blue? Long Po Tian chuckled, appearing before Buggy alongside the world, startled by their sudden presence. Buggy's expression turned tense as he scrutinized Long Po Tian and the world, confident in his own strength. Few in the world could approach him unnoticed. Oh, Buggy. It has been 23 years. Have you forgotten us? We still remember your red nose, the world teased with a grin. Who are you? Buggy exclaimed, recognizing a familiarity about them, but unable to place it. Come on, still can't remember? Buggy, you and Shanks, those two little rascals who constantly bickered on Roger's ship, left quite an impression on me, Long Po Tian remarked, exasperated. It was baffling that Buggy could not recall them, especially since he and the world had not changed a bit. After all, when Long Po Tian sought Shanks to write the biography of the Pirate King, Shanks had recognized him immediately. You are? Uncle Po Tian and Sister World. After a long time apart, it was delightful for Buggy to see that Dragon and the world remained unchanged, reminiscent of their days aboard the captain's ship. Since the demise of Roger, Buggy had not encountered any familiar faces and was genuinely pleased to reunite with old acquaintances. It has been years since I last heard of you. Even Shanks had no idea of your whereabouts. I thought you had perished. To my surprise, you have been lingering in the East Blue, Dragon observed with a light chuckle, shifting the focus of their conversation back to Buggy rather than dwelling on his own and the world's appearances. Indeed, nothing much has transpired. You know my passion lies in treasure hunting. Ever since the captain's passing, my adventurous spirit has waned. I have no desire to be relentlessly pursued by the Navy. So I've chosen to conceal myself in the East Blue as a modest pirate, with a bounty of merely a few thousand. The Navy pays me little heed, allowing me a sense of freedom, Buggy replied with a light-hearted grin. However, you have concealed yourself quite effectively. Judging by the overwhelming hockey you displayed when deflecting cannonballs just now, you surpassed the average warlord of the sea by a considerable margin. Coupled with your fruit abilities refined to perfection, you could rival even Shanks, Dragon teased, clearly impressed. You caught me. Uncle Pote, you remain as astute as ever. To avoid drawing the attention of the Navy headquarters, I've kept my extraordinary talents under wraps, merely seeking treasures and occasionally raiding islands to stave off boredom. By the way, what brings you and Sister World to this part of the East Blue? Buggy casually inquired after sharing his own tale. I spent several years aboard Shank's ship, believing he would ascend to become the new pirate king. Unexpectedly, he sacrificed his left hand for a young lad, claiming it was a gamble for the future. Now that the young man has set sail, World and I have come to observe him. Should he prove worthy, we may join his crew. As there are regrettably few promising prospects among pirates today, Dragon elucidated. Is that so? Shanks actually lost a hand? A gamble for the future? That certainly aligns with his character. Wait a moment, Uncle Pote, the young lad you mentioned. Could it possibly be that boy with the straw hat? Buggy suddenly recalled the familiarity of Luffy's hat and hurriedly asked. Indeed, that is the very lad, Monkey D. Luffy, Dragon confirmed with a knowing glance at Buggy. No wonder that hat seemed so recognizable. It must have been the one the captain gifted to Shanks long ago. The lad appears to possess a commendable spirit, and his companions seem promising as well. However, this means I must engage fully. It's not every day one encounters such an intriguing character, especially one favored by Shanks. I am eager to witness the extent of the future that Shanks envisions, Buggy remarked with palpable excitement. Are you attempting to compete with Shanks, Buggy? You haven't changed a bit. Long Po Tian chuckled. He, as Buggy, caught in his thoughts, awkwardly smiled. Well, World and I shall take our leave now. I hope we meet again someday, Buggy. Just be cautious not to let your guard down, Long Po Tian remarked, taking World's small hand as they prepared to depart. Is that so? Then, Uncle Po Tian and Sister World, I look forward to seeing you again, Buggy said with a hint of regret. We are off now. World also smiled, and together with Long Po Tian, they vanished from sight. After Long Po Tian and World left, Buggy, who had resolved to have some fun, unleashed chaos with his Bucky cannon after losing to Machi, until Luffy came to confront him. Zoro engaged in a fierce battle with Bucky's unicycle swordsman, Kabaji, who, under Bucky's command, relentlessly attacked Zoro's wounds, provoking the warrior spirit within him to erupt. With a single strike of his ghostly slash, Zoro defeated Kabaji. Subsequently, Bucky faced Luffy in what was termed a great battle, although it was more of a playful encounter as Bucky sought to gauge Luffy's capabilities, even going so far as to damage Luffy's straw hat, which incited Luffy's wrath. As they exchanged blows, Bucky, still eager to continue the game, found his dismembered body ensnared by Nami's ropes, leaving only his head and feet intact. Just as Bucky lamented his carelessness, Luffy sent him soaring through the air with a rubber rocket, transforming him into a mere star in the sky. Above, observing Bucky's reckless folly, Long Po Tian and World exchanged glances, rendered speechless. Brother, shall we assist him? World inquired, her expression dark as she watched Bucky become a star. He was warned not to overindulge. Very well, let us deliver the remnants of his body to him once Luffy and the others depart, Long Po Tian replied, covering his head with one hand, as they watched Luffy inadvertently reveal his identity as a pirate and the mayor's name. Leading the townsfolk to chase him onto the ship, Long Po Tian remarked to World, now Luffy's crew has grown to 3 members, while Luffy and Zoro are fine. It seems Nami's eyes have brightened significantly since joining them, though unraveling her emotional knots may prove challenging. it will eventually resolve itself. As long as they are together, opportunities will arise. World smiled, observing the small boat carrying Luffy and his companions fade into the distance. Regardless, the crew had gained a new member, Navigator Nami. Chapter 16. Usopp makes his entrance on that bright morning. Luffy and his companions sailed quietly on their small boat, the only sound being the gentle waves rising as they glided across the sea. To venture into the Grand Line this way is utterly unplanned. Nami suddenly spoke up. Indeed. Luffy, who was munching on an apple, agreed. We definitely need some meat. Living solely on fruit is simply insufficient. With that, he tossed the apple into his mouth. And we could certainly use some alcohol as well. Zoro promptly expressed his thoughts, but before he could finish, Nami hurled an apple at him. What are you talking about? Nami exclaimed, tossing the apple in her hand. What I mean is that the Grand Line, where we aspire to go, is the most perilous place in the world. Moreover, many formidable pirates are also coveting the One Piece, undoubtedly equipped with powerful ships. Luffy interjected, and we need companions. Yes, precisely, Nami continued. Neither the number of crew members nor the ship's equipment can guarantee our safe passage to the Grand Line. Indeed, we must gather some allies. We definitely need a cook and a musician, Luffy decisively stated. A musician? Haha. Zoro couldn't contain his laughter upon hearing Luffy's words. Are you an idiot? Nami shot back, her expression darkening. If we head a bit south, there's an inhabited island. It would be great if we could find a decent ship there. Nami glanced at the nautical chart. Fantastic. Let us go eat meat. Luffy exclaimed joyfully, raising both hands. Yes, and some sake too, Zoro added eagerly. Clearly, in Luffy and Zoro's minds, the presence of people equated to the availability of meat and drink. Enough, you two. Nami was at a loss for words when faced with their antics. Meanwhile, on the island that Luffy and his crew were approaching, the villagers had just awoken. Smoke began rising from the chimneys of the houses, and the entire morning appeared tranquil and serene. Suddenly, the calm was shattered. Everyone, it's bad. Pirates. Pirates. They're attacking. Run for your lives. A boy with a long nose shouted as he sprinted through the village. Before long, the long-nosed boy had dashed through the entire village, panting heavily. Pirates? That's just a trick to scare you. He laughed heartily after catching his breath. No sooner had he finished speaking than a frying pan struck him on the head, and villagers began emerging from their homes, armed with frying pans, brooms, and mops. All shouting, "You little trickster, we're going to teach you a lesson today. Don't move." They chased after the long-nosed boy. Here they come, here they come. Come catch me. The long-nosed boy taunted as he ran. Damn it, he got away again. What a troublesome brat. I want to let him off easily if I catch him. Where did he run off to? Frustrated, the villagers eventually gave up and returned home. I've done a good deed today, bringing a bit of excitement to this dull village, the long-nosed boy mused contentedly as he lounged leisurely in a tree. Evidently, this village is daily embroiled in such farcical antics. Subsequently, the long-nosed Usopp, having learned from the onion-headed member of his pirate crew about the arrival of pirate ships on the island, initially intended to concoct an excuse to flee upon discovering that only 2 small boats with 3 individuals aboard had come. However, he resolved to confront the pirates instead. That long-nosed individual is none other than Usopp. It has been quite a while since we last set foot on land. As Luffy and his companions docked their ship at the shore, Zoro stretched languidly and remarked. Meanwhile, Luffy, wearing a broad smile, surveyed the surroundings. If we head that way, will we reach the village? Luffy inquired, pointing towards a sloped path. It appears to be a quaint little village, Nami replied while studying the map. Oh, meat. Meat? Surely there must be a restaurant in that village, Luffy exclaimed, hastening towards Nami, saliva pooling at the corners of his mouth. Could you please stop thinking about meat? Nami's forehead visibly creased with annoyance as she gritted her teeth. Be cautious, someone is nearby. At that moment, Zoro noticed movement among the trees atop the adjacent cliff and alerted Luffy and Nami. As Luffy scanned the area for signs of life, a projectile, akin to a bullet, suddenly hurtled toward him, prompting him to shout and evade. Then, one after another, pirate flags began to rise from the forest. Wow, how impressive! Luffy exclaimed, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he beheld the flags perched on the cliff's edge. There's still time to admire them, Nami, hiding by the ship, remarked dryly regarding Luffy's reaction. Haha, I am Usopp, the captain of the illustrious pirate crew that reigns over this village. And the people affectionately refer to me as our Captain Usopp. If you intend to attack this village, I suggest you abandon that notion post-haste. Otherwise, my 8 million subordinates will not tolerate your insolence. Suddenly, Usopp's figure appeared beneath a tree at the cliff's edge, boldly addressing Luffy and his companions. How impressive! Luffy's eyes sparkled with wonder, evidently taking Usopp's claim of 8 million subordinates at face value. Usopp's delight at Luffy's reaction was palpable, although it drew eye rolls from Nami and Zoro. That's a tall tale, isn't it? Nami, unable to contain herself, called out. Ah, I've been discovered, Usopp exclaimed, covering his head. See, he said I've been discovered. Nami chuckled at Luffy. Ah, I accidentally let that slip, Usopp stammered, twisting his body in a fluster, leaving Nami momentarily stunned. What? It's all a ruse? Luffy finally grasped the situation. It's slightly exaggerated to say 8 million, but I do have elite subordinates, Usopp declared. Spreading his arms and pointing at the swaying pirate flags, some of which trembled in apparent response to his words. It's just 3 people, isn't it? Nami laughed lightly, exposing Usopp's little trick. Nami's words startled the 3 onion-headed pirates, causing them to abandon Usopp and flee in haste. Meanwhile, Nami picked up the marble that had just attacked Luffy, brushing off the sand as she remarked, I have never heard of a pirate using a slingshot. Aha. You are quite amusing, Luffy exclaimed, thoroughly entertained. Hey, don't underestimate me. I am a man of great pride, Usopp retorted, feeling slightly vexed by their laughter. He retrieved his slingshot from his backpack and aimed it at Luffy, declaring, because of my strong sense of honor, I am known as Usopp the Honorable. You saw it earlier. My slingshot skills are far superior to your marksmanship. Upon hearing Usopp's declaration, Luffy pressed down on his straw hat, fixing a serious gaze upon Usopp as he said, Since you've drawn your weapon, be prepared to risk your life. I mean, it's not just a toy to scare people. Usopp trembled at Luffy's words. And at that moment, Zoro placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, slightly drawing it from its sheath, and glared at Usopp menacingly, stating, Before you stands a true pirate. Now, not only was Usopp's hand shaking, but beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow. Feeling the pressure from Luffy and Zoro's intense stares, he could no longer hold his composure and dropped the slingshot, collapsing onto the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead. And muttering, the aura of a true pirate is indeed different, it's terrifying. Watching Usopp's reaction, Luffy and Zoro exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Luffy then clarified to Usopp, it's not me saying it. It's what the pirate I respect most, Shanks, said. Wait, you know Shanks? You mean the infamous red-haired Shanks? Usopp exclaimed in astonishment, for knowing such a prominent pirate was no ordinary feat. Yes, your father is Yasopp, right? Luffy replied with a smile. Usopp was momentarily taken aback by Luffy's words and then, in utter disbelief, fell from the cliff, exclaiming, Indeed, my father is named Yasopp, but how do you know? Later, Usopp led Luffy and the others to a restaurant in the village, where Luffy indulged in food while sharing stories of his childhood encounters with Yasopp. Usopp felt an immense sense of pride knowing his father belonged to the crew of the legendary Shanks. Afterward, Nami inquired whether there was anyone in the village who could lend him a decent ship. Ah, as you can see, this is a small village, and unfortunately, there's no way, Usopp lamented. On the hilltop, there's a grand villa, Zoro remarked, glancing out the window at the mansion on the mountain. Is that a friend of Usopp's? Could you ask him for financial assistance to help us acquire a ship? Nami asked, her arms crossed and her eyes sparkling with hope. That is not possible, Usopp replied. Usopp immediately voiced a loud rejection. His reaction left Luffy and the others bewildered as they gazed at him. Startled, Usopp hastily exclaimed, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I am quite familiar with the owner here, so please enjoy your meal. I must take my leave. Farewell. With that, Usopp dashed out. What happened to him? Why is he suddenly so flustered? Nami and the others found Usopp's demeanor rather perplexing. Shortly thereafter, the trio from the Onion Head Pirates arrived, seeking their captain, Usopp. The Onion Head trio forcefully pushed open the restaurant door, brandishing wooden swords and proclaiming loudly, What is this? Nami turned upon hearing the commotion, only to see 3 diminutive figures, and she inquired with curiosity. The captain isn't here, could it be? Hey, pirates! Where have you taken our captain, Usopp? The Onion Head members, not spotting Usopp, rushed towards Luffy and the others, demanding answers. However, Luffy paid them no heed. Instead, he finished his drink in one gulp, leaned back in his chair, and rubbed his noticeably swollen belly, expressing bliss. Ah, this meat is truly delicious. Oh, meat have they taken the captain? The Onion Head trio gasped at Luffy's words, wildly speculating. Nami, amused by their reaction, chuckled, while Zoro, propping his head with one hand, glared ominously at the trio. So, what has happened to him? The Onion Head members, frightened by Zoro's gaze, huddled together, trembling as they asked. Your captain has been devoured, Zoro said with a sinister grin. Ah, the tiger lady. The trio was horrified by Zoro's words, calling out to Nami in panic. Why are you looking at me? Nami's expression transformed into a fierce snarl as she unleashed a flurry of punches upon them, while Luffy and Zoro laughed heartily. Under the guidance of the Onion Head trio, Luffy and the others finally learned of Usopp and Kaya's situation. They were led to a villa atop the mountain where they encountered Usopp and Kaya. Luffy intended to borrow a ship from Kaya, but was met with refusal from the butler, Clabater. Clabater further insulted Usopp and his father, provoking Usopp to retaliate with a punch. Following this incident, Usopp departed in anger, and Luffy and the others chose not to linger any longer and followed suit. At that moment, an unusual figure arrived in the village, the pirate hypnotist, Zango. On the cliffside by the sea, Usopp and Luffy were engaged in light conversation. That despicable butler dared to insult my father. Usopp seethed with anger. Oh, I share your disdain for that fellow. Regardless, Jesus Burgess is indeed a remarkable pirate, Luffy remarked. Indeed, I take immense pride in my father, who, even amidst the turmoil of the pirate era, remained steadfast in his ideals and set sail. Yet that scoundrel trampled upon my pride. I shall never forgive him, Usopp declared, clenching his fists. But will you really not seek out that young lady again? Luffy gazed at Usopp and inquired. Well, if that butler begs me, I might consider it. Usopp, prideful as ever, replied. That butler? Luffy pointed towards the shoreline. Oh, that butler. How could he be here? Usopp exclaimed, turning his gaze to the beach, where he spotted two figures approaching. One of them was the butler of the Kaya household, Clabatel. Quickly, he pulled Luffy aside to eavesdrop on their conversation. Hey, Zango, didn't I tell you not to draw attention in the village? And here you are, sleeping in the street. Clabatel reproached the other individual. You're talking nonsense. I did not attract any attention, and it's not my fault, Zango retorted defiantly. By the way, is the plan all set? Clabatel adjusted his glasses with a hand. Of course, we can commence the assassination of the young lady at any time, Zango assured him. The word assassination startled both Luffy and Usopp, who soon learned from their subsequent conversation that Clabatel was none other than Captain Kuro, the notorious pirate known for his cunning. Captain Kuro had assumed the role of the Kaya household's butler, Clabatel, to seize the family's vast wealth and thus escape his pirate identity entirely. Kaya was in grave danger. Chapter 17. Confronting the Black Cat Pirates upon uncovering Captain Kuro's scheme. Usopp hurried back to the village to warn the villagers about the impending pirate attack and reveal that Clabatel was actually Captain Kuro. However, no one believed Usopp's claims. Clabatel had ingratiated himself so well into the community that the villagers held him in high regard, while Usopp was known as a habitual liar. Consequently, they dismissed his warnings as mere fabrications, even suspecting that Usopp was slandering Clabatel out of spite for an insult to his father. As a result, the villagers pursued Usopp with brooms and other makeshift weapons, and he was even wounded in the arm by a gunshot from Clabatel's assistant, Mary. Usopp had no choice but to flee to the shore. At the beach, Nami bandaged Usopp's arm and asked, The pirates really are coming back, aren't they? Absolutely. They will come, but everyone thinks I'm lying. They believe tomorrow will be just another peaceful day. It's infuriating, Usopp responded, his face etched with frustration. I must stand at the coast to confront the pirates and prove that this is not a lie. That is what a great liar like me should do. Regardless of whether they shoot at me or chase me with brooms, this is my village, and I cherish it dearly. I want to protect everyone, Usopp declared, tears welling up in his eyes. You really are too kind-hearted, wanting to face them alone, Zoro teased, gripping the hilt of his sword. Just so you know, the pirate's treasure belongs to me, Nami chimed in. All right, we will join you, Luffy declared, clenching his fists. You all wish to fight alongside me. Why? With tears streaming down his face, Usopp asked. There are so many of them, aren't there? Luffy replied, Your face betrays your fear. Zoro gazed at Usopp and remarked, How could you be afraid? It doesn't matter how many there are. I care not, for I am the brave warrior of the seas, Captain Usopp. Usopp raised his thumb with a loud proclamation, yet he soon realized that his legs were trembling uncontrollably from fear. He pounded his legs with determination and shouted, Damn it. This is no act. They are the Kiribati pirate crew. So what if I'm scared? I do not seek your pity. Let us go, hurry. Usopp, slightly ashamed and angered, called out to Luffy and the others. We're not laughing at you. We admire your courage and wish to assist, Zoro insisted, fixating his gaze on Usopp. I wouldn't fight out of sympathy, Luffy added with a serious expression. Their words caused Usopp to momentarily forget his fear. Tears streaming down his face as he exclaimed, damn it, you guys. Usopp led Luffy and the others to the slope leading to the village, where they had discovered Kuro's identity. Listen closely, he instructed. At dawn, they will attack from this coast. However, there is only this single slope leading to the village. The rest are sheer cliffs, making it impossible for them to advance. Thus, if we hold this slope, the village will remain safe. Is that so? That sounds simple enough. Luffy replied with a smile. Of course, saying it is easy. It also depends on tactics. What can you do? Usopp inquired. Slice, stretch, and steal, Zoro, Luffy. And Nami responded in succession. Well, I will hide, Usopp added. You also need to fight. Luffy and the others voiced their dissatisfaction loudly. Just kidding, why so serious? Usopp, sensing their ire, quickly explained. Afterward, Usopp brought over an oil barrel and poured oil onto the slope. Then he and Luffy waited in silence for the pirates' arrival. Meanwhile, Captain Kuro returned to the villa, first crushing Kaya's glasses underfoot, then knocking the butler Mary to the ground, advancing towards Kaya's room brandishing his clawed blade. Above, Long Break and World observed the unfolding events below. Brother Tian, shall we not descend to assist? Kaya might be in danger. World exclaimed anxiously as he watched Kuro aim his blade at Kaya. No need. According to Kuro's plan, he will not kill Kaya just yet. Besides, I have already placed an energy shield around her. He cannot harm her, Long Break replied with calm assurance. Brother Tian, you certainly act quickly. What? Are you taken with Kaya? World teased, entwining his arm with Long Break's, a playful smile on his lips. Long Po Tian reached out and gently patted the small, delicate backside of the World, then chuckled, hee, what nonsense are you spouting? If my estimations are correct, once Luffy and the others have driven away the pirates, we shall procure a fine ship from Kaya. At that time, we can board their vessel, even if we do not join them immediately. It would be beneficial to make their acquaintance. After we descend and heal Kaya's ailment, it will provide us with a convenient excuse for our journey. Very well. Whatever you say, Brother Tian, the World replied, falling silent and observing the happenings within Kaya's room. As expected, Crocodile lingered in Kaya's chamber for a while before departing. By the seaside, dawn finally broke, and the Black Cat pirates, led by Zhang Ao, began to land on the northern shore of the island. With a commanding shout from Zhang Ao, the pirates surged forth, cheering as they charged up the slope. On the southern slope of the island, Luffy and his companions, growing increasingly impatient as the day brightened, wondered aloud, haven't they arrived yet? It's already so bright. What's taking so long? Are they still sleeping? Zoro speculated. No, they will definitely come, and in great numbers. Usopp asserted with unwavering confidence. Is it just my imagination, or do I hear an O coming from somewhere? Yes, there is definitely a sound, Nami remarked, placing her hand to her ear. Right? There is also a place to the north that resembles this one. Could it be? Usopp exclaimed, smacking his forehead in frustration for having overlooked such a crucial detail. You've got the wrong coast, haven't you? Even Luffy began to entertain this notion. Since we agreed to meet here, I assumed they would land on this side. Usopp exclaimed, a hint of panic in his voice. Don't worry, we'll find a way. Which way is it? If we don't hurry, they'll attack the village. Luffy urged. It's that way. If we run straight north for 3 minutes, we'll reach it. The terrain is almost identical to this one. If only we could intercept them at the slope. Usopp hurriedly explained. Absolutely, we'll find a way, Luffy affirmed. Oh no. The northern shore is where our ship is located. The treasure will be taken. Nami suddenly realized, covering her head with her hands and exclaiming loudly. We have 20 seconds to get there, Luffy declared, taking off at once, with Usopp hastily following suit. My treasure. Nami lamented, still preoccupied with her thoughts of gold. Hey. Hurry up. Otherwise, we won't make it. Zoro urged Nami, noticing her lack of response. Yes, we must move quickly. Just as Nami lifted her foot, she accidentally stepped on some oil and slipped, desperately grabbing onto Zoro's sword and pulling him down as well. Help! I'm about to fall. Nami cried out in distress. Idiot. Let go. Zoro shouted back. Ah, I'm sorry, Nami apologized, but suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, she exclaimed, Oh, I've made my decision. Thank you, Zoro. Nami, with a swift step upon Zoro's body, ascended the slope and turned back to him, apologizing. I'm sorry, the treasure is in peril. You must find a way to climb up quickly on your own. Meanwhile, Zoro found himself sliding down the slope due to Nami's sudden movement. Damn it. I will not forgive that woman, he muttered through gritted teeth at the bottom of the incline. Usopp and Nami swiftly arrived at the northern slope, temporarily obstructing the pirates' advance. At that moment, Luffy had curiously wandered towards the village, pondering, how strange, I thought north was supposed to be colder. Frustrated, he exclaimed, where exactly is the north? As he gazed at the village before him, panting. On the southern slope, after numerous slips, Zoro finally conceived the idea of embedding his sword into the ground to aid his ascent. Finally made it. But where is the northern coastline? He gasped. On the northern slope, Usopp and Nami managed to delay the pirates momentarily before being overpowered as the pirates surged past them towards the village. Lying on the ground, Usopp's mind was flooded with images of Onion Head and Kaya, desperately crying out, "Stop. Please, don't harm anyone. I cherish this village and wish to protect them." Just as he struggled to rise, the rushing pirates were suddenly sent sprawling back down the slope. They finally arrived. Nami sighed in relief upon spotting Luffy and Zoro. Who were those useless fools just now? Zoro, with a scowl and a sword slung over his shoulder, inquired. Who knows? At this rate, I can't catch my breath. Luffy retorted, his fists clenched in frustration. Nami, did you really use me as a cushion? Zoro shouted at her. Usopp, you scoundrel, clarify where the north is. Luffy yelled at Usopp, his head swirling in confusion. Meanwhile, Captain Kuro, unable to endure the weight any longer, furiously clutched his bag filled with claw blades and headed towards the northern coastline. At the bottom of the slope, Zhang Ao, observing the brightening sky, resorted to his hypnosis technique. Little ones, gaze closely at this circle. After 12 Django, you shall become strong, stronger, and stronger. The pirates, ensnared by Zhang Ao's hypnosis, shouted in response, one of them raising a fist to strike the cliffside, causing the rocks to shatter, and then charged towards Luffy and the others. They actually shattered the rock wall. What incredible strength! Zoro exclaimed. You all retreat. I shall handle this, he declared, raising his sword towards Luffy and the others. But Luffy remained unresponsive. Luffy, hey Luffy, Zoro called out, turning to find Luffy also entranced, charging towards the pirates. Why are you also under the hypnosis? Zoro found himself at a loss regarding Luffy. Under hypnosis, Luffy exhibited an extraordinary surge of power, effortlessly dispatching a group of entranced pirate minions with a single strike of his rubber bullet. Hypnotized, Luffy charged towards the Black Cat pirate ship, brazenly tearing away the figurehead and carrying it towards the pirates. Witnessing this spectacle, the pirates scattered in terror. Zhang Ao, left with no choice, resorted to re-hypnotizing Luffy, coaxing him into slumber. With Luffy's support withdrawn, the figurehead toppled towards the pirates, gravely injuring all but Zhang Ao. Luffy, too, lay beneath the fallen figurehead, fast asleep. Thus, the Black Cat pirates were left with only Zhang Ao as their remaining combatant, while Luffy succumbed to slumber and another lay incapacitated. Only Zoro and Nami remained capable of continuing the fight. Meanwhile, in the Kaya villa, Kaya had awakened and was searching for Clabotter when she stumbled upon Mary, who lay defeated on the ground. Shocked, Kaya learned from Mary about Clabotter's true identity as a pirate and his ulterior motives for approaching Kaya for her wealth. Naturally, Kaya was incredulous, exclaiming that it was impossible. It is indeed true, Mary replied tearfully from her position on the ground. What about what Usopp said yesterday? Kaya covered her mouth, tears glistening in her eyes. Yes, reflecting on it now, after realizing this truth, he desperately sought to save us. Yet none of us tried to believe his words. We inadvertently sheltered the true villain and drove away that brave young man, who risked his life for the sake of our village. Tears of regret streamed down Mary's face, and overwhelmed by her emotions, she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Someone please. Quickly, Kaya cried anxiously, witnessing Mary's distress. Miss, there's no use. Mary managed to stop her, struggling to sit up against the wall. All the servants have been given leave since yesterday. How can that be? Then I shall go, Kaya exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. Do not lose your composure. The event has yet to unfold. You must think calmly about what to do now. If Clabotter's intention is indeed this house and its possessions, then we might as well relinquish them. It is not worth sacrificing lives for such trivialities. Regrettably, the only one who can thwart Clabotter now is you. Can you manage this? It is your responsibility, is it not? Mary weakly pressed her hand against her wound. Yes, I understand all too well that I must not evade this. I believe I should confront Clabotter, Kaya asserted with determination. Just then, A melodious yet somewhat frivolous voice floated in from outside the door. Hee hee. It seems you have made an extraordinary decision, my dear lady. Chapter 18. Healing Kaya. It appears you have made a remarkable decision, my lovely lady. As Long Po Tian entered the hall, he chuckled lightly at Kia and remarked, it seems you are in a bit of trouble. Do you require assistance, dear miss? Kia, startled by the sudden voice behind her, swiftly turned to face the entrance. There, she beheld a man and a woman. The man stood approximately 6 feet tall, clad in a tasteful ensemble of white casual attire that accentuated his striking features. A charming smile adorned his handsome face, and his profound gaze seemed to harbor boundless affection, causing Kia's cheeks to flush. The woman, standing around 5 feet 7, wore a flowing white dress that perfectly showcased her exquisite figure. She stood playfully behind the man, her beautiful smile captivating even Kia, who found herself momentarily entranced. Was she his partner? Kia's gaze fell to their intertwined hands, a twinge of melancholy washing over her, though she could not quite comprehend the source of her feelings. The pair before her were none other than Long Po Tian and Shiji. Do you need assistance, dear miss? Long Po Tian observed Kia's dazed expression as she simply stared at him and Shiji without responding, assuming she was taken aback by their unexpected arrival. He promptly reiterated his offer with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Shiji, with a playful grin, rolled her eyes at Long Po Tian, remaining silent. The words of Long Po Tian brought Kia back to her senses. She found Long Po Tian smiling at her, and in his profound gaze, she perceived a tenderness that made her cheeks flush. However, the sudden reminder of their intertwined hands cast a shadow over her heart. Yet, Kia understood that now was not the time for such thoughts. She quickly composed herself and inquired of Long Po Tian, "Who are you? How did you get in here? What is your purpose for being here?" Allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Po Tian, and this is my wife, Shiji. As for how we entered, well, we simply walked in, Long Po Tian replied with a smile. Hello, Shiji greeted with a warm smile as well. Wife, you say? Indeed. Kia mused. Feeling a twinge of irritation, she addressed them, Mr. Long Po Tian, Miss Shiji, may I ask what brings you here? As you can see, the current situation is rather dire, and I fear we cannot attend to you properly. Moreover, I have matters that require my immediate attention outside. If you have no urgent business, I kindly ask you to leave. Kia recognized that now was not the time for distractions. Her foremost priority was to locate Clabatel and thwart his plans. We have no pressing matters. But you mentioned going out to find Chloe, correct? Long Po Tian inquired with a grin. Chloe? Who is that? Kia asked, puzzled, clearly unaware that Chloe referred to Clabatel. Oh, Chloe is Clabatel, your steward, formerly known as Captain Chloe, the one with 100 schemes, Long Po Tian elucidated. Oh, but how do you know this? Are you in league with him? Kia asked anxiously, though she sensed that Long Po Tian and Shiji were not malevolent. A hint of worry lingered in her heart. Do not fret, we are not villains. If you intend to confront Clabatel, I advise you to reconsider. His ambitions extend beyond mere possessions, and you cannot thwart him, Long Po Tian remarked, bemused by Kia's anxious demeanor. Did he truly appear as a villain? But Usopp is still fighting. Kia exclaimed urgently, knowing that Usopp might be engaged in battle with Clabatel. If she did not intervene, he could be in grave danger. Rest assured, Usopp is safe. Luffy and the others will defeat Clabatel and those pirates. Luffy is the one who was driven away by Clabatel yesterday, wearing a straw hat, Long Po Tian reassured her, noticing her concern. But, Kia began, wanting to express more, yet was interrupted by Long Po Tian. Do not worry, they will surely prevail and return safely. Clabatel, unfit to endure the trials of a pirate, stands no chance against Luffy, Long Po Tian said, releasing the novel he held and stepping closer to Kia. He gently caressed her head and added with a smile, moreover, how could one allow such a lovely lady to partake in such perilous battles? Kaya was momentarily taken aback by Long Po Tian's actions, her cheeks flushing with a delicate hue. She felt a surge of joy at his compliment, recognizing her adorableness. Although her heart was still heavy with concern for Usopp and the others, a sense of calmness washed over her, alleviating some of her earlier anxiety. Would they truly be all right? Kaya could not restrain herself from voicing her worry. Indeed, they will be fine, Long Po Tian reassured her. Your primary concern should be the gentleman behind you who has succumbed to unconsciousness. Without prompt intervention, he may not survive. He gestured towards Mary, who had lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Oh, Mary, what has happened to you? Please don't leave us, Kaya exclaimed, swiftly turning around and crouching beside Mary, anxiously shaking her However, Mary remained unresponsive. "Wake up, Mary. Don't leave us. What should I do? What should I do?" Tears streamed down Kaya's face as she realized that her efforts to rouse Mary were in vain. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She looked up at Long Po Tian with urgency in her eyes. "Sir, could you possibly assist in saving Mary? She is on the brink of death." Long Po Tian was taken aback by the sight of Koya with tears streaming down her face. He quickly crouched down, gently patting her shoulder as he said, "Do not fret. Meili will not perish. I shall tend to his wounds at once, and he will be fine. Be calm, do not weep." As he spoke, Long Po Tian extended his hand towards Meili, emanating a soft, radiant glow that enveloped him. The blood from his wounds swiftly ceased, and the injuries began to heal at a visible pace, soon disappearing entirely, leaving only his blood-stained garments as a testament to his prior suffering. When Meili's injuries had fully healed, Long Po Tian withdrew his hand and turned his gaze towards Koya. Noticing Long Po Tian's attention on her, Koya anxiously inquired, "Mr. Long Po Tian, is Meili all right?" "Ah, simply call me Brother Po Tian. No need for formalities," he replied with a smile. "Meili is perfectly fine. He merely lost too much blood. A bit of rest and a good sleep will restore him." In truth, given Long Po Tian's abilities, completely healing Meili would have posed no challenge. However, he preferred not to exhibit his extraordinary prowess too overtly, lest it frighten others. Thus, he merely addressed Meili's wounds, leaving the matter of blood loss to be remedied later. "Is that so? That is wonderful news," Koya exclaimed, tears of joy mingling with her smile. "Now, let us assist him to a place of rest," Long Po Tian said as he rose to his feet, reaching out to support Meili. Koya hastily wiped her tears and stood as well, eager to help. But as she extended her hand, she faltered slightly and began to stumble towards the ground. Long Po Tian swiftly reached out and embraced Kia. Initially, Kia braced herself for a fall, closing her eyes in trepidation. However, upon regaining her senses, she discovered herself nestled in a warm embrace. Realizing she was held by Long Po Tian, Kia attempted to free herself but found herself lacking the strength to do so, resigning to remain still. At that moment, she perceived a soothing warmth emanating from Long Po Tian, gradually calming her heart. An overwhelming sense of comfort washed over her, and she yearned for this blissful moment to last indefinitely. Yet, the thought of the world's exquisite beauty, which made her feel inadequate, coupled with her frail condition, filled Kia with profound sorrow, prompting tears to escape her eyes. Unable to contain herself, she raised her gaze towards Long Po Tian and, through her tears, spoke, "Long Po Tian, elder brother, I. Long Po Tian believed that Kia wept due to her frail disposition, feeling helpless in her plight. He comforted her gently, saying, "Do not worry, please rest for a moment. I shall assist Meili in finding a place to rest." With that, he carefully helped Kia into a chair before leading Meili to a nearby room, where he laid her upon the bed, then returned to the hall they had just left. Kia sat there, dazed, her thoughts lingering on the sensation of being held by Long Po Tian. She glanced at the figure of the world beside her, one so striking it could overshadow the very heavens, and felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy in contrast to herself. The world observed Kia's reaction and discerned the truth. It seemed Kia had developed feelings for Long Po Tian. However, the world was not overly surprised, for Long Po Tian was undeniably handsome and had helped Kia during her time of need by tending to Meili, evoking a profound gratitude and a budding affection within her heart. Moreover, as Long Po Tian was a manifestation of the Chaos Divine Dragon, his essence was innately pure and radiant, exuding an irresistible allure to the opposite sex. Even the world itself found it difficult to resist his charm. Although Long Po Tian usually maintained a semblance of restraint, he was unaware of the extent of his magnetic presence. It was not entirely subdued, and proximity to him would inevitably have an effect. Given that Kia had just been embraced by Long Po Tian, coupled with her unstable emotions, it was only natural for her to feel drawn to him. Nevertheless, the world did not perceive this as a misstep. In its eyes, Long Po Tian was everything. Should he harbor feelings for Kia, the world would not object. Thus, when Long Po Tian returned, the world merely rolled its eyes in silence, choosing not to voice any thoughts. Long Po Tian returned to the hall and, upon seeing Kia's dejected demeanor, mistakenly believed she was still troubled by her inability to assist him. He approached her and gently lifted her. "It's all right, Kia. I have already helped Mary to her room to rest. Your frail condition is no burden. Allow me to escort you to your quarters. As for Usopp and the others, you need not worry. They will be fine." Kia, encouraged by Long Po Tian's kindness, replied, I apologize, Brother Po Tian. My body is too weak to be of any help. Haha, fear not. I shall assist in restoring your health shortly. What do you think? Long Po Tian said, guiding Kia towards her room with a smile. Is that so? That would be wonderful. But will it truly work? I have been frail since childhood. And ever since my parents passed away, my condition has only worsened. I have consulted numerous physicians without any improvement. However, if a cure is not possible, I still appreciate your assistance, Brother Po Tian. Kia's spirits did not lift too much, for she was acutely aware of her own condition after such a long time without healing. She knew the path to recovery would not be straightforward. Yet, her concern was not solely for herself. She worried whether Long Po Tian might blame himself if he could not restore her health. As Kia remained close to Long Po Tian, that familiar sensation resurfaced, causing her to gradually become entranced, her thoughts increasingly consumed by him. Rest assured, there is nothing in this world that I cannot accomplish. Your health will certainly be restored. But this must remain a secret. Do not divulge it to others, Long Po Tian jested. Indeed, since it is you, Brother Po Tian, who has said it, I am certain it will come to pass. There is nothing you cannot achieve. If you wish for me to keep this secret, then I shall, Kia declared, nodding her head with determination. It was evident that her thoughts were now predominantly occupied by Long Po Tian, as she found herself utterly captivated. Long Po Tian found Kia's attitude towards him rather peculiar. It seemed as though they had only just met, when had their relationship deepened to such a degree. While these thoughts lingered in his mind, he refrained from voicing them. Perhaps Kia was simply more trusting of others. Of course, this was also due to Long Po Tian's ignorance of the underlying aura. Had he been aware, his thoughts would likely have differed. Long Po Tian gently assisted Kuya to her room, allowing her to recline softly upon the bed. Kuya, typically modest, exhibited an unusual compliance. Under the influence of the atmosphere, her usual shyness seemed to dissipate entirely. She lay quietly on the bed, her eyes fixed intently upon Long Po Tian, awaiting his command. As Long Po Tian observed Kia lying comfortably, he noticed her unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Assuming she was anxious about the forthcoming treatment, he reassured her with a gentle smile. There is no need for worry. You will be healed. Simply lie still and relax. It will be over before you know it. Soon enough, you will be able to live and move about like a typical person. Kia merely nodded in response, remaining silent, her eyes still intently fixed on Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian remained silent, grasping Koya's delicate hand and channeling energy from within himself, directing it towards her body through her touch. As this was his first attempt at directly transmitting energy into another's body, he opted for the most easily controllable primordial energy. It is worth noting that the energy within Long Po Tian was immensely powerful. A miscalculation could easily reduce Koya's fragile form to mere dust. The primordial energy, however, is fundamentally distinct. It embodies the essence of all energy, being both the most potent and ferocious, yet simultaneously the most gentle and manageable. Most would not dare to wield such energy lightly, for a careless action could lead to its injury, resulting in years of recuperation or, in severe cases, an irreparable decline in one's cultivation. Fortunately, Long Po Tian harbored no such concerns. Within the entire realm of Po Tian, no one could inflict harm upon his primordial essence. He could wield it freely, especially since no adversary existed capable of compelling him to utilize it in battle. In this instance, to heal Koya, Long Po Tian ensured that the primordial energy manifested in its most benign form. Alas, Koya appeared to be beyond salvation, as the world lamented inwardly upon witnessing Long Po Tian's actions. The lamentation was not due to the fear of Koya being overwhelmed by the primordial energy, but rather because the energy was imbued with an intensely profound aura. If it were merely the aura's influence, Koya might eventually regain her composure in Long Po Tian's absence, allowing his image to fade from her heart and possibly opening her to the affection of others. However, with Long Po Tian directly infusing his primordial energy into Koya's body, that potent essence flowed unabated into her, effectively marking her both physically and emotionally with his indelible imprint, akin to a chaotic seal. Should she find herself distanced from Long Po Tian in the future, her existence could become untenable, which is why the world deemed her fate sealed. Hee. I wonder what expression Brother Tian will wear upon learning of this matter. The world mused, chuckling to itself at the thought of Long Po Tian's reaction, harboring no intention of warning or dissuading him. Long Po Tian, of course, was oblivious to these matters. He meticulously guided the primordial energy into Koya's body, repairing her form and fortifying her long-weakened cells. Koya's ailment swiftly dissipated, yet Long Po Tian, being cautious and controlling the primordial energy coursing through her. Notice that as the energy flowed, Koya's cells greedily absorbed it, gradually strengthening and enhancing her physical constitution at a terrifying pace. Koya felt a series of warm currents emanating from the hand he held, surging into her being. As these warm waves enveloped her, the usual sensation of weakness and fatigue began to recede, leaving her body in a state of remarkable ease. This feeling was unprecedented for Koya. It was as if every cell in her body experienced an exquisite lightness and comfort that left her utterly enraptured. Simultaneously, Long Po Tian's figure grew increasingly vivid and profound in her mind, and her infatuation deepened. All of this is brought to me by Brother Po Tian. I am so joyful and content, Koya thought, her heart overflowing with satisfaction and happiness. Amidst the embrace of these warm currents, the mental fatigue from the events of the past 2 days surged, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Surrounded by this sense of bliss, she gradually drifted into slumber, a gentle smile of happiness gracing her lips. It was only when Long Po Tian sensed that the primordial energy flowing into Koya's body had been slightly depleted that he reacted, hastily retracting the energy back into himself. By this time, Koya's physical strength had already reached the level of an ordinary upper deity. Do not assume that merely a fraction of primordial energy could elevate Koya's body to such heights. It largely depended on the source. Long Po Tian's primordial essence was immense. Though he had only expended a small portion, which he could replenish in a matter of days, that same fraction, if wielded for attack, could potentially obliterate a typical master-level warrior. Presently, however, it had merely fortified Koya's body to the upper deity tier. Furthermore, the strength of an upper deity's body does not imply that Koya had become one. Even if she could fully control her current form, an ordinary mid-level deity, or even a slightly stronger low-level deity, could easily extinguish her life. After all, the might of a divine being encompasses more than mere physical prowess. It also involves energy potency, the manipulation of energy, and comprehension of the laws governing existence. Nevertheless, given Koya's newfound physical strength, she could likely shatter their little island with a mere punch. Perhaps that was an exaggeration? Long Po Tian, of course, was aware of Koya's condition. Under the teasing gaze of the world, he chuckled awkwardly. It was understandable. After all, this was his first experience in infusing primordial energy into a human body. And it was inevitable that things turned out this way due to a momentary lapse in attention. Now, however, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Long Po Tian now found himself in a state of vexation. One might wonder what it truly signifies to manifest a being of divine corporeal strength within the realm of One Piece, especially when the situation with Koya is beyond control. If left unchecked, it would not be long before the entire pirate universe devolved into chaos. Of course, if Koya were to remain inert, the matter would be entirely different. Yet, tending to another's physical ailments only to render them incapable of movement is indeed perplexing. The more Long Po Tian pondered this conundrum, the greater his headache became. Gazing at Koya's serene visage as she slumbered, adorned with a gentle smile, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed, ultimately seeking counsel from the world. Upon noticing Long Po Tian's glance, the world, fully aware of the prevailing circumstances, could not suppress a melodious chuckle. "Oh, Brother Tian, how amusing it is that you have found yourself in such a predicament without any means to resolve it," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out like a symphony. In the end, she was unable to contain her mirth, clutching her belly as she laughed heartily. Long Po Tian felt his face flush with embarrassment as the world laughed at him. Unable to contain his irritation, he stepped forward and embraced the world, playfully delivering a few sharp pats to her pert backside. "You little minx, how dare you laugh at your elder brother? Just wait, I shall teach you a lesson," he declared, striking again with more vigor. "Ah, Brother Tian, I won't laugh anymore. I truly want tea," the world pleaded amidst her laughter. "You still dare to chuckle? Speak quickly of any solutions," Long Po Tian retorted, resuming his playful smacks, feeling the astonishing resilience of her form. His strikes gradually softened, transforming into gentle caresses upon her rounded shape. Brother Tian," the world murmured, a hint of desire creeping into her voice, eliciting a soft sigh. Observing her reaction, Long Po Tian quickly ceased his playful torment, pinching her nose as he said, "Now, tell me your plan. Once we resolve this matter, I shall reward you suitably." In truth, Long Po Tian had contemplated a few strategies himself. First, eliminate Kia. Second, banish her from the realm of pirates. Third, he was at a loss for further ideas. The world, with eyes brimming with unshed tears, glared at him and, extending her finger, playfully tapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, you are quite foolish. Why not simply cast a seal?" Long Po Tian contemplated for a moment before speaking. Indeed, the next seal is feasible, but we must consider the extent and nature of the sealing. Moreover, an eternal seal is not an option. Brother Tian can impose several layers of seals, particularly those that can be unraveled once Kia fully masters her existing powers. At that point, Brother Tian can then impart the cultivation methods to Kia, and she should easily ascend to the status of a high god. The world smiled as it spoke. Imparting cultivation techniques to Kia? Why? Long Po Tian inquired, somewhat perplexed. Brother Tian is truly naive. Consider this. If Kia were to completely break the seal, with her physical strength as a high god, how long could she survive? Without techniques, how can she cultivate to leave this realm? Gradually, her loved ones would perish, and she would find herself in a world devoid of anyone she recognizes. What would become of her? The world then revealed the essence and the circumstances surrounding Kia's encounter with that presence in full detail to Long Po Tian. Such matters exist? Why did you not inform me sooner, you little girl? Long Po Tian remarked, his hand playfully smacking the world's delicate form once again. With glistening eyes, the world gazed at Long Po Tian and said softly, "Let us first establish the seal." Long Po Tian, now somewhat tempted by the world's allure, promptly agreed, "Yes. Let us prioritize the sealing." He fell silent, as sealing remained a straightforward task for him. With a wave of his hand, he placed 6 layers of seals upon Kia's body, which she would be able to break through herself. Currently, Kia's physical strength was roughly comparable to that of Zoro, though her control was not as refined. As she gradually mastered her abilities and surpassed the seals, it was only a matter of time before she would exceed Zoro. Oh, it seems I must refrain from such actions in the future. Once the seals were in place, Long Po Tian exhaled deeply. Brother Tian, shall we still observe the battle in the north? And how do you intend to handle Kia's situation? The world inquired, gazing at Long Po Tian. Kia, I suppose I shall let her choose for herself when the time comes, Long Po Tian replied hesitantly. The words of Long Po Tian elicited a collective eye roll from the world, rendering his remarks virtually meaningless. As for Ye's choice, it hardly requires further elaboration. Regarding the skirmish in the north, I shan't concern myself with it, for it is certain that Luffy will emerge victorious in the end. At this moment, I too have a significant battle to engage in. With a hearty laugh, Long Po Tian seized the world and swiftly transported himself into the adjacent room, tossing the world onto the bed. He casually erected a soundproof barrier and then lunged at the world, signaling the commencement of their combat. Simultaneously, Luffy and his companions were embroiled in their own struggle. Chapter 19. Confrontation with Kuro on the northern battlefield. After Luffy had dispatched a pirate minion, he succumbed to a hypnotic slumber, leading to the arrival of the Cat brothers. "Are you calling me Captain Zango?" inquired the slender cat Sam and the rotund cat Bucci, grinning as they perched on the ship's railing. "Bucci Sam, we must navigate this incline to proceed, but as you can see, there is an obstacle in our path. Let us deal with him," Zango stated, gesturing towards Zoro. The Cat brothers followed Zango's gaze and were met with Zoro's cold, piercing stare, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows. What is this? We stand no chance." "Do we, Bucci?" Sam stammered, his face paling. "Indeed, Sam, he appears quite formidable," Bucci replied, sweat trickling down his face. "We are merely the ship's guardians." Sam retreated a step, visibly shaken. Indeed, asking us to confront him is simply." Bucci also took a step back, his voice trailing off. The Cat brothers' reaction left Zoro and his companions momentarily perplexed. What is their deal? Aren't they supposed to be the aces? Usopp remarked curiously. "Sam, are you not going?" Zango urged, a few cross marks appearing on his forehead. "Am I to go?" Sam exclaimed, cradling his head in alarm. "Quickly now." Zango finally shouted in exasperation. Fine, I'll go," Sam cried, dashing towards Zoro in tears. Is he actually crying? What on earth does he intend? Nami expressed her disbelief. "Hey, prepare yourself. I shall strike you with this feline claw," Sam wailed as he charged at Zoro. "What do you want from me, kid? Come closer, and I shall observe you." Zoro brandished his sword, momentarily at a loss, unable to bring himself to strike someone who was weeping so profusely. If you have the skill, then strike," Sam wailed as he approached Zoro, suddenly adopting a calm demeanor before swiftly clawing at Zoro. Instinctively, Zoro deflected the attack with his blade, his anger mounting. At that moment, he remained unaware that the Cat brothers were merely putting on an act, Perhaps it would be better for him to find a block of tofu to collide with instead. Do you think I am timid? Sam leaped back, clearly enjoying the exchange. What a waste of my pretense. It seems you possess some skill after all. But you underestimate the prowess of the Cat brothers, Sam. He grinned slyly. Zoro suddenly glanced at his waist. Realizing that the two swords that hung there had been seized by Sam, who casually tossed one behind him. You ought to treat others' possessions with more respect, Zoro seethed. Anger igniting within him as he charged at Sam, cleaving him in two with a single stroke, only to rush towards his own blade. However, Sam reappeared behind Zoro, leaping onto his back and pinning his arms down, revealing that Zoro had just struck at Sam's afterimage. At that moment, Bujji leapt high into the air, aiming to stomp on Zoro. Startled, Zoro exerted every ounce of strength to break free from Sam's grip, rolling to the side just in time to evade Bujji's attack, which obliterated the ground beneath him. Is this a joke? If I were struck, my bones would surely shatter into dust, Zoro thought in horror. With only one sword, Zoro found himself overwhelmed by the Cat brothers, unable to mount any effective defense. Noticing the dire situation, Nami rushed towards the sword that Sam had discarded, intent on retrieving it for Zoro. However, just as she grasped the sword, Zhang struck her shoulder fiercely with his hypnotic ring blade, causing her to collapse in pain. Meanwhile, Kuro arrived atop a slope, expressing dissatisfaction at the Black Cat pirates being thwarted by mere children, lamenting their weakness. Infuriated by Kuro's remarks, the Cat brothers abandoned Zoro and charged at Kuro, only to be swiftly subdued. Kuro then released them, granting the Black Cat pirates 5 minutes to resolve their predicament. Terrified by Kuro's display of power, the Cat brothers turned back to assault Zoro just as he braced himself for the confrontation. Nami, clutching her wounded shoulder, struggled to her feet, kicking Zoro's sword towards him as she shouted, "You dare kick my sword?" Enraged, Zoro turned to her, replying, "Thank you, I suppose?" Unfazed by his outburst, Nami smiled and asked, "Thank you?" Zoro caught the sword and assumed the stance of the three-sword style. "It's futile. Even with 3 swords. Your strength remains the same. You are no match for us," the Cat brothers yelled as they charged once more. "You fail to comprehend. The significance of wielding 3 swords and the three-sword style is fundamentally different," Zoro retorted, having already dispatched one of the Cat brothers with a single strike. Pointing his sword at Kuro, Zoro declared, "In less than 5 minutes, none of you will remain. I will vanquish you all." As he spoke, he readied himself for an attack. Kuro, unfazed by Zoro's words, merely smiled and adjusted his glasses, calmly replying, 3 minutes remain." "What?" Zoro seethed, provoked by Kuro's taunt. At that moment, Bujji seized Zhang Yao's foot, requesting him to hypnotize him. "TCH, it seems that his ample fat has saved him this time," Zoro remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Bujji. However, what transpired next left Zoro so astounded that the sword he held slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. After being hypnotized by Sanji, Buggy's corpulent frame transformed into a muscular form as he advanced towards Zoro, the ground beneath him yielding with every step and creating deep indentations. TCH, another hypnosis? That guy is in trouble. His strength was already formidable enough to crack the earth. What will happen now that he has grown even stronger? Zoro hastily retrieved his fallen sword, adopting a stance ready for combat. While everyone's attention was fixated on the confrontation between Zoro and Buggy, Nami seized the opportunity to rush towards Luffy, murmuring, "Everyone is so gravely injured, yet this guy still." Nami stepped onto Luffy's face to rouse him from his slumber. What is going on?" Luffy, just awakening and feeling something on his face, instinctively grabbed Nami's foot, pulling her down to the ground. "Ouch, that hurts." "Nami, how dare you step on my face? It hurts so much, you brat." Luffy bellowed. "You idiot. It wasn't intentional." Nami shouted back, but the movement tugged at her wounds, causing her to collapse. "Ah, Nami, your shoulder is injured," Luffy exclaimed with concern. "It's nothing. I'm fine," Nami replied, clutching her wounded shoulder, blood seeping through her attire and staining it crimson. "In any case, I've given it my all. The rest is up to you, Luffy. We absolutely cannot lose this battle." Nami gazed at Luffy, her pain causing her speech to falter. Luffy nodded resolutely with a smile. "For my treasure," Nami continued. "Huh? I knew it." Luffy's grin twisted slightly as he donned his straw hat and chuckled. "Let us go for my treasure." Nami clenched her fist. "All right, that's the spirit," Luffy declared as he made his way towards the slope. At that moment, Captain Kuro's 5 minutes were up, and he decided to take matters into his own hands, raising his claw to strike Usopp. Just as Usopp was about to be struck, Luffy extended his right hand and delivered a powerful punch to Kuro's face, sending him crashing backward. Since you dislike being hit so much, allow me to bestow upon you 100 punches, Luffy proclaimed, fist clenched. At this juncture, the trio of Onion Head leapt from the side, striking Kuro's head with a frying pan. Unfazed, Kuro rose and approached Usopp, delivering a harsh kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. He then turned to Luffy at the slope and remarked, "You truly possess some skill, such marvelous techniques. It appears you are a wielder of a devil fruit." "Indeed, I am a rubber man," Luffy replied with a smirk. "Sanji, this kid is mine to handle. You head to the villa and deal with Kaya, have her write her will according to plan, then eliminate her. Those 3 little mice are also quite bothersome. Take care of them as well," Kuro instructed Sanji. Usopp urgently urged the trio of Onion Head to flee. "Understood," Sanji replied, making his way towards the village. Stop. I shall not permit you to pass," Zoro declared, brandishing his sword before Zhang-Ao. "Brook," Zhang-Ao shouted. Upon hearing this, Brook sprang into action, lunging towards Zoro. "Damn it. Is he employing that tactic again?" Zoro swiftly evaded. Brook's foot struck the ground with tremendous force, shattering the earth and sending shockwaves that fractured the nearby rock wall, enveloping the slope in a cloud of dust. Seizing this moment, Zhang-Ao ascended the slope towards the village. Amidst the swirling dust, Brook lunged at Zoro with a claw. Zoro attempted to block with his sword, but was forcefully driven back against the rock wall, which yielded under the impact. Zoro pressed the blade against Brook's claw, leveraging his foot against Brook's chin, and with a steely gaze remarked, "You've already lost to me once. Cease your interference and step aside." With that, Zoro pushed Brook away with considerable force and delivered a decisive blow, sending Brook crashing to the ground before standing resolutely with his weapon sheathed. Usopp, struggling to rise, was startled by the sound of a gunshot echoing through the forest. What was that noise? He wondered aloud. I suspected Zhang-Ao dealing with them. Shouldn't you go take a look? Though it may already be too late, Kuro responded, observing Usopp's distress. You, after 3 years under the same roof with her, do you not feel an ounce of compassion? Usopp replied, laboring on the ground. No, I've made it clear, Kaya was merely a pawn in my scheme. Kuro stated with a blank expression. What a hopeless villain, Zoro scoffed, his disdain evident. I never intended to save you. Usopp, pursue Zhang-Ao, we'll handle things here. Luffy instructed. Just watch us, Zoro added, nodding at Usopp. Upon hearing Luffy and Zoro's words, Usopp struggled to his feet. Oh, you can still stand? Impressive, Kuro remarked. I want to allow you to have your way. Betraying the villagers and disregarding Kaya's feelings. Never again shall you act with impunity, Usopp declared, only to collapse once more. Damn it, my body won't move, he exclaimed in frustration. Ha ha ha, you truly amuse me. Accusing me of betrayal? What a jest. Everything is part of a grand design. You, playing pirate and mistakenly thinking yourself a captain, ought to remain silent. Just lie there. Even if you catch up to Zhang-Ao, you would be no match for him. It's far safer for you to stay put, Kuro laughed heartily. Even if I cannot match him, I will protect them. I am the captain of the Usopp pirates. A brave warrior of the sea. I shall not permit you to harm a single villager. Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face as he shouted defiantly. Ha ha. What is he saying? Look at him. He is crying. Kuro jeered, reveling in the irony. The group of pirate henchmen erupted in laughter. Luffy seized a large stone and hurled it into the midst of the pirates, standing atop the stone as he bellowed down at them. What is so amusing? Luffy. Usopp and I will pursue that hypnotist. Is there an issue? Zoro remarked as he hoisted Usopp onto his shoulder. None at all. You may go. Luffy replied without turning his head. My apologies, Usopp said, dangling from Zoro's shoulder. Truth be told, I could manage faster alone, but without you to navigate through the forest. I cannot chase him. Zoro, rarely admitting his poor sense of direction, spoke as he passed by Kuro. Hey, you lot, who permitted you to pass through here? Kuro inquired. I did, Luffy declared, launching a punch at Kuro. Kuro dodged, but Luffy did not retract his hand. Instead, he propelled himself towards Kuro, delivering another punch. Kuro appeared behind Luffy, clawing at him, but Luffy evaded, supporting himself with his hands, and attempted to kick Kuro, yet the attack was still evaded. Damn it. He slipped past me again. Well, whatever. They have already moved on, Luffy mused, feeling slightly vexed yet ultimately resigned. Before we engage, I wish to clarify one matter. Why do you, an outsider, meddle in the affairs of this village? Kuro asked, gazing at Luffy. Hey? Because there is a man here whom I do not wish to see perish, Luffy replied with a light chuckle. How naive. Is that truly the reason you will meet your demise here? Kuro remarked. Indeed. However, I will not die, Luffy responded with a smile. I shall ensure your death now. Kuro charged at Luffy. Luffy kicked at Kuro, who leaped aside, causing Luffy to extend his arm for a punch, but Kuro deftly positioned himself atop Luffy's arm. I'm already yawning, Kuro stated while standing on Luffy's arm. You scoundrel. Luffy fumed, attempting to strike again, only to be met with Kuro's punch to his face as Kuro sprinted along his arm. Damn it, my lip is cut. Luffy muttered while wiping the corner of his mouth. Hail Captain Kuro. The pirate henchman cheered. Do not call me that name. Do you not comprehend? This is my plan to completely rid myself of the title of Captain Kuro. I am exhausted from devising plans for you lot who only think of causing chaos, constantly dealing with those relentless government lackeys or bounty hunters. I can no longer endure it. If today's plan succeeds, my goals will be fully realized. I shall attain wealth and stability, understand, brat? This 3-year plan must not fail. It shall not go awry, Kuro proclaimed as he charged at Luffy. Luffy swiftly grasped a large stone to block Kuro's advancing claw. It seems you possess more than just the ability to stretch, Kuro noted upon seeing Luffy's defense. Indeed. I have undergone training for this, as I aspire to be a pirate. Luffy, grasping a stone, broke off Crocodile's right claw blade, exclaiming that if one cannot endure the sea's renown, they are unworthy of being a pirate. With that, he hurled the stone upon Crocodile. If it comes to ambition, my aspirations far exceed yours, Luffy bellowed with a grin. Only 5 remain of that peculiar sword, he continued, cheerfully. Do not fret, there are still 5 left. The pirate lackeys cheered for Crocodile, who revealed his intent to eliminate all those pirates from the very beginning. Are you fools? What a pathetic pirate crew, Luffy lamented. Humph. Pathetic? A pirate crew is merely a band of societal outcasts, wild dogs without a plan. What can they achieve without direction? As long as everyone adheres to my strategy, they are merely pawns in the captain's game. Their lives are at my discretion, and regardless of the obstacles, my plans must be executed. They are destined to perish for my designs, Crocodile asserted, casting a glance at Luffy, who remained silent, observing him. This is the fate of pirates. Little brats who only know how to travel should refrain from lecturing me. Crocodile roared in fury, incensed by Luffy's gaze. A captain like you, even with hundreds or thousands of subordinates, could never surpass Usopp, Luffy declared with a laugh. What? You dare suggest I am inferior to that make-believe pirate captain? Crocodile retorted, veins bulging. Indeed, Luffy replied with unwavering certainty. Ha ha ha. You jest. Do not think that breaking one of my claw blades makes you impressive. Tell me, in what way have I lost to him? Crocodile's eyes were bloodshot as he vanished in a flash. Such arrogance, Luffy chuckled. What? Crocodile reappeared behind Luffy. You have no understanding of what it means to be a pirate. Luffy retaliated with a punch, sending Crocodile crashing into the rock wall. You dare insult me? If you wish to comprehend what a true pirate is, I shall enlighten you. Consider the terror of a pirate who has danced with death numerous times, Crocodile stated, his hands hanging limply, his body swaying. Witnessing Crocodile's demeanor, the pirate lackeys shouted in alarm, though their pleas were futile. Spoon, Crocodile shouted, vanishing without a trace as a gust of wind swept through, heralding chaos. The pirates began to fall, and the surrounding rock walls bore claw marks, while Luffy's hands bore no injuries. What is happening? Why is everyone suddenly being slaughtered? Nami, having just emerged from the pirate ship after stealing treasure, stood aghast on the deck, observing the turmoil below. Come out, you foul butler, Luffy cried out, witnessing the events unfold around him. The surrounding pirates intermittently emitted cries of anguish, prompting Luffy to recall Usopp and the others, as well as Shanks. Finally, overwhelmed by an inexhaustible fury, Luffy could no longer contain himself and shouted, What do you truly consider your companions to be? Nami, observing Luffy from below, felt a surge of emotion. At that moment, dense claw marks began to manifest around Luffy, and suddenly he was struck by a claw, causing him to let out a scream. In a swift motion, he seized Crocodile by the collar, yanking him out and slamming him to the ground. Found you, Luffy declared, silently gazing at Crocodile. What's the matter this time? It seems you have something to say, Crocodile replied as he stood up, looking at Luffy. I will never. Luffy glanced at his fallen straw hat and continued. Become someone like you. It's not that I won't, but rather that I can't. Crocodile retorted, gradually retreating. You are particularly favored. I will strike with all my might. With that, he brandished his spoon once more. You shall not. Luffy charged forward in an attempt to intervene but was unsuccessful. Crocodile vanished using the spoon, reappearing to slash Luffy several more times. Suddenly, he stood before Luffy, smirking, then vanished again. What's wrong? Are you tired? Who told you that superfluous actions with that spoon would be so numerous? Luffy turned to Crocodile and stated, that was merely a game. I have a special interest in you. I intend to let you truly experience the essence of fear before I deal with you slowly. Crocodile declared as he disappeared once more, charging at Luffy. Luffy extended his arm, pursuing Crocodile's figure, and seized his foot, propelling himself forward to entangle Crocodile's limbs. Run. Why don't you run for me? Your 3-year plan would be in vain, Luffy exclaimed as he collided headfirst with Crocodile's forehead. Kill him, Rubber Man. Finish Crocodile. The pirate minions, believing they were no longer in danger, cheered Luffy on. I have no desire for your cheers, Luffy shouted, thrusting his head towards the pirate minions before abruptly retracting it and smashing it forcefully against Crocodile's forehead, completely overcoming him. He truly has bested Crocodile. Who are you? One of the minions inquired. Monkey D. Luffy, how could I possibly lose to a pirate who has lost his own name and fled from the sea? A pirate who discards his name has only one path ahead, death, Luffy asserted resolutely. Luffy? Indeed, I have never heard of you, the minion replied. Never forget my name. I am the man destined to become the Pirate King, Luffy proclaimed. Take him back with you, and ensure he never returns, Luffy commanded, seizing Crocodile and throwing him towards the pirates. The pirates hastily retreated to their ship, while Nami rushed to Luffy's side, catching him as he began to collapse. Even in battle, you will tire, you know? Hey, what were you so angry about just now? Nami picked up Luffy's straw hat and sat beside him, inquiring. I detest them, they are mistaken. True companions should not be like that. Luffy, lying on the ground, replied, what are you talking about? It is precisely as it is. Being a pirate is far from the idyllic notion you envision. Captain Kuro is a quintessential example of a pirate. Nami held Luffy's straw hat and remarked, look at you. Luffy cast a glance at Nami and stated, I want to eat meat. You rascal, Nami retorted, playfully pressing the hat down over Luffy's face. Meanwhile, Zoro, under Usopp's guidance, caught up with Zango in the woods, who was intent on assassinating the trio of onion heads. Usopp then executed a decisive attack with his gunpowder star, rendering Zango unconscious. Thus, the battle concluded. Chapter 20. The village after the battle with the conflict behind them. Zoro sheathed his sword, unfastened his bandana, and tied it around his arm. He cast a glance at Usopp and the onion heads before turning towards the northern coast. Can you keep what just transpired a secret? Usopp asked the trio. What? A secret? Why keep it secret? One of them replied. We fought valiantly for the village. People will regard the captain with newfound respect. You could become a hero in the village. Moreover, it could dispel any misunderstandings about the captain. Indeed, the onion heads echoed, albeit reluctantly. Children often seek the spotlight. And in their hearts, they now felt like the village's heroes. Naturally, they were hesitant to keep such a secret. What misunderstandings? People will merely say I'm boasting again. It's all in the past. There's no need to alarm anyone. Except for this peculiar incident, pirates are unlikely to attack such a remote village again. Let us just pretend nothing happened. I'll deceive everyone one more time, Usopp said with a light chuckle. Usopp glanced at the trio and added, I want to force you. No, I can do it. If it's for the best of the village, I will too, one of them assured. Me as well. I shall never speak of it, the others promised eagerly. In the village. What happened this morning? Where is Usopp? It feels strange. Like there's no energy, one villager remarked. Mama, the big brother who tells tales isn't coming today, another child lamented. That braggart, why has T shown up yet? Was I too harsh on him yesterday? He will surely return tomorrow, no doubt about it. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the homes of nearly every villager, all eagerly anticipating Usopp's return on the northern coastal slope. Thank you all. Had it not been for your assistance, the village would surely have fallen, Usopp expressed as he addressed Luffy, Zoro, and Nami atop the slope. What are you saying? Had you not fought so fiercely, I would not have acted either, Zoro replied, leaning against the rocky wall with his 3 swords, smiling. Me too. Luffy reclined on the ground, exclaiming, what does it matter? I've already obtained the treasure. Nami pressed her face against the bag of riches, rubbing it fervently while smiling with satisfaction. Usopp laughed heartily, seizing the moment to declare, I've finally made up my mind about something. However, after his laughter subsided, he wore a serious expression. Luffy looked puzzled, unsure of what Usopp was referring to. Oh right. Usopp, didn't you come here in haste to check on that lady? Although Captain Kuro assured us she would be fine and you prevented Zango from entering the village. Shouldn't you see what has transpired? Nami, finally releasing her attention from the treasure, inquired of Usopp. I forgot. Usopp shouted, covering his head with his hands. I'll go check immediately. It should be fine, right, Kaya? He turned and dashed toward the village. All right, let us head to the village too. Meat. I want meat, Luffy proclaimed, standing up. Indeed, after such a long battle, we ought to have a drink, Zoro added. I can't stand you too, but I am hungry as well. Shall we return to yesterday's restaurant? Nami suggested. That. Seems like there's only one restaurant in this village, right? Nami, are you sure you're awake? And are you certain you want to carry that enormous bag of treasure to eat? Are you all right with your injuries? Zoro remarked, eyeing the heavy bag of treasure in Nami's hands with concern. Of course I'm bringing it. I absolutely refuse to let my treasure stray even a step away from me. My treasure, Nami said, her eyes gleaming with the allure of riches, clearly ignoring the issue of her injuries. Haha, meat, meat, meat. Luffy laughed heartily while calling for meat as they made their way to the village. Zoro slapped his forehead, following along while muttering, I can't stand you two, clearly excluding himself from the chaos. Usopp rushed into the village and headed straight for the villa atop the hill. Panting, he stopped before the villa, gazing at its tranquility, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, it's too quiet. It's already morning. Why is it so silent? The door is wide open. Usopp leaned against the iron gate of the courtyard, peering through the open doors of the hall. What is that? He noticed a chandelier lying on the ground within the hall, its damage resembling the marks left by Kuro's claw. A sense of foreboding gripped Usopp as he spotted blood on the floor, remnants of the attack on Mary. Is that blood? Usopp gasped in shock. Kaya? This is bad. Usopp hurriedly dashed towards the room on the second floor of Kaya's house. Upon reaching the door, he twisted the handle and peered inside, finding Kaya lying quietly on the bed. Kaya, wake up, Kaya! Usopp called out anxiously as he approached and gently shook her shoulder. Slowly, Kaya opened her eyes, rubbed them, and, still somewhat dazed, looked at Usopp, questioning Usopp. Why are you here? She was momentarily confused about the situation. Kaya, are you all right? I saw blood in the hall downstairs. Klebattle didn't harm you, did he? Usopp inquired with concern. I'm fine, Kaya replied with a light laugh. Oh, Usopp. I'm so sorry for how I treated you yesterday. You wanted to save me, but I didn't trust you. However, I'm truly relieved to see that you're safe. Just as Brother Breakthrough said, you all won, right? Seeing Usopp unharmed brought a sense of relief to Kaya. Yes, we won. Klebattle and the pirates have been driven away, Usopp said with a smile. But how did you know we were fighting the pirates? And who is this Brother Breakthrough? Usopp was puzzled, as he had never heard Kaya mention anyone by that name before. Oh, let me tell you about Brother Breakthrough. Wait, where is Brother Breakthrough? He was just here treating me, Kaya remarked. Was anyone here just now? I didn't see anyone when I came in, Usopp responded, bewildered. What? You didn't see anyone? Could it be that Brother Breakthrough has left? No, I must go find him, Kaya thought anxiously, quickly sitting up, eager to search for her Brother Breakthrough. However, she seemed unaware of her current physical condition. Excited by the thought of Brother Long Breakthrough's absence, she exerted herself too much while getting up, resulting in a loud crash as the bed split in two, and Kaya fell to the ground. Hey, Kaya, are you all right? Usopp exclaimed, startled by the sudden turn of events, clearly not expecting Kaya to have such strength. Nonetheless, he immediately expressed his concern. I'm fine, Kaya stammered, though her gaze remained fixed on her hands, clearly astonished by her newfound strength. Suddenly, she recalled that this situation had arisen after receiving treatment from Long Breakthrough. It must be Brother Breakthrough. He surely knows the reason. But where could he have gone? Kaya lamented, tears beginning to flow at the thought of Brother Long Breakthrough's absence. Hey, Kaya, why are you crying? Are you really okay? Usopp asked, feeling at a loss. Kaya shook her head, remaining silent, unable to stop the tears that flowed uncontrollably. Even she was unsure why she felt such an overwhelming urge to cry. Kaya, you're awake. How are you feeling? Brother Long Breakthrough entered the room with a smile, addressing Kaya. Brother Breakthrough. As Koya heard Long Potion's voice, she quickly rose and rushed toward him. However, upon taking just 2 steps, she unexpectedly created a large hole in the floor, threatening to plunge down to the first floor. Observing Koya about to fall, Long Po Tian promptly reached out, grasping her hand and pulling her into his embrace. his voice laced with concern. Koya, are you all right? Koya, whose tear-streaked face had transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing Long Po Tian, replied with a nod. Yes, Brother Po Tian, I'm fine. But why did this happen? I hardly exerted any force. How could I have damaged the bed and the floor? Leaning against Long Po Tian, she gazed at the broken floor and the bed split in two, bewildered. Well, how should I put this? Earlier, I mentioned I would assist in healing your body. After I treated you, I noticed your physique was rather fragile, so I thought to strengthen it a bit. Alas, I lost focus, and this happened. He chuckled awkwardly. Don't worry, it's merely a matter of increased strength and a more robust body. Long Po Tian felt a tad embarrassed, but refrained from elaborating on the extent of this newfound power, understanding that such divine matters were too abstract for Koya at this moment. Furthermore, with Usopp present, it was not appropriate for him to delve deeper into the subject. Oh, what should I do now? Does this mean I can hardly walk? And I might easily break things? What should I do, Brother Po Tian? Koya began to grasp her physical predicament. While she was not overly concerned about her body, trusting that Long Po Tian would not harm her, she did worry about the possibility of not being able to accompany him, fearing he might leave her behind. Fear not. These are minor issues. I will assist you to the courtyard for a stroll. Once you calm down, within an hour or two, you should acclimate to your new body. Although it may still lack some capability for combat, everyday activities should pose no problem, Long Po Tian reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Is that so? Thank you, Brother Po Tian. Koya looked at him gratefully, suddenly realizing how much he had already done for her in such a short time, first aiding Mary, then treating her own body, and now helping her adjust. As these thoughts crossed her mind, her gaze toward Long Po Tian brimmed with affection, further intensified by the lingering aura from earlier, causing her lips to inch closer to his. Long Po Tian, too, found himself entranced by Koya's demeanor, his lips instinctively moving toward hers. Hey, how long are you two planning to embrace each other? The world, standing behind Long Po Tian, interjected, unable to contain herself at the scene before her. However, her tone was not one of jealousy, rather, she was mindful of Usopp's presence and felt they should be more considerate. Ah, I'm sorry, Sister World. Kaya was awakened by the words of the world, realizing that Brother Long Potion's wife was nearby. She quickly leaped from Long Potion's embrace, inadvertently damaging the ground. Had it not been for Long Potion's steady grip, she might have fallen. Unable to escape the situation, Kaya allowed Long Po Tian to guide her, awkwardly offering her apologies to the world. Haha, worry not. I bear you no ill will, the world reassured with a gentle smile. However, Kaya found herself at a loss for words, unable to express her thoughts. Kaya, do not overthink. Simply pursue what your heart desires. I shall not hold you accountable. The world spoke softly. Thank you, Sister World. Kaya understood the sentiment and expressed her gratitude with a warm gaze. Ha, Kaya. Will you not introduce us to this gentleman? The world chuckled lightly, turning her attention to Usopp, although she was already aware of his identity. A formal introduction would be appropriate. Ah, Usopp-kun. I'm so sorry, I forgot to introduce you. This is Brother Po Tian, and this is Sister World. Brother Po Tian, Sister World. This is Usopp. Kaya, having been preoccupied with Long Po Tian, had overlooked Usopp until the world prompted her. She hastily apologized to Usopp while making the introductions. Usopp, you say? I am Long Po Tian, and this is my wife, World. It is a pleasure to meet you, Long Po Tian said with a smile, and World nodded in agreement. Hello. I am Captain Usopp of the Usopp Pirate Crew, commonly known as the Brave Warrior of the Sea. I am equally delighted to meet you both. Usopp introduced himself in his characteristic manner. Indeed, I am aware that during the recent encounter with pirates, Usopp exhibited remarkable bravery, Long Po Tian commented. Is that so? You know of it? Ha, splendid. Should you encounter any trouble, simply invoke my name, and my 8 million subordinates will be at your service, Usopp replied joyfully. Ah, I am most grateful, Long Po Tian responded with a smile. By the way, Kaya, I have matters to attend to with Onion Head. Since you are well, I shall take my leave, Usopp said to Kaya. Is that so? Then farewell, Usopp, Kaya replied with a smile. I shall be off now. Farewell, everyone. Usopp nodded at Long Po Tian and World before turning to depart. Chapter 21. Kaya's body adapts to training. As Usopp left, Long Po Tian turned to Kaya and said, All right. Let us take a stroll in the courtyard to help you acclimate to your current physique. Otherwise, this villa may very well be dismantled by you. Haha. Brother Po Tian. How rude. Laughing at me, when it was you who caused this predicament. Kaya retorted. somewhat vexed by Long Po Tian's laughter. Very well, I shall cease my laughter. Come. Allow me to assist you to the courtyard, he replied. Long Po Tian halted his laughter and extended his hand to support Kia as they descended the stairs. Kia felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Despite her remarkable recovery, she still required assistance to walk, and she had to meticulously control her strength. Nevertheless, with each step, she inadvertently left cracks in the floor, which filled her with embarrassment. Anyone witnessing a once fragile girl displaying such formidable power would find it astonishing. Kia felt her cheeks flush with heat, mortified at having embarrassed herself in front of her beloved, lowering her gaze and hesitating to meet Long Po Tian's eyes. Do not fret. Kia, calm your mind and attune yourself to your body, sensing the effects of every ounce of strength you exert. If you feel you are using too much force, gradually lessen it and take note of that sensation. Focus on your body, knowing you can control it. Soon, you will find it quite manageable. Long Po Tian reassured her as he guided Kia into the courtyard, helping her acclimate to her new physicality. Now, good, lift your foot, focus, step forward. Yes, just like that. Kia, you are truly a genius. Long Po Tian marveled at Kia's ability to exert some control so swiftly. It seemed she was already adapting to her body during their journey from the room to the courtyard. Hearing Long Po Tian's praise, Kia beamed with joy, only to forget her previous sensations, resulting in yet another crack in the ground. Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Po Tian. She stood there, flustered, her head bowed, her cheeks flushed. What should she do? Just after receiving praise from Brother Po Tian, she made another mistake. Would he think she was foolish? Kia pondered, lowering her head even further. There is no need to worry, and you need not apologize. You haven't done anything wrong, understand? Long Po Tian gently pinched Kia's small nose in a comforting gesture. Now, calm down, let us continue. Lift your foot. As time passed, Long Po Tian patiently guided Kia, while the world around them faded into the background. A chair was pulled out, and someone sat beneath the shade of a tree, quietly observing the duo. 20 minutes later, Kia was able to walk at a brisk pace without Long Po Tian's assistance, leaving the ground intact. The Kia of today was a far cry from the one of yesterday. Just a day prior, walking at such a speed for even a few minutes would have left her utterly exhausted. Now, she managed to control her strength for an extended period, her complexion remaining rosy and devoid of weariness, which elated her, though beads of sweat adorned her brow. They were not a result of fatigue, but rather from the tension of mastering her body. All right, Kia, let us take a break. Come here, wipe your sweat. And have some water, Long Po Tian instructed, offering her a towel and a glass of water. Thank you, Brother Po Tian. Kia delicately wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel, addressing Long Po Tian with a light-hearted tone. Hee. You can now move freely and have begun to adapt to your current physique. Once you complete the upcoming training, daily activities will pose no challenge at all. Long Po Tian observed Kia, who, having just perspired, had a rosy complexion that rendered her undeniably charming, momentarily causing him to lose his train of thought. Here, have some water. He quickly regained his focus, taking the towel from Kia's hands while offering her a cup of water. Thank you, Kia replied as she reached for the cup. However, at the precise moment her fingers clasped around it, a sharp sound echoed crack. The cup shattered into fragments. It hurts, Kia exclaimed, realizing she had been cut by the shards. Ordinarily, with Kia's enhanced divine physique, she would be impervious to such injuries. Even a knife wielded by a human from a pirate realm would be incapable of inflicting harm upon her. The reason she was wounded by the broken cup lay in the seal imposed by Long Po Tian. He had not only restricted Kia's physical strength, but also her bodily resilience. After all, if only her strength were sealed, her future existence would lack excitement. After all, she would be devoid of the sensation of pain. Kia, are you all right? Does it hurt much? Fear not. I will tend to your injury immediately. Long Po Tian hastily grasped Kia's wounded hand, conjuring a sphere of water to cleanse the remnants of glass and blood from her delicate skin. Several cuts marred her charming little hand, blood oozing from the wounds, causing Long Po Tian to feel a pang of sympathy. It was no wonder Kia cried out in pain. She likely had never experienced such a degree of injury before. Long Po Tian, without a moment's hesitation, summoned his primordial energy. Although the lingering essence within it remained, he now felt no reservations about utilizing it for Kia. Aware of the influence she had already experienced and observing her performance, Long Po Tian resolved to keep Kia by his side as his own. After all, having one's beloved grow more infatuated with oneself could hardly be deemed unfavorable, could it? As the primordial energy flowed into her, Kuya's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, vanishing completely within moments. Long Po Tian washed away the traces of blood, and Kuya's delicate hand returned to its former state. Had it not been for the lingering memory of her recent pain, she might have thought she had never been injured at all. Once Kuya's injuries were fully healed, Long Po Tian swiftly withdrew his primordial energy. He dared not allow it to linger within her for too long, for further enhancement of her body might lead to complications. Although he could address such issues, they would undoubtedly present some challenges. Well, it's all better now. How do you feel? Is there still pain, Kuya? Long Po Tian gently held her small hand, caressing it as he inquired. It doesn't hurt anymore. Brother Po Tian, you're truly amazing. Just like that, the injury on my hand is healed. It feels as if I was never hurt at all, Kuya remarked, her cheeks flushed with shyness from his touch, yet she was genuinely astonished by his abilities. Of course, it was merely a minor injury. How could it possibly trouble your brother Po Tian? He chuckled, confident in the efficacy of his primordial energy. Had he not been cautious about potential complications for Kuya, her hand could have been healed instantaneously. I know, Brother Po Tian, you are capable of anything. But I won't tell anyone, as you have asked me to keep it a secret, Kuya replied with a smile. However, it seems that you cannot drink water on your own just yet. Let me assist you, Long Po Tian said with a grin, retrieving a cup of water and bringing it to her lips. Thank you, Kuya said bashfully, yet obediently opened her mouth to drink the water he offered, feeling her heart swell with happiness. Once she finished, Long Po Tian set the cup aside and waved his hand, summoning a basket of eggs and an empty one from the spatial realm. These had been prepared to assist Kuya in acclimating to her body, as he typically did not keep such items. Kuya, come here. Your next task is to transfer the eggs from this basket to the empty one. Once you can do so without any damage, we will proceed to the third phase of training, Long Po Tian instructed her. Okay, Brother Po Tian, Kuya replied eagerly. Kuya stepped forward and began to carry out Long Po Tian's instructions. As for how Long Po Tian suddenly produced these items, Kuya found it entirely unremarkable. For as she believed, Long Po Tian was omnipotent in her eyes. With great care, Kuya reached for an egg, gently grasping it before slowly withdrawing her hand. Suddenly, with a crack, the egg burst, its contents splattering onto Kuya's face. She looked up at Long Po Tian with a pitiful expression. Long Po Tian reached out to help Kuya wipe the egg white from her face, comforting her by saying, "Do not fret, take your time. Do not fear breaking the eggs. I have prepared plenty. Calm yourself, and you will succeed." Kuya nodded in agreement, encouraging herself internally, I must not disappoint Brother Po Tian. She extended her hand, grasped an egg, and with a crack, it shattered. She reached for another, with a similar result. Time passed gradually, and under Kuya's unwavering determination, the first basket of 50 eggs was completely obliterated, followed by the second basket, then the third, which retained 9, the fourth with 17, the fifth with 24, 31, 39, 43, 48, and finally 50. At last, in the 10th basket, Kuya successfully transferred 50 eggs from one basket to another. To eliminate any chance of coincidence, Long Po Tian asked her to repeat the process several times, ensuring that she could transfer the eggs without breaking them before allowing her to proceed. By now, nearly an hour had elapsed. Now, wash your hands. We shall continue with the next phase of training, Long Po Tian instructed as he gathered up the remnants of broken eggs. He continued, now, attempt to hold an egg and toss it into the air, then catch it. If you can do this 10 times in a row without breaking the egg, your training will be deemed complete. Do you understand, Kuya? Yes, I understand, she replied. After picking up an egg and tossing it, it shattered before she could even release it. Undeterred, Kuya persevered, gradually improving her skills until she was finally able to toss and catch the egg consecutively 10 times without breaking it. Long Po Tian clapped his hands to signal Kuya to stop, then approached her and softly remarked, Kuya, you have done remarkably well. You have now essentially adapted to your body, and in the future, you need not be overly cautious. Excellent, it has only been an hour and a half, which is slightly quicker than I anticipated. Ah, I finally completed it. This is wonderful, Kuya exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, it is completed, but you should first take a bath. You are covered in egg remnants and sweat. Long Po Tian chuckled as he observed Kuya's disheveled state, with egg yolks splattered all over her hair and clothes. Ah, Kuya gasped as she looked at herself. Then I shall go wash up. She turned and dashed toward the villa. After taking a few steps, she returned to Long Po Tian, saying, Thank you, Brother Po Tian, and planted a kiss on his cheek before blushing and running away. What a spirited little girl. Long Po Tian smiled at her retreating figure. Congratulations, Tian Go, on winning the affections of a young lady, the world teased as it approached Long Po Tian. What is there to congratulate? You know the reason well enough, Long Po Tian replied with a roll of his eyes. Then, Tian Go, how do you plan to handle the situation with Kuya? The world inquired with a smile. If Kuya is willing, and you have no objections, I would like to keep her by my side as my woman, Long Po Tian said, casting an apologetic glance at the world. What reason would I have to object? The world leaned against Long Po Tian's embrace, speaking softly. In the world's heart, Tian Gu meant everything, and in Tian Gu's heart, was not the world also the most significant? Certainly, the world will always hold the utmost importance in my heart, Long Po Tian affirmed. Holding the world tightly before sealing his feelings with a kiss, conveying his emotions directly to her soul. After a long moment, their lips parted. Long Po Tian gently pushed the world away and said, Now, I will first repair the mess Kuya made, and then I shall inquire about her thoughts. Please sit for a moment. All right, Tian Gu, the world replied, settling back under the shade of a tree, quietly perusing a book. Long Po Tian first tidied up the egg whites scattered across the courtyard, then mended the cracks left by Koya's footsteps before stepping into the hall. He restored the chandelier and the floor, which had been damaged by Klo, to their original state and cleaned up the bloodstains left by Meili. Gradually, he made his way toward Koya's room, following the path of destruction she had caused on the floor. As time was not of the essence, Long Po Tian did not exert excessive force. Instead, he meticulously repaired one pit at a time. Passing by the room where Meili had been settled that morning, he took a moment to check on her condition, not her injuries, which he knew had long been healed, but to see if she had awakened. Meili was still in slumber, a result of the soundproof barrier Long Po Tian had placed in the room. Otherwise, even the deepest sleep would have been disturbed by the noise Koya made. He exited without intending to rouse Meili and continued to mend the floor that Koya had damaged. By the time Koya returned from her bath, the two large holes in the floor had vanished, and Long Po Tian was in the process of restoring the bed that had been broken in two. Chapter 22. Devouring Koya. Koya watched as Long Po Tian repaired the bed she had ruined, chirping brightly, Brother Po Tian, have you finished your bath? Koya, have you finished your bath? Just a moment, let me fix your bed first, he replied, his hands never ceasing their work, continuing to channel energy into the restoration of the bed. All right, thank you, Brother Po Tian. Koya obediently stood to the side, quietly observing him. Her heart filled with sweetness as she reflected on all that had transpired since she met him that half-day ago. While bathing, she had felt her skin more resilient than before. Though adapting to the training had taken over an hour, Koya felt no fatigue, an experience she had never imagined possible. Now, she could distinctly sense the transformation in her body. The weakness that once plagued her was gone, replaced by an exhilarating vitality. All of this is thanks to Brother Po Tian, she thought, gazing at him as he diligently repaired her bed and the floor that had been restored to its former glory. Koya recognized the countless efforts he had made on her behalf during her bath. Although such tasks were trivial for someone like him, the fact that he would willingly engage in such menial tasks for her filled Koya's heart with a deeper sense of sweetness and happiness. All done. Koya, come, sit here. I have something to discuss with you, Long Po Tian said, plopping down on the bed he had just repaired, patting the space beside him without a hint of embarrassment at it being Koya's bed. Okay, Brother Po Tian, Koya readily complied, sitting beside him, her gentle gaze fixed on him as she inquired, I wonder what you wish to tell me. Long Po Tian gazed at the enchanting Koya beside him. Having just emerged from her bath, her golden hair cascaded damply over her shoulders, and she was draped only in a towel, revealing her smooth shoulders and arms. From Long Po Tian's perspective, he could catch a glimpse of her alluring curves, while her beautiful eyes, filled with tenderness, gazed softly at him, brimming with unspoken affection. The occasional waft of her delicate fragrance stirred something within Long Po Tian, igniting a sense of yearning that made him inclined to lift his gaze. Long Po Tian slightly calmed his mind and gazed at Kuya, speaking gently. Kuya, although we have known each other for merely half a day, I have not disclosed to you that both your world's elder sister and I are, in essence, travelers. It is impossible for us to linger in one place for long, thus your sister and I shall take our leave today. Long Po Tian's words left Koya momentarily stunned, gazing at him in a daze, her eyes reflecting a flicker of despair as tears began to well up. With a trembling voice, she inquired, must we depart today? Is there truly no way to stay? No, Long Po Tian replied, his gaze fixed upon Koya's tear-filled eyes. We must continue our journey without lingering. As Long Po Tian's words reached Kia, she felt her body weaken, toppling sideways. Quick as a flash, Long Po Tian caught her, concern etched on his face as he asked, Kia, are you all right? Kia lay softly in Long Po Tian's embrace, savoring the intoxicating essence that surrounded him. Yet, in that moment, her heart was devoid of joy. Instead, filled with a profound sense of despair. She lifted her gaze to Long Po Tian, the man who had filled her heart to the brim, contemplating his words of departure. Tears welled in her eyes and cascaded down her cheeks as she gently caressed the face she adored so deeply. With a heavy heart, she sorrowfully uttered, You truly cannot stay, can you? Brother Po Tian, do you realize? Although we have only known each other for half a day, I have hopelessly fallen for you. My heart is now completely occupied by you, leaving no room for anything else. What am I to do if you leave? I can scarcely entertain the thought of living without you. Without you, I fear I shall not survive. Long Po Tian gently reached out to wipe away Koya's tears. His gaze filled with affection as he looked into her eyes. Softly, he spoke, Koya, Brother Po Tian truly cherishes you and desires to be with you. However, Brother Po Tian has matters to attend to and cannot stay here. Upon hearing Long Po Tian's words, Koya's heart leaped with joy as she realized that Brother Po Tian also harbored feelings for her, filling her with happiness. Yet, when she learned that he could not remain, the tears in her eyes surged forth, and she shook her head vigorously, exclaiming, I don't want to hear it. Witnessing Koya's distress, Long Po Tian's affection deepened. He had completely fallen for this girl, and what had once been a sense of responsibility had now transformed into a genuine desire to be with her and keep her by his side. Noting Koya's unwillingness to hear him out, he firmly held her head in place and kissed her passionately. Koya was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank, unsure of her surroundings. As she was lost in thought, Long Po Tian's tongue deftly parted her lips, entwining with her own, realizing her predicament as her senses returned. Koya did not resist. Instead, she fervently responded, sharing her sweetness with Long Po Tian. As she savored the euphoric sensation and the depth of Long Po Tian's affection, all her despair and anxiety vanished, leaving only a heart brimming with sweetness and happiness. After what felt like an eternity, Long Po Tian finally released her slightly swollen lips, tenderly caressing her face. With deep emotion, he continued the unfinished thought. So, Koya, will you leave with Brother Po Tian, as his woman, as his wife, always by his side? Traveling together? Yes, I will, Koya replied eagerly, her face lighting up with a radiant smile, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. As long as I can be with Brother Po Tian, I am willing to do anything. Very well, from this moment forward, Koya shall be Brother Po Tian's wife, do you understand? Long Po Tian playfully pinched her little nose. Yes, Koya will always be Brother Po Tian's little wife, and I will stay by your side forever, Koya affirmed, nodding eagerly. Long Po Tian cradled Kia tenderly upon his lap, embracing her tightly as his fingers traced delicate patterns along the supple curve of her back in lingering caresses. Nestled against his chest, Kia basked in the warmth of his affection until hesitation tinged her whisper, Brother Po Tian, if I become your wife, would Sister Shiji resent me? Though Shiji had once encouraged her to follow her heart, uncertainty still lingered in her voice. Worry not, Long Po Tian reassured her, his palm soothing circles against her spine. Your sister has long wished for companionship. Only promise me you shall cherish her as kin. I shall treasure Sister Shiji dearly. Kia vowed softly. Good, he murmured, his wandering touch, once content with tracing the silk of her back, now descended with deliberate slowness until his fingers found the plush swell of her hips. The bath towel had slipped unnoticed during their embrace, leaving her skin bare beneath his palms, satin and yielding, stoking a hunger no longer content with mere exploration. The press of her pert curves against his chest, the heat of her trembling form astride his thighs, ignited an ache that hardened insistently against her. Kia gasped as she felt his arousal, her breath hitching in shy recognition. Brother Po Tian. Her flustered innocence undid him. In one fluid motion, he bore her down upon the bed, claiming her lips in a searing kiss while his hands mapped the newly bared terrain of her body, the discarded towel long forgotten, her porcelain skin glowing in surrender. Enraptured by devotion, Kia yielded without protest, her mouth moving fervently against his as his touch stoked embers into wildfire. Long Po Tian gently parted Kuya's slender legs, positioning himself at the entrance of her delicate sanctuary. Gazing deeply into her eyes, he murmured, Kuya, I'm here, with a faint flutter of her lashes. Kia opened her shimmering, tear-glazed eyes, meeting his intense stare. In a voice laced with tender vulnerability, she whispered, Come, Brother Po Tian, be gentle with me. Long Po Tian gently pushed open the cave door and with a thrust, ended Kaya's maidenhood amidst her muffled groan. Kaya shed tears of happiness after enduring the nearly tearing pain. After several rounds of conquest, though Kaya's body had been strengthened, it was still her first time. Having been brought to the peak multiple times by Long Po Tian, she could barely endure any longer. Seeing her exhaustion, Long Po Tian finally released his essence within her, the warm energy surging forth and instantly sending her back to the clouds. The energy gradually dissipated within her, merging into her body and helping her better control herself. After the passion, Kaya lay limply in Long Po Tian's arms. Eyes closed as she savored his caresses, quietly reliving the sensation of soaring to the heavens, too languid to move. After a long while, Long Po Tian broke the silence. By the way, Kaya, did Luffy come here earlier to borrow a ship from you? Kaya lazily opened her eyes, shifting slightly in his embrace to find a more comfortable position before murmuring, Luffy? Oh, the one with the straw hat you mentioned before? Yes. The one who defeated Captain Kuro and drove away the pirates, Long Po Tian replied, stroking her smooth back. I see. Since they fought for the village, I'll give them a ship. Mary once designed a sailboat, I believe. Ah, speaking of which, Brother Po Tian, where's Mary? Is he all right? I haven't seen him since waking up, Kaya said. Ah, poor Mary, only remembered now. Mary is fine. He was still asleep earlier. But he should wake soon, Long Po Tian assured. That's a relief, Kaya sighed. All right, little lazy cat, time to get up. Mary will wake soon. And it wouldn't be good if he came looking for you and saw us like this. Also, you should meet your sister should she. Be sure to get along well with her. Understood? Long Po Tian pinched her delicate nose before rising, summoning his clothes in an instant and standing by the bed, waiting for her. Kaya slowly sat up, the blanket slipping from her shoulders to reveal her alluring figure. But she no longer minded Long Po Tian's gaze. After all, she was his wife now. Who else should see her if not him? Ah, as she reached for her clothes, a sharp pain from below made her whimper. Her first time had been too intense, and though it had been pleasurable then, she was now reaping the consequences. Long Po Tian hurriedly stepped forward to support the unsteady Koya, gazing at her swollen features with genuine concern. Does it hurt terribly? Perhaps I could offer you some treatment? He inquired, his voice laced with regret. It's my fault for being overly excited and losing control. Koya gently shook her head. There's no need for that. This pain is something I can endure. It is a fleeting moment of happiness that a woman experiences only once in her lifetime. It serves as a testament to my union with Brother Po Tian, and I intend to cherish it deeply. Moreover, there is no need for you to feel guilty, Brother Po Tian. To bring joy to one's husband is a source of happiness for a wife and also a part of her responsibility. Please do not worry. I feel incredibly fortunate at this moment. A radiant smile illuminated Koya's face as she spoke to Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian gazed at the elegant Kuya before him, at a loss for words. His affection for her only deepened in that moment. With a tender smile, he said, You foolish girl, never mind, do as you wish. However, allow me to assist you in donning your garments, as I imagine you find it quite challenging at present. No, it's all right, I can manage on my own. Kuya replied, resolutely. In her heart, she believed it was her duty to serve her husband by dressing him, and how could she permit him to dress her instead? Long Po Tian, taking the initiative, seized the clothing and approached Kia. He gently brushed her small nose and said, All right, let me help you get dressed. Assisting my wife in donning her attire is indeed a husband's joy. Come, extend your hands. Submissively, Kia allowed Long Po Tian to assist her, her face radiating an even deeper sense of happiness. After a considerable effort, Long Po Tian successfully dressed Kia and surveyed her with admiration. At that moment, as a newlywed, Kia appeared more resplendent than ever, her face still bearing the traces of passion, while her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure, rendering Long Po Tian momentarily entranced. Brother Po Tian, Kia thought, her heart swelling with satisfaction at the sight of Long Po Tian's mesmerized gaze. Nothing brings greater joy to a woman than to see her beloved man enchanted by her. Kia's face beamed with happiness. Her eyes filled with affection as she gazed at Long Po Tian. Shall we head downstairs and meet your sister in this world? Long Po Tian, regaining his composure, suggested. Kia nodded in agreement, but as she took a step, a pang of pain surged through her, causing her to furrow her delicate brows. What's wrong? Is it still painful? I offered to treat you, but you refused. Let me carry you downstairs, Long Po Tian said. Concern etched on his face at the sight of Kia's discomfort. It's nothing, truly. I can walk down by myself. I wish to fully experience this sensation of pain and remember it for a lifetime, Kia replied, shaking her head resolutely. Long Po Tian disregarded Kuya's objections and effortlessly lifted her into his embrace. He planted a gentle kiss on her slightly pouting lips and said, "Oh, my little girl, do not be upset. Allow me to carry you down. How can you navigate the stairs in your current state? Once we reach the bottom, you may do as you please. For now, just listen to me and be a good girl." Long Po Tian's words left Kuya without opposition. Instead, she wrapped her arms around Long Po Tian's neck, resting her head on his shoulder, silently choosing to say no more. Long Po Tian descended the stairs while cradling Kia in his arms. In the courtyard of the Kia villa, Long Po Tian carried Kia toward the world, where the world set aside the book in hand and regarded Kia, held in Long Po Tian's embrace, with a teasing smile. Kia felt a rush of shyness under the gaze of the world and buried her head deeply in Long Po Tian's chest, too bashful to look up. "Come now, Kia. You must greet your sister from the world." Long Po Tian gently tapped Kia's petite backside, adding, "But I dare not apply too much pressure. It would be unfortunate to cause Kia any discomfort." With a bashful demeanor, Kia slid from Long Po Tian's embrace, enduring the pain as she approached the world. She greeted the world with a graceful bow and sweetly said, "Kia pays her respects to Sister World." Standing up with a warm smile, the world approached Kia, assisting her upright while taking her hand. "Sister, there is no need for such formalities. It must be quite exhausting for you, Kia, and Longu, truly, should learn to exercise some restraint." The world cast a playful glare at Long Po Tian, who felt a twinge of embarrassment yet remained silent, fully aware that he had indeed lacked self-control. "Not at all. Kia is not weary in the slightest. Big brother Po Tian is very considerate of me, and I feel exceedingly happy right now," Kia replied with a shake of her head and a cheerful smile. "Ah, indeed. I was once in the same position. So let us cherish our time together, Kia, and diligently serve Longu," the world said with a light laugh. "Yes, Sister World," Kia responded, sharing a knowing smile with the world, each understanding the unspoken sentiments in their hearts. Long Po Tian observed the harmonious rapport between the two individuals, a warm smile gracing his lips as he reminded himself that these two were his most cherished treasures, deserving of his utmost care. The world gently urged Kia to sit down, continuing their intimate conversation, while Long Po Tian quietly sipped from a bottle of first-rate spirit he had retrieved from his spatial realm, preventing Kuya from pouring him a drink. Time flowed gently, and before they knew it, midday approached. At that moment, Long Po Tian, with a deliberate motion, returned the wine to his space and addressed Kuya. "Kuya, perhaps you should pause for a moment. Mei has awakened." "Oh, Mei is awake. How wonderful. Brother Po Tian, Sister Shurjia, let us go find him," Kuya exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed, let us." Long Po Tian and the world nodded in agreement, rising to their feet and making their way towards the room. Inside, upon awakening, Mei found himself somewhat bewildered by the fact that he was lying in bed, completely healed, yet he did not dwell on it for long. Instead, he anxiously sought the familiar presence of Kuya. As Long Po Tian and the others approached the hall, they spotted Mei hurrying towards them. Kuya looked at Mei and smiled. "Mei, you have finally awakened. How do you feel? Is there any discomfort in your body? Miss Kuya, are you all right? What has become of Clabatel? And who are they?" Mei rushed forward upon seeing Kuya, her concern evident, while also noticing Long Po Tian and the world. "I am fine, Mei. Clabatel has been defeated by Usopp and Mr. Luffy, and the pirates have been driven away," Kuya explained, then took Long Po Tian and world by the hand to introduce them. "Mei, this is Brother Po Tian, and this is his wife, Sister World. It was Brother Po Tian who helped you with your injuries this morning. Mr. Po Tian, Miss World, greetings. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance," Mei said, bowing respectfully to the two. Upon arriving at Kuya's villa, Mei had already lost consciousness due to excessive blood loss. Thus, she was unaware of their presence. "Ah, hello," Long Po Tian and world replied in kind. "Miss Kuya, how is your health?" Mei asked. Noticing the stark contrast in Kuya's complexion compared to before, her curiosity piqued. "Hiki, my health has also been restored by Brother Po Tian. Furthermore, Mei, I am now Brother Po Tian's wife," Kuya said with a beaming expression of happiness. Though Mei felt puzzled by Kuya's sudden marriage to someone she had never met, the joy radiating from Kuya rendered her speechless. Moreover, she felt no right to object and quickly offered her congratulations. "Is that so? That is wonderful. Congratulations, Mississippi." With that, Mei bowed once more to Long Po Tian, saying, "Mei has the honor of meeting the son-in-law." Long Po Tian gracefully accepted this gesture, acknowledging his identity as the son-in-law. "By the way, Miss Kuya, Do you happen to know who that remarkable Luffy is, the one who defeated Clabater? Asked Mary. Luffy is the young man in the straw hat who was driven out of our villa by Clabater yesterday. He is the one who drove the pirates away, replied Koya. Speaking of which, Mary, didn't you design a ship previously? Yes, Miss Koya. May I inquire why you bring this up? Mary responded. The thing is, Mr. Luffy visited yesterday seeking to borrow a ship, and I would like to gift them one. After all, they are the heroes who protect our village. And we ought to express our gratitude, Koya declared. I see, that's absolutely fine. If those heroes can navigate a vessel of my design, it would be an honor for Mary. Miss Koya, I shall head north to prepare the ship immediately. Mary bowed. Very well, Mary. And please also gather everything necessary for the voyage to load onto the ship. I will go find Mr. Luffy and then escort them to the northern coast, Koya instructed. Understood. Miss Koya, son-in-law, I will prepare at once. After saying this, Mary turned and left. Oh, wait a moment, Mary. I will be traveling around the world with Brother Po Tian. He mentioned we might leave with Mr. Luffy, so I leave the household in your capable hands, Mary. Koya called out to her. Departing? Miss Koya is leaving as well? But Mary was taken aback by Koya's words and quickly added. Yet upon seeing Koya's resolute gaze, she refrained from further comment. Very well, Miss Koya, if this is your decision, I shall take care of the household. I will attend to my duties now. Brother Po Tian, let us go find Mr. Luffy, Koya said to Long Po Tian. Certainly. Long Po Tian did not decline, taking Koya and the world by the hand as they stepped outside. Meanwhile, Usopp had just bid farewell to the trio of Onion Head and was heading home to pack. Pondering the earlier conversation, what are your ambitions? Usopp exclaimed loudly at the reluctant trio. I am to run an inn. I wish to become a master carpenter. I aspire to be a novelist. Onion Head and the others shouted their dreams with fervor. Do not let the flames of your ambitions extinguish. I vow to remain steadfast on my path. From this day forth, the Usopp pirates shall be disbanded, Usopp cried. I hope they can all realize their dreams in the future, Usopp mused as he continued to stuff his enormous travel bag with belongings. At that moment, outside the village's only restaurant, Long Po Tian and his companions stood before the entrance. Koya and Luffy are inside, world, and I shall wait here for you. You may go in, Long Po Tian said to Koya. Very well, I shall enter now, Brother Po Tian, Sister World, Koya replied as she walked into the restaurant. Inside, Luffy was gnawing on a fishbone. Having eaten, shall we be on our way? Zoro crossed his arms over his chest and addressed Luffy and Nami. Indeed, Luffy replied, brandishing a fishbone. So, you are all here, Kaya remarked as she pushed the door open and entered, glancing at the trio. Hello, young lady, Luffy waved. Shouldn't you be resting? You seem to walk a bit awkwardly. Are you all right? Nami inquired, observing Kaya. No need, Kaya replied, her cheeks flushed. Over the past year, my illness stemmed from the deep sorrow of losing my parents. However, Big Brother Po Tian has cured me. Moreover, Usopp has been so supportive. And I have now found my happiness, so I shall no longer dwell in sadness. The way I walk is simply a result of my recent marriage to Big Brother Po Tian. Zoro and Luffy were puzzled by Kaya's words, pondering who this Big Brother Po Tian could be. Yet, Nami, being a woman, quickly grasped the implication, her face reddening as she smiled, and said, Really? Congratulations. Thank you. Kaya beamed. Big Brother Po Tian has informed me about your affair with Clabater. I truly appreciate your support. The trio merely smiled in response, remaining silent. I have sincerely prepared a gift for you, and I hope you will accept it, Kaya announced, extending her arms with a smile. What kind of gift? Treasure, perhaps? Nami's eyes sparkled with the thought of wealth as she eagerly inquired. Yes, yes. You will find out soon enough. I assure you will love it. Please, follow me. Big Brother Po Tian is waiting outside, Kaya said with an enigmatic smile. Young lady, who exactly is this Big Brother Po Tian you keep mentioning? Luffy asked, perplexed. Yes. You said you just became his wife. Does that mean he's your fiancé? How come Usopp and the others have never mentioned him? Zoro added. I only met Big Brother Po Tian today, so of course Usopp wouldn't know. He is just outside. I shall introduce you shortly, Kaya replied, stepping out of the shop. That was fast. Nami thought to herself, reflecting on how quickly she had gone from meeting him to becoming his wife. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, recognizing that this was Kaya's personal matter, and their relationship had not yet reached a level where she could advise on such significant decisions. Big Brother Po Tian, World. I apologize for the wait. Kaya approached Long Po Tian and World. What are you talking about? You were only inside for 2 minutes. It's not a long wait. Long Po Tian chuckled, patting Kaya's head. Eek. Kaya playfully stuck out her tongue at Long Po Tian before turning to Luffy and the others. Everyone. This is the big brother Po Tian I mentioned, and he is now my husband. Greetings. I am Long Po Tian, Kaya's husband, and this is World, also my wife. Long Po Tian smiled warmly at the trio. Hello, they greeted in unison. The World seemed to nod in agreement. I am Luffy, hello everyone, Luffy said with a smile. Adjusting his straw hat. I am Nami, she greeted with a wave, her thoughts drifting. So handsome, it's no wonder he quickly became Kaya's husband. But why is he so insatiable? With such a beautiful wife, why seek out Kaya as well? Despite her musings, Nami felt no resentment. After all, this world lacked a monogamous institution. Many strong individuals possessed numerous partners, and seeing Kaya's blissful expression left Nami with little to contest. Perhaps he possessed some extraordinary qualities. Roronoa Zoro stated with a serious demeanor. While Luffy and Nami remained unfazed, Zoro sensed something different. Though he could not detect any aura emanating from the two before him, a fleeting moment brought forth a subtle feeling of danger from Long Po Tian, causing his hand to instinctively rest upon his sword. What's wrong, Zoro? Nami inquired, puzzled by his reaction, as it was rare for Zoro to introduce himself with his full name. Nothing, Zoro replied, attempting to sense that initial feeling again, but to no avail. Was it merely an illusion? He pondered, casting a glance at Long Po Tian before withdrawing his hand from the sword's hilt. Ah, Roronoa Zoro, is it? Pleased to meet you, Long Po Tian said with a smile, secretly acknowledging Zoro's keen perception. After shaking hands with Nami, Long Po Tian quickly suppressed his aura, ensuring not a trace escaped, inadvertently allowing Zoro to sense a hint of danger in that fleeting moment. Everyone, follow me. Let's take a look at your gifts. I am certain you will adore them, Kaya announced, wrapping her arm around Long Po Tian as they made their way toward the northern coast. The others hurried to keep up. What could the gift be? Meat, perhaps? Meat would be splendid, Luffy exclaimed with eager anticipation. How could it be? Nami exclaimed, striking Luffy's head with her hand. Upon reaching the northern coast, Kaya pointed towards a ship dock nearby, exclaiming, Look everyone, that is the gift I prepared for you. Hackla whale. Nami clasped her hands together in delight. Luffy and Zoro shared her astonishment. Is this truly a gift for us? Luffy raised his arms in excitement. Indeed, it is yours. Kaya replied with a smile. Though the design may seem somewhat antiquated, I crafted this vessel myself. It is named Going Merry, she explained with pride. What a magnificent ship, Luffy exclaimed, particularly enamored with the figurehead. Everything necessary for our voyage has been prepared aboard, Kaya added cheerfully. Thank you so much. Truly, misfortunes never come alone, Luffy laughed heartily. I am at a loss for words. Truly, Zoro remarked, his expression one of disbelief. Nami was engaged in a discussion with Mary regarding the navigation of the Mary ship. At that moment, Usopp, along with his enormous travel bag, tumbled down the slope. He was halted by Luffy and Zoro, each having stepped on his face. So you really are setting sail, Usopp? Kaya remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Indeed, I must depart swiftly before my resolve wavers, Usopp replied. Is that so? Over this past year, I owe you my gratitude, Usopp. Thanks to your encouragement, I have persevered and finally found my own happiness. I am now the wife of Broke Tian, and I truly thank you, Kaya said with a smile. Is that so? Usopp's tone grew somewhat somber. Although he had not yet developed strong feelings, he felt a slight fondness for Kaya that surpassed that for other villagers, as they were both orphans. Thus, hearing that Kaya had become another's wife saddened him. However, upon seeing the joyful smile on her face, Usopp quickly cast aside his melancholy and, with a beaming expression, offered his heartfelt congratulations. Congratulations, Kaya. May you lead a happy life. Yes, Kaya nodded in agreement. Hey, you all take care as well. I hope we can meet again. Usopp called out to Luffy and the others on the ship. Why? Luffy questioned, puzzled. You really aren't likable, are you? I will be a pirate just like you all, so we may encounter each other at sea, Usopp replied, exasperated. What are you saying? Hurry up and board the ship, Zoro instructed, pointing at the vessel. Usopp hesitated. We are already companions, are we not? Luffy stated matter-of-factly. A ship? Captain? I shall take on the role of captain, Usopp exclaimed loudly. Fool, I am the captain, Luffy refuted. Laughter erupted among everyone. After the laughter subsided, Usopp, laden with his immense travel bag, climbed aboard the ship as Luffy and the others prepared to set sail. Take care, everyone. Broke Tian, be sure to look after Kaya, Usopp waved. Of course, Broke Tian responded. Actually, "We have a favor to ask of you all," Po Tian said to the group. "Oh, what is it?" Luffy and the others inquired with curiosity. "We wish to travel to other parts of the world. Could we request your assistance in getting us to the next island?" Po Tian smiled. "Ah, of course. That's certainly possible," Luffy laughed heartily. Wait a moment, 3 people? Does that mean? Usopp suddenly realized something and looked at Kaya in surprise. "Hiki, we will be in your care from now on," Kaya giggled. "What? Even the young lady?" Luffy and the others were equally astonished. "What is it? Is that a problem?" Kaya said, looking disappointed. "No, just hurry and board the ship." As Nami spoke, the trio of Dragon Breaker boarded the ship. Luffy called out loudly, "Set sail, everyone." Usopp, Zoro, and the others in the village pondered. Are we truly going to do this? Of course. We must carry on our captain's will. Very well, let us depart. Taking a deep breath, the 3 dashed towards the village, shouting, "Everyone, the pirates are coming." On board. The crew raised their glasses. To our new ship and new companions. To Miss Kaya, to Brother Breaker and Sister World, cheers. The cheers echoed as the Mary gradually drifted away, disappearing beyond the horizon. Chapter 24. The pirate flag and the rare beast common. A gentle sea breeze caressed the tranquil waters as the Golden Mary sailed onward. The monotony of the voyage led the crew to occupy themselves with various tasks to pass the time. On the deck, Luffy was hidden in a corner, engaged in some unknown activity, while Nami studied the nautical charts. Zoro leaned against the rail, dozing peacefully, and Dragon Breaker reclined on a lounge chair, sipping quietly from a glass on a small table beside him. Kaya was at Dragon Breaker's side, pouring him more drink, and World sat in a chair, engrossed in a book. At the bow, Usopp stood with his arms crossed and one foot propped on the rail, gazing intently ahead. Suddenly, he declared with authority, "Foolish pirates. Knowing full well that the Golden Mary is led by Captain Usopp and his invincible fleet, you dare to attack? Prepare for fierce battle." With that, Usopp brandished the wooden sword at his waist, leaping from the bow to the deck, swinging it vigorously as if engaged in a fierce duel. Against whom? The air, perhaps. On the deck, Luffy continued his mysterious activity in the corner, while the others remained immersed in their books or charts, drinking and pouring drinks as usual. The only change was Usopp, standing there with his wooden sword like a solitary figure. "Hey, I say, pay a bit of attention to others," Usopp lamented. But the crew remained absorbed in their tasks, leaving him feeling rather disheartened as he slumped his shoulders. Finally, Kaya, with a hint of sympathy, remarked, "Usopp, you are truly amusing, haha." With that, she resumed pouring drinks for Dragon Breaker. Instantly, the backdrop behind Usopp transformed into a dull gray. Suddenly, Luffy sprang from his corner, brandishing a piece of black cloth and shouting, causing Usopp to stumble in fright and fall to the ground. Luffy turned to face the crew, proudly displaying what he held, laughing as he exclaimed, "Behold, our pirate flag." With Usopp's addition, excluding Dragon Breaker and the others who boarded with him, we now have 4 companions. And with our new ship, it is imperative that we create our own emblem. Everyone was captivated by Luffy's words, their gazes drawn to the pirate flag in his hand. It displayed a crooked skull adorned with a similarly tilted straw hat, accompanied by slanted crossbones. If one were to insist it was indeed a pirate flag, that assertion could be entertained, perhaps. "Is that our emblem?" Zoro stuttered slightly. "Hee. Yes, isn't it splendid?" Luffy grinned widely. "The pirate flag symbolizes death." "A harbinger of terror," Zoro remarked, rendered speechless. "Indeed, I feel a sense of dread, albeit regarding your capabilities," Nami thoughtfully interjected. "Brother Long, are we truly going to commandeer this vessel to reach the next destination?" Kaya hesitated, averting her gaze from the flag in Luffy's grasp as she addressed Long. "Fear not. Kaya, we certainly cannot swim to the next island, can we?" The World reassured her, though one might question if this was truly comfort. Luffy, are you certain you formed a pirate crew and not a comedic troupe?" Long, perspiring, envisioned arriving at the next island with such a flag, only to be gawked at like a rare beast. He felt a pang of regret for his earlier decision. "TSK, TSK, TSK, why not consult me first?" Usopp chided, shaking his finger. "How could you forget about me, the genius artist?" "Genius artist?" Luffy inquired, clearly baffled as to when Usopp had achieved such a status. "With 50 years of doodling on walls, no one can surpass my artistic prowess," Usopp proclaimed, nose held high. "Impressive, 50 years. Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "So, what does that mean?" "You're just an old man," Zoro sighed. "Is Usopp an old man?" Kaya gasped. He certainly must have 5 or 6 grandchildren, Nami asserted confidently. But why are they all grandsons and not granddaughters? Long expressed his confusion. What do you think, brother? Do you prefer grandsons or granddaughters? The world asked Long, seemingly contemplating the future of whether to have a son or a daughter. Hey, you don't even have a child yet. Luffy marveled. That's quite impressive, he continued to exclaim. Hey, Usopp was drenched in sweat. Now, behold my artistic creation, Usopp proudly declared, halting his actions. I must say, it's quite well done. But why does the skull have a long nose? Luffy and Zoro simultaneously delivered a light punch to Usopp, chiding him for designing his own flag. Is this more or less acceptable now? Usopp squinted, questioning after completing his work. Indeed, it's quite splendid, Nami replied with a smile. I like it, Luffy confirmed decisively. This shall be our emblem. Zoro sighed. Kaya, with this, we can confidently set sail on this vessel. The world smiled at Kaya, who responded, yes, Usopp is truly remarkable. At last, Kaya emerged from the shadow of the Straw Hat Pirates' flag, feeling that they were indeed pirates. Yes, it finally feels like you are genuine pirates. Long Break affirmed the crew's identity. All right, Usopp, let's paint the sail, Luffy instructed. Done. The pirate ship, going merry, is now complete, Usopp exclaimed, collapsing onto the deck in exhaustion after painting the crew's emblem on the sail. Suddenly, a thick dark cloud loomed ahead, accompanied by distant thunder. We're heading that way, right? This seems rather ominous, Luffy said, gazing anxiously at the cloud. But why do you appear so unfazed? Just then, Nami, looking at the navigation chart and through her telescope, confirmed, that one, without a doubt. Did you see something interesting? Luffy inquired. That is the legendary Treasure Island. Indeed, it is a well-known island among pirates. Steeped in peculiar tales, Nami explained. Peculiar tales? Luffy echoed, puzzled. Yes, the legend states that approaching the island incurs the wrath of the mountain god, Nami elaborated. That sounds intriguing, Luffy chuckled. Luffy, are you really thinking? Usopp asked, concerned. Absolutely. As long as it involves treasure, timid Nami will shed her fears. Luffy declared, his voice ringing with enthusiasm. Onward to the treasure island, he shouted. Luffy and Nami appeared quite exhilarated, leaving Kaya perplexed by their reactions. Hee. Because it is a treasure island, Long Break remarked, patting Kaya with a smile. Kaya remained puzzled, as she did not yet grasp the significance of the treasure island to Luffy and Nami. Upon reaching the island, they ventured towards its center, where Nami began recounting the island's terrifying legends. Usopp, frightened, clung to Zoro's arm, trailing closely behind him. Meanwhile, pairs of red eyes began to appear around them, unnoticed by everyone except for Long Break in the world. I'm going to sleep, Zoro declared, lying down on the ground and dozing off. How can you possibly sleep in such a bizarre place? Just how thick-skinned are you? Nami and Usopp were left speechless by Zoro's nonchalance. Shortly after, Nami and Usopp screamed in fright at the peculiar beasts of the island, as a voice claiming to be a god emerged to terrify them. Kaya, having never experienced such terror, was greatly frightened and dove into Long Break's embrace, trembling as she asked, Brother Break, do gods really exist in this world? Long Po Tian hurriedly caressed Kuya's back, soothing her emotions, and said, there are indeed gods, but they do not reside in this world. Thus, the one who claims to be a god must be merely masquerading as one, so there is no need to fear, Kuya. Relieved, Kia emerged from Long Po Tian's embrace, her curiosity piqued by the surroundings. In her heart, she felt reassured by Long Po Tian's words, dismissing any concerns about the absence of gods in this world as irrelevant. At that moment, the imposter, realizing he had failed to frighten the crowd, launched an attack but was instead startled by Luffy's abilities, inadvertently revealing his identity. This impersonator was none other than the person confined within the box, Kumo. All right, that will suffice, Nami remarked, tending to Kumo's wounds inflicted by Luffy. Observing Kumo being licked by the strange beasts, Kia couldn't help but exclaim, You are certainly quite popular. You used them to drive away those who came to this island, didn't you? Usopp pointed at the peculiar creatures. But it's my first time seeing someone stuffed inside a box. Are you perhaps a child from a treasure chest? Luffy inquired curiously. Though calling a man of several decades a child was rather absurd, highlighting just how diminutive Kumo truly was. Indeed, I have been carefully nurtured since childhood. Kumo replied before suddenly bellowing. How could I possibly escape? I have been trapped in this box on this island for 20 years, all alone. 20 years. Nami and Kuya gasped in astonishment. Usopp, perhaps overwhelmed by the revelation of 20 years, took a water flask from his pouch, poured some water, took a refreshing sip to calm himself, though his expression left even Luffy speechless. Have you really spent 20 years alone on this island? Usopp sighed after finishing his drink. My hair and beard have become like this. Even my eyebrows have merged. I haven't spoken to anyone in 20 years. Do you understand the helplessness I feel? Kermo lamented his plight. How foolish, Luffy remarked. What did you say, you little brat? Kumo's mouth twisted into a sharp-toothed snarl as he roared at Luffy. At that moment, Zoro, yawning widely, approached, clearly not fully awake. What is going on? So you all are here, he remarked, surprised that despite the commotion, he had slept through it all. Nami, incredulous, replied, to sleep through such noise is truly a skill. Zoro, unfazed by Nami's complaints, took the water cup from Usopp's hands and plopped down on a rock, enjoying a hearty drink. After quenching his thirst, Zoro sighed contentedly, opened his eyes, and was startled to see Kumo trapped in the box, causing him to fall back in shock. What on earth is that thing? At last, the moment has arrived, Nami remarked with a sigh. Zoro is truly rather slow on the uptake, she noted. Kaya also expressed her sentiments. Hiki, both dragon and world chuckled in silence. This individual is confined within the box. Luffy introduced. Are you the child from the treasure chest? Zoro speculated, but why do your thoughts align with Luffy's? Indeed, I have been meticulously cared for since childhood. Carmen couldn't help but bellow. How absurd. Spare me from hearing such a tiresome joke twice. Luffy beckoned Zoro, attempting to extricate Carmen from the box, yet he was unsuccessful. Carmen inquired about Luffy's aspirations of becoming a pirate, to which Luffy unabashedly replied, I aspire to be the Pirate King and obtain the One Piece. You mentioned One Piece? Surely, you cannot be intending to venture into the Grand Line, Carmen exclaimed, astonished. Yes, here is the nautical chart of the Grand Line, Luffy stated. Do not underestimate it. Carmen cautioned Luffy and the others about the perils of the Grand Line, yet Luffy remained undeterred, asserting, I shall undoubtedly find the One Piece. My fortune has always favored me. Where does such confidence stem from? Nami queried, perplexed. I shall acquire it without fail, Luffy responded with a grin. Luffy's words profoundly moved Carmen, prompting him to recount events from 2 decades prior. Ever since then, the treasures I caught a glimpse of have lingered in my mind. On numerous occasions, I have scared off pirates who dared approach this island. Guarding those treasures for 20 years, they are mine. Indeed, that treasure belongs to Uncle Carmen, Luffy said with a smile, expressing his willingness to assist in retrieving the treasure. Carmen led the group to the base of the mountain where the treasure was said to be, and Luffy leapt to the summit, only to find all the treasure chests were empty. How could this be? The treasures I have guarded for 20 years are, in fact, devoid of any riches. Kaya and Nami exclaimed in disbelief. Carmen lamented, treasures marked on maps often turn out this way. Sometimes, one discovers that the riches have long been pilfered. Thus, treasure hunting serves as a trial for pirates, devoting a lifetime, risking their lives, only to find nothing. Countless pirates have met such fates. Ha ha ha. Do not be disheartened, old man. Fortunately, we arrived just 20 years later. Had we come 30 years later, you would have perished. You were deceived, leaving only the One Piece. Come. Join us in becoming pirates, Luffy cheerfully suggested to Carmen. Are you inviting me? In the past, people would never have considered speaking to me in my current state. It has been years since I have trusted anyone. Thank you. Cayman cried with deep emotion, and nearby, Koya and the others were also touched to the point of tears, leaning against the Long Po Tian and dampening his clothes. However, in the end, Cayman declined Luffy's invitation, gazing at the rare beasts and saying, I have spent 20 years with them. How could I possibly leave? It seemed the rare beasts understood Cayman's words, licking him with their tongues. Luffy and the others smiled silently, watching. Only after realizing there was no treasure did I begin to feel free. From now on, I wish to lead a life of my own. In truth, I quite enjoy the life of being in a box, Cayman remarked with a smile. Haha, is that so? What a pity. You are quite amusing, Uncle, Luffy replied. The rare birds and beasts are true companions, Zoro exclaimed, looking at Cayman with admiration. Ah, but the old man is the most extraordinary creature. Luffy laughed, prompting everyone to burst into laughter. What did you say? Cayman bellowed, then joined in the laughter with them. Farewell, take care. Everyone said their goodbyes to Cayman as the Merry gradually sailed away into the sunset. Chapter 25, The Search for the Floating Restaurant. On this day, the Merry sailed quietly, with everyone aboard engaged in their own activities. On the aft deck, Luffy carried a box from the storeroom onto the deck, dropping it with a loud thud, startling Nami and Usopp, who were at the back of the ship. Phew, I'm exhausted, Luffy said, wiping the sweat from his forehead after setting down the box. What is that? Nami asked from her lounge chair. I found it in the storeroom, Luffy replied as he opened the box, drawing the curious attention of Nami and Usopp. Isn't this a cannonball? Nami exclaimed, astonished at the contents of the box. Cannonballs? Perhaps they were prepared by Mary. After all, cannonballs are essential for seafaring, Koya chimed in. Now that we have a cannon, let's practice a bit, Luffy suggested, pointing at the cannon nearby. Leave that to me. That was back when I was 3 years old. I rode a cannonball halfway around the world, Usopp proclaimed, resting his chin on his hand. How do we even use this? Luffy pondered, scratching his head in confusion as he leaned toward the cannon. I heard it from someone, Usopp exclaimed, growing furious with Luffy. Hiki, riding a cannonball halfway around the world. How impressive, Koya admired. Right? Remember that time? Usopp was delighted by Koya's words and was about to continue boasting when Luffy interrupted. Hey, Zoro. Do you know how to use it? Luffy called out to Zoro, who had been sleeping since the beginning. So, as I was saying, Usopp started to interject. But Luffy shouted again, Po Tian, do you know how to play with it? While I understand, one cannot truly learn without practical experience. Thus, I suggest you all continue your play, Long Po Tian remarked, sipping his drink and relishing the world's embrace as he glanced at Luffy. How terribly dull. Luffy retorted with a hint of dissatisfaction. Hey, I was saying. Usopp began, but before he could finish, Nami interjected, but this area is entirely ocean. How will you practice? Luffy pondered, you have a point. What should we do? He appeared somewhat disheartened. Just a bit further south. There's a reef that could serve as a target, Nami observed from the nautical chart, resolving the dilemma. Really? Let us go. Let us go. Off we go. Luffy exclaimed joyfully. Hey, you're planning to fire cannons without me? I'm known as Big Cannon Usopp, you know. I'm not kidding. Listen to me. Usopp proclaimed to himself, while Luffy eagerly urged Nami to steer the ship towards the southern reef, entirely oblivious to Usopp's words. With a whoosh and a boom, Luffy launched a cannonball, only to realize it veered far off course. Oh no, it's way off, he lamented, seeing the projectile miss the reef by several meters. What are you all doing? Zoro, roused by the sound of the cannon, inquired with a puzzled expression. Hiki, Luffy attempts to fire the cannon. Yet he can never hit the mark, Nami explained to Zoro, while Luffy busied himself adjusting the cannon, unaware of Zoro's comments. How curious. Why can't I hit anything? Luffy mused, stroking his chin in confusion. That's why I suggested you let me give it a try. Usopp finally seized the opportunity to speak. Luffy stepped aside, and Usopp hurriedly adjusted the cannon's angle. Having observed closely, he felt a surge of anticipation. Considering the previous distance, this should suffice. All right, fire. Usopp commanded as he launched the cannonball, which astonishingly struck the target, splitting the reef in two. Impressive. You hit it on the first shot, Luffy exclaimed, marveling at the distant reef. Incredible. I never expected Usopp to be so adept with the cannon. In addition to his slingshot, Nami remarked, gazing at Usopp with admiration. Noticing Usopp's successful shot, Long Po Tian could not help but glance over. Surprised by Usopp's talent with the cannon, though still somewhat skeptical. But Usopp, are you quite certain you aimed at that reef? Of course. Hey. That's rather rude of you to ask. Usopp replied, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, while internally he wondered, did I really hit it? Swiftly, Usopp turned to Luffy, pride radiating from his face. So what do you think? I'm quite the marksman, aren't I? You must admire my skills. Indeed. I've decided you shall be our sharpshooter, Luffy declared, nodding vigorously. What? Am I not the captain? Usopp protested. I am the captain, Luffy retorted angrily. Ha. As everyone looked on, they could not help but burst into laughter. In the kitchen, Usopp remarked with a grin, all right. I suppose I can let you have a little advantage, but if you perform poorly, we shall promptly switch you out. That sounds fair enough. But I can't help but think we are missing someone before we set sail for the Grand Line, Luffy said with a smile. Indeed, with such a splendid kitchen. I could certainly whip up something if offered a reward, Nami teased playfully. A long voyage cannot be undertaken without him, Zoro chimed in. Right? A pirate ship is simply incomplete without a musician, Luffy exclaimed excitedly, seeing everyone concur with his opinion. You are being ridiculous, Zoro shouted in exasperation. Do you think sailing is a joke? Nami complained as well. I was just about to say he rarely speaks seriously, Usopp remarked, looking rather speechless. Luffy is truly amusing. Kaya sighed. Both Long Po Tian and World could not contain their laughter either. But don't pirates really need to sing? Luffy stated matter-of-factly. Oh, do pirates really need to sing? Kaya asked, intrigued. Well, not exactly, but many pirate crews hold feasts from time to time, and singing at such gatherings is quite normal. I know that several well-regarded pirate crews have musicians, Long Po Tian explained with a smile. After all, over the past 20 years, Long Po Tian and World had been a part of many significant pirate crews and were quite familiar with several renowned ones in the New World, all of which seem to have musicians, like Whitebeard and Shanks' crews. Right. It seems we really need to find a musician, Luffy exclaimed with enthusiasm. Hey, I say. Po Tian, do not tempt Luffy any further. He is already troublesome enough as it is, Nami complained to Long Po Tian. Ha, it's all good. Long Po Tian laughed heartily. Pirates must sing. How delightful. Kaya said softly. Haha, Kaya, do you have an interest in pirates? Long Po Tian asked, ruffling Kaya's hair with a smile. Brother Po Tian, will we leave this ship when we reach the next island? Kaya said, her expression somewhat forlorn. What's the matter? Do you not want to part from everyone? Long Po Tian inquired with a smile. These days spent with everyone have been so relaxing and joyous for Kaya. I have never felt this way before, and I feel a bit reluctant to leave. Kaya confessed wistfully. Hearing Kaya's words, the others aboard the ship felt a tinge of sadness as well. After all, they had enjoyed their time with Long Po Tian and the others, and the bonds formed were strong, making parting truly difficult. Ha, Kaya, Po Tian, World. Why don't you all become my companions? Luffy suddenly exclaimed with laughter. Ah, really? But what about Brother Po Tian? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Koya felt a surge of emotion, her gaze shifting anxiously towards Long Po Tian. If Long Po Tian were to disagree, Koya would undoubtedly choose to depart, for in her heart, Long Po Tian held the utmost significance. Wherever he went, she would follow. The others, too, recognized that the fate of the trio rested in Long Po Tian's hands, and they could not help but watch him with eager anticipation. Long Po Tian and the World exchanged a glance with Koya, taking in everyone's expressions before sharing a knowing smile. Subsequently, Long Po Tian embraced Koya, gently patting her back, and cheerfully addressed Luffy and the others. Hee. Our journey lacks a specific destination. We could be considered pirates ourselves. Therefore, accompanying you on your adventures is perfectly acceptable. Since Koya is reluctant to part with you, we shall temporarily remain aboard this vessel until we reach the next island, where we shall disembark. Is that agreeable? Wonderful. Luffy, Koya, and the others exclaimed in joyous unison. However, Long Po Tian's demeanor turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Luffy. Monkey D, Luffy, our stay here is solely because Koya cannot bear to leave you. While I find your ship rather impressive, I cannot yet affirm my endorsement of you or your crew. I have my own obligations. And if you and your companions fail to demonstrate the potential worthy of my approval before you set sail on the Grand Line, I shall take her away. If you manage to earn my respect, we shall remain with you as partners, embarking on adventures together. What do you say? Can you agree to this condition? Is that so? What a pity. You seem intent on staying aboard this ship. Those companions of yours are now under my protection, Luffy declared, adjusting his hat and laughing heartily. Indeed? Haha. In that case, strive to prove your worthiness to wear that straw hat, for it holds great significance. Long Po Tian paused. Enough of that. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Long Po Tian, a writer aspiring to pen a biography of the Pirate King. I look forward to your guidance. Hey everyone, let us celebrate our new companion, Luffy exclaimed with exuberance. Nami and the others joined in the laughter, confident in their belief that Long Po Tian and his companions would ultimately earn their recognition, solidifying their status as partners. Just as the group was about to commence their festivities, a menacing voice echoed across the deck. Come out, pirates. This unexpected interruption startled everyone, as they had not anticipated an attack on their ship. What do you want? Who are you? Luffy inquired, stepping out of the kitchen to confront a man bearing a tattoo of the word "sea" across his face, wielding a knife. Stop your prattling. You need to concern yourself with my identity, the assailant retorted, lunging at Luffy with his blade. How many are there? Zoro asked, overhearing the commotion while observing through the door's peephole, turning to Nami and Usopp, who were peering outside. It seems, just one, Nami replied. Then let him handle it, Zoro said with a relaxed demeanor. I've taken down several pirates before. A nameless rogue like you thinks he can harm my comrades? The man roared as he charged at Luffy, only to be deftly evaded and sent crashing onto the deck. What was that sound? Zoro, upon hearing the voice of the person outside, felt a sense of familiarity and thus rose to step outside. What are you saying, partner? No matter what you utter, please refrain from recklessly damaging others' vessels, Luffy bellowed, sending the man crashing to the ground. Hey, you? Could it be Johnny? Zoro gazed at the figure sprawled on the ground, uncertainty lacing his tone. Who are you to call out someone else's name? Zoro, big brother? The man, upon recognizing Zoro, hastily stood up, stammering. Indeed, it is Johnny. What brings you here? Where is Joseph? Is he not with you? Zoro inquired. What is going on? Do you two know each other? Luffy questioned, bewildered. Who is this? Is he a friend? Usopp observed the unfolding situation, perplexed, before stepping outside. What on earth is happening? Nami, equally confused, remarked. Let us step outside and see, Long Break suggested. At that moment, Luffy and the others had already transferred Joseph from the small boat onto the deck of the Mary. Johnny was explaining the situation to Zoro. What? He is ill? Zoro expressed astonishment, for he had never experienced sickness himself and was thus taken aback by Joseph's condition. With a quivering voice, Johnny recounted, just a few days ago, Joseph was full of life, and suddenly his complexion turned ashen, and he fainted several times. We couldn't ascertain the cause, slowly. It went from losing teeth to old wounds bleeding, leaving me utterly perplexed. Hence, I took him to Rock Mountain for recuperation. Only for a cannonball to come flying from the ship? Luffy and Usopp's mouths gaped wide in shock. Cold sweat trickling down their faces as they hurriedly bowed, exclaiming, sorry. If apologies were effective, there would be no need for police, Johnny replied darkly. Luffy and Usopp were soon in tears. Brother, is this guy on the brink of death? Johnny lamented. Zoro too struggled to believe it. Just then, Nami approached, speaking with exasperation. Are you an idiot? What? Zoro retorted angrily at Nami's words. Ignoring Zoro, Nami knelt beside Joseph, carefully examining his tongue and eyes, even stretching his tongue out for a better look. What are you doing? You treat my friend's potential demise as a joke. I won't let you get away with this. Johnny seethed, grabbing Nami's arm, spittle flying onto her face. Nami pushed Johnny's face away and addressed Luffy and Usopp. Luffy, Usopp, isn't there some lime in the warehouse? Have you heard me? Bring it to me immediately. Lime? I've already got it. Long Break exclaimed, carrying a bucket of lime, with World and Kaya following behind. Thank you. Break. Nami expressed her gratitude, and then instructed Luffy and Usopp, you too, extract the juice from the lime and have him drink it right away. Luffy and Usopp hurriedly sprang into action, squeezing lime juice into Joseph's mouth, while explaining to everyone that Joseph was afflicted with scurvy, elaborating on the dangers associated with this ailment. Brother Long Break, is he all right? Kaya inquired timidly, observing Luffy and Usopp forcefully administering the lime to Joseph. I suppose. He should be fine. Long Break replied uncertainly, watching as Joseph's mouth was filled with lime. Luffy and Usopp enthusiastically praised Nami's prowess, leaving Nami, Long Break, and the world in a state of bewilderment. After all, these were fundamental facts, and it was quite peculiar that they had managed to survive until now. At that moment, Joseph spat out the lime, nonchalantly sat up, and began to frolic with Johnny in celebration. His constitution is quite remarkable. He recovered so swiftly. Long Break chuckled. Indeed. Just moments ago he appeared on the brink of death, and now he is so full of life. It's impressive. Kaya expressed her admiration. How could he possibly recover that quickly? Nami exclaimed, utterly exasperated with the situation. Just as they were celebrating their reunion with Zoro, Joseph collapsed once more. As expected, he couldn't have improved that rapidly. I knew it. How could someone possess such a robust constitution? Long Break remarked, speechless. In the kitchen, after assisting Joseph to rest, everyone gathered to eat, as night had fallen, marking mealtime. This serves as a lesson. Nami reflected on the events of the day with a sigh. Indeed, long voyages harbor such hidden dangers, Zoro agreed. It signifies the necessity of considering nutritional balance with the limited provisions aboard for extended journeys, Usopp lamented. I'm sorry. I've never dealt with such matters before, so I can't be of much help, Kaya admitted, feeling dejected. Having been a lady of privilege, she was unaccustomed to these responsibilities. It's all right. Everyone has their areas of weakness. Kaya, you can learn gradually, Long Break reassured her with a smile. He was right. They had ample time to learn at their leisure, for those with eternal lives were never short of time. Upon reflection, this was indeed a vital skill. Their ship lacked many essential crew members. A necessary skill, indeed, Luffy mused, taking a bite of the food in his hand and closing his eyes in thought. Yes, we need a chef for the seas. Let us seek out a culinary expert. The others readily agreed, and at that moment, Johnny interjected. If you're looking for such a chef, I know just the place. What is that place? Luffy inquired eagerly. However, it is quite close to the Grand Line. And the Hawkeye man your brother has been searching for is there as well, Zoro said, his grip on the hilt of his sword tightening at the mention of Hawkeye. Joseph continued. The course is set for the northeast, destination, the Sea Restaurant. Bartai. Chapter 26. The renowned chef Sanji. How is it, everyone? Johnny inquired, pointing towards the Bartai restaurant as the Mary approached. Oh, what a magnificent vessel! Luffy exclaimed, gazing in awe at Bartai. Quite impressive, Nami remarked. How fascinating. Usopp cheered. Brother Long, can we dine there? Kaya said, tugging at Long's hand as she reclined in her chair, her eyes sparkling with longing. Certainly, my dear. Once we locate the sea chef, we shall indulge in a meal there. Since you became my wife, we haven't had the chance to share a proper meal together. Let us savor it along with your sister, shall we? Long replied, gently embracing Kaya. Really? That's wonderful. Right, sister? Kaya turned to her sister, World. Hiki, of course. It is high time for our family to enjoy a meal together, World said, affectionately patting Kaya's head, clearly cherishing her younger sister. Thank you, Sister World. Kaya expressed her heartfelt gratitude, understanding her sister's intentions. Hey, you lot. Can you be a tad more mindful of your surroundings? There are many people here. Don't disregard us. Nami interjected, unable to tolerate their intimate display in such a public setting. At that moment, the sound of a siren pierced the air as a naval ship appeared alongside the Mary. How could this be? Why is there a Navy ship here? Johnny exclaimed in shock, quickly retreating with Joseph behind the cabin door, aware that they were not pirates and did not want to be seen associating with them. It wouldn't be attacking us, would it? Usopp said uncertainly. TCH, we've encountered an unwelcome presence, Zoro remarked, feeling a bit uneasy. When did it arrive? Nami asked. At this moment, Koya, nestled in Long Po Tian's embrace, felt a surge of anxiety and yearned to rise. However, she found herself held firmly by Long Po Tian. Unable to break free, she implored him, Brother Po Tian, a naval vessel approaches. Please let me up. Long Po Tian did not relent. Instead, he gazed not at the naval vessel but addressed Koya, saying, Do not worry, Koya. They are merely a bunch of insignificant fish. Come, open your mouth. As he spoke, he produced a grape-like spiritual fruit from his spatial pouch, peeled it, and presented it to Koya's lips. Oh, Koya responded, heeding Long Po Tian's words. Dismissing the naval ship beside them, and focusing intently on the tenderness of Long Po Tian, she opened her mouth, taking the fruit along with Long Po Tian's finger, gently biting down and sucking on his finger for a moment before savoring the fruit in her mouth. Koya felt the fruit dissolve instantly, a sweet fragrance cascading down her throat, followed by a warm surge from her stomach, radiating through her limbs, enveloping her in an indescribable delight. This is delicious. Brother Po Tian, what is this? So delightful, so comforting, Koya exclaimed, her face awash with pleasure. Is it tasty? If you enjoy it, I'll feed you more. Long Po Tian replied with a doting smile. Yes, I want more, Koya cooed, leaning against Long Po Tian's chest. Hey, you all, pay attention to the atmosphere. At that moment, not only Nami but also Usopp and Zoro shouted in unison. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the opposite naval ship, addressing the crowd. I have never seen such a pirate flag. I am Lieutenant Iron Fist Hobody from the Navy headquarters. Which one of you is the captain? State your name. Luffy stepped forward, declaring, I am Luffy. Usopp followed suit, adding, I am Usopp. Luffy glanced at Usopp and stepped forward once more, exclaiming, The pirate flag was just created a few days ago. Usopp stepped up again, shouting, I designed the pirate flag. Luffy looked at Usopp, puzzled. Who are you people? Lieutenant Hobody asked, somewhat perplexed, before turning his gaze to Johnny and his companion. I've seen those two before, if I recall correctly. They are a pair that target small-time pirates for bounties. Have you finally been captured by pirates? Hobody mocked with a sneer. What? Johnny and his companion angrily stormed out of the cabin, glaring at Hobody with clenched teeth. Humph, that's truly laughable, Hobody said, turning away with the beautiful woman beside him. How dare you refer to us as merely small-time pirates? Johnny exclaimed, pulling out a stack of bounty notices and tossing them into the air, declaring loudly. We should head to the restaurant. Hobody, without even glancing back, spoke to the woman beside him, making a gesture of dismissal to the Navy personnel, commanding, sink that ship. Understood, the Navy responded. How dare he disregard us? Joseph seethed. Then let us silence him, Johnny retorted, equally incensed. What is this? Nami picked up a bounty notice from the ground, inquiring. These are the bounty notices for the wanted heads, Sister Nami. In short, capturing them would yield a handsome reward. This business seems quite profitable, does it not, sister? Johnny explained to Nami, who was trembling as she clutched the bounty poster tightly in her hands. At that moment, a naval ship fired its cannons, prompting Luffy to rush forward and shield himself with his body. Kaya, having never witnessed Luffy blocking cannon fire before, instinctively closed her eyes in fear. Utilizing his powers, Luffy managed to deflect the cannonball, albeit with a slight miscalculation that caused it to strike the Baratai, leaving a gaping hole in the ship. Shortly thereafter, two chefs approached to inquire about the commotion. Luffy sheepishly admitted his mistake, and the chefs proceeded to drag him towards the restaurant. Meanwhile, the others waited aboard the Mary, while Kaya, having risen from Dragon's embrace, began to gather the fallen bounty posters. Once she returned them to Johnny, her curiosity piqued. She asked, Johnny, are these bounty hunters formidable? Indeed, Kaya. These are the most notorious pirates from the East Blue, undoubtedly powerful, Johnny replied with a smile. Oh, how impressive. Right, Brother Pote? Kaya exclaimed in admiration. Haha, Kaya. They are merely small fry, unworthy of concern, Dragon Pote responded casually. What? Brother Pote, do you also look down upon us? Johnny retorted, somewhat irked. Brother Pote? Kaya pondered why Dragon Pote would make such a statement, her confusion not stemming from anger, but rather a belief that there must be a rationale behind his words. Ha ha ha, my assertion is not unfounded. The reason you perceive them as formidable is that none of you have ventured into the Grand Line. While certain matters may not be suitable for discussion at present, I can certainly share some insights with you. Dragon Pote's words captivated everyone, drawing their attention as they eagerly awaited his continuation. Long Po Tian cast a glance at the eager crowd before pouring himself a glass of wine, savoring a delightful sip. As a cross appeared above the heads of the onlookers, he began to speak. In this world, the oceans are divided into the Grand Line and the four seas of the East, South, West, and North. Among these, the East Sea harbors the lowest average bounty for pirates, merely around 3 million. Presently, the highest bounty in the East Sea belongs to the fishman Arlong, whom Nami holds, with a staggering reward of 20 million. While one could count on one hand the number of pirates in the East Sea with bounties exceeding 10 million, in the Grand Line, it is commonplace to encounter pirates with bounties in the tens of millions with ease. Although a high bounty does not necessarily equate to formidable strength, it often serves as a symbol of one's prowess. This implies that the pirates in Johnny's possession would likely be swiftly defeated in the Grand Line. At this juncture, Long Po Tian paused to take another sip of his wine, allowing the audience to absorb his words, then continued, as for the pirates across the East Sea, aside from one individual, I believe that with their current strength, both Luffy and Zoro should be capable of victory against any of them. Oh, so Luffy's strength is that formidable. But who is this individual? Johnny exclaimed. Is it the fishman Arlong? Long Po Tian scoffed lightly and remarked, Arlong? He is merely a minor fish. While he may pose a challenge at sea, on land, Luffy should be able to defeat him. Among the myriad of fishmen pirates across the globe, there is but one who is noteworthy, and that is Jinbei, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Arlong was banished to the East Blue by Jinbei. However, Jinbei is quite an admirable individual. It is likely that Arlong's current liberty in the East Blue is due to his collusion with the local navy, and Jinbei has not received word of it. Or else Arlong would have been apprehended long ago. Brother Po Tian, what exactly are the 7 warlords? Koya inquired, puzzled. Oh, I forgot that you are still unfamiliar with the intricacies of the Grand Line. This world recognizes 7 pirates sanctioned by the government. These individuals have the legal right to plunder, provided they remit a portion of their spoils to the world government. Collectively, these 7 are known as the Shichibukai. The Shichibukai are pirates, but also serve as a means for the world government to suppress other pirates. Thus, they are the apex of pirate prowess. Jinbei, the aforementioned hero of the sea, is one of the Shichibukai, as is Dracul Mihawk, the Hawkeye whom Zoro has been seeking. As for the others, it is of little consequence for you to know at this moment. You will learn in due time once you enter the Grand Line, proclaimed Long Po Tian. Since Arlong is not the highest bounty, who, then, are you referring to? Is there a formidable pirate concealed in the East Blue? Usopp queried. Well, I previously mentioned that bounty does not always correlate with strength. Presently, aside from Buggy, the pirates in the East Blue are largely insignificant, so do not dwell on them. However, you must remain cautious of Arlong. Being careless could lead to tragedy, chuckled Long Po Tian. Buggy? Are you referring to Buggy the Clown? Nami exclaimed in surprise. Do you know him? Usopp asked. Yes, Luffy has fought him before, Zoro interjected. Indeed, that is correct, Long Po Tian nodded. But Buggy was easily defeated by Luffy. Is he truly that strong? Nami questioned, skeptical. Defeated? He was merely toying with you. He chose to conceal his true strength to avoid attracting the Navy's attention. Long Po Tian replied with a smile. Is that so? It certainly doesn't appear that way, Zoro remarked. If you could see through his disguise, would he have been able to remain hidden for so long? I cannot precisely convey his current strength. But allow me to share a tale that may give you a glimpse into his prowess. 23 years ago, I first encountered Buggy aboard a ship with the world. Wait, 23 years ago? Hey, Po Tian, how old are you in the world now? Nami interjected, incredulous. How old? I can scarcely recall. By the way, world. Do you happen to know our ages? Oh, you don't know either? Well, never mind. My age is of little importance. Let us not digress, shall we? Long Po Tian spoke casually, uttering words that weighed heavily on others. Noticing that Nami was not concerned about his age, he continued, 23 years ago. Baki and another individual were the only two pirate apprentices aboard that ship. The other individual, as you all know, is Shanks, who gifted Luffy his straw hat. Do not interrupt just yet. Back then, Baki's strength was on par with Shanks. Presently, Shanks's power far surpasses that of the 7 warlords. It stands to reason that Baki, who was once comparable to Shanks, must now possess strength that at least matches that level, if not more. It seems the 7 warlords are not as formidable as one might think, Zoro remarked with a chuckle. If you were to encounter Mihawk this time, it would present an opportunity for you, a chance to understand this world better. If you still do not grasp this, allow me to share another tidbit. The captain of the ship Baki and Shanks were on was none other than Joel D. Roger, Long Po Tian said with a smile. The mention of Gold. Roger left the group speechless. The reputation of the Pirate King commanded their utmost respect. From that moment on, they could no longer underestimate Baki. Thus, if you happen to meet Baki in the future, exercise caution. However, your lives should not be in jeopardy, although you may endure some hardships. Baki will likely spare you, considering that Straw Hat was a gift from his captain to Shanks, Long Po Tian added with a grin. So, that Straw Hat originally belonged to the Pirate King? Nami exclaimed in surprise. Yet I am more curious as to why someone of your stature would choose to remain aboard our humble vessel, Zoro inquired with a serious demeanor. That reason I cannot disclose at this moment. I shall share it with you once I have come to recognize you, Long Po Tian replied. Now, do not press further. I will not divulge any more. What you must do now is quickly find a chef to accompany Luffy, or you will not even reach the Grand Line. After saying so much, he felt a twinge of hunger. Luffy will not return anytime soon. Come, world, let us dine, Long Po Tian said, embracing both of them by the waist as he leaped off the ship, stepping gracefully across the water towards the sea restaurant. As Long Po Tian pushed open the restaurant's grand doors, the previously self-satisfied Iron Fist Horty was extolling the virtues of his drink. Delicious. This flavor. This aroma, it carries the essence of the northern lands of Mikkel, a subtle acidity intertwined with a rich spiciness. This red wine is from Edith Brooks Deneen, isn't it, waiter? The suited man pouring the wine placed the bottle on the table with a thud, removing the cloth that wrapped it. Indeed, it is not, he replied, seizing Horty's raised wrist with one hand, placing a spoon in his palm, and urging him to grasp it. Dear guest, the soup is cooling. Please enjoy it while it is hot. Having said that, he turned to leave, only to suddenly pause and glance back, remarking, by the way, I am Sanji, the sous chef. All the waitstaff fled yesterday. The onlookers stifled their laughter, as Koya, clutching Long Potion's arm, inquired, Brother Po Tian, aren't they tasting wine? Why did that person mention the soup getting cold and urge him to drink quickly? Is the soup here particularly exquisite? Long Po Tian embraced Kuya and the world as they walked toward an empty seat. With a smile, he remarked, perhaps that is indeed the case. Maybe the soup here is exceptionally delightful, which is why that waiter, the sous chef, brought it to his attention. Of course, it is also possible that the sous chef deemed that individual unfit for wine tasting, believing he was only suited to savor the soup. How considerate that sous chef is. He amused. The laughter erupted, for the space was already confined, and Long Po Tian along with his companions, all strikingly handsome, naturally drew everyone's attention. Their conversation was heard clearly by all, prompting an outburst of mirth. Huabodi's complexion fluctuated between pale and green. His desire to erupt in anger thwarted by a lack of justification, only deepening his resentment toward Sanji. Long Po Tian, accompanied by Kuya and Shurjia, took a seat. Sanji approached and greeted them. Ah, the vast ocean. Even you cannot hinder me from being captivated by the beauty of these two ladies. Esteemed ladies, how may I be of service to you? I am Sanji, the sous chef here, and I must say, the compliment from this lovely young lady is indeed an honor. Haha. You are quite amusing, Kuya and Shurjia giggled. Sanji's eyes instantly transformed into heart shapes, eager to shower them with attention. However, Long Po Tian, slightly irritated, interjected. Hey, there are 3 of us here, not just 2 lovely ladies. And if you wish to flatter someone else's wife, shouldn't you seek the consent of their husbands first? Moreover, we are quite hungry. Could we please expedite our order? What would you like to order? Upon realizing that both of these enchanting ladies were indeed the wives of Long Po Tian, Sanji cast an annoyed glance at him and replied, clearly displeased. Long Po Tian, unperturbed by Sanji's gaze, chuckled and remarked, as this is our first visit, we are not well acquainted with the local offerings. Therefore, a selection of delectable dishes will suffice. Since you are the sous chef here, I trust there will be no issue? Certainly, there will be no problem at all. I shall have your dishes prepared immediately, Sanji responded, adopting an air of a devoted server, bowing slightly before making his way to the kitchen. Oh, and by the way, there's no need for red wine. I do not particularly enjoy it, nor can I discern its nuances, Long Po Tian suddenly called out to Sanji. Understood, Sanji replied before entering the kitchen. Hee. Brother Tian is truly mischievous, both Shiji and Kia couldn't help but chuckle. The other guests joined in with laughter, while Huabodi's expression darkened further. Chapter 27. Sanji's culinary path dragon and his companions soon arrived, savoring their meal while exchanging heartfelt words, creating a warm atmosphere. On the Mary, Johnny and Joseph busily repaired the railing damaged by Johnny, while Zoro lay quietly, listening to Dragon's words. At the bow of the ship, Nami and Usopp were engaged in a discussion about Luffy. Why is he taking so long? Usopp lamented. Indeed, Nami replied wearily. Could he possibly be stuck there doing menial tasks for a month? Usopp speculated, though he clearly underestimated the gravity of the situations. It was not a month but a year. Let's just say it's the Navy's doing. He's that honest, Nami complained. However, she was surprised to learn that Luffy had connections with such formidable figures. Shanks actually spent time on the Pirate King's ship. Your father must have been incredible in such a crew, Usopp mused. Yes, but I didn't expect Dragon to have been on the Pirate King's ship as well. It seems our crew is composed of remarkable individuals, Nami reflected. Indeed, they actually walked over from the sea, Usopp remarked in awe. Do you understand this world? Zoro silently pondered, choosing to remain silent. Ah, forget it, I won't wait any longer. I'm heading to the dining hall. I'm starving, Nami suggested. All right. Both Usopp and Zoro agreed. The 3 of them set off in a small boat toward the dining hall. Meanwhile, Luffy was still arguing with the owner of the floating restaurant, Zeph, about the duration of his labor. Luffy extended a finger, looking earnestly at Zeph. What do you want? Zeph inquired. Please reduce it to a week, Luffy requested sincerely. Humph, how dare you say that, Zeph chuckled. 2 weeks, Luffy replied, adding another finger. Hey, you damaged the place and left me, the chef, injured. Do you think 1 or 2 weeks of work can make up for all this? Zeph scolded, tapping Luffy's head with his excessively tall chef's hat. Agreed. 3 weeks, Luffy insisted once more. Don't be so candid about it. Zeph bellowed, executing a spinning kick towards Luffy, causing dust and debris to fill the room with a cacophony of noise. When Zeph finally ceased his assault, Luffy emerged from the rubble, removing his straw hat and brushing off the dust. I refuse. I've waited 10 years to become a pirate. I absolutely will not stay here for a year. All right. I've made up my mind. I'll work for just a week, and then you'll let me go. Oh, since you value your time so much, let me offer you a quicker solution. Leave behind a leg, Zeph suggested, brandishing a saw while stepping on Luffy's foot. Absolutely not. Luffy promptly rejected the idea. Humph, you still dare to speak? Zapu sneered, and without hesitation, he delivered a fierce kick towards Luffy. In response, Luffy cried out amidst the blows, no? Didn't I say not to be so frank about it? Zapu intensified his assault, shouting, and don't think that just because you say no, I'll change my mind and spare you. You little brat. In the restaurant, Huabodi crushed a bug underfoot, then picked it up and dropped it into the soup before bellowing at Sanji. Hey waiter. The other patrons turned their heads, drawn by his voice, observing the unfolding scene, while even Long Po Tian and his companions paused their tender exchanges to watch intently. Didn't I mention that I'm not a waiter? Sanji replied, turning towards Hoboti's table with a resigned expression. Standing beside the table, he glanced at the two seated individuals and suddenly seized the hand of the beautiful woman across from Hoboti, exclaiming with admiration, "But you truly are stunning. How about it, miss? Care to join me for a drink over there?" Hoboti, feeling ignored, slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the bug in the soup, and demanded loudly, "Hey, do you serve this kind of bug-infested soup to your customers?" "Bugs," Sanji replied, puzzled. "What exactly is this bug?" Hoboti continued to interrogate Sanji about the creature, secretly relishing the thought that this would ruin the restaurant's reputation. "Apologies, dear customer, but I have no idea," Sanji replied with an easy smile. "I don't study insects." Laughter erupted among the patrons, and Koya giggled, saying, "Brother Po Tian, that chef is truly amusing." Upon hearing this, Sanji's body turned into a noodle-like shape, his head swiveling towards Koya, his eyes turning heart-shaped as he exclaimed, "Indeed, lovely miss." Hoboti, unable to bear the mockery any longer, slammed his fist down on the table, splitting it in two and sending the dishes crashing to the floor. Sanji crouched down, gently touching the spilled soup, murmuring, "Can't we just drink it after removing the bug?" This soup took 3 days and nights to meticulously prepare. Hoboti stepped on Sanji's hand resting on the soup, applying pressure as he coldly remarked, "Don't you think your attitude is a bit arrogant? I am a customer, a paying customer. Please, Mr. Hoboti, don't." Hoboti's companion stepped forward to intervene but was forcefully pushed aside, landing on the ground. "What an insufferable fellow, isn't he, Brother Po Tian?" Koya remarked with disdain towards Hoboti. "Honestly, we finally managed to enjoy a warm family meal, only to have it ruined by someone like him." Even the world, which had never known anger, could not help but become enraged. How infuriating. That scoundrel dared to provoke my 2 beautiful wives. "Calm down for now, should I throw him out?" Dragon broke the silence, attempting to soothe the 2 aggrieved women. Perhaps that one tea be necessary," Kia hesitated. At that moment, Sanji's somber voice resonated. "Do you think money can fill one's stomach?" "What?" Horpity was taken aback. "I am asking you if money can indeed satisfy hunger?" Sanji, gritting his teeth, completed his statement, then supported himself with one hand while spinning his legs to kick Horpity, instantly inflicting severe injury upon him. Sanji approached, grasping Horpity's face and lifting him high. The patrons watched in astonishment as blood dripped from Horpity's body into the soup below, producing a crisp sound with each droplet. Do not waste food carelessly. Opposing a chef at sea is akin to courting disaster. You must remember this well, Sanji said with a dark expression. Horpity lacked the strength to respond. At that moment, a muscular chef emerged, startled by the scene before him. "Ah, guest. You're back again." "Sanji, how could you treat a guest this way? Isn't that a Navy lieutenant?" "What? You filthy chef, do not call my name so casually." Sanji retorted. "You have no right to call me a filthy chef. The most important thing for a restaurant is its guests. How could you harm such an important patron? What is wrong with you?" The muscular man exclaimed. "And what of it? This guy not only fails to appreciate precious food, but also insults the chef," Sanji declared, throwing Horpity to the ground. "That is why I taught him a lesson." Horpity, still brazenly declaring he would contact the world government to destroy the restaurant, provoked Sanji's fury, prompting him to move forward to deal with Horpity. The surrounding chefs quickly intervened, restraining Sanji, while Horpity, terrified by Sanji's demeanor, burst into tears. Suddenly, a large hole appeared in the restaurant's ceiling, and Luffy and Zepp fell through it. "Ah, you startled me," Luffy exclaimed nonchalantly. "How dare you damage my restaurant's ceiling? It's all your fault, you brat," Zepp shouted, gripping Luffy's collar in anger as he surveyed the hole. "Was it you who broke it, old man?" Luffy retorted, equally furious, having not laid a finger on anything, while Zepp and Luffy exchanged glares. A nearby chef could no longer contain himself and yelled, "What are you doing, boss? You need to stop Sanji quickly." Hey, Sanji. Are you causing chaos in my restaurant again?" Zepp exclaimed, swiftly kicking Sanji to the ground. "And you, get out of here quickly." As Horty had yet to savor his moment of joy, he was unexpectedly sent flying by a kick from Zeff. At that instant, a naval soldier arrived to report that the pirate from the Cleek crew they had previously captured had escaped. Horty was taken aback. For that pirate had gone several days without food. How could he possibly have managed to flee? The sound of a gunshot rang out as the pirate, Akainu, entered. Having shot down the soldier stationed at the doorway, he weakly proclaimed, "Anything will do. Just bring me food quickly." At that moment, The muscular man, Patty, approached with a sycophantic demeanor and inquired, "We do not welcome the impoverished here. Might I ask if you possess any money, esteemed guest?" Akainu raised his gun, aiming at Patty. "Even if I don't, that is not a problem." Patty, with a grim expression, retorted, "So, you are broke?" He then delivered a punch that sent Akainu crashing to the ground, following it with a flurry of blows, asserting that without money, one could not be considered a guest. And if one was not a guest, they should immediately leave. Sanji glanced at the unfolding chaos before turning towards the kitchen. His actions were observed by Long Breakthrough, Zeph, and Luffy, although Luffy remained oblivious to Sanji's intentions. The onlooking patrons erupted in cheers as Patty remarked, "All right, dear guests, please continue your meals." He then hoisted Akainu and unceremoniously tossed him outside onto the floor, restoring a semblance of normalcy to the restaurant. However, at that moment, Long Breakthrough shot a dark look at Zoro and his companions, who were feasting heartily. Exasperated, he remarked, "I say, you three, it's not every day that a couple enjoys a meal together. Might you not crowd together? There are plenty of empty seats nearby. Furthermore, do refrain from consuming dishes that others have ordered." Long Breakthrough's voice grew louder, culminating in a fierce shout. But why should we concern ourselves with such matters?" Usopp replied, stuffing his mouth with food, his gaze fixed on his plate. "I have no money, so I'm just here to mooch off your meal," Zoro asserted, finally swallowing his food and speaking with conviction. "Come now, don't be so stingy, Breakthrough. Treating us to a meal is no burden, is it?" "Oh. And by the way, I'm also broke," Nami chimed in, her laughter ringing through the air. Hey, don't you have a hefty sack of treasure? Why are you mooching too?" Usopp asked, puzzled, as he remembered Nami boasting about her millions. "Oh, is that true? I don't recall," Nami replied, feigning ignorance with a hearty laugh. "You lot." Long Breakthrough regarded them with an exasperated expression. "Come now, brother Breakthrough, do not be upset. It's quite all right. And having more people to share a meal is livelier," Kaya said, playfully grasping Long Breakthrough's hand. "Fine. Chef, please add more dishes here," Long Breakthrough sighed, patting his forehead before calling out to a chef. "Oh yes." Nami and her companions exchanged playful high fives before resuming their indulgent feast. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, Akainu lay on the floor, exhausted and struggling to rise, muttering, "Damn it, that guy. If it were another time, I would not have been looked down upon." "Hey, are you hungry?" Luffy leaned over the railing of the second floor, gazing down at Akin. Baratai consists of 2 levels. The first floor is the dining area, while the second houses the kitchen and living quarters. "Quit the chatter. I'm not hungry," Akin retorted, but before he could finish, his stomach let out a loud growl. At that moment, the door to the dining area swung open, and Sanji emerged, carrying a plate of fried rice, which he placed before Akin, leaning against the railing. He lit a cigarette and said, "Go ahead, eat." Akin stared hungrily at the food, saliva pooling in his mouth. He shut his eyes and turned his head away, insisting, "Enough with the nonsense. I want to accept charity, so take this food away. Stop talking nonsense and eat already. To me, anyone who is hungry is a guest." Sanji replied, "I'm sorry, but I am not your guest," Akin managed to say before his stomach growled once more. Sanji glanced at Akin, then looked up at the sky, sighing, "The sea is vast and unforgiving. To be without food and water on these waters is a terrifying thought, a true agony. I understand the feelings of a hungry person better than anyone. You may choose to perish out of pride, but if you eat and survive, you can witness tomorrow, can't you?" Akin was taken aback. Then he grabbed the plate and began shoveling food into his mouth, tears streaming down his face, mingling with the food as he swallowed. "This is so delicious, so incredibly delicious. I thought I was finished, that I was doomed." Akin wiped his tears and continued to eat, exclaiming, "This is the best food I've ever tasted." "Then keep eating," Sanji said with a smile. Akin merely continued to feast in silence. Chapter 28, Sanji's Determination. Ha ha ha. "I've found a great chef," Luffy exclaimed, calling out to Akin. "It's fantastic. Someone is giving you food. Ha ha ha. You almost met your end." "Hey, the chef isn't joining us." "Is he?" Luffy shouted to Sanji. "Huh." Sanji looked at Luffy in confusion, unsure of what he meant. "He's going to be the chef on my pirate ship." Luffy laughed. "Wait, what?" Both Sanji and Akin stared at Luffy, perplexed and struggling to follow his line of thought. "You are a pirate?" Sanji sighed. "Then why did you attack this ship with cannonballs?" "That was an accident. It was a stray shot in self-defense," Luffy explained. "What do you mean?" Sanji clearly didn't understand. It was best not to provoke this ship, after all, as the owner was a renowned pirate cruise chef. To that old man, this ship was like a treasure. Moreover, the crew drawn by his reputation were fierce young pirates. For the pirates traversing these waters, this restaurant was truly the most fitting place. Indeed, this establishment is quite noisy, Sanji remarked. Luffy felt a sense of understanding. It's all right. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Recently, we even had guests who specifically came to witness the chef and pirates in combat. However, this has frightened away all the waitstaff, Sanji remarked with a hint of indifference. Ah, I see. No wonder they want me to work here for a year. Come, join us, Luffy urged Sanji. I must decline. I have no obligation to work here, Sanji responded firmly. No, I refuse to accept that, Luffy insisted, leaning closer to Sanji. Refuse? Refuse what? Sanji was taken aback, unable to follow Luffy's train of thought. I refuse your refusal. You are a splendid chef. Why not join me as a pirate? Luffy proclaimed. Hey, listen to me. Sanji retorted, exasperated. What reason do you have? Luffy inquired. I have no obligation to share that with you. Sanji shot back angrily. Didn't you just tell me to listen? Luffy countered, equally agitated. I meant for you to heed my advice, lest I turn you into fish fillet. You wretched straw hat brat. Sanji shouted. What did you say? How dare you speak ill of the straw hat? Watch your words, or I'll send you flying. Luffy roared in response. Excuse me, I have something to interject, Akin interposed, observing the two glaring at each other. I am Akin from the Click Pirates. You are a pirate too, right? Do you have any ambitions? I am in search of the One Piece. I aspire to traverse the Grand Line. Luffy replied with a grin. Akin paused, recalling the terrifying tales of the Grand Line, cold sweat breaking out on his brow. He then asked Luffy, It seems you are still seeking a cook. Perhaps your crew is not yet complete? Indeed. With him, we will be precisely 8 in number, Luffy stated, gesturing towards Sanji. While also counting in the trio of Dragon Break Sky. It appeared he had forgotten the conditions previously mentioned by Dragon Break Sky or perhaps had never taken them seriously. Why am I included in that count? Sanji questioned indignantly. I see you do not seem to be a bad person. So I offer you this advice. It is best not to venture into the Grand Line just yet. You are still quite young, and there is no need to rush. The Grand Line is merely a small fraction of the world's oceans. If you wish to be a pirate, there is no shortage of sea to explore, Akin warned. Is that so? What do you know about the Grand Line? Luffy queried. Nothing at all. I know nothing, Akin confessed, covering his head in fear. That is precisely why it is so terrifying. Are you truly one of Click's subordinates? You really lack courage, Sanji remarked. Eh? Click? Luffy inquired, puzzled. In the kitchen. The chefs were also discussing matters concerning Click. Well then, farewell, Akin said as he untied the small boat's rope, addressing Luffy and Sanji. Oh. But I still intend to go to the Grand Line, Luffy said with a smile. Suit yourself. I, as an outsider, have no authority to deter you. I merely offer my counsel. By the way, Mr. Sanji, I am immensely grateful to you. You were my savior. That plate of fried rice was simply exquisite. May I return for more in the future? Akin expressed his longing. Ah, any time is fine, Sanji replied with a smile. At that moment, Zepp appeared on the second deck, exclaiming, So, you are here, the errand boy. He then glanced at the empty dishes scattered on the first deck. Akin, you may leave, Sanji said, turning his back to Akin. I apologize, Sanji-san. You might get scolded because I dined without paying, Akin said with a face full of regret. Sanji approached the dishes Akin had used, picked them up, and walked to the side of the ship, tossing the utensils into the sea. Now there's no reason or evidence for scolding, he declared, brushing off his hands. Sanji-san? Akin cried out as the ship departed. Sanji, the errand boy. Why aren't you all getting to work? Zepp shouted. In the kitchen, the chefs were bustling about, and Luffy stood at the door, proclaiming loudly, I am Luffy. And from today onwards, I will be the errand boy. Please take care of me. The chefs continued their tasks, and Luffy, left with nothing to do, was sent to wash dishes. However, he was so distracted that he kept breaking them. Frustrated, the chefs ordered Luffy to clean the floor, only for him to burn his hand on a pot while sneaking a taste, causing him to run around in pain and create chaos in the kitchen. Enraged, the chefs expelled Luffy from the kitchen and instructed him to take orders from the guests. Being an errand boy is truly exhausting. Now I understand how hard Kobe has it, Luffy lamented as he descended the restaurant stairs. Hey, errand boy, Nami called out, leaning against a chair. Ah, you all? Luffy exclaimed, surprised to see several people gathered around the dining table. I heard you have to work for a year, Usopp teased with a laugh. Can I redesign the pirate flag? Zoro chimed in with a smirk. Hey, are you four just sitting around after eating? If you have time to tease Luffy, shouldn't you also thank me? I'm the one paying, Long Break declared, slamming his hand on the table. Luffy-san, how hard it must be, Kai mused. Hiki. The world watched in amusement as the group entertained themselves. You all dared to enjoy such a feast while I was away. This is outrageous, Luffy shouted, staring at the lavish spread on the table. Not at all. This is ours alone, Zoro replied with a sly grin. Hee. It seems Luffy-san easily gets excited when it comes to food. Kaya began to understand Luffy's character. At that moment, seizing the opportunity while Zoro was laughing, Luffy dug out a large booger from his nose and tossed it into Zoro's cup. Nami and Usopp stifled their laughter, and Kaya, feeling guilty, wanted to warn Zoro but was pulled into Long Break's embrace, preventing her from speaking. Now, even Long Break and the world were curious to see Zoro's reaction upon drinking from that cup. How could they let Kaya ruin the moment? Nevertheless, the food here was indeed delicious. Zoro, with his eyes closed, lifted the cup to his lips and remarked, while several others stifled their laughter, feeling a bit guilty. Let us have you drink this. As he spoke, he wrapped an arm around Luffy's neck and poured the entire cup of water down his throat. Luffy immediately clutched his neck, sticking out his tongue and shouting, My stomach hurts. It really hurts. Ha. The others could no longer contain their laughter. Usopp and Nami were both doubled over, one hand on their bellies and the other pounding the table. Only Kaya looked at Luffy with concern, saying, Luffy, are you all right? What on earth did you do? Zoro, with a puzzled expression, watched Luffy rolling on the ground. The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the restaurant, halting their activities as they gazed in astonishment. Sanji was pouring wine for a beautiful woman, showering her with compliments that left her blushing with delight, while her male companion glared at Sanji with fury. Upon hearing the ruckus, Sanji lifted his gaze towards the noisy Luffy and the others, complaining, What a racket. Are those people really his companions? He was familiar with the trio of Dragon, Break, and Heaven, but the other three were strangers to him. Suddenly, Sanji's gaze fixed upon Nami. He handed the wine bottle to the woman's male companion, saying, You pour it yourself, before striding towards Nami, kneeling before her. He held out a rose, reciting, the sea, I thank you for this encounter today. Love, are you mocking this soul that cannot bear such torment? As long as I am with you, whether as a pirate or a demon, I am ready for anything. As he spoke, heart sparkled in his eyes, and a wide grin spread across his face, exuding a rather foolish charm. Nami stood there, momentarily taken aback by Sanji's gesture, while Dragon, Break, Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp observed the scene with straight faces. Even Kaya and the world around them looked momentarily stunned. Suddenly, Sanji sprang to his feet, arms wide open, exclaiming, But alas! It is truly tragic that there exists such a formidable barrier between us. He clutched his heart dramatically, feigning pain. You mean me, don't you, Sanji? At that moment, Zeph appeared behind Sanji, addressing him. Stupid old man. Upon hearing Zeph's voice, Sanji's exaggerated romantic demeanor vanished instantly. This is a perfect opportunity. You should join them in becoming pirates. This restaurant no longer needs you, Zeph said, crossing his arms and gazing at Sanji. Sanji glared at Zeph, gritting his teeth. Hey, you old man. I'm the sous chef here. What do you mean you don't need me? Is it not true that you either clash with customers or fawn over every woman you see, and you can't even cook a decent meal? You are a burden to this establishment, and that is precisely what I mean, Zeph replied calmly. What did you say? Sanji retorted through clenched teeth. The chefs eavesdropping on the staircase stifled their laughter upon hearing Zeph's words. Sanji glanced up at them in silence. Since the chefs here don't care for you, why not just become a pirate and leave this place early? Zeph remarked. What did you say? You spout nonsense without me saying a word, you old fool. I won't tolerate my culinary skills being insulted. No matter what you say, I am determined to be a chef here, and I won't allow your objections, Sanji retorted, stepping forward and grabbing Zeph by the collar in a fit of rage. How dare you lay hands on the boss, you imbecile? Zeph exclaimed, tossing Sanji out, who landed squarely on the table of Luffy and his companions. Usopp and Zoro quickly cleared the dishes off the table, which shattered under the impact. What a joke. No matter what you say, I will persist in being a chef here, you old fool. Sanji shouted from the ground. I won't die. I will live for another 100 years, Zeph declared as he walked away. What a clueless old man, Sanji muttered. At that moment, Luffy clapped Sanji on the shoulder and laughed heartily. It's great that he approved. Now you can be a pirate. Not a chance. Sanji bellowed at Luffy. Rising to his feet, he helped reset the table and approached Nami, offering her a cup of mixed fruit and pouring juice into it. As an apology, "I'd like to treat you to this, princess." "Wow, thank you so much. You're such a good person," Nami replied sweetly. "Not at all," Sanji smiled. "Aren't you going to apologize to us?" Usopp chimed in, approaching Sanji with a scowl. "Didn't I just serve you tea?" Sanji countered, facing Usopp's long nose. "Oh. Do you want to fight?" "I want to hold back." Usopp shouted angrily, turning to Zoro for support. "You handle it yourself," Zoro said, sipping tea. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Stop. Don't argue over me." Nami interjected sweetly. "All right, I'll stop," Sanji replied, his eyes filled with hearts. "Who is fighting for you?" Usopp retorted, his mouth turning into a jagged grin. "By the way, the food here is delicious, but it seems a bit pricey for me." Nami noted, stroking Sanji's chin. "Of course, it's on the house for you," Sanji stammered, momentarily flustered. "Thank you," Nami exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Sanji's neck. At that moment, Sanji turned serious and addressed the others. "You all need to pay, you know." He then turned to the two lovely ladies. Hearts in his eyes once again. "Of course, you two beautiful ladies are exempt." Zoro, now sweating profusely, remarked, "You're too obvious, aren't you?" "Haha." Luffy was laughing heartily while holding a teacup. Sanji, with a swift kick, struck Luffy on the head and exclaimed, "What are you lazing about for? Guests have arrived, and we need to provide them with towels." With that, Sanji dragged Luffy away. The onlookers exchanged glances filled with exasperation as they watched the two depart. Hey, I just saved you some money, didn't I?" Nami teased, her gaze fixed on Long Break. I suppose that's true. Wait a minute, why does that concern me?" "I never said I would treat you," Long Break retorted. "Well, even if my share doesn't count, you must admit that the savings from World and Koya's portions are mine to claim, right? Could you perhaps offer me those?" Nami inquired sweetly. That's fair. In that case, let's consider the shares of World and Koya as payments for Usopp and Zoro. You might want to seek them out," Long Break replied, somewhat speechless. "All right. Zoro, Usopp, remember that you owe me a meal," Nami declared emphatically. "You?" Usopp and Zoro exchanged incredulous looks with Nami. Laughter erupted from the others. Chapter 29. The arrival of Mihawk on this particular morning, a thick veil of mist shrouded the sea, obscuring distant sights. Aboard the Mary, Usopp was listlessly resting against the ship's railing. "We've been here for 4 days already. When can we set sail?" Usopp asked Zoro, who shared his boredom. "I have no idea," Zoro replied. "Could he really intend to linger here for a year?" Usopp pondered incredulously. "What does it matter? The food is free, and the accommodations are quite comfortable." Nami shrugged nonchalantly. "That may be true, but you are here," Zoro remarked, exasperated. "How can it be just me?" "World and Koya are also enjoying themselves," Nami countered. "Why are we being dragged into this?" Zoro retorted. "However, the cuisine here is indeed delightful. Spending some time here isn't so bad. And as long as Brother Break is present, it hardly matters where we are," Koya chimed, clasping Long Break's arm affectionately. Hee. World simply smiled, holding on to Long Break's other arm, her intentions clear. "Hey, you two, you're awfully clingy with Break," Nami noted with a hint of annoyance. "Indeed, Break. You should say something as well," Usopp added. "Me? I'm indifferent. It makes no difference where we are. Moreover, the captain determines the ship's course. If you wish to depart swiftly, you must encourage your captain, Luffy, to make haste. And have you all forgotten the purpose of our journey here? Without a chef, you cannot even hope to navigate the Grand Line," Long Break stated calmly. "That's a valid point," Zoro acknowledged. At that moment, Luffy appeared, hauling a large bag of supplies across the deck of Bartai. "Hey, Luffy, what's going on? Hurry up and get ready to set sail," Usopp complained. "Just wait a moment. I'm going to have a word with the boss," Luffy replied. Luffy exclaimed, "I beg you," Usopp pleaded. At that moment, Long Breakthrough announced, "A ship approaches." "Where?" Nami inquired. "In that direction. Pay close attention, for this is the visage of a failure on the Grand Line," Long Breakthrough directed, pointing towards a distant horizon. The group turned their gazes toward the indicated direction, and soon a colossal warship loomed into view, eventually halting before Bartai. It was the flagship of the clique pirates. A gust of wind swept through, dispersing the thick fog to reveal the true condition of the clique pirates' vessel: tattered pirate flags and sails, masts askew, and the hull riddled with cracks, half of the figurehead missing. How could their ship be in such a decrepit state? Luffy marveled at the sight. "It doesn't appear to have been attacked by cannon fire. It seems more like the work of nature," Sanji remarked, observing the ship's scars. Could they have encountered a tornado? Luffy speculated. At that moment, Captain Cleek, supported by Akin, descended from the ship and approached the floating restaurant bar tie. The patrons within anxiously monitored the approaching figure, only to be met by a Captain Cleek who appeared utterly weak and famished. The chefs aboard the ship, upon witnessing Cleek's condition, refused to offer him any sustenance, with Patty even suggesting contacting the Navy to seize Cleek while he was in such a weakened state. Only Sanji quietly entered the kitchen, preparing a delectable meal, and placed a bottle of wine before Cleek. After Cleek had satisfied his hunger, he suddenly erupted in fury, striking Sanji down with a single punch. Akin rushed to intervene but was seized by Cleek, who gripped his shoulder with such force that it emitted a cracking sound, causing the patrons to scream and flee the restaurant. Cleek tossed Akin aside and surveyed the establishment, demanding that the chefs relinquish the restaurant to serve as his new ship, simultaneously ordering them to prepare food for 100 of his men. The chefs, resolute in their refusal to cater to the pirates' demands, stood firm. Sanji, having regained his footing, approached the kitchen but was met with pointed cutlery aimed at him as a warning to remain still. Surveying the surrounding chefs, Sanji spread his arms wide and declared, "Go ahead, make your move. If you wish to oppose me, do so. I am well aware that our adversary is an irredeemable villain, but that is of no concern to me. I cannot dwell on the consequences. I am merely a chef. My sole purpose is to feed the hungry, nothing more. Is that not the essence of being a chef?" Sanji's words momentarily stunned the chefs around him. Patty stepped forward and, with a punch, knocked Sanji to the ground, stating, "Sanji, you often provide food to those whom I have expelled. Regardless of who is right or wrong, your judgment is flawed this time. I will not allow you to act as you please. I am here to protect this establishment." Patty, while speaking, retrieved his weapon from the cabinet, launching a honey missile toward Cleek, resulting in a tremendous explosion, just when everyone believed Cleek was doomed. He appeared unscathed before them, simultaneously activating the weapons within his armor to attack the chefs, knocking them to the ground. Cleek removed his gloves, revealing diamond fists, and proclaimed loudly, "Do not resist me. I am the strongest, possessing a steel arm more formidable than any, a super alloy body harder than all, and diamond fists capable of annihilating anything. Equipped with an arsenal of weapons, a fleet of 50 ships, and an army of 5,000, I have never tasted defeat. I am the most suitable person to be called a leader. When I command you to prepare food, you will obediently comply. No one shall defy me." At that moment, Zep emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bag of food, and placed it before Cleek, stating, "This should suffice for 100 servings. Hurry up and take it back to the ship." Upon learning of Zep's identity, Cleek demanded that he surrender the navigational log documenting an entire year of maritime conditions, boastfully declaring that with the log, he could reassemble the fleet and seize One Piece, standing at the pinnacle of the great pirate era. Upon hearing Cleek's words, Luffy could no longer restrain himself and stepped forward, pointing at Cleek. "Wait a moment. It is I who will become the Pirate King. What are you babbling about, kid? Can I pretend I didn't hear that?" Cleek replied darkly. "There is no need to pretend. I'm merely speaking the truth," Luffy said with a smile. "This is no game," Cleek retorted. "That goes without saying. Only I can conquer the Grand Line," Luffy asserted confidently. "Don't be so arrogant, kid. That's a treacherous sea where even an army of 5,000 can be crushed within 7 days due to lack of intelligence. What makes you think you can survive?" Cleek said as he revealed his weapons, preparing to attack. The surrounding chefs were astonished by the mention of 7 days, while Akin recalled the events that transpired in the Grand Line, trembling visibly. "Come at me." Then, Luffy posed defiantly. Cleek glanced at Luffy and then at the silent Zep, pondering his thoughts. At that moment, the sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed. "Are we fighting? Luffy, do you need my assistance?" Zoro inquired from the staircase leading down from the kitchen, flanked by a trembling Usopp, who held a jade bottle, occasionally sipping from it. A faint smile gracing the lips of Long Po Tian and Koya, who stood behind him, looking somewhat anxious. "I want to force you," Usopp said, trembling. "Hiki, Usopp. If you're scared, it's perfectly fine to stay behind. And Koya, do not worry, they cannot harm you. Step forward boldly, it's all right." Long Po Tian smiled as he gently patted Kaya's shoulder in a comforting manner. "Zoro, Po Tian, Usopp, you have arrived. Haven to you? No need for concern. You may observe from over there," Luffy said with an air of ease. "Is that so? While it is regrettable, since you insist, I shall refrain for now. I will intervene if necessary. Good luck," Usopp replied, his legs trembling. Zoro could no longer bear it, and elbowed Usopp to the ground. What are you doing, Zoro? Usopp exclaimed in anger. You're being too loud. Quiet down, Zoro replied, exasperated. Are you all right, Usopp? Kaya, now devoid of fear, looked at him with concern. Ha ha. Are they truly your companions? Such a frail assembly, Creek laughed heartily. What are you talking about? I have 3 more people, Luffy retorted, displeased. Hey, you better not be counting me in. Sanji fumed nearby, fully aware that Luffy's crew consisted of merely 7 members. Including the 5 here and claiming 3 more seemed to imply he was one of them, which Sanji certainly did not recall agreeing to. Creek shot a glance at Zeph, sheathed his weapon, uttered some harsh words, and departed with a bag of provisions in hand. Aboard the Mary, Nami sat quietly, holding Arlong's bounty notice, lost in thought, oblivious to the world around her. The world glanced at Nami, then at the bounty notice in her possession, and took it from her. Startled, Nami quickly turned her head, feeling a slight relief upon seeing the world's expression. The world raised the bounty notice and gazed deeply into Nami's eyes, saying, Is this your emotional burden, Nami? What are you saying? I merely picked it up because his bounty is the highest, Nami replied, her heart racing as she hastily denied it. Hee. I can surmise your intentions. You wish to seek Arlong alone, don't you? Rest assured, I shall not impede your endeavor, the world interrupted Nami before she could speak, returning the bounty notice to her. Nami? She stared blankly at the world, at a loss for words. Hee. Nami, I shall not obstruct you. But I feel compelled to share something with you. Pirates like Arlong do not honor their promises, even if he does. He will devise countless means to thwart the fulfillment of your agreement. Therefore, exercise caution, do you understand? And even if you choose to depart alone, Luffy's nature dictates that he will undoubtedly seek you out to have you as his navigator. Trust that Luffy will rescue you from the depths of your nightmares. Reflect carefully on this, and then decide how you wish to proceed. The world concluded, gently stroking the dazed Nami's hair, adding, Your companions will never abandon you. Now, I am off to find Brother Tian. Take care of yourself. As the world moved toward Baratai, the sea did not hinder its pace. Nami, however, gazed at the figure of the world, lost in thought, her mind adrift in contemplation. In the restaurant, Luffy turned to Akin and inquired, Akin, you claim to know nothing about the Grand Line, correct? Yet, you have been there, haven't you? The others fell silent, their curiosity about the Grand Line piqued. Akin swallowed hard and spoke in a deep tone. What I said about not knowing is indeed true. On the 7th day of our venture into the Grand Line, what transpired out at sea, was it a dream or reality? Even now, I cannot discern the difference. It is utterly implausible that a single man could decimate a fleet of 50 ships. Akin clutched his head, trembling, beads of cold sweat forming as the horrific memory resurfaced. What? The surrounding individuals, aside from Zep, Long Break Heaven, and the world, who had just entered the restaurant and stood beside Long Break Heaven, gasped in astonishment. Anticipating their reaction, Akin continued, the events unfolded so abruptly. From the moment that man appeared, the ships of the fleet began to fall silent, one after another. Had it not been for a fortunate encounter with a storm, our flagship would surely have met the same fate. I am unaware of how many ships remain. The sheer terror of it all renders the reality too hard to accept. I do not wish to dwell on it. That man, whose gaze seemed capable of slaying with a mere glance, with eyes as sharp as an eagle's, Akin trembled as he concluded. Zoro, upon hearing Akin's words, was equally astounded, musing inwardly. What? That fellow? Surely, he must be the man known as Hawkeye. Although your description of his gaze is eagle-like may lack proof, one capable of such deeds must undoubtedly be him. Zep calmly interjected, the man known as Hawkeye. Zoro exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Huh? You know him, Zoro? Luffy asked, intrigued by Zoro's tone. Yes, I set sail in search of that man, Zoro replied, his composure returning. Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against him? Sanji queried, puffing on his cigarette. Not at all, Akin responded. Did you perhaps disturb his afternoon nap? Zep jested. Ha. At this moment, Long Break Heaven chuckled, interjecting. While Zep may not have guessed correctly, he's not far off. What a joke. Our fleet could never be vanquished for such a trivial reason. Akin retorted loudly. Ho. There's no need to be so angry. When I observed your flagship earlier, I had already surmised who was responsible for your plight. From your ship, I discerned 2 types of damage, one likely caused by the forces of nature, such as a storm, and the other resulting from the aftershocks of a slashing blow. To my knowledge, only 3 individuals possess the capability to deliver such a devastating slash. One is a member of the Gorosei. Another is the 5th Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vista, And the last is the renowned swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. Long Po Tian cast a light-hearted glance at the assembly and continued, among the 5 elders, it is impossible. If the flower sword vista were to engage, it would undoubtedly be with an entire fleet rather than a solitary individual. Moreover, if it were the Whitebeard pirates, you would have no chance of survival. Thus, only one individual remains, the illustrious Mihawk. As for the reasons, they are quite simple. Either Mihawk seeks to traverse a path obstructed by you, or he is merely bored and wishes to pass the time, resulting in your unfortunate encounter. How could that be? How could such a reason exist? Ajin muttered in disbelief. Ha ha ha, there is nothing impossible in the Grand Line, Zep remarked, casting a curious look at Long Po Tian, evidently puzzled by how this young man possessed such extensive knowledge of the Grand Line. What manner of place is this? Usopp gulped. It is a realm where nothing that transpires is surprising, Zoro elucidated. Usopp, tears streaming down his face, implored Luffy, Hey, Luffy, let us not venture to such a place. At that moment, Luffy trembled with excitement, offering no response to Usopp's plea. Usopp, puzzled, called out again, Hey, Luffy. Ah, it truly ignites a fervor within. This is how it ought to be. Luffy shouted exuberantly. Can you not consider your own safety? Usopp retorted, exasperated. However, I can now focus my aspirations on the Grand Line. That man. If I can find him there, Zoro said with a smile. How foolish. You all strike me as the first to meet your demise, Sanji scoffed. While that may be true, whether it is foolish or not is of no concern to you. When I resolved to become the strongest swordsman, I had already set aside thoughts of life and death. Only I can determine what is foolish, Zoro replied earnestly, looking directly at Sanji. I too. Luffy chimed in eagerly. As a man of the sea, I feel the same, Usopp added. Zoro could not help but poke Usopp on the head with his sword sheath, exasperated. You are speaking lies, aren't you? Haha. I find myself somewhat in agreement with you now, Long Po Tian chuckled lightly. How foolish, Sanji turned away, his thoughts remaining solely his own. Zep observed Sanji with a smile, choosing to remain silent. Hey, do you all realize the current situation? Docked at the entrance is the ship of the pirate fleet led by Captain Click. We must face reality. Let us not delay until we cross this perilous threshold. Paddy exclaimed, unable to contain his outrage. Ha ha ha. As for that ship outside, fret not, it shall soon sink. You best raise your anchor, lest you be drawn into the fray, Long Po Tian said with a grin. Why will that ship sink? Luffy inquired with curiosity. Because it is in the way. Long Po Tian replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. As the crowd grew increasingly bewildered, the cries of pirates echoed in the air. The chefs braced themselves for action when suddenly, the massive ship splintered into 3 segments and began to sink. Everyone stood in shock, witnessing the unfolding chaos. Luffy and the others hurriedly rushed out to assess the situation of the Going Merry, yet they could not find any trace of her. At that moment, Johnny's voice rang out, prompting Luffy and the others to urgently inquire about the whereabouts of Nami and the ship. Johnny and his companion quickly relayed the shocking news. Sister Nami. She took all the treasure and fled on the Going Merry. What did you say? Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Kai exclaimed in unison. You mean Nami ran away with the Going Merry? What on earth happened? They pressed Johnny for details. Enraged, Zoro slammed his fist against the ship's wall, exclaiming, how could she betray us in such a moment of chaos? Just then, Luffy spotted the silhouette of the Going Merry and urged everyone to pursue her. Initially, Zoro considered letting Nami go, but ultimately, he succumbed to Luffy's determination to have Nami as their navigator and agreed to chase after her. However, as they prepared to set off, a small boat illuminated by candlelight emerged from the wreckage of the warship, revealing none other than the man known as the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk. As the group boarded Johnny's small boat, ready to chase after the Golden Mary, a pirate under Captain Kuro's command caught sight of Mihawk and shouted in terror, Captain Kuro. It's him, the man who defeated our fleet. The pirate's words sent a jolt through Zoro, who quickly turned to see the small boat wobbling through the remnants of the giant ship. Gulping at the sight of the man seated in the small boat, Zoro exclaimed in shock, that man. Zoro? Luffy noticed Zoro's unusual demeanor and looked at Mihawk with curiosity, asking, who is that guy? He is the man I have been searching for, Dracul Mihawk, the strongest man in the world, Zoro stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on Mihawk. Oh, is that so? Luffy, surprisingly serious, responded. Haha, so it has indeed sunk? I told you that ship was in the way, Ryuma remarked, glancing at Zoro and Luffy with a smirk. Brother Ryuma, do you mean that the ship was sunk by that man? How impressive. How did he manage that? Kaya asked, staring at the wreckage in awe. Did you see the sword on his back? He used the blade to cleave the ship in two, Ryuma said, ruffling Kaya's hair while pointing at Mihawk's sword. That sword? How is that even possible? Kaya responded, astonished by the sight of Mihawk's weapon. Ha. Long Po Tian smiled without uttering a word. Beside him, the world gazed at the still bewildered Koya, gently grasping her small hand and saying, Koya, this is the power of the world's greatest swordsman. Perhaps you may not yet comprehend the significance of such strength, but as long as you remain by Brother Tian's side, you will come to understand it in due time. Although Koya did not fully grasp the meaning behind World's words, she obediently nodded, casting aside her previous shock, and quietly observed Hawkeye. Thump, thump, thump. Zoro listened to the rapid beat of his own heart, swallowing hard and thinking, I never imagined I would meet him so soon. The moment we agreed upon has finally arrived. With these thoughts, Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword and approached Hawkeye. Hey, what have we done to deserve this? Why are you attacking us? A pirate lackey shouted at the seemingly indifferent Hawkeye. I am merely passing the time, Hawkeye replied coolly, without turning his head. What a joke. The pirate lackey, incensed by Hawkeye's response and demeanor, drew 2 pistols from his waist and fired at him. With measured calm, Hawkeye unsheathed the sword from his back, horizontally deflecting the bullets with a gentle twist, sending them flying harmlessly away. He returned his sword to its sheath, and the lackey, astonished to see Hawkeye unharmed, exclaimed, How is that possible? I had him perfectly in my sights. It veered off. He altered the trajectory of the bullets in an instant with his blade. Zoro declared, appearing atop the wreckage of the pirate ship, his expression grave as he regarded Hawkeye. Without acknowledging the stunned pirates, Zoro stepped forward and smiled at Hawkeye, saying, I've never seen such a supple sword before. It's not just the hard blades that possess strength. Hawkeye cast a brief glance at Zoro and replied evenly, Indeed. Not all power lies in rigidity. Unperturbed by Hawkeye's demeanor, Zoro surveyed the scattered remnants of the ship across the sea and inquired, Was this vessel also cleaved by that supple sword? Indeed, Hawkeye replied blandly, indicating that it was a matter of little significance. I see, so you truly are the strongest. I set sail in search of you, Zoro said with a smile, loosening the bandana tied around his arm. What is your goal? Hawkeye's tone remained unchanged. To become the strongest, Zoro asserted, binding the bandana around his head with determination. Humph. A foolish endeavor, Hawkeye scoffed, showing no further reaction. Zoro, seemingly unfazed by Hawkeye's scorn, calmly drew his sword, pointing it at Hawkeye with a smile. You seem bored. Shall we have a duel? Onlookers gasped at Zoro's boldness, recognizing him as the infamous pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro from the East Blue. Yet Hawkeye remained unfazed. Sneering at Zoro, a duel? Humph, you pitiful weakling. Hawkeye remarked, swiftly appearing on the wreckage where Zoro stood, continuing, if you are a top-tier swordsman, even without engaging me in combat, you must comprehend the vast chasm that separates our strengths. Is it courage or ignorance that compels you to confront me with your blade? It is my ambition, Zoro declared, assuming his 3-sword stance, locking his gaze onto Hawkeye. It is also to honor a promise made to a dear friend. The surrounding onlookers fell silent, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, uncertain of the duel's outcome. Johnny and Joseph brimmed with confidence in Zoro, while Long Break glanced at the duo, remaining mute. Only Long Break and the world itself recognized that Zoro was destined for an inevitable, albeit devastating, defeat. This realization stemmed not solely from their understanding of the narrative but also from their extraordinary prowess and elevated perception, which allowed them to discern the disparity between Zoro and Hawkeye. Hawkeye regarded Zoro with an air of tranquility, gently unfastening the crucifix necklace from his neck and revealing a small dagger concealed within. He observed Zoro in silence. Zoro, incensed by Hawkeye's actions, retorted, What do you mean by that? I am no fool exerting my full strength to hunt rabbits. While you may be a somewhat renowned swordsman, this is the East Blue, the weakest of the seas, and with this, I will suffice to deal with you. Hawkeye raised the small dagger, gazing at Zoro with an expression of ease. Do not underestimate others. Regret may come too late. Provoked by Hawkeye's demeanor, Zoro charged forward, unleashing his signature move, the Demon Slash. Oh, the frog at the bottom of the well, let me show you the vastness of the world, Hawkeye calmly responded, effortlessly thrusting the small dagger to intercept the intersection of Zoro's 3 swords, skillfully neutralizing his attack. What? Zoro exclaimed, astonished to see his ultimate technique so easily thwarted. The onlookers, particularly Johnny and Joseph, gazed in disbelief as Hawkeye used what appeared to be a mere toy to deflect Zoro's assault. Summoning every ounce of strength, Zoro found himself immobile, overwhelmed by shock. Damn it, I can't move. What has he done? No one has ever blocked this move before. How could he do it with that trivial thing? This is impossible. Hawkeye, his eyes slightly closed, maintained his serene demeanor. Zoro, still struggling to accept the reality, pondered, is the disparity in power truly this significant? How could it be so vast? Unable to withstand Hawkeye's calm gaze any longer, Zoro charged at him once more, shouting, "The world cannot be this far apart." In a frenzy of attack, Zoro launched himself at Hawkeye, who effortlessly parried the onslaught and, with a deft motion of his small dagger, sent Zoro flying. Are you joking? Big brother? Please, take this seriously. Johnny and Joseph shouted in disbelief at the unfolding events. The distance cannot be this great, Zoro shouted as he rose, determinedly rushing toward Hawkeye once more. However, every assault launched by Zoro was either effortlessly evaded or easily parried by Mihawk. Such a ferocious swordsmanship, Mihawk remarked, having once again blocked Zoro's onslaught. Yet, Zoro remained silent, continuing his relentless attacks. Observing Mihawk's relaxed and content expression, he felt a swell of indignation within. I did not endure rigorous training to be trifled with by this mere toy. As Zoro persisted, he suddenly heard the voice of his childhood friend Kuina echoing in his mind, causing him to pause momentarily. Seizing this fleeting moment of distraction, Mihawk deftly sidestepped Zoro's strike and delivered a decisive blow to the back of Zoro's neck, sending him crashing to the ground with a cry of anguish. As he fell, memories of his childhood promise with Kuina flooded back. One day, either I or you must become the world's greatest swordsman, a vow we had made. Lying on the ground, Zoro recalled Kuina's untimely demise, the arduous training he undertook to fulfill their pact, and the oath he had taken when he acquired Kuina's beloved sword. I will grow stronger alongside her spirit. My name shall resonate through the heavens. I shall become the supreme swordsman of the world. We promised, didn't we? To defeat this man? With a fierce determination, Zoro struggled to rise, staggering toward Mihawk, his sword aimed at him, only to have it deftly dodge once more. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What mission do you bear? What is the purpose of your strength? You are weak, Mihawk questioned, gazing down at the fallen Zoro. The word weak ignited a surge of anger within Zoro. Johnny and Joseph shouted in unison, drawing their swords and rushing toward the battlefield. In an instant, Luffy's arm extended, pulling the two back and firmly pressing their heads down, glaring at Mihawk and Zoro with clenched teeth, saying, "Do not interfere, endure this." Observing Luffy's demeanor, Usopp and Kaya could not help but quietly express their admiration, as they began to grasp Luffy's thoughts and feelings at that moment, choosing to remain silent and not intervene. Long Po Tian cast a glance at Luffy, then shifted his attention back to the two combatants, a slight smile curling at the corners of his lips. He thought to himself, Monkey D. Luffy, let me see if you and your companions can earn my approval. Show me whether you are as worthy of admiration as the narrative I am familiar with, and whether you are deserving of my companionship in this adventure. I absolutely cannot allow myself to be defeated. Zoro gritted his teeth and declared, I must not lose. The surroundings seemed to fall silent, with only the sound of his heartbeat resonating in the air, accompanied by the imposing presence of Mihawk before him. Zoro assumed his signature attack stance, Tiger Hunt, as memories of Luffy's invitation echoed in his mind. Indeed, the world's greatest swordsman. As a partner of the Pirate King, one must possess some skills. Yet, Zoro's assault was effortlessly countered by Mihawk, who plunged his dagger into Zoro's chest, precisely at the location of his heart. Do you wish to have your heart pierced directly? Why not evade? Mihawk inquired softly, observing Zoro. Zoro's gaze remained fixed ahead, seemingly directed at Mihawk yet also gazing into the distance. He replied calmly, I do not know. I myself am uncertain. I simply feel that if I retreat here, all the significant oaths and promises of the past will vanish, and I shall never return to this place. Mihawk regarded Zoro and stated evenly, Indeed, that is the essence of defeat. Then I cannot afford to lose, Zoro replied with a light chuckle. Are you indifferent to the prospect of death? Mihawk continued to probe. Death might be preferable, Zoro asserted resolutely, locking eyes with Mihawk. Such a fierce competitive spirit, would you choose death over defeat? Mihawk felt an unsettling stir within. Withdrawing the dagger from Zoro's chest, he stepped back and sheathed. Addressing Zoro, Boy, state your name. Roronoa Zoro, he declared, arranging his three swords into a triangular formation, affirming his identity with conviction. I shall remember you. You are a rare and formidable warrior, Mihawk acknowledged. He then drew his sword from his back, proclaiming to Zoro, As a mark of respect for a swordsman, I shall end this with the world's strongest black blade. I am exceedingly grateful, Zoro replied with a smile, as onlookers gasped at Mihawk's unsheathing of the renowned blade. Spinning his two swords, Zoro focused intently on Mihawk, contemplating, is this the final strike? Will it be the world's strongest or my demise? 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Zoro shouted as he charged at Mihawk, disregarding the loud warnings from Johnny and Joseph. As Zoro and Mihawk crossed paths, the spectators held their breath, anxious to see who would prevail. In an instant, Zoro's two swords shattered, and a deep gash appeared across his chest. He discarded the broken blades, sheathing the remaining sword. Wad Ikamanji, as tranquility enveloped his heart. Defeated, I never imagined I would lose. Such is the might of the world's strongest. Zoro rose, turning to face Mihawk with outstretched arms. What are you doing? Mihawk inquired, observing Zoro, eyes closed, arms wide, his expression serene. Zoro opened his eyes and smiled at Mihawk, saying, to be wounded from behind is a swordsman's disgrace. Impressive, Mihawk remarked, and in an instant, he struck down fiercely towards Zoro. Ah, cried Luffy and the others in alarm. Don't be so hasty to die, young man, Mihawk thought as he watched Zoro tumble down. As Zoro fell towards the sea, Sanji recalled Zoro's earlier words in the restaurant. When I resolved to become the strongest swordsman, I cast aside life and death. Yet Sanji could not fathom why. That guy is insane. After all, he faces the true world's strongest. Isn't the outcome obvious? Why not abandon ambition rather than die? It should be simple. Should it not? Sanji finally couldn't help but shout. Do you not understand? Ambition is such a thing. Long Po Tian glanced at Sanji, chuckling softly. Sanji fell silent, taken aback. In his fury, Luffy had thrust his head into a splintered board among the wreckage, struggling to free himself. You are that young swordsman's companion, correct? Thank you for merely observing. Rest assured, he is still alive, Mihawk addressed Luffy. Meanwhile, Johnny and Joseph had leaped into the sea to rescue Zoro, lifting him onto the ship while Usopp hurried to fetch the medicine for his treatment. Mihawk called out to Zoro, it is too early for you to die. I am Dracula Mihawk. Recognize yourself, see through the world, grow stronger. No matter how many years it takes, I will be waiting for you in this position of strength. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Yet Zoro could not respond. To hear Mihawk utter such words was astonishing. Zeph gazed at Zoro with a mixture of admiration and concern. The world, how elegant. I have made my decision, henceforth. We shall venture forth with them, Long Po Tian joyfully declared to the world and Kaya. Really? That's wonderful, Brother Po Tian. Kaya beamed with delight, while the world merely smiled softly, saying nothing. Indeed, Long Po Tian thought to himself as he observed Luffy and Zoro, silently acknowledging, Monkey D. Luffy, I have recognized you and your companions. Now, let me see how far you can go. Chapter 31. The Duel with Mihawk. The Classification of Swordsmen. Brother, speak to me. Brother, please respond. Johnny called out to Zoro, but there was still no sign of consciousness from him. Step aside, let me take over, Long Po Tian said as he released Kaya and swiftly moved to Johnny and Joseph's small boat, gazing down at Zoro. Yes, Brother Po Tian. Johnny and Joseph were momentarily taken aback before quickly realizing and stepping aside for Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian crouched beside Zoro, while Usopp hurriedly handed over the medicine box. Long Po Tian glanced at Zoro and shook his head at Usopp, saying, no need. Long Po Tian, after finishing his words, disregarded the puzzled expressions of Usopp and the others. He gently extended his right hand, palm open and facing the scar on Zoro's chest. Under the astonished gazes of Usopp and his companions, a soft azure glow emanated from Long Po Tian's hand, as he employed a subtle water-based energy to aid in Zoro's healing. The radiance enveloped Zoro, and the profuse blood gushing from his immense wound was swiftly stemmed. To Usopp and the others' amazement, the wound began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace, absorbing the light from Long Po Tian's hand. They were left in utter shock, for such rapid healing was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. At that moment, Zoro coughed, regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Long Po Tian, the keen-eyed Mihawk narrowed his hawk-like pupils, studying him intently before turning to Luffy and asking, what is your ambition? To become the Pirate King, Luffy replied with unwavering determination. That is a path even more arduous than surpassing me, Mihawk remarked with a smile, clearly pleased that Zoro had such a commendable companion. I don't care. I simply want to become the best, Luffy exclaimed, sticking out his tongue and making a face at Mihawk. Just then, Johnny's excited voice broke the tension. Luffy anxiously glanced toward Zoro. It seems he merely fainted, Usopp exclaimed joyfully. Big brother, please speak. Johnny and Joseph cried, tears streaming down their faces as they wiped their eyes. Zoro? Luffy gazed at Zoro with concern, uncertain of his condition. Zoro, with great effort, drew forth the remaining blade. Wado Ikamanji, lifting it with his right hand and weakly uttering, Luffy, can you hear me? Yes, Luffy responded. Haha, Zoro gasped. I apologize for worrying you. I must become the world's strongest swordsman. Otherwise, it would be quite a headache for you, right? He coughed violently, spitting out a significant amount of blood, prompting Johnny and the others to shout in alarm, trying to prevent him from speaking further. Nevertheless, Zoro persisted, taking a few deep breaths before continuing, I. He covered his forehead with his left hand, tears streaming down his face as he shouted, I will never lose again. Before I defeat him and become the great swordsman, I absolutely refuse to be defeated again. Do you have a problem with that, Pirate King? Zoro's declaration resonated through the air, eliciting faint smiles from both Mihawk and Long Po Tian, who observed him quietly. Not at all. Luffy replied with a cheerful grin. Just as everyone was taken aback by the exchange between Zoro and Luffy, Zoro suddenly cried out in pain. Long Po Tian, with a grin, withdrew the light from his hand and pressed firmly on Zoro's wound, causing him to shout in agony, You bastard! What on earth are you doing? Zoro abruptly sat up, gripping Long Po Tian and bellowing. Haha. Long Po Tian gently extricated himself from Zoro's grasp, rising to his feet with a smile, and remarked, No need to worry. I merely wish to ascertain the extent of your injuries. Given your spirited demeanor, it seems you have recovered well. Haha, you rascal. It hurts quite a bit, Zoro retorted through gritted teeth, glaring at the grinning Long Po Tian. Is that so? Long Po Tian's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he gazed intently at Zoro. Make sure to remember this, pain, Roronoa Zoro. I have acknowledged you. With that, Long Po Tian smiled warmly at the slightly dazed Zoro. Ah, thank you, Zoro replied, momentarily taken aback before returning the smile. The recent battle with Hawkeye had profoundly impacted him, allowing him to grasp the disparity between himself and the formidable beings of this world. He began to assess his own capabilities with newfound clarity, broadening his horizons beyond the confines of the East Blue, marking a significant milestone in his growth. Long Po Tian cast a glance at Zoro before turning to face Luffy and Mihawk, saying that your injuries have not fully healed. They have improved considerably. Now, rise to your feet and observe closely. Watching the playful banter among Long Po Tian and the others, Mihawk smiled at Luffy and remarked, What splendid companions you have. I hope to encounter you again. With that, Mihawk turned and walked towards his small vessel. Cleek leapt onto the deck where Mihawk and Luffy stood, crossing his arms and addressing Mihawk. Aren't you here to claim my head? I, the tyrant of the East Blue, Captain Cleek. Indeed, that was the intention. But I have grown weary of the game. I shall return to rest, Mihawk replied nonchalantly, pausing without looking back. Cleek cracked his neck, producing a series of popping sounds, and glared at Mihawk. You may be done, but I have yet to make my move. Captain, why does he still wish to confront him? The pirate subordinates looked at Cleek with beads of sweat on their brows, clearly perplexed by his reckless provocation of the formidable Mihawk. Before you leave, you shall meet your demise, Cleek shouted, his demeanor unwavering as he brandished his weapon and aimed at Mihawk. Mihawk cast a sidelong glance at Cleek, his hand reaching for the black blade behind him, filled with disdain. How foolishly reckless. Suddenly, as he prepared to draw his sword, Mihawk appeared to notice something, gently releasing his grip and refraining from action. Scum, step aside. Long Po Tian materialized in front of Cleek, flicking his finger against Cleek's forehead, sending him hurtling away to crash into a nearby wreckage, a cloud of dust erupting in his wake. Long Po Tian paid no heed to Cleek in the swirling dust, instead turning to smile at Eagle Eye, remaining silent. Po Tian, how did you arrive here? Luffy inquired, his expression one of confusion at the sudden appearance of Long Po Tian. Hey, Zoro, how did that guy suddenly appear there? Usopp exclaimed, realizing that Long Po Tian was no longer beside him, gazing at him in astonishment as he posed the question to Zoro. Who knows? Zoro replied, equally taken aback, internally marveling at the strength he sensed, reflecting, I didn't even catch a glimpse of his movement. Who are you? Eagle Eye demanded, his demeanor serious as he scrutinized Long Po Tian. From Long Po Tian, Eagle Eye detected no fluctuations, as though an ordinary person stood before him. Yet, Given Long Po Tian's previous actions, such a conclusion seemed improbable. Thus, only one possibility remained. A weight of pressure filled Eagle Eye's heart as he lamented. It has been so long since I felt this way. Long Po Tian cast a glance at Luffy, smiled without uttering a word, and then turned to Mihawk, remarking with a grin, I am Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian, is it? So, you are indeed Long Po Tian. I have heard of you from the red-haired one. You are formidable. Hence, Mihawk replied, his demeanor serious as he unsheathed the black blade from his back, pointing it at Long Po Tian, challenging him to a duel. At that moment, Mihawk was filled with excitement. He had earned the title of the world's greatest swordsman through relentless challenges and triumphs over numerous formidable foes. However, it had become increasingly rare to find opponents who could truly test his mettle, and even if he located such strong individuals, they might not be inclined to engage in battle. The path to further mastery had become arduous. Now, having finally encountered the legendary Long Po Tian, as described by the red-haired one, Mihawk noted the apparent youthfulness of his opponent, yet recalled that the red-haired had mentioned that Long Po Tian's appearance had remained unchanged over the years. Thus, the man before him was indeed the one spoken of. Mihawk felt a surge of excitement. While his battle with the red-haired one had been commendable, he recognized that the latter was not a pure swordsman. Although he had reached a stalemate with red-haired, Mihawk understood that he was not truly his equal, for the sword was not the entirety of red-haired's prowess. The prospect of engaging with a true master sent a thrill through Mihawk as he gazed intently at Long Po Tian, eagerly awaiting his response. Suddenly, Mihawk appeared to make a remarkable discovery. His expression shifted from shock to delight. Is that sword intent? You too are a swordsman? Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us have a proper duel. Long Po Tian's face beamed with a smile as he chuckled softly. He intentionally released a fragment of his comprehension of the sword. With Long Po Tian's level of cultivation, even without specialized study of the sword path, he possessed an understanding unparalleled in the entire realm of Po Tian. Yet, Mihawk, at his current level, could sense a hint of sword intent emanating from Long Po Tian, revealing an extraordinary talent in the sword arts. Observing Mihawk quietly, Long Po Tian internally praised him. What a remarkable talent and keen perception. No wonder he is renowned as the world's greatest swordsman. It is unfortunate that he is bound by the limitations of this world. He appears unaware of the existence among the elders, or he would undoubtedly be even stronger. Well then, allow me to assist you. I wonder if we can transcend the constraints of this pirate realm and ascend to a higher level of mastery. As Long Po Tian contemplated, he turned to Luffy with a smile and said, Luffy, you should return to Baratai. Without waiting for Luffy's reaction, Long Po Tian waved his hand, sending Luffy back to the deck of Baratai. Having accomplished this, Long Po Tian faced the sword-wielding Mihawk and remarked with a grin. Well then, let us begin. Draw your sword. Mihawk furrowed his brow, observing Long Po Tian's empty hands, and replied, I see no sword in your possession. Ah, but I do not require one, for I am not a swordsman, Long Po Tian chuckled. Yet, as he gestured with his right hand, the moisture in the air began to coalesce, forming a white ice sword. Seizing the hilt, he gave it a light swing and continued. So, shall we commence now? An ability user, are you? However, my black blade is not something a mere ice sword can withstand, Mihawk retorted. Recognizing that while the Marine Admiral Akiji could conjure resilient ice weapons, he could perceive nothing extraordinary about the ice sword in Long Po Tian's grasp. It appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary blade of ice. This is not merely the power of a devil fruit. Do not underestimate it. Unleash your full might. Do not hold back, Long Po Tian urged, lightly wielding the ice sword. Very well, Mihawk responded without further ado, understanding that individuals of their caliber do not make careless mistakes. Prepare yourself, then. Black blade. Instant slash. As he spoke, he unleashed a torrential wave of sword energy directed at Long Po Tian. With a deft motion, Long Po Tian wielded his sword to intercept, effortlessly dispelling the formidable sword energy unleashed by Eagle Eye, while simultaneously blocking the latter's blade, preventing any advance. Eagle Eye, taken aback by Long Po Tian's ease in countering his attack, remained undeterred. He swiftly retreated a few paces before launching another strike. The black blade cleaved through the air, unleashing a tremendous wave of sword energy directed at Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian raised his sword gently forward, and in an instant, the sword's aura radiated outward, cleaving the surrounding sea surface into deep fissures. The ocean was sundered, and this was merely the residual force. Zoro gazed in astonishment at the cracks, murmuring to himself. His heart was heavy with bitterness. it dawned on him that Hawkeye had exerted no significant power, and he had already suffered a crushing defeat. However, Zoro quickly shook off his despondency, resolutely affirming within himself, "Is this the might of the world's strongest force? One day, I too shall possess such power, nay, I shall surpass it." The onlookers were left in stunned silence, even failing to react as the sword's energy shattered the debris beneath their feet, sending them plummeting into the sea. Long Po Tian and Eagle Eye exchanged several blows, with Eagle Eye relentlessly on the offensive while Long Po Tian adeptly defended. With a smirk, Long Po Tian once again parried Eagle Eye's assault, then deftly unleashed a sword strike, sending forth a stream of sword energy that appeared rather unremarkable. Yet, despite its seemingly feeble nature, Eagle Eye did not dare to underestimate it. He swiftly raised his sword, attempting to counter the incoming energy. However, the moment their energies collided, Eagle Eye's attack was shattered, and the sword energy continued its relentless advance towards him. Eagle Eye, taken aback, remained composed and raised his black blade to meet the challenge. Though he had prepared himself thoroughly, he was unprepared for the sheer power behind Long Po Tian's casual strike. Despite his efforts to withstand the sword energy, it was not long before he coughed up a mouthful of blood, sustaining significant injuries. In a moment of desperation, Eagle Eye summoned all his strength and sidestepped, allowing the sword energy to continue its trajectory into the distance. The ocean was instantaneously cleaved apart, a vast chasm appearing on the surface, stretching endlessly towards the horizon. Lingering ominously, the onlookers, witnessing such formidable force, gaped in astonishment at the rift, their jaws nearly touching the ground. With his sword planted firmly, Eagle Eye panted heavily. Raising his left hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he gazed at Long Po Tian and remarked, "Impressive indeed. It seems I am defeated." Long Po Tian gazed at the calm yet fiercely determined eyes of Hawkeye, and with a smile remarked, "In my eyes, the swordsmen of this world can be categorized into 3 tiers: swordsman, swordmaster, and grand swordmaster." As Long Po Tian spoke, he turned his attention to Zoro, noting, "That young man can now be considered at the pinnacle of the late swordsman stage. During your recent duel, he momentarily entered the realm of the swordmaster. With a few more intense battles, he should be able to ascend to the initial stage of swordmaster." Long Po Tian, with a wave of his hand, erected a soundproof barrier around them, for the forthcoming conversation was not meant for others to overhear. "And you?" Long Po Tian gazed at Eagle Eye with a smile, noting, "You have evidently reached the mid-tier of the great swordsman. In this world, I have discovered 2 others who have attained the level of great swordsman. One is Vista, the flower swordsman aboard the Whitebeard ship, who appears to be at the pinnacle of the early great swordsman stage. The other is the bald elder among the 5, who has likely reached the late pinnacle of the great swordsman realm." Eagle Eye expressed his astonishment. "I never imagined there were such formidable swordsmen. I had not heard of them before." He did not doubt Long Po Tian's assertions, recognizing that even if Long Po Tian mentioned someone stronger, it was credible, for he himself was one of them. Rising to his feet, Eagle Eye sheathed his black blade on his back and queried Long Po Tian, "Then, what is your realm?" "I?" Long Po Tian chuckled softly, refraining from a direct answer. Instead, he elaborated to Eagle Eye, "Swordsman, great swordsman, and the like are merely my classifications of swordsmen in this world. In truth, there are realms beyond the great swordsman." "What?" Eagle Eye was taken aback, followed by an exhilarating surge of excitement. If this were true, then his journey along the path of the sword had not yet reached its conclusion. "I categorize the realms above the great swordsman into 2. One I call the Sword Saint realm, and the other, the Sword God realm." Long Po Tian paused momentarily, continuing, "What I just demonstrated was merely the power of a mid-tier great swordsman. However, under the Sword Saint realm, even your mid-tier great swordsman prowess would be insufficient to withstand it, for the Sword Saint can begin to wield the natural laws in their attacks. And as for what these natural laws are, everything around you that can be perceived is a manifestation of those natural laws." Long Po Tian gazed at the bewildered Eagle Eye and continued, "Hee, perhaps my explanation of the Sword Saint realm has eluded your understanding. Allow me to offer you a glimpse into the essence of the Sword Saint's domain." As Long Po Tian uttered a soft exclamation, a formidable sword intent erupted from his being, soaring into the heavens. The surrounding sky began to distort slightly, as if shrouded in darkness. To Eagle Eye, the entire world was suffused with an overwhelming sword intent, pressing down upon him, rendering him unable to stand upright. To the onlookers, after Eagle Eye sheathed his sword, it appeared that Long Po Tian had communicated something to him. Suddenly, Long Po Tian seemed to transform into a colossal sword ascending into the sky, as a visible, transparent fissure appeared above, cleaving the heavens asunder. The sky was split open. Zoro, seemingly entranced, murmured, "What on earth just transpired?" He gazed at the two men, his mouth agape in astonishment. The surrounding pirate crew members were equally struck. Sitting on the ground, their faces etched with horror as if the apocalypse had arrived. Then, in an instant, everything vanished, as if it had been but a fleeting illusion. Within the barrier, Long Po Tian withdrew his sword intent, exhaling deeply as he addressed the visibly exhilarated Eagle Eye. "This is the realm of the Sword Saint. Your talent is commendable, even surpassing that of that old bald man. Although he is currently much stronger than you, you possess a greater potential to ascend to the Sword Saint realm. Strive diligently. With your talent, you should not be confined by this world. As for the Sword God realm, it is unnecessary for you to concern yourself with it at this stage." I never anticipated such a revelation. It has been ages since I felt this exhilarating rush in my veins. Indeed, having a goal is truly invigorating, Eagle Eye exclaimed with excitement. Off you go. Put in your best effort. By the way, when you encounter Shanks, do extend my regards, Long Po Tian concluded with a smile, lifting the sound barrier as he made his way across the sea towards Bartai. Eagle Eye gazed deeply at Long Potion's retreating figure, clenched his fists, then turned to his small boat, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he murmured, "A sword saint. Is it? A sword god, perhaps?" Chapter 32. The battle for Bartai. Eagle Eye departed in his small boat. Although only a few minutes had passed since his arrival, the impact on those remaining was profound. As Eagle Eye sailed away, Luffy shouted to Usopp on the small vessel, "Usopp, hurry. Nami is counting on you." After a brief moment of hesitation, Usopp quickly replied, "Understood. Zoro and I will bring Nami back for sure. You also need to persuade that chef to join us. Then, we shall set sail for the Grand Line." After proclaiming this with fervor, Usopp tossed Luffy's straw hat back to him. "Indeed, let us go," Luffy exclaimed, extending his arm to catch the hat. "Kaya, you should accompany the others as well," Long Po Tian said, affectionately ruffling Kaya's hair. "But, Brother Po Tian, aren't you coming along?" Kaya asked, pouting slightly. "I will remain here with Luffy for now, to ensure he doesn't fall behind. It will be easier for me to guide him," Long Po Tian replied, smoothing the corners of Kaya's frown with a smile. Hey, Po Tian, that sounds quite rude. Are you implying that I would get lost?" Luffy exclaimed in dissatisfaction towards Dragon. Long Po Tian cast a glance at Luffy and inquired nonchalantly, "Do you know where Nami has gone? Are you aware of the direction everyone is heading? Even if you know these things, can you navigate a ship? How will you catch up with them? Swim there?" Luffy was momentarily speechless. "Well then, Brother Po Tian. Do take care," Koya replied earnestly, her face etched with concern. Fret not. You have just witnessed my prowess," Long Po Tian replied gently, turning his gaze towards the world and smiling. He communicated telepathically, "World, please ensure Koya is well taken care of. Also, if there is no imminent danger, refrain from intervening. After all, they must endure battles to grow." "Understood. I will safeguard your precious Koya. Rest assured, I won't act rashly, and with Zoro around. I doubt anyone will be in peril," World responded, smiling as he took Koya's small hand and boarded Johnny's small boat, setting off with Usopp and the others. "This little girl." Long Po Tian chuckled as he observed the retreating figure of World. Meanwhile, Click had emerged from the dust, unscathed, thanks to Long Po Tian's restraint, as he had merely sent him flying without inflicting serious harm. Click, now seething with rage, was bellowing for the pirates to assault Bartai. Furious over the earlier ambush by Long Po Tian, having been struck into the debris, obscured by smoke, he had not witnessed the clash between Long Po Tian and Hawkeye. In an effort to preserve Click's fighting spirit, Long Po Tian had deliberately avoided unleashing his full might upon him. Thus, Click was consumed with thoughts of tearing Long Po Tian and his companions apart to avenge the humiliation of the ambush, completely unaware of Long Po Tian's formidable nature. The pirate henchmen, after seeing several of their comrades shot down by Click, were reluctantly mustering the courage to charge towards Bartai. Upon witnessing the pirates' advance, Luffy turned to Zeph with a grin and exclaimed, "Uncle, they are about to engage in battle. If I drive them away, can I avoid doing chores?" "I would welcome that. If you were to work here for a year, I fear this restaurant would surely be ruined," Zeph replied, chuckling at Luffy's cheerful demeanor. Thus, the defense of Bartai commenced in earnest. The pirates howled as they charged towards Bartai. Luffy extended his arm, sending a dozen pirates tumbling into the sea, causing veins to bulge on Click's forehead. To prevent the restaurant from becoming a battlefield, Sanji instructed the chefs to open Bairdie's fish fins. As the fin panels rose from the depths, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement, momentarily forgetting the ongoing skirmish as he shouted joyfully. Standing quietly on the deck of Bartai, Long Po Tian observed the chefs and pirates clash without intervening. Zeph turned to Long Po Tian and asked, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to join the fray? Your captain is in battle." "The captain, you say?" "Haha, indeed, this is a battle that belongs to the captain. I shall not interfere." "What about you?" Long Po Tian turned to observe the chefs who had been swiftly felled by the pirates and remarked, "Your chefs have all been knocked to the ground. Will you not take action?" Hiki. Japu stroked the braids formed from his beard, glanced at Sanji, and smiled without uttering a word. Long Po Tian followed Zeph's gaze and cast a glance at Sanji, refraining from uttering another word. At that moment, Iron Wall Bailu made his entrance, boasting about his iron armor when Luffy, treating him as a mere stepping stone, stepped on his nose, causing a fountain of blood to spurt forth. Realizing he was bleeding, Bailu let out a furious scream, flames erupting from his body, igniting the very boards upon which they stood. Witnessing Bailu's reckless destruction of the restaurant, Sanji was consumed by rage, launching a fiery assault at Bailu, only to be met with Bailu's iron armor, resulting in a stalemate. Enraged, Bailu hurled several fireballs towards the restaurant, but Zeph nonchalantly extinguished the flames with a mere flick of his foot, dispersing the fiery threat. "Oh, it seems you are still sharp as a blade," Long Po Tian remarked, observing Zeph's unfazed demeanor. "Humph, such trivialities do not daunt me, nor do they amount to much in your eyes," Zeph retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Long Po Tian while refocusing on the battle unfolding on the boards. "Hehehe," Long Po Tian chuckled lightly, showing no concern. Seeing Sanji and Bailu locked in a deadlock, Kliki swung his massive meteor hammer towards Sanji. Luffy dashed into the flames, utilizing his abilities to rebound the hammer. The hammer collided with the mast, sending it crashing down onto Bailu's head, rendering him unconscious. "Ugh, you all are so useless. In the end, it seems I must take matters into my own hands," Kliki scoffed, observing Bailu's defeat. Within the restaurant, Akin was taken aback by Kliki's words, promptly drawing his gun and knocking Zeph to the ground, aiming the weapon at Zeph's head, demanding Sanji abandon the ship and leave. "Leave the ship?" Sanji inhaled deeply from his cigarette, resolutely replying, "I refuse. You look rather pathetic like this, old man. How can you claim to be the captain of a diligent chef?" "Humph, I could care less about your childish criticisms." Zeph dismissed Sanji's words, seemingly unperturbed about his own safety. "What do you mean, child? How long will you treat me like a mere child, old man?" Sanji shouted in frustration. Is Sanji really considering abandoning his boss in a time of danger? The surrounding chefs speculated, watching Sanji intently. Ignoring the chefs, Sanji turned to Akin, stating, "Point the gun at me." The surrounding individuals, including Akin and Zeph, were momentarily stunned, while Luffy exclaimed, "Are you insane? You'll die?" "I'm fine," Sanji replied nonchalantly, showing no concern for his own life. "Sanji, why?" Akin asked in shock, staring at Sanji. At that moment, Bailu rose to his feet, threatening Sanji with Zeph's safety to prevent him from retaliating, and launched a powerful punch towards Sanji. "Sanji, why aren't you fighting back?" Luffy cried out in worry. "That bastard could shoot." Sanji lay on the ground, stating the obvious. Akin, taken aback, questioned repeatedly why. "If you just abandon this restaurant, everyone can save their lives." "Isn't that simple? This restaurant is the old man's treasure," Sanji replied. Sanji exclaimed loudly, causing those around him to pause in surprise. "I am the man who has taken everything from that old man. His power, his dreams, everything. Therefore I do not wish for that old man to lose anything else." Sanji's voice resonated deeply within the hearts of the crowd. However, Bartolomeo paid no heed to these words and continued to assault Sanji. As Sanji fell to the ground, memories of his childhood encounters with Zeph surged through his mind, solidifying his resolve to refrain from striking back, enduring Bartolomeo's attacks. That old man. He exchanged his own leg for my life, so I too. I must fight with all my might to repay his kindness. Sanji struggled to rise, clutching his chest as he shouted. "Why? Why must you stand up, mister?" "Sanji." Akin could hardly bear to watch any longer. "Because I want this restaurant to continue to exist," Sanji replied with a light chuckle, seemingly indifferent to his injuries. "Huh, what a dramatic line. But this restaurant is about to close. It will soon become a pirate ship," Bartolomeo scoffed. Upon hearing Bartolomeo's words, Luffy could no longer contain himself. He he shouted, extending his leg towards the sky. Rubber battle axe, Luffy yelled, bringing his foot down forcefully upon the plank where everyone stood, shattering it into pieces and sending the chefs and pirates tumbling into the sea. That kid actually dared to do something like this. Do you wish to damage the ship? Akin smashed Zeph's head. Clyke fumed. Hey, I haven't done anything to you. I merely broke the plank, Luffy retorted casually, glancing at Clyke. Clyke glared at Luffy, his forehead brimming with anger. Hey, you filthy errand boy. What do you want? Sanji shouted from atop the broken plank. Sink it, Luffy replied nonchalantly. What? Sanji exclaimed in shock. I intend to sink the ship, Luffy stated with a serious expression, clearly indicating he was not joking. Are you out of your mind? The entire assembly, both chefs and pirates, erupted in furious shouts. Sanji stepped forward, grasping Luffy by the collar, gritting his teeth as he said, I thought you were going to say something serious. Have you lost your mind, you fool? If you damage the ship, won't that eliminate their objective? Luffy innocently countered. But isn't that the point? Ha ha. Dragon looked at Luffy with a knowing smile, clearly understanding Luffy's intention. What do you know? Do you comprehend the depth of the kindness I have received? Do you understand what this restaurant means? Sanji shouted, holding Luffy before him. Therefore, you intend to die for it? Are you an imbecile? Luffy pushed Sanji's hand away and seized his collar, shouting back, It's not enough to die to repay a debt. He didn't save you just for you to die for him. He helped you survive, and you wish to throw your life away. That is the behavior of a coward. Then do you have another solution? Sanji was also filled with rage. As the two men stared at each other in disbelief, Baru erupted into laughter and charged towards them. In their moment of uncertainty, Akin discarded his firearm, seized his weapon, and charged through the space between them, delivering a powerful blow with his hammer that shattered Baru's armor into pieces. In an instant, Baru was eliminated, and Akin entered the fray. Akin, twirling his hammer, rushed towards Sanji, who sidestepped and retaliated with a kick. Akin deftly evaded the strike, stepping back, and swung his hammer at Sanji. Sanji, using his hands to brace himself, narrowly avoided the blow as the hammer crashed down onto the wooden deck, sending splinters flying. Sanji countered with another kick aimed at Akin, who executed a mid-air flip to evade, while simultaneously swinging his hammer down on Sanji, using the handle to force Sanji to the ground. You cannot defeat me, Akin proclaimed, as he swung his hammer towards Sanji's head. Sanji spat out the cigarette in his mouth, which struck Akin on the forehead, causing him to scream in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Sanji broke free and delivered a back kick to Akin's neck. Akin fell to the ground, but managed to swing his hammer down viciously onto Sanji's waist, resulting in both combatants collapsing. At this moment, Luffy and Clyke were also engaged in battle. Clyke attacked with cannonballs and weapons, creating debris that hindered Luffy's movements, inciting his fury yet leaving him powerless. Amidst the chaos, cheers erupted from the pirates as Akin once again knocked Sanji to the ground. Pressing his left hand against Sanji's chin, memories flooded Akin's mind of Sanji's kindness, the fried rice, the utensils Sanji had tossed overboard, and tears streamed down his face, rendering him unable to strike. Lowering his hammer with great reluctance, Akin cried out, Captain Clyke, I truly cannot bring myself to harm him. As your combat commander, I will heed your orders, but this man, I simply cannot do it. So, Captain Clyke, if possible, could you spare this restaurant? Clyke, enraged by Akin's insubordination and audacity, decided to take matters into his own hands. He launched a gas bomb attack and ordered Akin to dispose of his gas mask. Luffy shouted in an attempt to prevent Clyke from firing the gas bomb, but his efforts were thwarted when Clyke shattered the wooden barrier between them, successfully launching the bomb. Alarmed, Luffy extended his arm to snatch the masks from two pirates, tossing them to Akin and Sanji, but soon realized the pirates had submerged into the sea, leaving him frustrated. At that moment, a mask fell at Luffy's feet, and he quickly donned it just as the gas bomb detonated. As the noxious cloud dissipated, Luffy discovered that Akin had thrown one of the masks back to himself while pressing the other firmly against Sanji's face. Akin, however, was left entirely exposed to the gas. Teetering on the brink of death, Luffy rushed forward to assist, while Clyke mockingly ridiculed Akin's foolishness. Luffy stood in silence, his expression dark and foreboding as the tension escalated. Clearly, Clyke's ruthless actions, even against Akin, ignited an unparalleled fury within Luffy, who holds his companions in the highest regard. Long Po Tian stepped forward, instructing Sanji and the other chefs to carry Akin to the second deck of Baratai, while he turned to Luffy and said, Luffy, I will heal Akin. You should go and fight, pursue your conviction. Click laughed derisively. It's futile. He can last at most another hour. Luffy nodded at Long Po Tian, then addressed Akin. You will absolutely not die. Akin, do not let such a scoundrel take your life. Hold on with your willpower. Do you understand? I will take care of him. No. Don't. You cannot defeat him. Akin struggled to protest. Sanji quickly grasped Luffy's arm, urging, calm down. Confronting him head-on is precisely what he desires. You will perish. I will not die, Luffy replied sternly, shaking off Sanji's grip and charging towards Clique. Long Po Tian, observing Luffy's retreating figure, sighed, pondering. What nonsense about living with willpower? Does he not trust me? He then directed Patty and the others to carry Akin to the second level for treatment, reflecting that the outcome of the battle was of little consequence. Disregarding the bullets shot by Clique, Luffy allowed them to embed in his body, extending his rubber arm in preparation to strike. As Clique activated his armor's mechanisms, he became enveloped in a suit bristling with sharp iron spikes, shouting, If you wish to fight, come. This place shall be your grave. Bullets. Luffy ignored the spikes on Clique's armor, delivering a powerful punch that penetrated the armor, piercing his hand, yet the immense force still connected with Clique's face, sending him flying. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Luffy pulled the bullets from his body one by one, declaring, This is my grave, is it? Or is it yours? Do not presume to decide my fate. This is not where I shall perish. Long Po Tian, who was treating Akin, chuckled softly at Luffy's words. What a reckless individual, Sanji remarked from his seat on the bar-tie deck. Zeph glanced at Sanji, calmly stating, Occasionally, such fools emerge. Once they fixate on a target, they will not relent until death claims them. Such individuals are troublesome for their foes. Regardless of victory or defeat, I find myself quite fond of such people. Hearing Zeph's words, Sanji gazed at Luffy in a daze, lost in thought. You say, this is not your grave, do you? Clique slowly rose, questioning, if this is not your grave, then whose grave is it? Suddenly, he turned and fired at Luffy. It is yours. Luffy leapt nimbly to evade the bullets, delivering a powerful kick to Clique's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Clique brandished the massive weapon, striking fiercely at Luffy. With a deft jump, Luffy evaded the assault, causing the weapon to crash onto the ground and erupt in a violent explosion. What on earth is that? It can explode. How impressive. Luffy marveled at the weapon, his excitement evident even amidst the chaos. As Luffy maneuvered around the weapon, he crouched atop a piece of debris, scrutinizing it. What kind of gun is this? Each strike results in an explosion. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, but stumbled unsteadily. Oh dear, what is wrong with my foot? He exclaimed. Haha. It seems your stamina is waning. Clique laughed heartily, continuing to swing the weapon toward Luffy. Luffy deftly dodged the attacks, but suddenly lost his footing due to the slant of the debris. Clique seized the moment to strike at him. Luffy leapt into the air to avoid the blow, but Clique swung the weapon upward again, targeting Luffy, who had nowhere to evade. Surprisingly, there was no explosion. Perplexed, Clique looked on to find Luffy clinging to the massive weapon. That was close. Luffy sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. In a fit of rage, Clique slammed the weapon down along with Luffy, who released his grip and leaped into the air. Clique raised the weapon to thrust at Luffy, who defensively caught the blade with both hands, failing to account for the imminent explosion. As Clique's mocking laughter echoed, Luffy fell to the ground, his body engulfed in soot. Clique continued to produce an array of weapons, yet despite his arsenal, it sometimes proved futile against the gun hidden within his own belly. Living or dying on the battlefield of pirates, the moment one entertains the thought of fear, defeat is inevitable, Sanji remarked, watching Clique assault Luffy with a bitter expression. At least that kid shows no hesitation, the will to survive and the belief in not fearing death. If Clique's fleet, weapons, and poison are deemed powerless, then that kid's resolve is equally formidable, akin to the gun within him. I know a fool who clings to that gun for the most trivial of reasons, Zeph said, observing Luffy with a serious yet amused expression. Sanji felt a jolt of understanding at Zeph's words. At this moment, after enduring numerous strikes from the massive weapon, Luffy finally shattered it. Haha. I've landed 5 punches on it. Your weapon is useless now. Awaken to your fate. This space should be sufficient to send you flying, Luffy declared to Clique, a smile gracing his face despite his many wounds, his eyes still gleaming with a radiant light. With a mighty shout, Luffy charged at Clique, braving the explosions of the cannonballs. He unleashed an elastic rocket attack, propelling Clique, who stood atop the mast, high into the air. Awaken, from the moment you defied me. Clique, Your demise was sealed. Click bellowed as he unleashed all the bombs from his body into the debris below, obliterating everything in a fiery blast. Haha, you're finished? You landlubber. As the crowd anxiously observed the swirling smoke above, Luffy burst forth, unleashing another rubber rocket cannon that struck Click squarely. Instantly, Click's armor shattered, and he plummeted downward. I have won. Luffy laughed joyously in midair. However, as Click descended, he suddenly opened his eyes and launched a steel net that ensnared Luffy, dragging him towards the depths of the sea. The outcome is certain, landlubber. It was always destined that I would emerge victorious, he taunted. With his arms and legs extending beyond the confines of the net, Luffy grinned and declared, as long as I can stretch, there is no problem. Sanji stared at Luffy, utterly astonished, his mind racing with disbelief. Why does he not falter? How can this be? Luffy elongated his legs towards Click, twisting them together until they resembled a tightly wound rope. He clamped his feet around Click's head and shouted, this time, it's truly over. The rubbery Luffy spun Click relentlessly, hurling him down towards the Bartai's fin. Click crashed violently against the fin, losing consciousness, while Luffy sank into the sea. Descending towards the depths, the chefs erupted in cheers, while the pirates stood in stunned silence. Luffy had triumphed. Chapter 33. Sanji joins the crew. What is all this commotion about? On the second deck of Bartai, Akin struggled to open his eyes, tilting his body to inquire. Oh, you're awake. Click has lost. Long Po Tian turned to Akin with a smile. What? Akin widened his eyes in disbelief. See for yourself. You should be fine now. Look, right over there. Long Po Tian pointed towards the unconscious Click. With great effort, Akin managed to rise. Although the poison had waned, his exhaustion lingered, leaning against the railing. He gazed at Click lying amidst the shattered fin, his mouth agape in silence. Below, Sanji sat on the fin, lost in thought as he watched Luffy's straw hat tumble onto the fin. The day had overwhelmed him with astonishment, not merely shock, but rather. Sanji had found a resonance within Luffy and Zoro. If you have time to daydream, you should hurry. Zeph approached Sanji, breaking his reverie. Huh. Sanji blinked in confusion, uncertain of Zeph's meaning. He wanted to resurface on his own. Zeph turned to head towards the dining area. What? Sanji's heart raced as he spun to survey the sea, indeed finding no trace of Luffy. Those with devil fruit powers are shunned by the ocean. They become helpless, Zeph remarked lightly. What did you say, you old fool? Sanji shouted in shock, quickly standing up and shedding his shoes and suit jacket. Why didn't you say so sooner? What if we're too late? What will we do then? Sanji, having let out a mighty roar, plunged into the sea, descending into the depths. Zeph, casting a glance at the hasty Sanji, allowed a smirk to creep upon his lips. Ah, it seems you are intentionally letting Sanji embark on this journey with Luffy, he remarked. Long Po Tian, observing Zeph below, chuckled in response. Indeed, this chef should still pique your interest, wouldn't he? Zeph chuckled lightly. Well, that depends on the captain's decision. Long Po Tian gazed at the ripples on the water's surface after Sanji had dived in, smiling as he directly addressed Zeph's inquiry. Oh, is that so? Zeph chuckled. Although Long Po Tian said little, he was well aware of the favorable impression Long Po Tian held of Sanji, with a formidable ally like him at hand. What lay ahead for Sanji was promising. Moreover, Zeph was exceedingly pleased with the performance of Luffy's crew. Perhaps that young man truly could become the Pirate King. With a grin, Zeph strolled into the dining area. In the sea, Sanji searched frantically for Luffy's figure, finally spotting the unconscious Luffy on a fragment of wreckage just as his breath began to wane. He hurriedly swam over, untying the iron net entangled around Luffy, his heart racing with urgency. Hey, pull yourself together. You're not going to die, are you? Didn't you say this isn't your final resting place? Isn't that your belief? Sanji recalled Luffy's resolute stance during the battle with Kuro and Zoro's unwavering determination to avoid injury to his back, even at the cost of his own life. Honestly, these guys. Sanji hoisted Luffy and began swimming toward the surface. Suddenly, as he looked up through the water at the sunlight, he seemed to glimpse countless exotic fish swimming freely. Sanji was momentarily taken aback. It was all blue. He placed Luffy on a surfboard and shook his body while shouting, Hey, you slacker, you cannot die. Do you hear me? You still have things to accomplish, right? Come on, don't die on me, slacker. Speak up. Don't leave me. No matter how much Sanji shook or yelled, Luffy remained unresponsive. Suddenly, Sanji froze, realizing that Luffy was snoring loudly, fast asleep. Sitting beside Luffy, he lightly tapped his head and said with a relieved tone, Honestly, you're unbearable. At that moment, Kuro stood up, bellowing that he had not lost, that he was the strongest. The surrounding pirates advanced, attempting to subdue Kuro, for he had evidently lost consciousness. However, they were easily thrown aside by Kuro. Akin stepped forward, delivering a punch to Kuro's abdomen, silencing him. Captain Kuro, we lost. Let us accept it and start anew. Akin hoisted Kuro up and turned to Sanji, saying, Thank you for taking care of him, Mr. Sanji. Feel free to come by again. Sanji replied casually. Mr. Sanji, please tell him when he wakes up, Akin said, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Luffy. I have thought this through. This is all I wish to pursue. It is unclear when, but Sanji's ambitions have gradually intertwined with my own. Although I have only recently resolved to pursue my desires, there is no turning back now. Is there? What is loyalty to a leader? In the past, I merely used the leader's name as a guise for my own evasion. Once a decision is made, there is no need to fret over the strength of the enemy or worry about suffering. Such trivialities were lessons imparted to me by him. Sanji smirked slightly, turning to Patty and instructing, Patty, give them our supply ship. What? Are you out of your mind? Why would you give a ship to pirates? They can just swim away. Patty protested with great reluctance. Stop your rambling and hurry up. Sanji shouted. I know. There's no need to curse, Patty replied, tears streaming down his face. Sanji's earlier conduct had truly earned the respect of an impassioned chef like Patty. Akin led the pirates away amidst the chef's fervent cheers for the Bartai, the floating restaurant. In the distance, aboard the Going Merry, Nami stood at the stern, gazing pensively towards Bartai. They are truly good people. I wonder if they would still allow me to join them when we meet again. Nami mused, unable to hold back her tears as she clasped her hands tightly against her chest, lamenting, I don't know if there will be another opportunity to see them. I long for freedom, Belmere. Nami sobbed, closing her eyes in despair. In a room on the second level of the restaurant, Luffy finally awoke, instinctively reaching up to touch his head. Ah, my hat. Where's my straw hat? He exclaimed, his empty head echoing his alarm. Isn't it right there? Sanji pointed to the straw hat resting on a nearby cabinet, exasperated. Got it. But where are they? Luffy turned his head, searching around, still enveloped in the remnants of the battle's fervor. They went back. Thanks to you, Sanji replied. Me? Luffy responded, puzzled. Akin mentioned we might meet again in the Grand Line, Sanji said with a smile directed at Luffy. Oh, did you tell me that? Luffy asked. I told you, Sanji shouted, stepping out of the room and quietly gazing at the sea while leaning against the railing. By the way, I drove them away. So my chores should be over for today, right? Luffy thought, visibly pleased at the prospect of no longer having to do menial tasks. Congratulations, Sanji said softly. Luffy looked at Sanji and smiled, speaking of which, you. I will not go, Sanji interrupted before Luffy could finish. I refuse to be a pirate. I intend to stay here and continue as a chef until that old man acknowledges my skills. I understand. I will simply give up, Luffy said, his tone subdued. I meant your hands should give up as well. Sanji broke free from Luffy's grip on his collar and exclaimed, as he adjusted his disheveled collar. He gazed at the rolling waves and declared, I cannot leave. There is not a single reliable individual here. However, one day I shall venture forth to the Grand Line. Luffy erupted in laughter, leaping onto the railing. Then let us go now. The time is not yet ripe, Sanji replied, suddenly turning to Luffy with excitement. Have you ever heard of All Blue? No, Luffy responded. It's rare for someone who isn't a chef to have knowledge of All Blue. What? You don't know? It's a miraculous sea, Sanji exclaimed, his enthusiasm radiating. In that ocean, all varieties of fish from the East Sea, West Sea, North Sea, and South Sea converge. For us chefs, it is akin to a paradise in our dreams, and it lies within the Grand Line. What do you think? Have you heard of it? Sanji continued to share everything he knew about All Blue with Luffy. Not far off, Zeph observed the exuberant Sanji with a smile on his face, chuckling. Look at him. So happy. What a fool. He seems quite eager to stay here. How will you convince him to set sail? Long Break Tian approached Zeph, glancing at Luffy and Sanji. That idiot? Zeph laughed, making his way to the kitchen. Long Break Tian chuckled at Zeph's retreating figure, turning to enjoy the sea breeze. The dinner bell chimed, and Luffy and Sanji pushed open the restaurant doors, scanning for an available seat, but found none. Hey, is there a seat for us? Sanji remarked, displeased, eyeing the chefs who were devouring their meals. Where's the food? Luffy echoed, equally disgruntled. There's no room for you. Eat on the floor. Several chefs continued to shovel food into their mouths without turning around. No seats? This is unbelievable. This is a restaurant. Sanji exclaimed incredulously. Indeed, where's the food? Luffy added, suddenly spotting Long Po Tian enjoying his meal leisurely and shouted, how sneaky, Po Tian. You didn't call me to eat. Oh, you're awake, Luffy. Long Po Tian replied, placing a piece of meat in his mouth and glancing at Luffy. Time to eat. How ungracious, Luffy couldn't help but retort. With no other option, Sanji and Luffy settled on the floor to eat. Suddenly, Patty took a sip of soup, slammed his spoon on the table, and shouted, hey, who prepared this morning's soup? It was me. Isn't it delicious? I made it especially well today, Sanji yelled from his spot on the floor. Patty wiped his mouth with his hand, looking disgusted. This unpalatable concoction is hardly fit for consumption. Is it meant for pigs? After expressing his disdain by spitting a few times to emphasize just how terrible the soup was, Long Po Tian reluctantly set down his spoon upon hearing Patty's words. It was said that the soup was fit only for pigs. How could Long Po Tian possibly continue drinking it, despite his personal opinion that it wasn't so bad? He raised his gaze and noticed a palpable shift in the atmosphere. It had become excessively quiet. Luffy sat on the ground, alternating his gaze between Patty and Sanji, whose face was marked with crosses, while he continued to stuff his mouth with meat, relishing every bite. Hey, is human food not to your liking, you filthy creature? Sanji glared at Patty, visibly irritated. Humph. If something can taste this dreadful, it must be considered a form of art. I feel like retching, Patty retorted, disregarding Sanji's grievance and making a downward thumb gesture, occasionally spitting out a bit more. My apologies, but I am quite confident today. Is it your tongue that is at fault? Sanji was increasingly infuriated. At that moment, one by one, the surrounding chefs slammed their spoons onto the table, exclaiming how inedible the soup was. Who on earth can drink this dreadful concoction? Bring me a glass of water, Sanji shouted in rage. Zep quietly took a sip of the soup and calmly addressed the chefs. We are chefs of the sea. Not a drop of soup should go to waste. Without waiting for the stunned chefs to respond, he expressionlessly drained the bowl, leaving not a single drop, then stood up and smashed the bowl onto the floor, shattering it into pieces. You old fool, Sanji seethed, veins bulging on his forehead. Is this your plan? Long Po Tian smiled at the commotion but remained silent. Meanwhile, Luffy was happily devouring an octopus, oblivious to the chaos. This soup, which resembles mud in its unappetizing appearance, Zep said, covering his mouth as if he had just damaged his teeth from the earlier soup, is what you wish to serve to customers? Are you trying to drive our restaurant to closure? Are you joking, old man? What difference is there between the soup I made and yours? Speak up, Sanji shouted, grabbing Zep by the collar. Are you referring to mine? Zep shot a glance at Sanji and swiftly knocked him to the ground with a punch. Don't get too cocky. If you wish to learn my culinary skills, return in 1 billion years, brat. I have cooked across the seas of the world. How infuriating. Sanji yelled as he stormed out of the restaurant. Ah, this soup is truly delightful, Luffy exclaimed, savoring the soup. Of course we know that. Everyone present is well aware of Sanji's culinary prowess, Zep remarked, revealing to Luffy that the recent altercation had been an act, all orchestrated to encourage Sanji to leave the restaurant and pursue his own dreams along the Grand Line. He then inquired if Luffy would be willing to take Sanji aboard his ship as a chef. Outside the restaurant, Sanji sat on the ground, attempting to light a cigarette, but failing repeatedly to ignite it. He set down the lighter and hugged his knees, burying his head in his arms, internally lamenting. I heard everything, you vile scoundrels. I refuse. After pondering for a moment, Luffy ultimately declined. All the chefs surrounding him were taken aback by his response, except for Long Po Tian, who let out a light chuckle, as if to say, isn't that expected? Zep, gazing at Luffy with curiosity, inquired. Did you not mention that you needed a chef on your ship? Or is it that you are dissatisfied with that fellow? Luffy, stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, replied, how could I be dissatisfied? I would love for him to join me, but he insists on remaining here as a chef. Therefore, even if you all express your opinions, I cannot take him away. What you mean to say is that it is impossible unless he personally agrees, correct? Zep said, stroking his braided beard. Precisely, and I would like another serving, Luffy declared, holding up his empty plate. Well, that does make sense, but do you think that stubborn lad will honestly express his desire to leave? Zep pondered, stroking his beard. Long Po Tian gazed at Japu's beard, finding it quite amusing. After listening to Japu's words, he briefly glanced at the restaurant's entrance without uttering a word. Outside the restaurant, Sanji leaned against the door, a cigarette dangling from his lips, lost in contemplation as he stared at the sky. At that moment, a shark burst through the restaurant's door, clamping down on Joseph. Ah, is that not Joseph? Where is everyone else? What about Nami? Luffy said, gnawing on a chicken leg while observing Joseph trapped in the shark's jaws. It wasn't he exactly a pursuit, but from the direction Nami was heading, he could surmise her intended destination. After a struggle, Joseph finally extricated himself from the shark and explained to Luffy, well, can't we just bring her back? Luffy pondered for a moment before replying, but Joseph hesitated. If the destination of that big sister is indeed where I suspect, it is quite a formidable place. However, the world's big sister mentioned that neither she nor Long Po Tian would intervene in any case. We require your assistance. Please come with me immediately. Luffy cast a puzzled glance at Long Po Tian and said, all right, even though I don't quite understand, I get it. Let us go. The group made their way to the deck, preparing to embark. Wait, Sanji interjected, lighting a cigarette and addressing Luffy. We are all chasing foolish dreams. I am in pursuit of my own goal, all blue. I shall accompany you on your quest to become the Pirate King. I will take on the role of your ship's cook. Can you accept that? Luffy was momentarily taken aback, but then exclaimed in excitement, of course. That is wonderful. Sanji turned to the other chefs with a smile. I apologize for the trouble and for putting on a poor show. Nevertheless, you'd rather have me leave, wouldn't you? Old man, why must you always speak so harshly? Patty clenched his fists, ready to reprimand Sanji. Zapu intervened, blocking Patty's way while casting a sidelong glance at Sanji. Indeed, you little brat, I have always despised children. Not a day goes by that I do not regret allowing you to live, you little rascal. Huh, not bad. Old man, may you enjoy your remaining years in peace. Though Sanji understood Zapu's intentions, he still felt irked by his words. In the kitchen, as Luffy urged the chefs to stuff bags full of meat, Zapu approached him from behind, saying, Kid, do you want to take this? It's my record from a year spent in the Grand Line. Luffy glanced at the notebook in Zapu's hand and replied with a smile, no need. Huh, I knew it, Zapu chuckled. Zapu chuckled, while Luffy burst into hearty laughter, urging the chefs to continue stuffing meat into their mouths. Sanji tidied up his belongings and sat quietly on the ground, savoring a cigarette, reminiscing about the days spent with Zapu, who lay in bed, lost in similar thoughts. The moment of departure had finally arrived. On the restaurant deck, the chefs formed two lines to bid farewell to Sanji. He remained silent, passing through the kitchen and leaping onto the ship, declaring, all right, let us go. Don't you want to say goodbye? Luffy inquired. Not necessary, Sanji replied. But before he could finish, Zapu's voice echoed, Sanji, don't catch a cold. Taken aback, Sanji recalled the immense kindness Zapu had shown him, and tears welled up in his eyes. He turned around, knelt before Zapu, and shouted, Boss Zapu, I am truly grateful for all your care over these long days. Your immense kindness and virtue will forever remain etched in my heart. Sanji's heartfelt words brought tears to Zapu's eyes as well, and the chefs wept openly. Wiping away his tears, Zapu forced a smile and choked out, You fool, a man should leave quietly. Long Po Tian. And Luffy smiled as they gazed at the touching scene before them. It's time to depart. Luffy exclaimed, I hope to see you all again, you rascals. Sanji stood on the ship, waving his arms enthusiastically. Zapu watched the gradually receding vessel, feeling a sense of comfort as he mused. As long as there exists a belief that fears not even death, one shall certainly discover the elusive all blue. In the distance, Nami stood at the bow of the Going Merry, quietly observing the Arlong territory ahead, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 34. Cocoa West Village. Sanji's small boat, guided by Joseph, headed towards Nami's location, with a few seabirds soaring around, emitting cheerful cries. What splendid weather! Luffy exclaimed, stretching lazily at the bow of the ship. The crew wore expressions of ease and delight. Sailing in such fine weather was indeed a joy. Hee hee, Luffy laughed, darting to the side of the vessel, shielding his eyes from the sun as he peered into the distance, excitement radiating from him. Is the Grand Line that way? He pondered, then dashed to the other side. Or is it over here? This side? That side? Oh, I'm so thrilled. Luffy nearly scoured every inch of the small boat. Could you be quiet for once? You're unbearable, Sanji remarked, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exasperation evident in his tone. Well, we are about to embark on our journey to the Grand Line. It's only natural for him to be this excited, Po Tian said, laughing as he tried to soothe Sanji. Indeed, it's a rare occasion to have a chef join us. Once we retrieve Nami, we can finally set sail for the Grand Line. Luffy exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Nami-san. Sanji cupped his face, his cheeks flushed, eyes nearly crescent-shaped. Just thinking of her beauty fills me with happiness. I can't wait to see her again. Along with Shiryu and Koya-chan. Hey, Shiryu and Koya are my wives. Keep your eyes off them, you lecherous cook, Po Tian interjected immediately. Speaking of which, since the dining hall, I've been quite displeased with you. Why do such beautiful ladies as Shiryu and Koya end up as your wives? What on earth is so appealing about a drunken fool like you? Sanji retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at Po Tian, his teeth clenched in indignation. Oh. Po Tian savored a sip of his spirit, a look of bliss on his face as he glanced at Sanji, who seemed ready to devour him. With a smile, he replied, my sincerest apologies. Did I provoke you? Though he uttered apologies to Sanji, it seemed as if he was merely inviting further ire. Ha. Luffy bellowed with laughter, slapping his thigh, then turned to Joseph and asked, are we nearly there? You all are incredibly naive, truly naive. Do you not grasp the reality? We are drawing ever closer to the very place where Arlong resides. At that moment, Nami was intently fixated on Arlong's bounty poster, clearly intent on claiming that 20 million berry head. By now, Nami may have already infiltrated Arlong's lair. Joseph pointed at the leisurely Luffy, exclaiming, oh. Luffy stretched languidly and turned to Sanji. Isn't it about time for a meal? Oh, Sanji replied affirmatively and prepared to rise to cook. You haven't heard of Arlong, have you? Joseph shouted at Luffy and Sanji, his gaze directed towards Dragon. Long Po Tian did not lift his head, saying, do not look at me. I have never spoken of these matters to them before. What I shared on the ship about Arlong was minimal, and moreover, Luffy was conveniently absent. Arlong. Sanji repeated the name with confusion. Who is that? I have never heard of him. Do you know, Po Tian? Luffy interjected. I do know, but it would be better for Joseph to explain. He might have more knowledge about Arlong than I do, Long Po Tian replied with a smile. His statement held truth, for he would not pay much heed to a character as inconsequential as Arlong. All right. Joseph took out a whistle and blew it sharply. Stand at attention. Since that is the case, allow me to elucidate. Joseph paced back and forth before Luffy and Sanji, hands clasped behind his back. A sight that left Long Po Tian somewhat speechless. Was it really necessary? Arlong is a fishman who once wreaked havoc along the Grand Line, Joseph stated solemnly. Fishman? Sanji questioned, puzzled. A fishman, indeed. I have yet to encounter one, Luffy remarked earnestly. I have heard of Fishman Island in the Grand Line, where beautiful mermaids reside, Sanji mused, scratching his chin with 2 fingers, his eyes unwittingly sparkling with hearts. Ah, this perverted chef is beyond redemption, Long Po Tian thought, observing Sanji's demeanor with exasperation. To be frank, Long Po Tian found it rather peculiar. As the saying goes, one who associates with vermilion will turn red. One who associates with ink will turn black. There seemed to be no lecherous individuals around Sanji. How had he developed such a lascivious character? Could it be that the absence of female chefs at Bartai had rendered him unable to contain himself at the sight of beauty? He chuckled at his malicious conjecture. Is this what a fishman looks like? Luffy asked, holding up a sheet of paper on which he had drawn a fish with 4 legs, inquiring of the group. Uh-huh. What a masterpiece. Sanji laughed heartily, clutching his stomach, and even Long Po Tian could not help but chuckle. Do you not understand the importance of focus? Joseph snapped, his mouth contorting into a toothy grin. Very well, I shall start from the beginning. The Grand Line is referred to as the Graveyard of Pirates because it is home to 3 major power factions, one of which is the 7 Warlords of the Sea. 7 Warlords? Luffy asked, puzzled. In simple terms, they are pirates recognized by the government, Long Po Tian explained. What does that mean? Why would the government acknowledge pirates? Sanji inquired. The 7 warlords are permitted to exist because they share a portion of their plunder with the government. To other pirates, they are merely the government's lapdogs. But they are incredibly powerful. For instance, Mihawk, who defeated Zoro, is one of the 7 warlords, Joseph patiently elaborated. That is truly remarkable. There are 7 such individuals. The 7 warlords are extraordinarily formidable. Luffy sat excitedly on the ship's railing, fervently tapping his feet, observing his demeanor. It seemed he had only registered the presence of 7 individuals akin to Hawkeye, filtering out the rest with ease. Joseph, with a furrowed brow, watched Luffy's antics but patiently continued his explanation. Among the 7 warlords, there exists a fishman pirate captain named Jinbei, and alongside him, wreaking havoc and pillaging across the Grand Line, is the fishman Arlong. Luffy sketched a few more lines on the paper and inquired, is that fellow like this? Sanji, gazing at the drawing of a standing fish, retorted, you merely made that one stand upright. Joseph's frown deepened. Upon arriving in the East Blue Arlong has conquered over 20 villages. His strength far surpasses that of Captain Kuro. Although Brother Barto mentioned that Luffy could potentially defeat him, we cannot ascertain the outcome without an encounter. Why would Nami venture alone to such a place? Sanji pondered aloud. It is for Arlong's bounty, Joseph replied. Sanji's imagination began to wander. Perhaps Nami is a mermaid, he mused, envisioning her exquisite form as a creature of the sea. Is that so? Luffy added hair to the standing fish drawing, inscribing Nami's name beneath it and presenting it to Sanji. Have you lost your patience? Sanji shouted at Luffy upon seeing the drawing, as Nami's enchanting visage morphed in his mind into that of a fish. Coughing violently, Long Barto, upon glimpsing the drawing, inadvertently spat out the liquor he had just sipped. After regaining his composure, he addressed the group. Let us set aside these distractions and eat first. Joseph, there's no need to worry about whether they understand. Are you not hungry? All right, let us eat. Luffy eagerly agreed. What would you like to have? Sanji stood up, clapping his hands. I want meat with bones, Luffy exclaimed, raising his hand high. I'll just order some side dishes for drinking, Long Barto said. Hey, I want stir-fried bean sprouts, Joseph interjected, feeling overlooked by Luffy and Sanji. Meat, side dishes, and bean sprouts, is that all? Sanji rolled up his sleeves and headed toward the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others had arrived at the entrance of Arlong's territory. Usopp and Johnny anxiously surveyed their surroundings. This is the lair of the fishman named Arlong from the Grand Line. Usopp swallowed hard. Is Nami truly here? Let us first search for the Golden Mary that Big Sister took. We need to see if it's docked on this island, Johnny suggested cautiously. That makes sense. Usopp nodded in agreement, as he was reluctant to confront Arlong's domain just yet. At present, both Luffy and Brook are absent, and Zoro is gravely injured. Only 2 frail women and a rather weak Johnny remain aboard. As the captain, Usopp feels an unwavering sense of responsibility for their safety. First, we must depart from this place, he thinks, resolutely refusing to acknowledge any fear of his own. All right, prepare for the charge, he declares. Suddenly, Zoro rises, sword poised, gazing intently at the others, eliciting a cold sweat from Usopp and Johnny, who stare at him in astonishment. Why the sudden change? Even Johnny, his subordinate, seems to waver in support of Zoro this time. Fool, we have yet to ascertain any clues. Usopp mutters, his voice low. We are up against that fishman. We should devise a battle plan. Both Johnny and Usopp attempt to dissuade Zoro from what appears to be a suicidal mission. Zoro turns to face the Arlong territory, his right thumb pressing against the hilt of his sword as he unsheathes it. I have no time for your ramblings. Luffy ordered me to retrieve that woman, and regardless of who stands in my way, I shall bring her back. He continues, are you all afraid? Look at Kaya and the others. They are not afraid. What is there to fear? Let us charge. Usopp and Johnny exchange glances, seeing Zoro's fervor, and nod as if reaching an unspoken agreement. Each retrieves a hammer, silencing Kaya before approaching Zoro from behind and striking him sharply on the head. Zoro collapses to the ground. Together, Usopp and Johnny bind Zoro to the mast. Usopp turns to Kaya and the world around them, speaking with gravity. Listen carefully, Kaya and the world. Under no circumstances are you to untie Zoro, understood? Kaya glances at the world, noting no dissent, and replies to Usopp, very well. But is Zoro going to be all right? She watches with concern as Zoro, his head spinning with stars, lies on the ground. He will be fine. He will awaken shortly, Usopp assures, then turns to Johnny. Now, let us seek out the Going Mary. Johnny navigates the small boat along the coast. There it is. I see the Mary, Usopp exclaims, peering through his binoculars. Nami is indeed here, Johnny confirms. Hey, what do you mean by this? Untie me at once. Zoro, regaining consciousness, shouts at Usopp and Johnny. This is Koko Village, east of the Arlong territory. But it is odd. Why have they anchored so far from the village? Johnny observes the sea chart. Hurry and untie me, Zoro growls, his temper flaring as he realizes he has been bound and ignored after being struck unconscious. You are gravely wounded and at risk of death. Remain still. And leave this to me. Usopp approached Zoro with a smile, playfully slapping Zoro's wound. Instantly, Zoro gritted his teeth in pain, vowing to himself that this impudent fool would meet his end one day. Prepare to dock beside the Going Mary, Usopp called out loudly. Suddenly, he noticed several figures of fishmen near the dock where the Mary was moored. Terrified, he crouched down and urged Johnny to quietly steer the ship away. Why aren't we moving in? Zoro shouted. Shoo! Usopp quickly urged Zoro to lower his voice, leaning closer to whisper urgently. Didn't you see those fishmen? They're Arlong's crew. It's terrifying. Am I wrong? Zoro, lifting his bound feet, pressed them against Usopp's face and retorted fiercely. You have no right to be angry. Indeed, this place has fallen under Arlong's control. What should we do, Usopp? Johnny asked, looking worriedly at the fishmen. Let us just say we couldn't bring Nami back, Usopp replied nonchalantly. Usopp, are we just abandoning Nami? Is she in danger? Kaya asked anxiously. Don't worry. Luffy and the others will arrive soon, and we'll bring Nami back together, Usopp reassured, waving his hand dismissively. Hey, someone untie my ropes, you fools. Zoro yelled at the group, who were ignoring him. At that moment, the fishmen on the shore spotted their ship and leaped into the water, swimming towards them. Usopp and Johnny widened their eyes in alarm. Jump overboard. Usopp shouted, and both he and Johnny hurried to the other side of the ship, ready to dive in. Wait for me, you two. Zoro bellowed. Goodbye. Usopp and Johnny exclaimed as they jumped into the water and swam away from the approaching fishmen. At the very least. Untie my ropes. Zoro shouted after them. As he turned back to look at Shiji and Kaya, he was about to ask them to free him when Kaya, her face full of regret, said, I'm really sorry, but Usopp insisted we absolutely must not untie Mr. Zoro. Well, that's that. Kaya, let us leave. Goodbye. Shiji greeted Zoro before vanishing with Kaya. I will get them back. I will definitely get them back. Zoro roared. In the distance. Usopp watched Zoro fall into the hands of the fishmen, clutching his heart in sorrow as he lamented, Forgive me, Zoro. I will tell Luffy how brave you were. Johnny, tears streaming down his face, added, You're so unfortunate. I will never forget you, brother. Let us land first and talk later. Kaya, Usopp and Johnny said, their faces brightening with smiles. I hope head sister Kaya and head sister Shiji are not still on the ship, Johnny said, covering his head. Well, they shouldn't be. They're not fools. Besides, there is nothing we can do now. Let us just get to shore first, Usopp concluded. Usopp calmly remarked. After much effort, he and Johnny finally reached the shore. Just as they were about to climb up, they were confronted by two pairs of feet. How slow you are. Usopp-kun, Kaya said, gazing at the two. Kaya, are you all right? Usopp exclaimed joyfully. We're fine, but shouldn't we be concerned about Zoro? He was taken by the fishmen, Kaya said, her eyes fixed anxiously on the sea. Zoro will be fine. By the way, where are we? What on earth happened here? Usopp and Johnny were taken aback as they looked at the dilapidated town before them. A massive trench lay ahead, with houses completely overturned and in ruins. I don't know. Sister World mentioned that it must have been the fishmen who did this, and perhaps they brought some monstrous creature to attack this town. The people here might all be dead, Kaya lamented as she surveyed the desolation. Is that so? Usopp and Johnny fell silent, gazing at the town. Meanwhile, on Sanji's small boat, Luffy and Johnny were engaged in a fierce struggle over the last piece of meat, when suddenly Sanji heard a sound that silenced them. It seems something is emerging from the depths. It appears quite large, Sanji observed, looking at the shadow rising from the sea. It should be a sea king. Luffy remarked nonchalantly, just a sea king, nothing to worry about. Moreover, according to Luffy's instincts, this particular sea king was not particularly formidable. At that moment, a gigantic sea cow burst forth from the water, its enormous eyes fixated intently on the dishes on the table. What is that? A cow? Can cows swim? Perhaps it's a seahorse? Sanji speculated, staring at the sea cow. What's wrong with it? Luffy inquired, puzzled by the creature. Its goal is food. Hurry and give it something. The boat is going to capsize. Joseph shouted, pointing at the dishes. What? Rubber pistol? Luffy exclaimed, delivering a punch that sent the sea cow crashing back into the water. Angrily declaring, Don't you dare on my food. The sea cow resurfaced, glaring fiercely at Luffy, who was about to strike again, but was kicked aside by Sanji. Idiot. Don't hit a hungry creature. Sanji scolded as he picked up the plate of meat and approached the sea cow. It must be injured and unable to find food for itself. Right? Here, eat this. Don't be shy, Sanji said, extending the plate toward the sea cow. What a great act of love, Joseph marveled. The sea cow looked at Sanji for a while, then at the fragrant meat, finally opening its mouth to take a bite. Only to be met with a sudden, forceful kick to its chin from Sanji, sending it back into the ocean. What are you doing? That us love? Joseph shouted. That creature just tried to eat me, Sanji said, taking a drag from his cigarette nonchalantly. The sea cow, now infuriated, charged violently toward the small boat. As Luffy raised his hand, ready to attack, but was once again stopped by Sanji. As Luffy pondered, Sanji leapt high, delivering a powerful kick to the sea cow's neck, causing it to crash onto the surface of the water, utterly incapacitated. Come on, let's continue our meal, Dragon Breaker Tian remarked. Luffy and Sanji settled down, their faces reflecting a sense of comfort. It feels so good to stretch our limbs. What a bunch of reckless individuals, Joseph remarked, exasperated. By the way, I just thought of a brilliant idea, Luffy said, munching on meat. What is it? The others inquired, puzzled. Luffy laughed heartily without revealing anything. Meanwhile, in the dilapidated town, Usopp and his companions were discovered by the fishmen. As they fled, they encountered Nami's sister, Nojiko. When Usopp brandished his slingshot in an attempt to fend off the fishmen and protect everyone, he was knocked unconscious by Nojiko, who struck him with a hammer. Is this karma? Is Usopp all right? Kaya inquired, gazing at the unconscious Usopp. Nojiko diverted the fishman's attention and then dragged Usopp's feet, taking him along with the world and Kaya to her home, which was none other than Nami's hometown, Koko Village. Meanwhile, Johnny had already gotten separated during the escape. Chapter 35. The assembly of all inside Nojiko's home. Usopp had regained consciousness. After Nojiko sent away the boy who intended to seek vengeance on the fishmen for his father, she learned that Usopp and his companions were searching for Nami and informed them that Nami was a cadre of the Arlong pirates. What? Nami is a cadre of the Arlong group? Usopp exclaimed, his mouth agape in shock. This must be a joke, Kaya added, covering her mouth in disbelief. Yes. This is quite well known in this generation. Didn't that boy just say that she was a woman akin to a witch? Here's another surprise. This is the home where that witch grew up, Nojiko said, placing her cup down and approaching the cabinet to retrieve a childhood photograph of herself. Nami and Belle-Emery. She gently remarked, Nami and I are sworn sisters. Is this Nami's home? Usopp and Kaya looked around in wonder. Nami and I are both orphans. We grew up here. Our mother has passed away, but we lived happily together with another girl in this Koko village. Nostalgia and sorrow filled Nojiko's voice as she recalled their joyful days. So, are you implying that Nami betrayed her mother and the villagers by joining the Arlong group? Usopp mused, tracing the patterns on the table. These patterns appear to be part of a sea chart. Was Nami sitting here before? He speculated. Usopp's words caused Nojiko's body to tremble slightly as she set down the photograph, feigning casualness. Well, that's more or less the case. She truly is a witch, isn't she? How could this be? In Kaya's eyes, disbelief reigned supreme. The world consoled her, holding her hand, while Usopp sat on a bench, gritting his teeth and muttering, how despicable. So that's how it is. We have been deceived all along. That woman was after treasure from the very beginning. Although she did partake in the battle to protect our village, she appeared so cheerful on the ship. Oh, was she indeed so cheerful, that wretch? A miraculous smile appeared on Naka's face, imbued with both comfort and heartache. We came to bring her back, but it seems there is no longer any need. Usopp lowered his head and spoke. How can this be? Usopp, I still cannot believe that Nami-san is a villain. Is she not our ally? Why doubt our own companion? Kaya exclaimed, gazing at Usopp. The world promptly patted Kaya's shoulder to calm her agitation and turned to Usopp, saying, Kaya is right. After spending so much time together, do we not all know what kind of person Nami truly is? Moreover, the world continued, turning to Noki. Why do I see no trace of animosity in your eyes? If Nami has betrayed her family and village to join the Arlong crew, which has brought such heavy suffering to our village, why do you not harbor hatred for her? Upon finishing, the world cast a sidelong glance at the ground where Kaya stood, noticing minute cracks forming, and thought to himself, is her emotional turmoil causing her strength to spiral out of control? Or has she started to break through the first layer of her seal due to her emotions? Noki was taken aback by the world's inquiry, momentarily at a loss for words, as she did not wish for too many to know about the village and Nami's affairs, despite them being Nami's companions. Usopp gazed deeply at Noki, understanding her reluctance to elaborate, pondering that there was likely more to the story, yet he said, Indeed. Even if Nami is a member of the Arlong crew, and even if we disagree, knowing Luffy's character, he would undoubtedly say something like, No. I want Nami to be my navigator. Yes, that's probably how Luffy would put it, Kai agreed. Suddenly, Usopp seemed to recall something, turning his neck stiffly to address Noki. By the way, we have a companion who was unfortunate enough to be captured by a fishman. I wonder how that fellow is faring. Aren't you the one who said Mr. Zoro would be fine? Usopp, Kaya asked, a mix of concern and anger on her face. Did I say that? Usopp felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Yes, both Kaya and the world nodded, affirming, you did say that. Is that so? Usopp wiped the sweat from his forehead, forcing a semblance of calm and stating, then there is certainly no cause for concern. Ah, how could this be? Nami lamented. Usopp could only manage a dry laugh in response. In Arlong's domain, Zoro was bound before Arlong, as Nami appeared, confessing her role as a cartographer for Arlong's crew. Admitting her proximity to Luffy and the others was solely for treasure. So, do you understand now? From the very beginning, I merely intended to use you all. You still have a couple of tricks left, so you truly are useful fools, Nami spoke calmly while gazing at Zoro. Haha. Arlong, seated behind Nami, burst into laughter. Seemingly convinced they had been thoroughly deceived. She was a woman so cold-hearted that she could forget even the death of her own mother for the sake of money. A witch devoid of compassion. Arlong's words instantly darkened Nami's previously tranquil demeanor, her lips pressed together tightly, her eyes reflecting boundless hatred. Arlong, behind Nami, failed to notice this. But Zoro, in front of her, observed it clearly. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Zoro's mouth as he closed his eyes and chuckled softly. I see. Well, I never fully believed her anyway. Even if she were a murderer, I wouldn't be too surprised. Now that you understand, hurry up and leave. You're utterly annoying, Nami urged. Forcing her voice to remain steady, her words laced with cruelty. Zoro opened his eyes and looked at Nami with a gentle smile. With a slight push of his bound feet, he landed in a nearby pool. It was indeed a pool, but it seemed connected to the sea. Initially taken aback by Zoro's smile, Nami was then shocked by his actions, staring blankly at the rippling water. After a long moment, disregarding the fishmen around her, Nami kicked off her shoes and leapt into the water, pulling Zoro up amidst their bewildered gazes. What do you intend to do? Nami glowered at Zoro, her voice low and dark. Coughing out the water he had swallowed, Zoro gasped for air and replied, What do you want? You're the one who can't even save someone in need. Stop boasting and hurry up with the rescue. I thought I was done for. Nami, struck at her most tender spot by Zoro's words, felt a surge of anger and, in a fit of rage, kicked him hard in the back, exclaiming, What nonsense are you spouting? Zoro let out a cry of pain as Nami grasped his neck, lifting him up while lowering her head to say, If you keep bothering me, you're as good as dead. Well, that's hard to say, Zoro replied nonchalantly. What are those bandages for? Nami asked, scrambling for conversation. Perhaps out of genuine concern, expressing it in this manner. I had to use them since I couldn't find any clothes, Zoro replied coolly. Nami delivered a powerful punch to Zoro's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain before she released him and walked towards Arlong. Nami, what do you plan to do with this guy? Arlong inquired, watching her intently. I'll lock him up. I'll handle it, she replied. Nami spoke sharply, showcasing her ruthlessness. At that moment, a fishman who had previously spotted Usopp and the others entered and informed Arlong that they were allied with Zoro, speculating on their current whereabouts. Coincidentally, Arlong had business to attend to in that direction, and thus he led a group of fishmen towards Cocoa West Village. Meanwhile, aboard Sanji's ship, the crew had finally finished their meal and tidied up the dishes. Luffy gazed at the manatee and exclaimed, Hey, how about we have it pull the ship? That way, we could quickly catch up with Nami. What a splendid idea. It's rare for you to come up with such a brilliant plan, Sanji agreed. That's all well and good, but Luffy, how do you intend to bring Nami back? Long Break suddenly inquired. How to bring her back? Isn't it obvious? We just take her back. Luffy replied matter-of-factly, believing wholeheartedly that it was only natural to retrieve a comrade. But have you considered why Nami left? We can go to fetch her, yet will she even agree to return? Long Break pressed on. It sounds like you know something, Sanji remarked. Indeed, I know quite a bit. Long Break then recounted the circumstances surrounding Cocoa West Village, Nami's agreement with Arlong regarding the 100 million berries, and even the story of Belmere. After sharing this, he turned to Luffy, who had grown somewhat silent, and asked, What are your plans now? Nami cannot simply abandon her efforts to join us in sailing. If you know all this, why don't you just defeat Arlong? Aren't you strong enough? Why let Nami endure such suffering? Sanji shouted, gripping Long Break's collar. Why? Because there is no justification to strike, Long Break replied, breaking free from Sanji's grasp. We are pirates, not heroes who draw their swords at every injustice. Even if we were to arrive there now, if Nami doesn't speak, we would be unable to act. This is Nami's dilemma. She is protecting her most cherished village in her own way. If we act recklessly, we would be negating everything she has worked for over the past 8 years. Regardless of how unfavorable it may seem, it is still the life she has chosen. And we have no right to invalidate someone else's existence. Is that so? Sanji finally calmed down, pondering for a moment before turning to Luffy and asking, What should we do? After a brief silence, Luffy adjusted his straw hat and resolutely stated, I may not understand everything, but I know that Nami is our comrade. Since she is a comrade, we should share joy together and bear pain together. That is enough. With that, Luffy lifted his gaze and fixed it firmly on Long Break. Saying, Break, you are our comrade too, aren't you? Long Po Tian gazed at Luffy's resolute eyes and, upon hearing his question, understood that Luffy had recalled their previous conversation regarding their pact. A warm smile graced his face as he assured him, Of course, I am. The world is. Koya is too. We are all your companions. Indeed, how splendid. Luffy erupted into laughter, rising to his feet and walking to the bow of the ship. Staring into the distance as he proclaimed, Wait for us, Nami. Let us set sail, my friends. Thus, the manatee pulled the small vessel, carrying Luffy, Sanji, Long Po Tian, and Joseph, swiftly towards the land where their companions awaited. Arlong arrived at Cocoa Village, seeking out Aiken due to issues concerning hidden weapons. While loudly declaring his grand ambition to establish the Arlong Empire, which would dominate the entire East Blue. This revelation left Usopp and Koyath, who were eavesdropping from behind a nearby house, utterly astonished, while the world merely scoffed at the absurdity of his dreams of conquest. Meanwhile, within Arlong's domain, Nami entered the room where Zoro was imprisoned, severing the ropes that bound him before turning to leave. As she exited, she urged, Hurry and escape before Arlong returns. With that, she tossed Zoro's sword, Wado Ikamanji, aside and departed. Shortly thereafter, Zoro seized the sword and emerged from the room, dispatching all the fishmen within Arlong's territory. He then sat in Arlong's usual chair, feigning innocence as he sighed. Even if you tell me to escape, I have no other destination besides this place. In Cocoa Village, upon witnessing the villagers opposing him, Arlong resolved to eliminate Akan to maintain his reign of terror. In that very moment, Usopp could no longer contain himself and leaped onto the rooftop, launching a smoke star that struck Arlong squarely in the face. With fervor, Usopp proclaimed from the rooftop, I am Usopp, the brave warrior of the sea. The whole world fears me. They call me the Usopp from hell. If you flee now, I shall spare you. For I command thousands of subordinates. He then mockingly inquired, By the way, why are your legs trembling? You could summon tens of thousands. Yet I would crush every last one of you. You are but a mere individual. How dare you defy me? Arlong bellowed as he stormed towards the house where Usopp stood, lifting it entirely and bringing it crashing down upon another building. Usopp and Koya, filled with concern, rushed towards the rubble where Usopp had landed. Arlong attempted to swat Koya away, but she, startled, instinctively raised her hand to block him. In that instant, an immense force propelled Arlong away, sending him crashing through several houses before finally halting. The onlookers, both villagers and fishmen alike, stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how this seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength. Koya, equally bewildered, stared at her own hands, uncertain of what to do next. Usopp crawled out from the debris, wiping the cold sweat from his brow and exclaiming with relief, That was close. Huh, Koya, are you all right? Usopp, noticing Kaya standing dazed at the spot where Arlong had been, hurried over with concern. Are you all right? He asked. Ah, I'm fine, Kaya replied. But she soon felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, nearly causing her to collapse. The world swiftly supported her. What's wrong? Usopp inquired. Worry etched on his face. It's nothing. I just exerted all my strength a moment ago, and now I feel a bit drained. I'll be fine soon. The world reassured her. Is that so? In any case, we should make our escape, Usopp urged, anxious to flee before the fishmen regained their senses. How dare these lowly humans challenge my dignity one after another? I shall slay them. Arlong bellowed as he emerged from the smoke. The surrounding fishmen swiftly restrained Arlong, fearing that if he went on a rampage, Kokoyasi village would be destroyed, leaving them with one less tribute source. The fishmen officers promptly dispatched several to pursue Usopp and the others while the remainder escorted Arlong back to his domain. In Arlong's domain, Zoro, sitting in Arlong's seat, impatiently complained about how long Luffy and the others were taking. He then noticed the octopus man, Chopper, fishing outside the walls, having been welcomed as a guest to Kokoyasi village. Upon Arlong's return to his domain, witnessing the devastation wrought upon the fishmen ignited his fury. Learning that Zoro and the others were targeting him, Arlong resolved to quietly await their arrival in his lair. At that moment, the small boat pulled by a manatee was nearing the island, and Luffy and his companions could already see the gates of Arlong's domain. Oh, we can see Arlong's domain, Luffy exclaimed from the bow of the boat, calling out to the dizzy manatee, Hey, don't tire out now, bull. It must be because Sanji kicked too hard. Joseph joked. Wait, no, it's the house on the left. Luffy corrected, causing the manatee to make a large, disoriented turn, crashing violently against the rocks. And the small boat was sent flying toward the center of the island. Zoro was swiftly making his way to Kokoyashi village when he heard the commotion and stopped to look around. Spotting Luffy, he quickly shouted a greeting, only to be met with the sound of the boat colliding with him, thrusting him forcefully against the rock wall, shattering the vessel. Pushing aside the wreckage that pinned him down, Zoro shouted at the seemingly unscathed group, "What the hell are you all doing? What are we doing?" "We're here to bring Nami back," Luffy replied, brushing the dust off his straw hat. "By the way, where are Usopp and the others?" "I don't know. I just heard they were being chased by fishmen. If we don't hurry, they might be in danger," Zoro expressed with concern. "Hey Luffy, it's you guys. You're so slow. What took you so long?" Usopp emerged from the nearby woods, greeting everyone with a cheerful smile. Behind him stood the charmingly radiant Shiji and the pleasantly surprised Koya, who gazed at Long Po Tian. As for Johnny, he was already dancing joyfully with Joseph. "Ah, Shiji-san, Koya-chan. It's me, do you remember?" Sanji exclaimed, raising his hands and twisting his body like a noodle. "Brother Po Tian?" Koya called out excitedly as she dashed towards Long Po Tian, who quickly opened his arms to catch her. "Are you all right, Koya?" Long Po Tian inquired while gently stroking her hair. Koya, with her face nestled against Long Po Tian's chest, shook her head and remained silent. Shiji then approached Long Po Tian, pouting slightly as he said, "What's wrong? Brother Tian, do you not believe me? I promise to take good care of your little treasure." Long Po Tian smiled as he gently smoothed the corners of the world, saying, "How could that be? There is nothing to be jealous about." "I am not jealous at all," the world giggled in response. "That scoundrel." Sanji glared at Long Po Tian, who was surrounded by admirers. "Ha ha ha. Well, since everyone is here, let us go and fetch Nami. She is indeed our companion," Luffy said with a cheerful grin, to which everyone agreed with laughter. "Who do you consider your companion, Luffy?" At that moment, a voice familiar to all rang out. Chapter 36, Nami Weeps. Storming Arlong's domain, Luffy exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Nami appear before him. "What are you doing here?" "What do you mean?" Nami asked flatly. "What are you talking about? Aren't you my companion?" "I'm here to take you with us," Luffy replied, still smiling. "You're so annoying," Nami said impatiently. "Nami?" Luffy looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend why she was angry. "Companions? It's laughable. We are merely insignificant individuals who come together to assist one another," Nami sneered. "Let me give you a heads up. Arlong is currently hunting Roronoa Zoro and his companions. Zoro is reckless, and even if you all are as powerful as monsters, you cannot match the true monsters. If you linger on this island, you will surely meet your demise." "Hey, Zoro," Long Po Tian teased, poking Zoro with his finger. "Did you do something outrageous?" "Who knows? I haven't done anything," Zoro shrugged innocently, clearly not concerning himself with the incident of toppling Arlong's fishmen. "Oh, really? But Nami?" Long Po Tian turned to Nami. "Are you worried about us?" Nami's heart trembled, but she quickly dismissed it, saying, "Who would worry about you? Your lives are of no concern to me." That disdainful expression was still so captivating. "Hey, Miss Nami, it's me. Remember me? Let us set sail together." Sanji began to act flirtatiously once more. "Oh, is that what you call it?" Long Po Tian thought, bemused. "How many times is this today? Doesn't he ever get tired? Get away from me. Don't complicate matters," Zoro growled, unable to tolerate Sanji, stepping forward to confront him. "What did you say?" Sanji retorted, annoyed. "What's wrong with me greeting Nami-san? Love is always like a storm." Seeing Zoro turn away, Sanji grew even more irritated. "Hey, listen properly. You never stop your incessant chatter. If you keep it up, I'll slice you," Zoro warned, glaring at Sanji. "Are you going to make a move?" No wonder. After that humiliating defeat, it's only natural to feel a bit agitated, Sanji scoffed. "Huh. Hey, watch your words." Zoro grasped the hilt of his sword, exuding an unmistakable intent to strike Sanji down. "Take care of your grievous injuries, you scoundrel," he remarked. Sanji, undeterred, glared fiercely at Zoro. Long Po Tian struck each person on the head with a resounding thump, exclaiming, "You scoundrel." Instantly, Zoro and Sanji were engulfed in fury, their eyes blazing with murderous intent as they glared at Long Po Tian, poised to retaliate. Long Po Tian disregarded the murderous glares exchanged between the two individuals and struck each of them lightly once more. Despite their attempts to evade, they were struck squarely by his hand. Long Po Tian bellowed, "You too, in this dire situation, do you still possess the leisure to quarrel over such trivial matters?" Nami observed the crowd and declared, "If you wish to argue, then do so away from this island. Outsiders should refrain from meddling in the affairs of this land. Do you not comprehend? My approach to you was solely for monetary gain. Beyond that, I harbor no ulterior motives. Now, as you find yourselves destitute, you hold no allure for me. I can return your ship to you. Go find a navigator for your voyage into the Grand Line. Would it not be more beneficial to seek one peace elsewhere? Depart quickly. Your presence is quite bothersome." Feigning disdain, Nami lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions, murmuring, "Farewell." "Nami?" Luffy stared at her in bewilderment for a moment, then gently closed his eyes and fell back onto the ground. The others were taken aback by Luffy's sudden action, and Johnny could not suppress his exclamation, "Luffy, brother?" "I wish to sleep," Luffy proclaimed, resting his hands beneath his head with a gravity that belied the absurdity of the situation. Sleep? In these circumstances, and right in the middle of the road? Johnny and Joseph struggled to fathom Luffy's mindset. Lying on the ground, Luffy, eyes closed, remarked nonchalantly, "I have no intention of leaving this island. However, I am uninterested in the events unfolding here, and I feel somewhat drowsy. I am going to sleep." He yawned, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the air. "Huh? Big brother?" Johnny gazed at Luffy, utterly speechless. "Ah." Zoro clasped his forehead, signaling his inability to endure the situation any longer. "Hiki." Long Po Tian chuckled quietly, choosing to remain silent. Nami, stunned, turned away to hide the tears welling in her eyes. After a moment of silence, she could no longer contain herself and shouted back, "Do as you please, may you all perish." Having yelled, Nami turned and fled, while Sanji reached out in an attempt to call her back, but ultimately refrained, letting his hand drop and taking a deep drag of his cigarette. In Cocoa West Village, a child previously rescued by Nojiko tugged at her hand, leading her to the seaside. There, they beheld a naval vessel quietly approaching. As survivors from the ravaged town had contacted the Navy, the 77th Division had dispatched a ship to rescue them. Yet, just as the villagers celebrated their imminent departure from the island, the warship was effortlessly sunk by a fisherman. Nojiko observed the despondent child seated on the ground and spoke calmly, "This is the reality. We cannot escape Arlong's dominion." "Hey, Zoro, what on earth are you thinking? We are being hunted by Arlong. Why are we not fleeing?" Johnny and Joseph inquired loudly, glancing at Zoro, who remained immobile in the middle of the road. "Reasons to stay on this island?" "Indeed, there are." Zoro gazed at the peacefully slumbering Luffy and remarked, "So he is still on this island?" Johnny, filled with disbelief, inquired, "Does Zoro still regard Nami as a companion?" Zoro replied calmly, "It matters not to me who decides to assume the role of navigator." Subsequently, Johnny and Joseph expressed their desire to avoid an untimely demise and bid farewell to Zoro before departing. "Hey, why is Nami crying?" Sanji asked, taking a deep drag from his cigarette and directing his question at Zoro. "Huh? That woman is crying?" Zoro responded, perplexed. Deep down, Sanji replied somberly, "She must be sorrowful because she can no longer obtain treasure from us." Zoro speculated with a dismissive pout. "You can't be serious," Sanji chuckled lightly. "Who knows? I was once frightened by that little character who wouldn't even save a person in peril. Perhaps she truly is like that." Zoro said with a shrug and a light laugh. "What? Little character? Are you saying Nami's bosom is small?" Sanji yelled, lifting his foot to kick at Zoro, who swiftly raised his sword in defense, and the two stood poised in confrontation. "You two, cease this at once." Dragon broke in, delivering a kick that rendered both men unconscious before resuming his seat to enjoy his drink. Luffy, awakened by the commotion, rushed over to the two fallen figures and shook them vigorously, exclaiming, "Zoro! Sanji! Who did this to you?" Usopp, observing Dragon savoring wine and sharing laughter with two beautiful women, found himself at a loss for words. Nokaku returned home, pushed open the door, and surveyed the disarray on the floor. Noticing Nami slumped over the counter, he said, "Ah, you've made quite the mess, Nami. What's wrong?" "Nothing much. I just needed to rest for a moment," Nami replied without lifting her head, her voice tinged with melancholy. Nokaku pulled up a chair opposite Nami and lamented, "You can't keep breaking my glass furniture every time you take a break. I can't tolerate that." He glanced at Nami, questioning, "Would you be like this if there was nothing troubling you?" "It's just that some matters have left me quite upset." Nami continued to keep her gaze lowered. Sighing, Nokaku observed Nami and wondered, "Who are they, anyway? You've met them?" Nami asked, lifting her head in surprise. "Yes. There's a fellow who claims to be a captain but is quite the liar, and two exceptionally beautiful women." Nokaku chuckled. I've heard you were quite joyful traveling with them. It's been years since I've seen you like that. Tell me, who are they? Nokaku, noticing Nami's silence, gently urged, did you not promise to tell me everything? They. Nami cradled her head in her arms, her eyes revealing a tumult of emotions. I initially wanted to forget them. I should erase them from my heart. Yet the more I strive to forget, the more I remember. Once, there was a fleeting moment when I completely forgot the fate I bore. If I could, I longed to be with them forever. Nami quietly recounted everything she had experienced with her companions before gradually succumbing to slumber on the stage. Nojiko gently draped a blanket over Nami and sat across from her, silently observing the sleeping figure, reflecting, I see now. No wonder you have been restless. Finally, someone sincerely wishes to rescue you. Partner. Nojiko's voice caught slightly as she gazed at Nami, that term resonating as the most poignant for her. She softly exited the house, making her way towards Luffy and the others. So, you are here, Nojiko addressed the group gathered in the path. Usopp looked at Nojiko in surprise, pondering her reason for being there. Who is that? Luffy asked, pointing at Nojiko. She is Nami's sister, Usopp replied. What? Nami's sister? Sanji exclaimed, turning into a noodle. Indeed, she is quite beautiful. What brings you here? Zoro inquired, his tone nonchalant. I have come to ask you all to cease your involvement with this island and to no longer concern yourselves with Nami. I will explain the reasons behind this. Nojiko stated. Regardless of what you do, Arlong's reign will not come to an end. She looked at the group earnestly. Are you saying you will explain why Nami joined Arlong? Usopp asked. Yes, and once you hear it, you will be inclined to leave this place, Nojiko affirmed. Very well. We are eager to hear your explanation, Usopp replied promptly. Having spent the longest time on this island, he had a slight understanding of its circumstances, and now, with someone willing to elucidate, it was most welcome. I'm not interested, Luffy declared, turning away. I have no interest in her past. Where are you going, Luffy? Sanji questioned. For a stroll, Luffy replied calmly, his steps unwavering. A stroll? Aren't you going to listen to her? Usopp expressed his bewilderment at Luffy's indifference. No need. Luffy answered without looking back. Apologies, but I am equally disinterested. Long Po Tian concluded, moving to a tree, laying out a picnic cloth, and calling out, World, come pour me some wine. Of course, World responded, rising and sitting beside Long Po Tian, pouring the wine. Meanwhile, Kagaya hesitated, torn between following Long Po Tian or staying to hear Nojiko's explanation, ultimately deciding to remain, as she too wished to understand Nami's situation. Nojiko glanced at Luffy and Long Po Tian. Her curiosity piqued. Don't mind them. That's just how they are, Zoro remarked as he leaned against a nearby tree. We shall listen to you. But I doubt it will change anything. I too wish to hear. I want to grasp what is truly unfolding on this island, he added. Usopp remarked. I feel the same. I want to listen too. I wish to know everything about Nami, Kaya said in a gentle tone. Sanji naturally interjected, but he's asleep. Noki pointed at Zoro, who had already begun to snore, speechless. You just finished speaking, and now you've dozed off. Usopp expressed his admiration for Zoro's nonchalance. Noki glanced at Luffy's back and at Dragon, who was indulging in his drink, and sighed. I see now. No wonder Nami has been so troubled. He then began to recount everything about Nami, a tale that dated back 8 years. Noki recalled the moment 8 years ago when Nami was taken by Arlong. Crying out desperately, No, you don't need to save me. Please, I don't want anyone else to die. He remembered Nami joining Arlong's crew. The incredulous gazes of the villagers as she left the village to stand resolutely before Belmir's grave, affirming to herself. Belmir said that as long as I live, there will be joy, countless joys. After being taken by Arlong, I witnessed 5 Navy ships sinking in an instant. I thought the government would never return to this island. Thus, I understood that I had to devise my own means. I made a pact with Arlong, vowing to purchase Kokoyashi village. Purchase a village? Yes. At the cost of 100 million berries. As long as I buy the village, I would be free, and no one would have to die anymore. However, I must join the pirate crew to obtain the navigational charts. But 100 million berries is an immense sum. Even a lifetime of work may not suffice. I will earn it, by any means necessary. Everyone is weary from merely paying tributes, so I must strive alone. If I were to seek help from someone, it would only bring harm to others. It is excruciating to be among those who killed Belmir. I remain indifferent. I can still smile in their presence. I have resolved to cease my tears. I have chosen to fight alone. Upon finishing, Noki gazed silently at the astonished group and said somberly, at just 10 years old. Nami made the harrowing choice to survive alone. Can you fathom the anguish she endured? For the sake of this singular transaction that could save her village. Usopp's voice was heavy with sorrow. Sniff. Nami, she. Kaya choked back tears. Sanji yelled, I will never forgive those who caused my beloved Nami pain. Before he could finish, Noki struck him down. Sister? Why? Sanji was utterly bewildered by Naka's actions. I am here to tell you not to act this way. If you keep proclaiming you are her comrades, the pirates will grow suspicious of her. Rendering her 8 years of effort futile, Noki said, his tone somber. Do not let her suffer any longer. For someone like her, who must fight alone, the greatest pain is to be regarded as a mere companion. Long Po Tian set down his wineglass, and Zoro was unaware of when he had awakened. Meanwhile, the returning Johnny and Joseph crouched in the bushes, tears streaming down their faces. Nokigao turned and walked towards the village. Reminiscing about the first time Nami had returned from pirates, battered and bruised, with treasures stolen from their grasp. As she placed the blood-stained loot and berries into the empty chest beneath the orange grove, she declared, It's all right. I don't mind the wounds. If I leave it here, no one will find it. I'll save it little by little, and once it's full, there will be 100 million. The future is still long ahead. At Nokigao's home, Nami had awakened and sat contemplating. 100 million berries, a truly long journey. But I'm only 7 million short now, with just one more venture. I could earn it all. Then, the people of Kokoyashi village, along with myself, could finally be liberated from Arlong's grasp. Only then could I laugh from the depths of my heart. A smile broke across Nami's face, yet it was tinged with bitterness and filled with hope for the future. However, this fragile peace was shattered when the treacherous Captain Mouse, bribed by Arlong, arrived with the navy. Accusing Nami of theft and seizing everything she had fought for over the past 8 years. Nami struggled fiercely, but her resistance proved futile, even resulting in Nokigao being shot on her behalf. Embracing Nokigao and watching the navy depart, Nami entrusted him to a doctor, angrily dismissing Luffy, who had come to greet her, as she rushed towards Arlong's territory to confront him. Yet, all she received was Arlong's mocking laughter. By the main road outside the village, Long Po Tian rose, brushing off his clothes and stated, All right, since Nami feels pain because of us, it proves she considers us her comrades. As comrades, we must share in her suffering. Luffy would not abandon Nami. He should already be in the village. Let us find Luffy and await the captain's orders. Indeed, we must reunite with Luffy swiftly, Usopp asserted, glancing at the still-seated Sanji with curiosity. Hey Sanji, what are you doing? I am savoring the taste of happiness. Sanji replied solemnly. What are you talking about? Usopp retorted, baffled by the peculiarities of their crew. Sanji took a light puff from his cigarette, smiling as he expressed, Nami bears a burden of pain far greater than most. I will help her lift this weight. Is there any greater happiness than that? I see precisely what you're thinking. You perverted chef, Usopp scoffed, exposing Sanji's motives. Is there anything wrong with fighting for a beautiful woman? Sanji stood, visibly agitated. Shouldn't it be for Nami and the villagers? Usopp replied, exasperated. Enough of your rambling, Sanji shot back. Sanji turned his head away, refusing to look at Usopp. No, he stated, you are correct, we are pirates. Aside from fighting for our beliefs, dreams, comrades, and the most cherished things in our hearts, we have no other reasons. The villagers are merely an afterthought. Longbreak glanced at Usopp and spoke in a subdued tone. Zoro, gripping his sword, stood up impatiently and said, Stop rambling. Let's go. With that, he set off first. Mr. Zoro, that way leads to the sea. The village is in the opposite direction, Kaya meekly pointed out. The group exchanged exasperated glances at Zoro, who seemed oblivious. In the village, Nami, returning from Arlong's domain, brandished a dagger to block the villagers who intended to confront Arlong. However, the villagers, filled with anger over Arlong's manipulation of their kindness, no longer wished for Nami to fight for the village alone. They seized weapons and surged past the stunned Nami towards Arlong's territory. The dagger slipped from Nami's grasp as she collapsed onto the ground. Staring at the Arlong pirate's insignia on her arm, haunted by Arlong's mocking laughter, her heart swelling with boundless hatred, Nami picked up the fallen dagger and viciously plunged it into the mark on her arm, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Her mouth filled with rage as she repeatedly shouted Arlong's name, the dagger piercing her flesh time and again, like a marionette that would not cease. Luffy gazed at Nami intently for a moment before stepping forward to grasp her hand, preventing her from harming herself further. Nami? She snapped back to reality. tears streaming down her face as she stared blankly at Luffy, the dagger falling from her hand. Luffy released her hand, silently observing her, while Nami, with her back turned and head bowed, choked out, "What are you doing? You know nothing. You have no idea what has transpired on this island for 8 years." "Ah, I do not know," Luffy replied calmly. "This is none of your business. Did I not tell you to leave this island?" Nami insisted, her right hand gripping the ground tightly, her left arm rendered immobile by her own actions. "Yes, you did say that." Luffy's voice remained steady. "Get out. People like you. Just get out, get out, get out." Nami hurled dirt from the ground at Luffy, crying out for him to leave. Luffy did not flinch, silently allowing her to vent her frustrations, waiting for her to speak. At last, Nami quieted down, turning to Luffy with tears in her eyes, her voice trembling. "Luffy, help me?" Luffy removed his straw hat and placed it atop Nami's head, then turned to walk away. After taking a few steps, he paused, raised his hands, and shouted with all his might, "Of course." Nami was taken aback by Luffy's words, recalling his declaration that the straw hat was his treasure. She stared blankly at him, lost in thought. Luffy slowly approached the village entrance and solemnly addressed the group that had long been waiting there. "Kaya and the others will stay behind to help Nami with her wounds. The rest of you, let us go." The group, already prepared, responded affirmatively. At the gates of Arlong's domain, Luffy led his companions past the villagers restrained by Joseph and Johnny. With a single punch, he shattered the gate and roared inside. Who is Arlong? Chapter 37. Kaya's determination and Dragon's Roar in Kokoyashi Village. Nami continued to weep silently as Kaya and the others tended to her wounds, her demeanor as still as a marionette, devoid of any other reaction. "Nami, are you all right?" Kaya, witnessing Nami's desolation, felt a wave of sadness wash over her. Since the day Kaya set sail, many days had passed, and during this time, she had grown close to her crewmates, particularly Nami, who, being a female, held a special place in Kaya's heart as an invaluable companion. Yet now, seeing Nami, who once laughed and played alongside her, reduced to this state, left Kaya feeling helpless and guilty. While Luffy and Brother Brook fought for Nami, she could only rely on Sister Shirahoshi to assist her with the bandaging. Overwhelmed by remorse and disappointment, Kaya resolved silently to become stronger. "I will no longer stand idly by as my friends are hurt. I cannot bear the feeling of helplessness while others fight, and I can do nothing to assist. I must grow stronger and fight alongside everyone." With this resolve, Kaya's face took on a fierce determination, her eyes shining with a newfound brilliance. Sister Shirahoshi, observing Kaya's transformation, seemed to grasp her intentions and gently patted her shoulder, whispering, "After this is over, seek out Brother Ten. He can help you realize this wish." Kaya nodded firmly in response. "Yes, thank you, Sister Shirahoshi." Shirahoshi smiled but remained silent, turning her attention back to Nami, who was still lost in tears. After a moment of contemplation, she asked earnestly, "Is it truly all right to remain here in sorrow?" "Nami, crying will not solve your problems." Nami's voice faltered as she looked up at Shirahoshi with tear-filled eyes, confusion evident in her gaze. Shirahoshi, meeting Nami's eyes with sincerity, stated, "Crying does not resolve anything. I told you at Baratai that your friends will rescue you from the depths of despair. Right now, Luffy and the others are fighting against Arlong for you. Don't you want to witness it? To see firsthand your friends in battle, to behold your moment of freedom? Your presence is their greatest encouragement. It is with you by their side that they can unleash their full potential." "Friends? Freedom?" Nami murmured to herself, gripping her left arm as memories of the emblem upon it flooded her mind. Unconsciously, she tightened her grasp, wincing at the pain that radiated from the spot. Wiping away her tears, she rose resolutely, brandishing her weapon and declaring, "Indeed, I have cried enough. They are still fighting, and I must join them. I too shall battle." With unwavering determination, Nami dashed toward Arlong's territory, while the world watched her retreating figure. Kaya exchanged a knowing smile and hurried to follow. In Arlong's domain, Arlong himself sat sulking in his chair, irked by the intrusion. After all, who would relish having their door shattered and being shouted at? "I am Luffy," he announced as he approached Arlong, gravely introducing himself. "Consider this a prelude to our confrontation." "Luffy?" Arlong muttered, realizing he had not heard of this name before, and thus dismissed it, casting a sidelong glance at Luffy. "What business do you have here?" "I am a pirate," Luffy replied. "Ah, it's him. He actually ventured here. The fellow who enjoys strolling about," exclaimed the octopus, recognizing Luffy from their earlier encounter when he claimed to be out for a walk. "Where do you think you're going?" "You need to explain yourself, young man," two fishmen accosted Luffy. "Step aside," Luffy retorted, seizing the heads of the two fishmen and forcefully colliding them together. They crumpled to the ground, allowing Luffy to continue toward Arlong. Arlong's eyes widened in disbelief. Someone dared to assault his kin in front of him. Scowling, he demanded, "What do pirates want with me?" Luffy halted before Arlong, gripping his right wrist with his left hand, and delivered a powerful punch to Arlong's face, sending him crashing against the wall, which promptly crumbled. As the dust settled, Arlong sat unscathed on the ground, glaring at Luffy and questioning, "Who are you? Really?" Luffy, staring back at Arlong, recalled the image of Nami weeping and pleading for help. He bellowed, "You better not make my navigator cry. You dare lay a hand on Mr. Arlong?" The surrounding fishmen roared as they charged at Luffy. "Brats, stand down." Sanji appeared beside Luffy, dispatching the assailants with swift kicks. He then stood alongside Luffy, glancing at him with annoyance. "Honestly, you're stealing the spotlight all by yourself." "I want to lose even alone," Luffy replied casually. "Idiot, when have I ever worried about you? I just don't want you hogging all the glory," Sanji retorted, exasperated. "Oh, is that so?" Luffy responded. "I'm indifferent. Even if you want all the credit, I won't compete with you," Usopp chimed in, feigning composure. "You really have some nerve," Sanji remarked. Zoro silently emerged from behind Usopp. "Hey, Luffy, do you want me to take action?" Dragon broke the silence with a smile. "No. Arlong is mine," Luffy promptly rejected. "Is that so? Very well. Aside from Arlong, there are 3 other officers on their side. Each of you can take one, and I shall not compete with you for them. As for the other insignificant fish, leave them to me," Dragon remarked, casting a glance at the fishmen. "All right." Luffy had no objections. He was solely focused on delivering a blow to Arlong, indifferent to anything else that did not impede his goal. "Hey, Bodhi-Eye. Why must I face an officer as well?" Usopp exclaimed in astonishment. "Oh, you don't want to? Shall we swap?" Dragon teased Usopp with a grin. Usopp turned to survey the menacing fishmen surrounding them, swallowing hard before saying, "Perhaps it's best if I abstain. I, Captain Usopp, am a brave warrior of the sea, more than capable of handling an officer. I reckon that officer is tougher than those fishmen. I shall take on this perilous task myself." "Is that so? More than capable, you say? Well, why don't I just let you have my share?" Zoro remarked, unable to contain his amusement at Usopp's bravado. "No." Usopp instantly shook his head vigorously, as if trying to ward off the proposition. Did this guy want him dead? The fishmen surrounding them glared at the group, clearly infuriated by the casual division of their ranks. Arlong laughed heartily at the scene, mocking, "Pirates, is that so? So this is your relationship? You came here for Nami from the very beginning. But, haha, what can 5 lowly beings do? Yo-ha-ha, you fools." Octopus Xiaoba approached. Chuckling, "Arlong couldn't care less about you. It's enough just to have me here." With that, Xiaoba placed his hand to his mouth and blew a horn. Instantly, the entire Arlong territory began to tremble as the villagers, blocked by Johnny and Joseph, looked on in shock alongside Usopp. Mumu made its entrance, but it bore a massive lump on its head, tears streaming down its face, causing Xiaoba to pause in surprise. Mumu stretched its head forward, startled to see Luffy and Sanji, who had left a deep impression on it. "What is this?" "It's you," Luffy exclaimed, recalling the cow that had once fought him for food. "So, it's allied with the fishmen," Sanji remarked in realization. Mumu gazed at Luffy and Sanji, evidently reminded of its previous injuries, and attempted to swim back to the sea. Yet, under Arlong's threat, it finally summoned its ferocity and charged at the group. Zoro drew his sword, ready to engage, but Luffy interjected, "Let me handle this. It's a waste of time." With that, Luffy clenched his fists, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and fixed a fierce gaze upon Mumu. Long Po Tian struck fiercely atop Luffy's head and bellowed, "Did I not say to leave the trivial matters to me? Do not snatch them away carelessly." "Ah, is that so? My apologies," Luffy replied, though Long Po Tian could discern no hint of contrition in his demeanor. "That, Po Tian, it appears that creature is hardly a trivial matter," Usopp remarked, dumbfounded, observing that such a colossal beast could scarcely be deemed insignificant. "Indeed, it is merely a trivial matter," Long Po Tian stated with nonchalance, then kindly advised, "It would be prudent for you to cover your ears." With that, Long Po Tian inhaled deeply, causing his chest to swell nearly twice its size. "Hey, what is he planning to do?" Usopp queried, perplexed. "Who knows? But it likely bodes ill. We should cover our ears," Zoro suggested, proceeding to shield his ears. "Ha ha ha, Po Tian. Do you intend to shout and frighten it away? How impressive!" Luffy exclaimed with excitement, entirely dismissing the notion of ear protection. Long Po Tian paid no heed to Luffy. As he gazed at the sea cow, suddenly it opened its mouth, and in an instant, a thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air. That roar was imbued with an irresistible majesty, instantly stunning and the surrounding fishman minions into unconsciousness. As Momo collapsed, the colossal wave drenched everyone present except for Long Po Tian. Fortunately, under Long Po Tian's influence, those who remained conscious merely heard the resounding roar, feeling a ringing in their ears and a slight dizziness, yet were spared any serious harm. Long Po Tian surveyed his surroundings, nodding with satisfaction at the effect his roar had produced. Chapter 38. The main force appears. Luffy falls into the water. The roar echoed across the island, causing the trio en route to Arlong's territory to pause. Hearing the sound, the world rubbed his forehead in annoyance, exclaiming, "Brother Tian, even if you're bored, must you play like this?" Was that voice really from Brother Po Tian? Koya asked in disbelief as she listened to the immense roar. How could that be? It doesn't he even sound human? Nami echoed her skepticism. Did we ever mention that Brother Tian is human? The world chuckled lightly. Nami's expression shifted dramatically. Not human? Could it be that Po Tian is also a fishman? But he doesn't look like one at all. Of course he is not a fishman. Brother Tian is a god. The world replied nonchalantly. Oh, Brother Po Tian is a god? How impressive. But it's strange. Why did I not find this odd at all? Koya wondered, pointing to the corner of her mouth in confusion. Need I say more? Your heart is entirely occupied with thoughts of Brother Po Tian, even if I praise him tenfold. You wouldn't find it strange, the world retorted. A god? How could there be a god in this world? Nami recalled her painful past and refused to believe in the existence of deities, dismissing the world's words as mere admiration for Long Po Tian. The world glanced at Nami but chose not to respond. After all, gods do not exist merely to aid others. Moreover, given Brother Tian's status, how many truly merit his assistance? They perhaps remain blissfully unaware of how fortunate they are to have attracted the attention of such a supreme being. Enough of this. Let us proceed, Nami declared, and the trio resumed their journey towards Arlong's territory. Upon reaching Arlong's domain, Long Po Tian clapped his hands, stating casually, "All right, it's done." Huh? Really? Amazing, Luffy exclaimed, shaking his dizzy head, stars in his eyes. Hey, Po Tian, are you trying to scare me to death? Please. Give me a heads up next time. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Usopp patted his chest, still shaken. Didn't I tell you to cover your ears? Long Po Tian replied innocently. However, it seems my task is complete. The rest is up to you. I'll take a break over here. You all enjoy yourselves. With that, Long Po Tian strolled to the side. Hey, Po Tian, don't leave me behind. Usopp shouted, attempting to follow, only to be restrained by Zoro, who said, You need to fight too. Now that the nuisances are out of the way, come here, shark. I'm going to send you flying. Luffy shouted, pointing at Arlong. Luffy's words left Long Po Tian feeling somewhat vexed as he turned to look at Luffy, bemused. Am I now considered a nuisance? Realizing Luffy's nature, he decided against arguing. Instead, walking over to the shattered door, taking a leisurely drink from a bottle of wine he retrieved from a piece of debris. Brother Po Tian, is it really all right for you to do this? Johnny and Joseph gazed at Long Po Tian, speechless, remarking on his astonishingly relaxed demeanor. Long Po Tian waved his hand, saying, No problem. They do not wish for my intervention. At that moment, the fishman officers finally prepared to make their move. Octopus Xiaoba sprayed a mouthful of ink towards Luffy and the others, prompting Zoro and his companions to leap aside in evasion, while Luffy, unable to free his foot, remained unprotected and was drenched in ink. You fool, why didn't you dodge? Zoro shouted from his seated position on the ground. Octopus Xiaoba lifted a massive fragment of a wall, advancing menacingly towards Luffy. Usopp, observing the impending danger, urgently called for Luffy to evade. Luffy, still struggling to extract his foot, remarked, The problem lies here. I can't move at all. Sanji, who had just risen, was rendered speechless by Luffy's predicament. Your foot is stuck, isn't it? Luffy attempted several times to pull his foot free, but to no avail. Isn't that foot the one you inserted yourself? Usopp exclaimed in disbelief. What is this guy doing? Zoro covered his forehead, exasperated. That idiot. Long Po Tian felt quite distressed, sensing the villagers' curious gazes upon him. As if they were thinking, is that his companion? Surely he isn't like that too? This thought left Long Po Tian feeling quite awkward, unperturbed by the crowd's reaction. Xiaoba swung the wall fragment down towards Luffy. Sanji rushed forward, swiftly kicking the wall into two pieces, ignoring Luffy's loud cheers and expressing his frustration. I can't stand this. It seems I've joined a crew led by a super idiot. I can relate, Zoro agreed. When did your relationship become so amicable? That guy is quite formidable, Usopp remarked, looking at Sanji. However, when did you move so far away? Long Po Tian commented with a hint of sarcasm. Well, at least he is 100 times better than that scoundrel who harmed Miss Nami, Sanji retorted. You call her a lady? Humph, to intrude for such a woman. You lot are truly laughable, said the fisherman black belt. Such a woman? Insult Miss Nami one more time, and I shall fry you like a fish fillet in a pan greased with butter, Sanji shot back, pointing at the fishman. You do possess some skill, but it is utterly ridiculous for a pirate to speak of chivalry, Black Belt scoffed. Sanji flicked off the ash from his cigarette, inhaled deeply, and smiled, saying, Then come and test my chivalry. It's quite amusing, as I have spent half my life among invincible pirates. Thus began Sanji's kicking technique against the fishman's martial arts. Meanwhile, Usopp was desperately trying to help Luffy free his foot. Still not out? Have you not pulled it free yet? Usopp exerted all his strength. Still stuck. I feel like it's only getting longer without coming out. Luffy casually dug at his nose. Do you even want to fight? Do you want to free your foot or not? Usopp glared at Luffy in frustration, feeling exasperated as he exerted himself while Luffy remained relaxed. What are you playing at in Arlong's territory? Xiaoba, unable to tolerate the ongoing quarrel between the two, hoisted a section of wall and aimed it at Usopp. Startled, Usopp clutched Luffy and sprinted forward, while Luffy's legs elongated with each stride. Hey, octopus. They're rather preoccupied at the moment. Allow me to entertain you, Zoro declared, brandishing his sword at Xiaoba. Roronoa Zoro? You dare to deceive me. Xiaoba recalled the earlier incident when Zoro tricked him into believing he needed to be escorted to Cocoa Village and hurled the wall towards Zoro. Zoro dodged, and thus commenced the clash between Zoro's three-sword style and Xiaoba's six-sword style. Usopp halted, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and remarked, All right, Zoro. That octopus is all yours. Good luck. He raised his thumb in encouragement. However, at the very moment Usopp let go, Luffy rebounded and collided forcefully with the last of the fishman officers, Shu, sending him flying. I'm back, Luffy exclaimed, gazing at the ground. You scoundrel. Shu glared at Usopp, supporting himself with one hand on the ground. My apologies, Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face. Shu rose, wiped the corner of his mouth, and fixated his gaze on Usopp, saying, It seems you truly desire to be killed by me. Usopp stiffly turned his head and fled, shouting as Shu sprang to his feet in pursuit, initiating a chase. At that moment, Arlong approached Luffy, who swung a punch that Arlong effortlessly caught. Surely you don't believe you can defeat me? That's precisely what I think, you fool. Let go of my hand, Luffy retorted with unabashed confidence. Arlong, still gripping Luffy's hand, crouched slightly and plunged the other hand into the ground, uprooting the very rock upon which Luffy stood, lifting it high. Devil fruit users are all landlubbers, but under such circumstances, even those without devil fruit abilities would sink. Haha, are you truly going to toss Luffy into the sea? Zoro exclaimed in disbelief. Enraged, Luffy struck out at Arlong with his other hand, only to have it bitten, blood flowing freely. That hurts, Luffy cried out, retaliating by biting Arlong's arm. Yet to no avail. Arlong laughed heartily as he hurled Luffy into a pool connected to the sea, prompting cries of concern from Sanji and Zoro. But they could not prevent Luffy from sinking. I'm going to save him, Sanji shouted, rushing towards the pool. Zoro quickly intercepted him. Fool, don't move. If you enter the sea, it will play into their hands. Being in the water is clearly advantageous for the fishmen. Sanji gritted his teeth, acknowledging the truth in Zoro's words. There's only one way to rescue Luffy, Zoro declared. We must eliminate them all within seconds and then dive into the sea. Let us get started. We're out of time, Zoro urged. You handle the fish. I'll take care of the octopus. Sanji lit a cigarette. Beside him, Long Po Tian, who was taking a break with a drink, saw Luffy being thrown into the sea and spat out his drink. Watching the splash caused by Luffy's fall, he exclaimed angrily, That fool. Chapter 39. Rescuing Luffy from the water and seizing the chest. That fool. Upon finishing his scolding, Long Po Tian promptly stowed away the wine bottle and rose to approach the water basin, simultaneously calling out to Zoro and Sanji, Do not lose your composure. I shall go to rescue Luffy. You two focus on fighting. Do not let your guard down and fall into traps. It is exasperating. Does that fool not consider the consequences of his actions? Did he not think whether he could extract himself before plunging his leg into the ground? Seeing Long Po Tian take action, Sanji and Zoro immediately breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that with Long Po Tian present, Luffy would likely be safe. "Ah, Luffy, I entrust you to him, you wretched fellow." Sanji harbored lingering feelings regarding Long Po Tian's favor from both the world and Koya. "Rest assured, you lecherous chef," Long Po Tian retorted with a roll of his eyes. Countering the jibe, Long Po Tian turned and walked towards the pool. Just as he pivoted, he sensed a powerful gust of wind approaching from behind. He swiftly sidestepped, and a few droplets of water flew past, striking the ground and creating several small craters. "Where do you think you're going?" Along observed Long Po Tian, his expression dark and foreboding. "What is this? Water strike?" Long Po Tian turned to Along, furrowing his brow in inquiry. "Ha ha. I never imagined that a mere human would be familiar with the water strike," Along replied, genuinely astonished, for even among the fishmen, such a technique was not universally known. Long Po Tian gazed at Along, his brow furrowing even deeper. What should he do? It was evident that Along would not allow him to rescue Luffy. What was to be done? Should he strike him? No. That would only result in Luffy coming after him in retaliation. Though he was not afraid, that fellow could be exceedingly troublesome when angered. Alas, he decided to disregard Along altogether and proceed directly to Luffy. Long Po Tian no longer paid attention to Along, dodging and making his way towards the pool. After only a few steps, he halted, staring at the Long who had appeared before him, his brows twitching in agitation. What was this oblivious fool up to? Was he seeking his own demise? Long Po Tian rubbed his brow, his gaze piercing through Along to the water's surface. Surely, Luffy must be all right, right? Long Po Tian withdrew his gaze and, with an air of impatience, addressed Along. "Hey, insignificant fish, move aside. You are not my opponent, and I am quite occupied at the moment. Do not disturb me." Insignificant fish? Along's heart seethed with rage at Long Po Tian's words. How dare such a lowly human belittle me? This is unforgivable. I shall tear you to shreds. Along grinned menacingly and lunged at Long Po Tian. Long Po Tian furrowed his brows, sidestepping to evade the relentless assault from Along. A sense of helplessness washed over him. If it weren't for his consideration of Luffy's feelings, he would have been tempted to eliminate this bothersome fishman. "Hey, Po Tian, what on earth are you doing? Hurry up. Luffy is in danger. Just take him down already. What are you waiting for?" Zoro shouted, entangled in a struggle with Xiaoba. Long Po Tian swiftly evaded Along's biting strike, turning back to Zoro and exclaiming, "Do you think I don't wish to eliminate him? But once Luffy arrives and unleashes his fury, will you be the one to handle it? You fool." Zoro's body momentarily froze as he recalled their foolish captain's foolish temperament. He fell silent and concentrated on fending off the onslaught from Xiaoba. Long Po Tian, rendered speechless by Zoro, felt an increasing agitation within him. As he witnessed Arlong charging at him once more, he could no longer contain his frustration and delivered a resounding slap across Arlong's face, exclaiming, "They say you are quite the nuisance, you scoundrel." The force of Long Potion's strike sent Arlong hurtling through the wall and into the room, resulting in a cacophony of violent collisions. Long Po Tian, having completed these tasks, no longer concerned himself with Arlong's fate. After all, he had already held back. Surely, he would not perish, for the merman's physique was remarkably robust. Long Po Tian leapt to the spot where Luffy had fallen into the water, squatting upon the surface. Extending his right hand to press against the water, attuned to the life force of the submerged human, he had found him. A glimmer of hope illuminated Long Po Tian's eyes. The life force was notably vibrant, indicating that Luffy was likely unharmed. Without further hesitation, Long Po Tian activated his abilities, intent on summoning Luffy to the surface. However, he pondered, why did it appear that Luffy had not sunk to the ocean floor? Regardless, he resolved to retrieve him first. With determination, Long Po Tian intensified his power. Instantly, the water beneath his hand began to churn, and a figure emerged from the depths with remarkable speed. As Luffy broke the surface, Long Po Tian hastily reached out, grasping the collar of his shirt to hoist him up. Suddenly, he sensed that something felt amiss. The texture was unexpectedly soft. Could it be? He turned his gaze toward the figure in his grasp, and was taken aback to discover that it was not Luffy, but rather Nami's sister, Nojiko. Long Po Tian gazed at Nokigao, momentarily taken aback. Why had she plunged into the water? Suddenly, he recalled his intention to seize Luffy by the collar. But now an unsettling sensation gripped him as he looked down at his hands, which confirmed his fears. Sanji, hearing the sound of splashing water, turned around, expecting to see Luffy, but instead found not him, but the elder sister of Miss Nami. To his shock, That despicable fellow's hand was gripping her bosom. Enraged, Sanji felt as though a volcano had erupted within his chest. He shouted at Long Po Tian, "You scoundrel! What have you done to the elder sister?" Noki Gao stared at the handsome man who had grasped her chest, rendered momentarily speechless. Earlier, she and a Jian had hurried into the water, attempting to break the stone binding Luffy's feet, but the buoyancy of the water rendered their hammer ineffective. They had devised a plan to pull Luffy's head above water. As Noki Gao swam, dragging Luffy's head towards the surface, she was suddenly caught in an irresistible force that pulled her upwards. When she regained her senses, she found herself above the water, and the man who had let out that tremendous roar was now holding her softness, sending an electric jolt through her. Noki Gao stared blankly at Long Po Tian, the unusual sensation at her chest leaving her mind in a haze. Although she bore tattoos and exhibited a rebellious demeanor, she had never encountered such a situation before. The precious softness she possessed was being held by this man, and even for someone as bold as Noki Gao. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she found herself at a loss for words, simply gazing at Long Po Tian. "What exactly have you done to the elder sister?" Sanji's furious shout finally snapped Noki Gao back to reality. Striving to regain her composure and suppress the strange feeling in her chest, she coolly remarked, "How long do you intend to hold on?" "Oh, I am truly sorry," Long Po Tian stammered, extremely embarrassed. He had no intention of taking advantage. It was merely a moment of carelessness as he had failed to discern whether it was Luffy he was grabbing. Although the earlier sensation had felt pleasant, he quickly came back to his senses at Noki Gao's words and intended to release her. However, realizing they were still at the water's surface, he gently pushed her away, using a soft force to send Noki Gao back to shore. Long Po Tian paid no heed to the peculiar gazes directed at him. Once more, he pressed his hand against the water's surface, meticulously attuning himself to its nuances, determined not to act carelessly. Unbeknownst to him, the force he exerted inadvertently impacted Nuo-Chi Gao's delicate form, intensifying the strange sensations within her heart. Standing on the ground, Nuo-Chi Gao felt an unusual pain in her chest. She raised her hand instinctively to soothe the discomfort, only to suddenly remember the peculiar nature of that area and the current surroundings. Hesitantly, she let her hand drop, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation as she glared at Long Po Tian. The pain in her chest was overwhelming, and her thoughts swirled with confusion. How could that rogue exert such force? It hurt so much. He seemed utterly devoid of sensitivity towards a lady's feelings. What am I even thinking? Regardless, once this matter concludes, I must teach him a proper lesson. Nuo-Chi Gao seethed internally, her face flushed with shame, completely oblivious to her surroundings. Sanji, observing Nuo-Chi Gao's flustered expression, glared fiercely at Long Po Tian, consumed by jealousy and envy. That scoundrel dared to treat my esteemed sister in such a manner. How outrageous. Oh, how I wish for something similar. Sanji's mind was flooded with impure thoughts. But he was abruptly jolted back to reality when a powerful punch from the black belt struck him in the abdomen, sending him hurtling through the wall and crashing onto the road, his fate uncertain. Long Po Tian once again sensed the vibrations of human life within the water. Pondering to himself, two individuals? It appears that in addition to Luffy, there is another inhabitant from Cocoa Village beneath the surface. Long Po Tian cautiously drew the two individuals closer, exercising restraint unlike before. Should a repeat of the earlier incident occur, it would be disastrous. Long Po Tian lifted two individuals to the surface, one of whom was the unconscious Luffy, while the other was a Jian from Cocoa Village. Long Po Tian sighed with relief as he set the two individuals down on the ground. He released a Jian and unceremoniously dropped Luffy onto the earth. Observing Luffy's swollen belly, Long Po Tian felt a wave of frustration. What a troublesome individual he was. A Jian, initially witnessing Luffy's head retract, looked up only to find the absence of Noki Gao. Just as he pondered what had transpired, he and the young man were suddenly pulled from the water's surface, only to regain their senses on the shore. Noki Gao, are you all right? A Jian inquired, glancing at Noki Gao beside him. I'm fine, Noki Gao replied coolly. Casting a peculiar gaze at Long Po Tian, Long Po Tian felt a chill run down his spine under Noki Gao's peculiar gaze. He glanced at Luffy, who was leisurely sprawled on the ground, and an irritable frustration welled up within him, for it was all due to this fellow's antics. Long Po Tian delivered a powerful fist to Luffy's abdomen, causing a torrent of water to erupt from Luffy's mouth, akin to a fountain. After a prolonged moment, Luffy finally expelled all the water from his stomach, coughing violently. Long Po Tian exhaled, relieved. Phew, thankfully, he is not dead. But is that a look of concern on your face? You appear to be reveling in his misfortune. Zoro cast a glance at Luffy, relieved to see he was unharmed. Then turned to Shachi, saying, "Hey, octopus, it's time for us to get serious. Johnny, Joseph, toss me your swords. Catch, big brother." Johnny and Joseph hurriedly threw their swords to Zoro. Chapter 40. The victory of Zoro and Sanji. Even with 3 swords, you stand no chance against me. Roronoa Zoro. Shachi bellowed as he charged at Zoro, wielding 6 swords aimed at 6 different points on Zoro's body. Zoro caught the swords thrown by Johnny and Joseph, twisting his body in a graceful maneuver, meeting Shachi amidst the clash of steel. In the anxious gaze of Johnny and the others, blood suddenly erupted from Shachi, revealing 2 intersecting wounds on his chest. Wow, how impressive. Indeed, Zoro is truly remarkable. Not only did he block all 6 swords, but he also managed to land a hit on that octopus. Johnny and Joseph cheered. Meanwhile, Sanji lay on the ground outside the wall, struggling to light a cigarette and exhaling a gentle puff of smoke. That guy has 40 styles of empty-handed combat. Humph. That old fool's kicking techniques have 400 styles. Sanji rose to his feet and, under the earnest gazes of the villagers, re-entered Arlong's domain. How dare you do such a thing? I am genuinely furious, you scoundrel. I will kill you. Shachi yelled, his anger palpable. You must know that with only 3 swords, you could never defeat someone wielding 6, correct? Shachi's fury was evident as he brandished his 6 swords, seemingly unfazed by his 2 wounds. Zoro turned to face Shachi, frowning and disregarding the cheers of Johnny and the others, panting heavily, feeling a deep sense of despair. His wounds had reopened, and his fever had intensified. Damn it. I thought some movement would alleviate the fever. I'm about to lose consciousness. I don't know how much longer I can last. It seems I must end this swiftly. Whether 3 swords or 6, each blade in my grasp bears a significance unlike yours. Zoro tightened his grip on his swords and advanced toward Shachi. Shachi sidestepped and countered with a new technique of 6-sword style, thrusting towards Zoro. Zoro quickly pivoted, crossing his 2 swords to parry the 6 blades' tips. In a swift follow-up, Shachi unleashed an unsheathing strike, forcing Zoro's 2 swords apart, leaving his chest wide open. Immediately, Shachi executed a devastating body slam, crashing into Zoro's already split wound, prompting a pained scream as Zoro was lifted off the ground. Shachi positioned himself beneath Zoro's impending descent, spinning his 6 swords like the blades of a meat grinder, ready to transform Zoro into mere pulp upon contact. One touch, and you shall become a meat pie. In the astonished gaze of Johnny and the villagers, Zoro fell onto the blade wheel, producing a cacophony of clashing metal. Once the sounds ceased, Zoro landed safely, much to the amazement of the onlookers. The 6 swords in Little Eight's hands fell to the ground, leaving his hands marred with numerous small wounds. That scoundrel. He actually performed a somersault along the direction of my spin and cut my hand, causing me to bleed profusely. What a joke. I'm no juggler. I am truly enraged. I will not let you escape. I am determined to slay you. Little Eight picked up the fallen swords and charged at Zoro. Zoro swayed slightly, fixing his gaze on the approaching Little Eight, as the visage of Hawkeye flashed across his mind. Resolutely, he raised his sword. Even if I sustain injuries that would cause an ordinary person to faint, I must not fall. Even if I incur wounds that would typically be fatal, I absolutely cannot die. To defeat someone as extraordinary as Hawkeye, I cannot afford to be merely ordinary. With a fierce roar, Zoro unleashed his tornado technique, the blade's aura lifting Little Eight into the air, inflicting deep wounds upon him. Why? Did I lose to 3-sword style? Little Eight's heart brimmed with resentment as he fell, the fragments of his shattered swords clattering to the ground, never to rise again. Stinking octopus. Now you understand the disparity in the weight of our swords, do you? Are you satisfied? Zoro, with his back turned to Little Eight, gasped for breath before collapsing onto the ground, unable to stand any longer. Long Po Tian observed the bandages on Zoro's chest, stained with blood, and furrowed his brow. Had the wound reopened? How could that be? Although I had not completely healed his injury, it should not have ruptured due to that octopus's attack, should it? Oh, perhaps it was from that collision? Long Po Tian recalled the moment they arrived on the island, when the ship had propelled Zoro against the rocky wall, and felt a twinge of guilt. This shouldn't be my responsibility, should it? At that moment, Johnny's exclamation drew Long Po Tian's attention back to the scene. Zoro. Watch out. You dare to harm Little Eight? The black belt appeared behind Zoro and swung a fist toward the incapacitated swordsman. Sanji emerged at Zoro's side, delivering a swift kick that sent the black belt flying. You just knocked me quite a distance. Oh, I never imagined someone from the East Blue could survive a direct punch from me. the black belt remarked nonchalantly. There must be quite a few. Especially in a certain restaurant, Sanji replied with a grin. The black belt's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. It seems I underestimated you. As he spoke, he lunged forward and delivered a fierce kick to Sanji's stomach, causing him to double over, mouth agape as if to expel his very bile. The black belt, seizing the advantage, followed up with a kick to Sanji's face, sending him crashing backward. Before Sanji could fully ascend, a powerful slap landed on his face, propelling him through the air and crashing into a pillar, shattering it into fragments amidst a cloud of dust. Surveying his surroundings, the black belt glanced at the swirling smoke and remarked coolly, I recall you calling those who harm Miss Nami scoundrels, correct? Yet, behold the fate of your so-called chivalry. You will perish at my hands. Zoro, that rubber man, and the chest-grabbing man as well, along with the fleeing long-nosed fellow and the rebellious villagers of Cocoa Village. With things having escalated to this point, even Nami, who betrayed us, shall not escape death. Do you understand? In the end, your empty declarations of chivalry mean nothing. You cannot protect anyone, least of all Nami. The final words erupted from the black belt's mouth like a roar. The mention of the chest-grabbing man nearly caused Long Po Tian to faint. The impact of that remark struck him harder than when Long Xing had called him Ball Uncle. Noki Gao also cast an unusual glance at Long Po Tian, and feeling a chill, he finally dismissed the urge to crush the black belt. Zoro looked at Long Po Tian, struggling to suppress a laugh, but the tremors of his body exacerbated his wounds, twisting his expression into a grimace. Sanji pushed aside the pillar that had pinned him down, his face dark and brooding. I will not let this guy off the hook for daring to say, I cannot protect anyone. Sanji's eyes widened with rage, blood vessels popping as he glared at the black belt. Unfazed by Sanji's furious gaze, the black belt chuckled lightly. Oh, you're still alive? Sanji, without waiting for the black belt to respond, swiftly appeared before him and delivered a powerful kick to his head, shattering the ground beneath. You claim my chivalry is naive. Do you? He retorted, followed by a series of devastating blows to the black belt's shoulder. You assert that I am unable to protect anyone? With relentless ferocity, Sanji unleashed a barrage of kicks, sending the black belt sprawling to the ground, before charging at him once more. The black belt, struggling to regain his footing, glared at the advancing Sanji, his frustration palpable. You little, he muttered, preparing to unleash his ultimate technique, the Thousand Tiles Fist. However, to his dismay, he found his target had vanished. Frantically, he turned his head, searching for Sanji's presence. In a flash, Sanji materialized at the black belt's flank, landing a fierce kick squarely on his face. The black belt was propelled away at an astonishing speed, crashing through the walls of Arlong's domain, collapsing onto the ground in a haze of unconsciousness. It appears dessert is no longer necessary, Sanji remarked, surveying the gaping hole left in the aftermath. Nearby, both Long and Zoro chuckled softly, amused by Sanji's triumph. Meanwhile, Usopp found himself ensnared in a dire predicament. Lying on the ground, a pool of crimson blood pooled beneath him. Look at this bloody mess, he muttered, wiping the corner of his mouth. What a hassle this has been. That guy really knows how to run. But then again, it's hardly surprising. One shot from my water iron cannon, and he was done for. Time to head back. Chapter 41. The resurgence of Usopp and Arlong's counterattack. As Usopp lay on the ground, he cracked open his eyes, watching as the figure of Sho departed, a smile creeping onto his face. He licked the blood from his lips, thinking to himself, I've escaped. I've succeeded. Thankfully, I had the ketchup star prepared for such an occasion. That guy actually believed I was defeated by the water iron cannon. Filled with a sense of pride, Usopp slowly sat up, muttering to himself, what an astonishing race they are, flipping entire houses over. Nami is unfortunate, and I truly wish I could lend her a hand. But sacrificing my life for that would be rather foolish. Suddenly, Usopp recalled that aside from being covered in ketchup, he ought to bear some marks of a fierce battle. All right, smearing mud all over myself should do the trick, he thought, reaching down to scoop up dirt and applying it to his arms. When the time comes, I'll just say, oh dear, I'm so sorry I lost the fight, or perhaps, oh no, I accidentally let that guy escape. But does that really sound convincing? Usopp appeared quite exhilarated. We are comrades now. Are we not? Luffy's image suddenly filled his mind. Oh dear, Nami, please don't cry. We've all done our best. Drops of sweat began to trickle down Usopp's forehead. If we are to lose, I would rather be dead, Zoro's resolute voice echoed. We have both done remarkably well. Usopp's movement slowed. Sanji remarked, this is 100 times better than harming the lady. This is truly a troublesome situation. Usopp's tone no longer carried the excitement it once had. Long Po Tian, why does Nami suffer because of us? It is because she regards us as her comrades. Alas, my wounds are inconsequential. The motion of Usopp applying the salve came to an abrupt halt. Luffy, do not let my navigator weep. Noki Gao, that is Nami at the tender age of 10. Can you fathom the agony of such a choice? Villager, the battle has commenced. Usopp tightly gripped his own arm with the hand he used to apply the mud. Ah, my struggle, my gallant demeanor. Tears streamed down Usopp's face. It was truly utterly a sight most unbecoming. Usopp rose, wiped his tears, and called out to Shu's retreating figure. Wait a moment, you scoundrel fish. Shu halted, turned his head, and scoffed. What? Not dead yet? Shu began to advance towards Usopp with increasing speed. Usopp, watching Shu approach, reached into his waist pouch and retrieved his slingshot. The moment of leaving the village should have meant completely discarding notions of stability and safety. It was the daily exertion of their utmost efforts that allowed them to smile so joyously. That was why I decided to set sail. I too wish to smile with such unbridled happiness. If I do not fight with all my might today, I shall have no right to remain aboard the same vessel as they do. I shall have no right to laugh as joyfully as they do. Usopp bellowed, launching a firecracker that struck Shu squarely in the face. Shu disregarded the minuscule explosion and delivered a powerful punch to Usopp's face. Usopp crashed to the ground, rebounding high before landing once more. Fool, isn't it better to pretend to be dead? It seems you lack even the wit to recognize your own folly, Shu said, striding towards the prostrate Usopp. Indeed, it is over, Usopp struggled to utter. Correct, your time has come to an end. Shu delivered a brutal kick to Usopp's abdomen. Usopp retrieved a hammer and struck Shu's leg, then used a rubber band to startle Shu into closing his eyes before swiftly retreating into the forest. As Shu searched for Usopp's whereabouts, Usopp hurled a bottle of alcohol at him, which he shattered with a lead pellet, drenching Shu completely. Enraged, Shu drew water from the fields and sprayed it towards Usopp. Usopp, hiding behind a tree with his hands over his head, evaded the torrential downpour of water droplets and shouted, Damn it, damn it. Just watch, Usopp pirates. I have set sail to become a pirate. I shall fight, not boast. To become a truly brave warrior of the sea, no longer engaging in the leisurely antics of a pirate game. Those days are over. What do you mean, it is over? Shu kicked the tree Usopp was hiding behind, uprooting it as he lifted it to face Usopp. This battle, you see, alcohol is flammable, the ultimate fire star technique. Usopp made his move, and Shu was engulfed in roaring flames. Water, water, water. With a loud shout, Shu dashed towards the fields. Usopp, witnessing this, was taken aback and quickly raised his hammer to chase after him. Just as Shu was about to reach the fields, a powerful blow struck him on the head, sending him flying. Usopp fell to the ground, gazing at Shu, who lay amidst the rice paddies, smoking. Just as a smile began to form on his face, he saw Shu struggling to rise. Usopp was immediately alarmed and rushed over, delivering blow after blow to Shu's head with his hammer. Usopp's hammer, Usopp's hammer. He continued to strike until he could no longer lift it. By then, Shu was covered in lumps and had lost consciousness. Exhausted, Usopp lay back in the fields, panting. I did it. I defeated the fish man. Look, I can do it too. Did you see that? Don't underestimate me, you bastard. Usopp shouted with exhilaration. At last, he had taken his first step towards becoming a courageous warrior of the sea. In Arlong's domain, the villagers cheered. Little Eight and Black Belt had been defeated, and Arlong had been sent crashing into a house from which he had yet to emerge. We won. We are liberated. We are free. Luffy was finally awakened by the commotion around him. Huh, I'm still alive. Hey, you shark bastard, come out. I'm going to knock you out. Upon waking, Luffy immediately began searching for Arlong's figure, a vitality that left Sanji, Zoro, and Dragonbreaker speechless. Where's that shark bastard? Luffy asked Dragonbreaker, unable to find any trace of Arlong. Long Po Tian hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Should he reveal that he had sent Arlong flying? He imagined Luffy would certainly grumble about it. Pained by the thought, Long Po Tian wondered why that shark had not yet emerged. Could it be dead? That seemed implausible. He was certain he hadn't struck too hard. Hey, Luffy, you're awake, Zoro said weakly. Upon hearing Zoro's voice, Luffy turned to see both Zoro and Sanji battered and bruised. He rushed over, concern etched across his face. Zoro, Sanji, are you alright? Who hurt you? Was it that damn shark? Speaking of which, that bastard took off. And I've searched everywhere for him. I swear, I will make him pay. Luffy exclaimed, his anger palpable. Long Po Tian gestured vigorously behind Luffy, signaling Zoro and Sanji to remain silent. Zoro shook his head and replied, "I'm fine," and then fell silent. Sanji lit a cigarette, feigning ignorance of Long Po Tian's actions, and casually remarked, "That shark bastard. I know where he is." "Where?" Luffy inquired eagerly. Sanji pointed at Long Po Tian and said, "That guy got sent flying by him. He's right in there." As he spoke, Sanji gestured towards the large hole created by Arlong, nonchalantly adding, "I wonder if he is dead or not." "What did you say?" Luffy exclaimed, peering through the gaping hole, only to find it utterly still within. In a fit of anger, he seized Long Po Tian's collar and shouted, "Po Tian, you scoundrel! Didn't I tell you that shark bastard is mine? Why are you stealing my prey? You wouldn't let me take anything from you before, and now you come to snatch mine. What do you want, you jerk?" Long Po Tian cast a fierce glare at the somewhat smug Sanji, knowing full well that the latter was being intentionally provocative. Yet, he had to cautiously explain, "I didn't exert much force. He should emerge shortly, and you will be able to send him flying. Do not fret." "Oh, really?" Luffy promptly released Long Po Tian's collar and turned around, shouting into the enclosure, "Hey, you scoundrel shark, come out quickly. I'm going to send you flying." As if in response to Luffy's call, a commotion finally stirred within. Arlong pushed aside the furniture that had pinned him down, stood up, and shook his head, relieved to find himself unscathed. "That bastard actually dared to slap me. I will tear him apart." Believing himself to have suffered no significant harm, Arlong assumed that Long Po Tian's strength was of little consequence, attributing his own predicament solely to his own negligence. Upon hearing Luffy's roar, Arlong emerged from the hole he had created, surveying the scene until his gaze fell upon the injured Xiaoba, lying on the ground, barely alive. Finally, he caught sight of Haidai through another breach in the wall. "Xiaoba, Haidai, how dare you harm my kin?" Arlong glared malevolently at Luffy and his companions, gesturing to unleash a water attack on everyone nearby. Sanji, Zoro, and Luffy were instantly propelled backward, though Luffy remained unscathed, as the impact had no effect on him. While Zoro and Sanji coughed up blood, Long Po Tian intercepted the water droplets aimed at Noki Gao and Ajien. In an effort to alleviate Noki Gao's lingering resentment from previous events, Long Po Tian feigned great effort, half squatting on the ground. He felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Look at how diligently I am protecting you. Surely, you will not hold the past against me, for it was merely an accident." Unbeknownst to him, his action stirred something within Noki Gao, and unfamiliar emotion began to spread as he gazed in a daze at Long Potion's imposing silhouette. Although Long Po Tian sensed Noki Gao's gaze, he merely assumed that Noki Gao was gradually relinquishing his previous anger towards him due to his protection. Thus he paid no heed to it. Along's subsequent strike left the onlooking villagers utterly astonished. While he had employed this technique before, it had never before struck with such overwhelming impact against those whom the villagers believed to be formidable. Chapter 42. Nami's resolve. Observing the disheveled crowd, Along sneered disdainfully, remarking, "Individuals of your caliber do not even warrant my touch. A mere splash of water suffices to claim your lives. This epitomizes the disparity between fishmen and humans." He raised his palm, regarding the water above it with a casual tone. "What nonsense!" Sanji bellowed, lifting his foot to kick at Along. Along deftly sidestepped, directing the water towards Sanji, who was immediately sent flying. As Sanji sat on the ground, disbelief lingered in his mind. This was no jest, for him. It was merely play with water, yet it packed the force of a shotgun. Was this truly the might of a shark? Even among fishmen, he was exceptionally formidable. "Hey, Sanji, Zoro, are you alright?" Luffy called out anxiously. Without awaiting their response, he turned sharply to Along, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, your opponent is me. Do not lay a finger on my companions, you shark bastard." Along, though surprised by Luffy's unscathed condition, remained dismissive, retorting, "Get lost, you lowly humans. Your lives are worth nothing." Fury ignited within Luffy as he prepared to strike, when a voice interjected, "Along." Luffy turned to see the newcomer, joy illuminating his face. "Nami, World, Kaya, you all came. Hey Nami, I was just about to eliminate these ungrateful pirates. What do you intend to do?" Along regarded Nami with indifference. "I've come to kill you." Nami's voice resonated with unwavering determination. "Kill me? Haha." Along laughed heartily. "You still cling to that hope? Over these past 8 years, how many times have you attempted to kill me? Through assassination, poisoning, ambushes? Yet, you have never succeeded." The villagers shuddered at Along's words. They were acutely aware of Nami's suffering over the past 8 years. To spare her further burden, they pretended to harbor disdain for her. Yet, They had never fathomed that Nami had continually risked her life to assassinate Along. Their sympathy for her deepened, and their animosity towards Along intensified. Along remained unfazed by the villagers' murderous glares. If mere looks could kill, what need would there be for the strong? He continued to address Nami. You should know best that with your human strength, you cannot kill me. Mark my words, I will not fall to your hand, nor can you escape my grasp. Nami, you shall forever remain my cartographer. With a shift in tone, Along added, however, you know I am of good heart. If it pleases you, I hope you will continue in your role as my cartographer. Haha, perhaps we could arrange it this way. I initially intended to deal with those present aside from you. However, if you can readily return to the Arlong pirates as an officer and continue charting the seas, I could spare the inhabitants of Cocoa Village. Arlong's words sent a tremor through Nami and the villagers, their eyes widening in shock as they stared at him. Yet Arlong did not finish his thought. Instead, he glanced at Luffy and the others and remarked, but these individuals are a different story. Their recklessness is intolerable. The choice now lies with you. Will you join me in saving these villagers, or will you attempt to resist me alongside them? Given the current state of those you rely upon, a tragic outcome appears inevitable. He pointed towards the disheveled Zoro, Sanji, and the others, fixating his gaze on Nami, exerting immense pressure upon her. Nami, will you follow me, or will you side with them? Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Dragonbreaker, Koya, and the world around them silently awaited Nami's decision. The villagers gazed at her with concern, not for their own safety, but for the burden of choice she faced. Nami clenched her fists, her heart tumultuous. How could this be happening? If I declare my allegiance to Luffy, everyone will perish. If I side with Arlong, the villagers will be saved. My single word could determine their fate. This is despicable. Attempting to bind Nami in such a manner, the villagers roared in anger. Nami shut her eyes tightly, grasping her straw hat, trembling all over. Yet she recalled the moment of her utmost helplessness when she had cried out to Luffy for help, and he had placed his most cherished straw hat upon her head, exclaiming that it was only natural. I cannot betray his trust, Nami thought, her body calming as she turned to the villagers and resolutely declared her decision. I'm sorry, everyone. Will you stand with me, even if it leads to our demise? The villagers were taken aback, but quickly raised their weapons, shouting in unison, of course we will. Charge. Arlong's fury ignited, his gaze on Nami now laced with malice. So, you wish for me to annihilate you all? Nami turned to face Arlong, her eyes devoid of doubt. Luffy chuckled at Nami's resolve, reaching to adjust his straw hat, only to remember that he had given it to her. He smiled on, unfazed. Sanji struggled to rise, while Zoro steadied himself with his sword. The blade of Watakimanji clenched between his teeth, glaring at Arlong, poised for action. Luffy stepped forward, shielding his companions, and declared with unwavering determination, step back. He is my opponent. I promise to knock him out. However, as Sanji attempted to voice his thoughts, Dragonbreaker stepped forward, forcefully clapping his hands on their shoulders, causing them to stiffen in place, gritting their teeth at him. You two stand down. This is an order from the captain. Long Po Tian disregarded the murderous glares of the two individuals and lifted their garments, striding towards the entrance where Nami, Koya, and others were situated. You should hasten your departure. He advised Nokigo and Aegean. Hey, where do you think you're going? Did I ever say you could leave? Alone remarked, casting a glance at Long Po Tian and his companions. Long Po Tian paid no heed to Along's words, while Nuachi Gao and Aegean hesitated briefly before hastily following suit. Witnessing that these individuals seemed to disregard his presence, Along was filled with fury and was about to retaliate when suddenly, a projectile hurtled towards him at great speed. He raised his hand to defend himself, only to hear a resounding crack. It was nothing more than an egg. Long Po Tian halted his steps, gazing towards the direction from which the egg had soared. I have provided cover for you all, Po Tian. Usopp called out from the hole in the wall that Sanji had created. Nami joyfully exclaimed upon seeing Usopp, who had been absent for some time, filling her with concern. She had feared the worst. Now, witnessing his return, Nami sighed in relief, grateful that everyone was still alive. Usopp, with enthusiasm, pointed to himself and shouted, listen well, Nami. I took down one officer, one officer, one officer. Is he the one who looks like this? He elongated his mouth, mimicking a comical expression, laughing heartily. Fishmen are nothing to be feared, he declared. What did you do to him? Arlong glared at Usopp with murderous intent. Usopp crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, you lot. My rival will escalate this battle to its zenith. Prepare for the final phase. Long Po Tian glanced at Usopp with a smile, then walked over to Nami and the others. gently setting Zoro and Sanji down. With a swift motion, he sliced through the bandages that bound Zoro. Long Po Tian frowned as he observed Zoro's wound and remarked, "Indeed. It has split open, hasn't it? You truly are reckless, not even bothering to mention it." Nami and the villagers gazed in disbelief at the enormous gash across Zoro's chest, covering their mouths to suppress their cries. Johnny and Joseph silently clutched their own bodies, as if Zoro's injury was their own. "Hey, didn't you treat him? He doesn't seem to be moving much. How did the wound open up?" Sanji teased, casting a critical eye on Zoro's injury. "It was your ship that crashed into him. So spare me your sarcastic comments, you lecherous cook. And by the way, I'm a writer, not a doctor. For your insolence, I've decided to postpone your treatment for a couple of days," Long Po Tian retorted, rolling his eyes. Sanji fell silent, partly because the shattered vessel truly was his own, and he was present during the incident. He also feared that if he continued to speak, this insufferable fellow would delay his treatment even further. "It hurts so much. That wretched fish really did a number on me. I must have broken a few ribs," he lamented softly. Luffy turned away from Zoro and the others, instead directing his attention to Arlong. He kicked Arlong in the waist, and before Arlong could regain his balance, he landed a punch squarely on Arlong's chest, forcing him backward. Luffy then charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Arlong's chest. Arlong continued to retreat until he collided with a wall, becoming pinned beneath the debris, prompting Luffy to finally cease his assault. "All right," Luffy declared, surveying the dust and debris before him. Arlong pushed aside the rubble, looking at Luffy with an air of nonchalance. "What are you doing? This is utterly ineffective," Johnny and Joseph shouted in astonishment. Luffy pressed his fingers together, producing a series of cracking sounds, and smiled, his expression clearly indicating that he was ready for an all-out brawl. The final battle had commenced. Chapter 43, Defeating Arlong and Nami. "You are my comrade." Arlong sat on the ground, his head bowed as he spoke. "Humph, you really are something. A person like you would be happier sinking to the bottom of the sea." 1-2, 1-2. Luffy was diligently performing his warm-up exercises, responding, "No, I find being rescued rather delightful. It means I can finally beat you." 1-2, 1-2. Arlong lifted his head, his expression darkening as he glared at Luffy. "Do you have any idea how furious I am right now? Watching my beloved comrades being slaughtered by worthless scum? I will make you wish you had simply died quietly." With that, Arlong rose, preparing for battle. Luffy continued his warm-up exercises, turning his back to Arlong, seemingly indifferent to his presence. Arlong took a couple of steps forward and, when Luffy finally faced him again, sneered. "Do you know what sets us apart?" Luffy pressed his fingers together, contemplating. "Your nose?" Noticing Arlong's lack of response, he speculated further. "Your chin?" The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Luffy, rendered speechless by his response. Is he joking?" Joseph inquired uncertainly. "No. He must be serious," Johnny replied, his expression vacant. Suddenly, Luffy clapped his hands together and joyfully exclaimed, "It must be webbed." Arlong, veins bulging on his forehead, retorted, "It's a matter of race." With that, he lunged at Luffy, who deftly evaded the bite, only for Arlong to pursue him once more, the clash of their teeth resonating like metal striking metal. Luffy continued to retreat, but a moment of carelessness allowed Arlong to seize him by the neck and pin him against a pillar. As Arlong aimed to bite Luffy's head again, Luffy swiftly turned his head aside, causing Arlong to sink his teeth into the pillar behind him. "Ha ha ha, you fool. Biting stone. Truly a self-destructive act. His teeth must be." Before Usopp could finish, his eyes widened in shock as Arlong, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, shattered the stone column into fragments with his bite. Seizing the opportunity, Luffy wriggled free from Arlong's grasp and scampered to safety, his heart racing. That was so dangerous. What on earth is that creature? If it bit me, not only would there be teeth marks, but it could shatter my bones. Sanji, oblivious to the cigarette that had fallen from his mouth, remained in shock. Hum. Arlong sneered, turning to face the now distant Luffy. He spoke coolly. "Did you see that? This is the innate power of the fishmen. Heaven has bestowed upon you only the power to submit to us, to distinguish you from humanity." Long Po Tian stood in silence, gazing at the world with a perplexed expression, as if to question, "Have I truly acted in such a manner?" The world, with a wry smile, chose to overlook Long Po Tian's antics and shifted its focus to the arena. Along continued to expound upon the grandeur of the fishmen, declaring, "You are but inferior beings, destined from birth to inhabit a realm distinct from ours. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of our disparity." With a light chuckle, Luffy responded resolutely, "All right, show me." I shall not be outdone by a fish, for I am destined to become the king of pirates." He shattered a nearby stone with a single punch, raising his fist triumphantly. "There is no need for pretense. Even without biting, I can break stone." Along's fury began to manifest visibly, with veins throbbing at his neck, clearly enraged by what he perceived as the foolish arrogance of humanity. "What can you possibly achieve? Incapable of even saving yourself from the depths of the sea," he snarled, lunging at Luffy once more. Luffy crouched to evade, swiftly picking up 2 knives from the ground, and declared nonchalantly, "That's precisely why I need assistance." He brandished the knives, shouting at Along, though his movements were evidently chaotic. "What are you doing? It appears you are merely flailing about with those knives," Along retorted, flicking one knife away with his nose and casting a sideways glance at Luffy. "If you wish to play, I have no time for such frivolity." Undeterred, Luffy swung the remaining knife towards Along, who snapped his jaws around the blade, crushing it effortlessly. "Stop engaging in such trivial games. Silence yourself." In a sudden motion, Luffy pivoted and delivered a powerful punch to the corner of Along's mouth, interrupting his tirade. Along collapsed to the ground, his teeth shattered, eliciting astonished gasps from the onlookers. "I may not wield a sword, you scoundrel," Luffy proclaimed defiantly at the fallen Along. "I may lack knowledge of navigation, culinary skills, healing wounds, the art of deception, and the ability to charm. But I firmly believe that without the assistance of others, survival is impossible." "Hey," Usopp remarked, rendered speechless by Luffy's candid assessment. Long Po Tian was quite disheartened, having repeatedly stated that he was not a doctor. However, Yella, holding the hand of the world, expressed her profound disappointment. "Sister World, do we merely indulge in whims?" Along chuckled heartily, covering his mouth in amusement at such self-awareness. "You are indeed refreshingly candid. Being a companion to a captain as inept as you must be quite vexing. A person devoid of dignity and utility like you is hardly fit to be a pirate captain. What can you possibly achieve? I can defeat you," Luffy asserted with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Long Po Tian and the others erupted into laughter. "Of course, if you dare to die, I will not let you off," Sanji and Zoro chuckled lightly. A furious Arlong elongated his teeth, grasping 2 sets of shark teeth in each hand, and lunged at Luffy with all 3 sets of jaws. Luffy could only retreat in disarray. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell to the ground, providing Arlong with the opportunity to advance and savagely bite down, eliciting a series of anguished cries from Luffy. When Arlong halted, he realized he was gnawing at one of his own kin. In a moment of desperation, Luffy had seized a nearby fishman to shield himself from Arlong's onslaught. Gazing at the unfortunate fishman, Arlong seethed, "You rubber idiot. How dare you use my compatriot as a shield?" Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Luffy replied nonchalantly, "What are you talking about? Wasn't he it you who attacked him?" Enraged, Arlong lunged again with his 3 sets of teeth. Luffy dodged a few times, then executed a swift spin, landing a kick squarely on Arlong's face, sending his teeth flying. Laughing, Luffy picked up the set of teeth and placed them in his own mouth. The onlookers were still unaccustomed to Luffy's antics, staring at him in bewilderment. Arlong, incensed by Luffy's mockery, launched a furious attack. Luffy, caught off guard, was accidentally bitten by Arlong's teeth and rolled on the ground in pain. As Arlong lunged for Luffy again, Luffy rolled aside just in time, causing Arlong's teeth to smash into the ground, sending debris flying. Before Luffy could regain his footing, Arlong attacked once more. Luffy extended his arm to grab a large rock, using it to block Arlong's bite, and seized the moment to evade, only to be knocked back by the shockwave. Arlong pursued him, pressing a hand against Luffy's chest while his teeth bore down forcefully. In a desperate move, Luffy bit down on Arlong's gills, prompting a scream from Arlong as he released Luffy. Luffy darted to the side, but before he could celebrate, Arlong nonchalantly removed the set of teeth, for Luffy lacked the formidable jaw strength to inflict any real harm. Arlong lunged at Luffy once again, who, unable to evade in time, raised his elbow in defense. Arlong sank his teeth into Luffy's elbow, prompting cries of anguish from Luffy. With determination, he reached out and grabbed the back of Arlong's head, using his elbow to forcefully slam Arlong into the ground. Arlong held in pain, and Luffy seized the opportunity to withdraw his elbow. Taking advantage of Luffy's momentary distraction, Arlong submerged himself in the water, accelerating swiftly beneath the surface before launching himself toward Luffy with ferocity. Luffy was caught completely off guard, letting out a cry as he was sent flying, leaving a sizable hole in the wall above. As he lay on the ground, Perplexed by the sudden turn of events, Arlong emerged from the opening, charging at Luffy once more. With a swift roll, Luffy evaded, causing Arlong's nose to collide harshly with the ground where Luffy had previously been. A shockwave reverberated, creating another large hole in the earth, and Arlong plunged back into the water. Standing at the edge of the pool, Luffy elongated his fingers to thwart Arlong's impending attack. Suspended in midair, Luffy faced Arlong's assault again. Extending his fingers into a net-like formation, he ensnared Arlong, diminishing his momentum. With a sudden twist and achieving a certain velocity, Luffy brought his feet together, extending them like a harpoon to drive Arlong down into the ground. Arlong, his primal instincts fully awakened by Luffy's attack, brandished a colossal blade, glaring ferociously at Luffy. The very sight of such a weapon filled Luffy with dread. In a desperate maneuver, he leapt onto the eaves of Arlong's domain to evade the strike. As Arlong swung again, Luffy continued to ascend, ultimately reaching the top floor. With no means of escape left, Luffy was struck and sent crashing into Nami's measurement room. Chapter 43. Defeating Arlong and Nami, You Are My Comrade. Part 2. Inside the measurement room, Luffy was bewildered by the sheer volume of paper, questioning its significance. Arlong, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Luffy and sneered. This is no ordinary paper. These are all nautical charts drawn by Nami. Impressive, isn't it? She spent 8 years creating these treasures of mine. While gathering data from the ocean floor is trivial to us, rendering them into charts is a different matter entirely. Hence, we require skilled navigators. Which is why I recognized Nami's talent. She is truly remarkable. Her charts are exceptionally accurate. It is a pity that she is wasted on you inferior humans. Her abilities are meant for us fishmen. Nami is our comrade, so do not interfere, rubber fool. Comrade. Upon realizing he was in Nami's room, Luffy began to survey his surroundings. Among the nautical charts, he envisioned a young Nami, tears streaming down her face as she diligently sketched her maps. After hearing Arlong's final words, he turned to face him, resolutely stating, Nami? She is our navigator. Is that so? Arlong scoffed, deriding Nami's talents and her role within his pirate crew, viewing her merely as a tool to further his ambitions. Suddenly, Luffy noticed a pin lying on the ground. He picked it up, staring at the bloodstains that marred its surface. Listening to Arlong's words, he imagined Nami's helplessness as she was forced to draw her charts. Gritting his teeth, Luffy gently placed the pin down and seized the massive blade that Arlong had poised at his neck. In the astonished gaze of Arlong, he exerted a slight force, shattering the blade's edge into fragments. Utilize? Tool? Luffy kicked the table used for drawing nautical charts out of the window. And before Arlong could react, he continued to launch his feet, sending bookshelves, chairs, and charts flying one after another. Outside, the crowd anxiously gazed at the silent house, when suddenly the table soared out, startling everyone, who began to voice their complaints. Luffy? Meanwhile, Nami stood in a daze, watching the table descend from the sky, reminiscing about the 8 years of suffering she endured in that very room, gazing at the shattered remnants of the table and the charts fluttering down like fallen leaves. She understood Luffy's intentions and couldn't help but shed tears, covering her mouth and murmuring, Thank you? What are you doing, you fool? Arlong exclaimed in shock at Luffy's actions. Ignoring him completely, Luffy continued to kick everything in sight out of the room. Stop it! Arlong roared, swinging his blade at Luffy, who leapt aside just in time, the massive sword crashing down onto the heaps of nautical charts, slicing them in two. Ah, my charts? My charts? Arlong cried out in dismay as Luffy once again kicked a pile of charts into the air. Grabbing Luffy by the neck, Arlong pinned him against the wall, exclaiming, You idiot! She spent 8 years creating those. How could you destroy my ambition built over 8 long years? Arlong bellowed in frustration. Luffy paid no heed to Arlong's fury, allowing him to clutch his neck while reaching out again to send another stack of charts flying. In a fit of rage, Arlong bit down on Luffy's neck, growling, You've gone too far, rubber bastard. Blood streamed from Luffy's neck, yet he endured the pain and reached back to grip Arlong's nose, twisting it with force. No matter how formidable the fishmen are, what do charts matter? I don't understand all the hidden truths, but I finally know how to help her. With a fierce effort, Luffy twisted Arlong's nose until it broke, prompting a pain scream that made him release his bite on Luffy. Looking at Arlong, who writhed in pain on the ground, Luffy's expression turned fierce. It is precisely because of rooms like this that she could not escape. A place she never wanted to be. I will destroy everything. With that, Luffy kicked through the roof, reaching for the sky. Arlong, adjusting his nose, scoffed, Don't be deluded. This is Arlong's domain, not something a lowly creature like you can destroy. Shark drill. Arlong opened his mouth wide, spinning as his teeth, resembling a chainsaw, lunged towards Luffy. Battle axe. Luffy, undeterred by Arlong's ferocious assaults, allowed the shark to gnaw at him as he unleashed a powerful kick that sent Arlong crashing through several floors of the top story before plummeting to the ground. Rendered senseless, the shark's head, adorned with Arlong's pirate flag, shattered into 2 fragments upon impact, symbolizing the demise of Arlong's reign. As Luffy retracted his foot, he gasped for breath, only to witness the ceiling above him begin to crumble, stones cascading down. Outside, the earth trembled violently, and the villagers, astonished, beheld the impending collapse of Arlong's domain. Look, because of the recent upheaval, Arlong's territory is on the verge of collapse, they exclaimed. The surrounding crowd hastily retreated to avoid being struck by the debris, while Nami remained reluctant to leave, only to be pulled away by Johnny for her safety. Amidst Nami's cries, Arlong's domain succumbed to the inevitable, collapsing with a resounding crash that stirred up clouds of dust. The fierce winds from the collapse tousled the hair of the onlookers, who stood in stunned silence, absorbing the reverberating echoes of Arlong's crumbling stronghold. Dragon Breaker cast Zoro onto the ground, and as Zoro's head struck the earth, he let out a cry and awoke. Realizing he had unexpectedly fallen asleep in such a tense environment, it was bewildering how he managed to doze off. What a racket! Zoro groaned, rubbing his head, still dazed. Luffy? As he surveyed the dust and the tremors beneath him, he finally grasped the situation. Arlong Park? It's destroyed, the villagers uttered in shock, gazing at the ruins of Arlong's domain. Brother? What on earth happened in there? Johnny and Joseph inquired, staring at the debris. Who emerged victorious? Sanji voiced his concerns. Given this outcome, I fear. Ike's face was etched with worry. Luffy? Usopp stared blankly at the wreckage. Anxiety etched on his features. Only Dragon Breaker remained unfazed, sensing Luffy's life force still pulsating strongly, indicating he was unharmed. He comforted the visibly anxious Kaya beside him, saying, "Do not fret, Luffy is fine." Really? Kaya replied, her eyes alight with joy. Indeed. As the dust began to settle, the radiant sunlight illuminated the ruins. With a thunderous crash, Luffy pushed aside the rubble pinning him down and stood atop the remains, gasping for breath. Luffy? Nami exclaimed in delight. Is that guy all right? Usopp asked, worry creeping into his voice as he noticed the blood on Luffy's body. The crowd watched in silence as Luffy caught his breath, took a deep inhalation, and shouted to the heavens, Nami, you are my comrade. Nami bit her lip, tears streaming down her face as she nodded fervently. Yes. Her response elicited smiles from the surrounding Straw Hat crew. Our companion, Nami, has returned. Chapter 44. The ecstasy of victory. Did we win? We won. We won. We have triumphed. Hooray, Arlong Park has fallen. The villagers cheered, tossing their belongings into the air. Sanji, filled with excitement, immediately embraced Noki, though he suspected ulterior motives. However, in the heat of the moment, Noki, overwhelmed with joy upon learning of Luffy's victory, unconsciously wrapped her arms around Dragon Breaker's neck, celebrating. This left Dragon Breaker caught between the peculiar gazes of the world and Kaya, along with Sanji's piercing stare, causing him to twitch his mouth and spread his hands in a gesture of innocence. Naturally, Dragon Breaker paid no heed to Sanji's glare. The villagers jubilantly rushed towards Luffy, lifting him high in the air, chanting his name. Luffy, 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 Luffy. Usopp, outside the throng, leaped with exuberance, dancing a peculiar jig. This is fantastic. Luffy, allow me to commend you, though I would appreciate an opportunity to showcase my own talents as well. Sanji approached Usopp, observing Luffy being tossed about by the villagers, and with a chuckle, he remarked, honestly, you made me anxious for quite some time. Next time, do try to handle things more swiftly, you insufferable fool. Long Po Tian approached with Shiji and Koya. Well, he has already put in great effort. And our most important objective has been accomplished, has it not? Long Po Tian remarked, smiling as he gazed at Nami across the way. Indeed, Luffy is truly remarkable. And everyone is so impressive, but I also wish to battle alongside everyone, Koya said, her earlier joy now tinged with a hint of disappointment. Sanji, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed as he circled around Koya. Yes. 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 Koya-chan thinks I am amazing. How splendid. Oh, even the disheartened Koya-chan is adorable. From now on, I shall be your knight and protect you. Shiji took Koya's hand, offering reassurance. Do not worry, in time. You too shall grow stronger and be able to fight alongside your companions, I assure you. Koya nodded, a smile returning to her face. Oh, how adorable. Sanji instantly transformed into a flustered mess. Long Po Tian gently patted Kia's small head, turning to gaze at Sanji with a look of exasperation. You should just go away. You lecherous chef. What did you say, you foul creature? Sanji replied with a sullen expression. Calling you a lecherous chef, what is your objection? Long Po Tian retorted with a sidelong glance. Do you want to fight? Sanji snapped, clenching his teeth around his cigarette. Come on, I'm not afraid of getting hurt. Long Po Tian stood firm. The amusing antics of Long Po Tian and Sanji elicited laughter from both Kia and Usopp, causing Sanji to abandon his irritation and revert to his noodle-loving persona. Long Po Tian observed Sanji's retreating figure, speechless for a moment. Nami walked past the group towards Luffy, who was being tossed into the air by the villagers. Unfortunately, he failed to catch himself and landed on the ground. Rising from the earth, Luffy burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, this is fantastic. Nami approached, retrieving her straw hat and placing it back on Luffy's head. Upon seeing Nami, Luffy sprang to his feet, exchanging a high five with her. Both erupting in laughter, Long Po Tian, Sanji, and the others joined in the merriment. As the group reveled in their victory and the return of their comrade, an unwelcome voice interrupted. This is where it ends for you, scoundrels. The source of the voice was none other than Captain Mouse, flanked by a throng of marines. Hee hee. Today is truly fortuitous. Captain Mouse sneered. Thank you for treating me to such a splendid battle. Though it was unexpected, I never imagined that the fishmen would fall to you insignificant little pirates. Thanks to you, the money meant for Arlong and the treasure hidden in his territory will now be mine. Surrender your weapons, and I shall graciously accept your spoils. The villagers glared at Captain Mouse with palpable contempt. The Navy had never come to rescue their island and had, under Arlong's influence, seized their accumulated treasures over the past 8 years. Now, this man sought to claim what rightfully belonged to the island. However, despite their fury, the villagers were mere common folk, too fearful to oppose the government, left to seethe in silence. Zoro emerged from behind the Navy, seizing Captain Mouse by the collar and ominously stating, "What are you doing here, disrupting others' joy?" What followed was a cacophony of fists and feet, leaving Captain Mouse and his subordinates in a heap. Luffy and the others gathered around the fallen marines, while Captain Mouse, sprawled on the ground, muttered feebly, "You try hitting me again, and you'll regret it." Sanji quipped, "You still dare to speak?" Nami knelt beside Captain Mouse, gently stroking his face with an eerily calm voice. What about the injuries to Noki and the devastation of Belmare's South Orange Grove? Colonel Mouse was perplexed by Nami's intentions. Without offering an explanation, Nami brandished her weapon and struck him forcefully on the corner of his mouth, sending him flying into the pool within Arlong's territory. Noki glanced at Nami and winked, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Nami. I feel much better now." Aiken raised his fist and shouted, "Let us deliver another 1,000 punches." Nami approached Colonel Mouse, who had crawled to the edge of the pool, and firmly grasped his whiskers, commanding, "You and your crew will now deal with those fishmen and assist in the reconstruction of the devastated town. You are forbidden from touching any treasures within Arlong's domain. That belongs to the island. Do you understand? That hurts. It hurts." "I'll do as you say," Colonel Mouse groaned in pain. "And one more thing," Nami's tone darkened. "Return my treasure." "I'll return it. I'll return it." "It doesn't matter anymore," Colonel Mouse replied, tears streaming down his face. Colonel Mouse, accompanied by his soldiers, swam from the pool toward the sea. Upon reaching the water's edge, he turned back and shouted, "Remember this, you scoundrels and straw hat wearers. Your captain is named Luffy, right? Don't forget this is serious. You've made a grave mistake by provoking me. It's too late for regrets now. I will take my revenge, mark my words." After delivering his threats, Colonel Mouse, much like a typical villain defeated by the protagonist, retreated, muttering ominously as he swam back to the Navy ship. Sanji flicked the ash from his cigarette and calmly remarked, "He mentioned it's serious." Luffy, perplexed, inquired, "How does he know I will become the Pirate King?" "That's not what he meant. You really are quite dense," Zoro growled. Long Po Tian gazed at the few individuals swimming away, jesting. "I wonder if they might encounter a shark or something." As his words echoed, the startled cries of the mouse and his companions reached their ears, and indeed, a shark's fin emerged from the water behind them, prompting the Navy to cry out and hastily swim further away. Laughter erupted among the group. Usopp, pointing towards the direction of Colonel Mouse and his crew, anxiously shouted, "Hey, what should we do if it turns serious?" What What should we do? Well, it's nothing to worry about. At worst, we'll just be bounty hunted. And then a whole swarm of navy will come to capture us and send us to the gallows. Yes, it should be something like that, Long Po Tian quipped. The gallows? No, please, I don't want to die. Usopp exclaimed, clutching his head in despair. Hee, Brother Tian, you really shouldn't scare him. Don't worry, Usopp. It seems that the shark is only focused on Luffy. Even if there's a bounty, it should be only on Luffy, World reassured, chuckling. And perhaps Zoro too, since he dealt the most damage earlier. The atmosphere was filled with laughter, a delightful reprieve in their company. You nearly scared me to death. Usopp patted his chest. Still shaken. Oh, a bounty? Hee. Luffy and Zoro laughed excitedly. Sanji, noticing Zoro's enthusiasm, felt a twinge of annoyance. Hey, why are you so happy? You might just be facing a potential bounty, and I stress might, you green-haired head. Zoro bristled at Sanji's interruption of his moment. Oh really? That's still better than your complete lack of possibility, you curly brow. What did you say? Hey, do you want to fight? Sanji retorted angrily. Zoro gripped the hilt of his sword. Oh, that's just fine. Come on, let us not ruin this rare moment of joy, Luffy said, playfully slapping Zoro on his wound, which earned him a furious glare from Zoro, while Luffy laughed heartily. Their laughter resonated around them, filling the air with mirth. Meanwhile, the villagers were already cheering, eager to spread the good news of dismantling Arlong's domain to other towns on the island. Not far away, Noki watched Nami laughing joyfully and remarked, "This is truly wonderful, Nami." Ajian, observing the Straw Hat crew, sighed in amazement. Who would have thought we would be saved by pirates? Life is truly unpredictable. Back at the Navy base, Colonel Mouse transmitted a photograph of Luffy to the Navy headquarters. In the picture, Luffy wore a brilliant smile, looking less like a pirate and more like a triumphant hero returning from battle. Unbeknownst to Luffy and Long Po Tian, they continued their journey towards Cocoa West Village, where a grand celebration awaited, a jubilant festivity to commemorate their victory and newfound freedom. Chapter 45, setting sail again in the village of Cocoa West. Today marks the third day of revelry. Zoro sits at the mouth of an alley, a contented expression on his face as he enjoys a drink. Sanji approaches, leaning against a pillar opposite Zoro, exclaiming, "I've had my fill. It's quite pleasant to indulge like this once in a while." "How's your injury, Zoro?" Zoro sets down his cup and replies, "A little feasting and drinking has done wonders, especially since that fellow helped me heal." "Is that so?" Sanji lights a cigarette, chuckling. "That guy is truly a mystery. Strong as an ox yet capable of healing wounds. He claims to be a writer, yet we've never seen his work. Most astonishingly, he is so popular with the ladies. Who cares? He is our companion now, and that is sufficient," Zoro states, taking another generous swig of his drink and glancing at the bustling crowd nearby. "But when will this celebration conclude?" "It's already the third day." "Indeed," Sanji agrees, unsure if he is affirming Zoro's earlier remark or the latter. He continues, "It's good to enjoy ourselves while we can." "Hey, Sanji." Luffy suddenly appears, a piece of meat clamped between his teeth and several more pieces in each hand. "What was that melon you were eating earlier topped with?" Zoro, bemused, retorts, "What do you plan to do with all that meat?" Sanji takes a puff of his cigarette and turns to Luffy, saying, "It's a ham melon, of course. Topped with ham." "Ham melon?" Luffy exclaims, excitement lighting up his face. "That sounds delicious. Where can I find it?" "I'm not sure," Sanji responds, pinching the cigarette between his fingers. "The whole village is a buffet, so I've lost track of where it came from." "Well, it's already gone," Zoro interjects, sipping his drink. Sanji shakes his head, exasperated. "That guy has been eating nonstop for 3 days. With that, he extinguishes his cigarette on the ground and stands up. "All right, I've eaten my fill, so now it's time to go have some fun." Sanji turns and heads toward the village's beautiful women. Zoro watches Sanji's retreating figure with a frown, unsure of how to respond. He lifts his cup to his lips, only to find it empty. After shaking the cup to confirm its emptiness, he shrugs, sets it down, and reclines back, allowing himself to doze off. In the heart of the crowd, atop a makeshift platform crafted from tables, Usopp proclaims loudly into a megaphone, "I am the one who defeated the mightiest fishman officer. I am Captain Usopp, the hero of love and courage. Now let me sing my support song. Who is it? Who is it who defeated the fishman?" On the outskirts of the crowd, Kaya observes Usopp and sighs. Usopp seems quite exhilarated. Long Po Tian took a sip of his drink and said with certainty, "This is undoubtedly true. Everyone is so exhilarated, and with so many people eager to hear him boast. It would be strange if Usopp were not excited. After finishing his words, Long Po Tian opened his mouth and bit into the fruit offered by the world. Brother Po Tian, how could you say that Usopp is merely boasting? Although he does enjoy embellishing the truth, Kaya complained. Heh, indeed, this time he is not entirely exaggerating. By defeating that fishman officer, Usopp has taken another step towards his dream, Long Po Tian replied with a smile. Brother Po Tian, will I also have the chance to fight alongside everyone? Kaya asked, her head bowed. Long Po Tian gently caressed Koya's hair. And when she lifted her head to gaze at him, he revealed a tender smile and said, of course, once we embark on our journey, we shall begin preparing for your empowerment. You will undoubtedly grow stronger. Koya looked at Long Po Tian and smiled. Long Po Tian's hand glided from the top of Kuya's head to her face as he smiled and inquired, by the way, Kuya, do you have any dreams? Kuya nudged her face against Long Po Tian's hand and softly replied, my current dream is to always stay by your side, Brother Po Tian, and to grow stronger so that I can fight alongside you and everyone else. Until I become stronger, I would like to serve as the ship's medic, if only temporarily. With a gentle laugh, Long Po Tian embraced Kuya, extending his other arm to include the world around them, which smiled upon the two. The three of them leaned together, their hearts brimming with warmth, while the surrounding clamor seemed to fade away. In the village clinic, Nami was having a doctor assist her in removing the tattoo of the Arlong pirates from her body. The doctor set down his instruments and remarked, it is impossible to completely erase it. Some traces will inevitably remain. Nami murmured softly, what a fool. It's something that can never truly be removed. She recalled how, in her childhood, Nojiko had gotten a tattoo to alleviate her loneliness caused by that very mark. Handing a piece of paper to the doctor, she asked, could you help me tattoo this? On the coastline, by Belmare's grave, a djinn reflected on how Nami truly was Belmare's daughter, aspiring to become a pirate. Suddenly, Luffy appeared, having stumbled upon the place while searching for ham and cantaloupe, leaving a djinn at a loss for words. A djinn called out to Luffy, who was about to leave. Hey, kid, Nami wants to join your crew to become a pirate. That is a perilous journey. It's unavoidable and that's fine. But if you let Nami lose her smile, I will hunt you down. Do you understand? Luffy, with two bones clenched in his mouth, nodded affirmatively. Yeah, I understand. In the village, tranquility reigned as everyone fell into slumber. Zoro leaned against a wall, fast asleep, while Sanji, with a beaming smile, cuddled several beautiful women by the roadside. On the platform, Usopp lay sprawled as he sang his Usopp praise song. Long Po Tian, unable to find solace in sleep, sat quietly on the grass, sipping his wine. Suddenly, he rose to his feet, casting a gentle glance at the world and Kia, who were peacefully nestled together in slumber. With that, he strolled towards the village outskirts. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to take a leisurely walk. Long Po Tian walked quietly along the path, the moon tonight exceptionally round, casting a bright light despite the late hour. Long Po Tian wandered aimlessly, savoring the occasional sip of wine, finding a certain pleasure in his meandering journey. Unbeknownst to him, he eventually arrived at the coastline where the grave of Belmere lay. Was that the resting place of Nami's adoptive mother, Belmere? Long Po Tian glanced up at the tomb, initially intending to turn away, but his foot, poised to leave, faltered. Instead, he approached the grave and settled beside it. Long Po Tian took a sip of wine, marveling at the resplendent full moon above. With a face full of emotion, he exclaimed, I never expected you to remain here. Is it due to concern for the Nami sisters? Ah, indeed, they never fail to evoke a sense of worry. A melodious and spirited voice resonated in Long Po Tian's ears. Yet, how is it that you are able to perceive my presence? Who, exactly, are you? Long Po Tian, sipping his drink in silence, eventually set aside the bottle and reclined on the grass with his head resting upon his arms. I suppose I can be considered a companion of Nami. Both she and her sister have blossomed into remarkable individuals, an elder sister who cherishes her younger sibling and a younger sister who strives earnestly for her dreams. The Arlong group has disbanded, granting freedom to Nami, her sister, and the inhabitants of the island. Nojiko remains safely on the island, free from worry. Although Nami will join us on our voyages, you need not fret about her safety with me around. You can rest assured about these matters. Thus, it is time for you to venture to where you belong. Lingering here will only lead to your fading away. Perhaps one day, you may cross paths with Nami and the others once more, although by that time, you may no longer recognize one another. It is time to find your liberation. Belmere, as Long Po Tian spoke, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he succumbed to slumber upon the ground. A transparent figure appeared beside Long Po Tian, resembling Belmere from years gone by, though now only a vague recognition of her likeness remained, for she had lingered in this world for far too long. Had it not been for the slight energy Long Po Tian had just bestowed upon her, she would have been utterly voiceless and invisible, even in her translucent and indistinct form. Yet, even in this state, an ordinary person would not perceive her. Any sound they might hear could easily be dismissed as a mere figment of the imagination. Belmere gazed at the slumbering Long Po Tian, a gentle smile gracing her face. "Thank you, young man." It was fortunate that Long Po Tian was asleep. The thought of being referred to as young man by a young girl would surely have left him somewhat disheartened. Belmere turned her gaze toward the direction of the orange grove and sighed. "It is time to leave. I should take one last look at the two sisters." With that, the transparent figure vanished from sight. Neither of them, one being in one spirit, noticed a shadow not far away in the woods, staring blankly in their direction. Dawn was approaching, a faint line of white already appearing on the horizon. Nami struggled to drag the large bag of treasures worth 100 million, which she had wrested from Captain Mouse, into her home. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she affixed a note to the bag that read, "This belongs here. It is for the village." Nami picked up the first sea chart she had drawn, surveying her home as if to imprint it in her memory. Reminiscing about the life she shared with Belmere, she gazed at the chair where Belmere always sat, as if she could see Belmere there, smiling at her. "It's all over now, Belmere," she said softly. "Though it took 8 years, I have finally gained my freedom. I and everyone else, just as you said. As long as we live, there will surely be joyful moments." Indeed, the villagers are genuinely smiling with happiness. "I have made the decision to leave this island. Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. They are all wonderful people and quite capable." Over these past 8 years, she had created countless sea charts, and now only one remained. Yet, it was precisely for this reason that she would draw a chart for herself this time, to sail around the world with her companions, which had always been her dream. "So I wonder when I will return to this island?" Nami wiped away the tears that had begun to flow. "So, I must go now?" With a heavy heart, Nami pushed open the door of her home and stepped forward, only to suddenly feel a gentle push on her back, causing her to stumble a few steps forward. She turned around, staring blankly at the empty house, unable to suppress a laugh. In the morning, aboard the Going Merry, the crew was busy loading the villagers' gifts onto the ship. Zoro and Johnny bid farewell as they prepared to set sail. Sanji looked around in search of Nami, yet he found no trace of her. "Wait a moment, Nami-san has not arrived yet." Zoro calmly speculated, "Is she perhaps not coming? Why not?" Sanji, filled with urgency, rushed to Zoro and exclaimed, "Have you once again uttered something inappropriate to Nami-san?" Zoro, displaying impatience, retorted, "Why on earth would I do that?" Sanji continued to shout, "It must be true. You are undoubtedly envious of the bond one share with Nami-san." Zoro turned his head away, speechless, and remarked, "Are you out of your mind? What are you even saying?" This only fueled Sanji's anger further. Usopp, stroking his long nose, interjected, "That does make some sense. Her objectives have been achieved, and there is little reason left to continue as pirates. Perhaps remaining here would bring her greater happiness." "And what about my happiness?" Sanji, still embroiled in his argument with Zoro, turned to Usopp and shouted, then directed his gaze towards Luffy, declaring, "If Nami-san does not return, I find it utterly meaningless to remain on this ship." Long Po Tian gazed at the lascivious chef, whose brow was adorned with beads of sweat, and queried with a hint of skepticism, "Pray tell, how did you arrive at that seemingly precise figure of 98.72? Luffy, pointing at Sanji, seemed intent on imparting a lesson to this infatuated cook. "Haven't you found any ham or cantaloupe? Is that what you meant?" Just then, Nami appeared at the village entrance, and amidst Sanji's astonished expression, she called out for everyone to set sail, sprinting towards the ship. The crew promptly heeded her command, hoisting the anchor and setting off, while the villagers, realizing Nami intended to depart without a farewell, rushed to stop her, eager to express their gratitude for her leaving behind the bounty of 100 million. As Nami navigated through the crowd attempting to intercept her, she leaped onto the dock, landing deftly on the deck of the Mary. The villagers watched her retreating figure, at a loss for words, their emotions a blend of sorrow and gratitude. With her back turned to the villagers, Nami lifted the hem of her shirt, revealing her lithe waist. Suddenly, wallets began to cascade from her clothing, igniting the villagers' outrage as they discovered their possessions were vanishing. Nami, pulling out a single belly, kissed it playfully, and turned to the villagers with a smile. Take care, everyone. Usopp was left speechless. This girl hasn't changed at all. Zoro nodded in agreement. Who knows when she'll betray us again. Well done, Nami-san, Sanji chimed in. But let us just ignore him. Luffy and Long Po Tian erupted in laughter. The villagers' shouts gradually transformed into words of concern, with a Jin calling out for Luffy to remember his promise, to keep Nami smiling. As the Mary sailed further away, Nami stood at the stern, gazing at the diminishing island, squinting her eyes and smiling genuinely. In the distance, at Belmire's grave, the windmill that a Jin had once used to amuse little Nami stood proudly, spinning as if bidding her farewell. Chapter 46, Bounty. Luffy's renown spreads across the world. On that bright morning, the Mary glided smoothly across the waters, the deck buzzing with chatter. The prices have risen again. Isn't this a bit excessive? Nami complained to the news bird, which innocently shielded its head with its wings. Left with no choice, Nami deposited another coin into the pouch around the bird's neck. Warning, if the prices go up again, I want buy. As Nami grumbled, the news bird took flight. Nearby, Usopp, engrossed in crafting a special type of ammunition, remarked with disbelief, why the fuss over a few cents for a newspaper? It adds up significantly over time. Nami shrugged, it's just the principle of it. Usopp continued pouring a crimson liquid into a bead. You no longer have to purchase the village from Arlong, right? So why the obsession with money? Nami turned to Usopp with a serious expression. What nonsense are you spouting? It's precisely because that issue has been resolved that I aim to earn for myself. I refuse to be a destitute pirate who can't even afford to dress up. Usopp brought the bead close to his mouth, tears streaming from his eyes due to the potent aroma. He turned to Nami and exclaimed, be quiet. I'm in the midst of developing my ultimate Mexican chili pepper bomb. Usopp then continued to pour the chili oil from his hand into the bead, envisioning the devastating effect it would have once perfected, if only he could strike the enemy's eyes with it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the deck, Luffy stealthily reached for an orange, but Sanji suddenly appeared and kicked Luffy, sending him crashing into Usopp. The chili oil in Usopp's hands splattered into his eyes, causing him to dash around the ship in agony, exclaiming, it's hot. Water. What is the big deal about eating one orange? Luffy grumbled from the ground. No way. Sanji firmly stated, standing resolutely by the orange tree. This is Nami's orange grove, and I absolutely won't allow you to touch them. Nami-san, love alert is fully activated. Sanji immediately transformed into a noodle-like figure. Thank you, Sanji, Nami replied without looking up from her newspaper. That guy really is obedient. Zoro, who was lounging by the edge of the deck preparing to sleep, scoffed. Hey, can you all be quiet for a moment? Long broke the silence, clearly irritated as he struggled to concentrate on his writing. Kaya, go fetch Usopp a wet towel to cover his eyes. Honestly, I finally wanted some peace to document your heroic exploits in Cocoa Village. Ah, forget it. Let us just drink. With that, Long put away his books and took out a bottle of spirits. Kaya brought a wet towel and a bottle of water to Usopp, who cleaned his eyes and, after covering them with the damp cloth, finally calmed down and ceased his shouting. Luffy sat on the ship's railing, knowing that sneaking an orange was no longer an option, and complained to Sanji, it's just one orange. What's the big deal? Sanji is such a cheapskate. Luffy stuck out his tongue at Sanji. No way. Sanji remained steadfast. Well, whatever. I'm in a good mood now, ha ha ha. Luffy decided to drop the matter of the orange. Nami lounged in her chair, flipping through the newspaper and lamenting the chaotic state of affairs. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell from the newspaper, capturing the attention of Nami, Luffy, and even Usopp. Huh? A flyer? Ah. The three of them stared at the flyer, initially stunned by Luffy's smiling face on it, before erupting into shouts that shook the Mary. The others were taken aback by their reactions, puzzled by what could possibly astonish them so. Hee. Haha. Luffy laughed as he held up the flyer for everyone to see. We become wanted criminals. Usopp leaned closer to the flyer. For life or death. 30 million berries. It says 30 million, haha. Luffy was in a state of ecstatic delight, his laughter ringing out without pause. Usopp glanced at the bounty poster, pointing at it with excitement, exclaiming, look, the whole world can see me. I am truly popular. Usopp felt a bit lightheaded from the exhilaration. What? Only the back of my head? Sanji rushed over, scanning the bounty poster with wide eyes. Where? Where? I don't see you. See, hee, Usopp chuckled, pointing to the tiny silhouette in the bottom left corner that was no larger than a finger. Sanji, feeling dejected, plopped down on the nearby deck, sulking. It's just the back of my head. What's there to be proud of? In Sanji's heart, even if it was merely the back of his head. It was still better than not being recognized at all. Usopp, with a sense of pride, comforted him. Don't be sad. When you become a big shot, even if you're not the captain, you'll be featured too. Really? Sanji sprang up, filled with delight. Well, you need to put in the effort too, Usopp said, spreading his hands as if imparting wisdom to a junior. Sanji ignored Usopp's demeanor, envisioning a bright future, and began to dance with him. Ha. Luffy continued to laugh, excitedly calling out to Sanji and Usopp, everyone, let us muster our spirits and set sail for the Grand Line. Ha. The two cheered in agreement. Nami watched the trio with a resigned expression, saying, you really do not comprehend the gravity of the situation. This signifies that they want your life. It seems we can no longer lounge about in the East Blue. Zoro lay on the deck, contemplating the bounty of 30 million berries. Knowing that the Navy would surely take action, and he had to be wary of formidable bounty hunters this time. The individuals they encountered would be unlike those from the past. With this thought, Zoro's gaze sharpened, filled with a fierce determination rather than fear, ready to face the challenge ahead. Kaya observed Luffy and the others dancing, sighing, Mr. Luffy is incredible. To be worth a bounty of 30 million. That must be the highest in the East Blue. I never expected even Usopp to appear on the bounty poster, albeit just the back of his head. Brother broke. Will we also be targeted for bounties in the future? Long Po Tian set down his wine cup and chuckled, of course. As long as we experience a few significant events. Even mere crew members will be offered bounties. The only difference lies in the amount of the reward. Once Kia participates in a few battles, she too will likely attract a bounty. Ah, is that so? You seem quite excited, Kia remarked with a smile. Kia, in truth. Both Tian and I already have bounties on our heads, Shiji said with a grin. Really? What is the bounty amount? Kia inquired with curiosity. Shiji replied mysteriously. You will find out in due time. Long Po Tian cast a glance at the two individuals, a smile gracing his lips, before turning to the dancing Sanji and calling out, Sanji, it's time to prepare dinner. Mealtime approaches. Instantly, Sanji ceased his revelry, abandoning the still dancing Luffy and Usopp to head for the kitchen. Before long, a dilapidated naval vessel appeared on the horizon, bearing the infamous Iron Fist, Horty, who sought to capture Luffy with the bounty poster in hand. However, upon encountering Sanji emerging from the kitchen, he was so frightened that he abandoned ship and plunged into the sea. The others paid little heed to this minor incident and followed Sanji into the kitchen for their meal. Meanwhile, in the East Blue village of Fusha, the villagers brandished Luffy's bounty poster, cheering, Luffy has been given a bounty. He truly is remarkable. Perhaps this village will produce a great pirate. You lot. The village elder bellowed, what is there to celebrate about a villain arising from our village? In the tavern, the villagers toasted to Luffy's newfound notoriety, while the elder slumped onto a bar stool, grumbling, honestly, every single one of them. Makino presented him with a drink, holding up Luffy's bounty poster with a smile. Look here. Elder, doesn't Luffy look happy? A pirate is still a pirate, the elder retorted angrily. But this is the child's dream, Makino inquired with a grin. Are you worried? The elder sighed. Dreams, or perhaps destiny. At Bartai, Luffy's bounty poster was prominently displayed on the wall opposite the entrance of the first-floor dining area, while Zeph astonishingly took to the kitchen himself. At a naval base, Kobe gazed at Luffy's bounty poster, solidifying his resolve. Mary, Captain Kuro, the imprisoned Monga, Buggy, and the transformed Alvida, all across the world, everyone who knew Luffy laid eyes upon his bounty poster. Though reactions varied, one thing was undeniable. Luffy was beginning to make his name known throughout the world. Chapter 47. Destination Logtown on a small island in the Grand Line. A group of pirates stood armed and anxious, watching the approach of a man. Hawkeye, what brings you here? Hawkeye halted his stride and calmly replied, do not be alarmed, I am not here for you. Where are your officers? Upon hearing this, one pirate dashed towards the center of the island, presumably to relay the news. Camping on such an island. What a leisurely fellow, Hawkeye mused, disregarding the surrounding pirates and continuing toward the island's heart. In the central area of the island, the red-haired Shanks lowered his head and spoke in a subdued tone. Hawkeye, what a rare visitor. I'm not feeling well at the moment. Have you come to challenge me? Sunlight filtered through the trees behind Shanks, obscuring his expression. Hawkeye dismissed Shanks's demeanor. Humph. I have no desire to compete with someone who has lost his left hand. He unfolded a bounty poster, stating, I merely discovered a rather intriguing pirate and was reminded of something you once told me about an interesting lad from a certain small village. Shanks paused, glancing at the bounty poster, while the surrounding officers ceased their activities, evidently contemplating a certain possibility. Observing Luffy's radiant smile on the wanted poster, Shanks grinned. Is it really you, Luffy? Lowering his head, he continued, in that case, Mihawk. Mihawk looked on with a hint of confusion. Shanks's face was adorned with a broad smile, his scars lending a fierce edge to his expression. I cannot allow you to simply return. He forcefully placed his wine cup on the tree stump before him, filling it to the brim, and exclaimed excitedly, Ha! So it is, Mihawk. Drink, drink, drink. Today is a feast. Shanks's cheeks flushed with exhilaration as he beckoned Mihawk to partake in the revelry. Mihawk turned to Shanks, uncertainly inquiring, You aren't still hungover, are you? Shanks laughed heartily. Don't mind it. This is celebratory wine. Come, come, down it in one go. Yes, just like that. Watching Mihawk finish his drink, Shanks called for the officers to commence the banquet. Mihawk set down his cup and calmly remarked, When I encountered that young lad, I also met someone named Dragonbreaker. Upon hearing the name, Shanks immediately adopted a serious demeanor. You met Uncle Breaker? It has been years since I last saw him. Mihawk nodded. He seems to be aboard that young man's ship. I had a brief skirmish with him, and he sent his regards to you. Shanks looked at Mihawk. Is that so? You lost. Though it was framed as a question, his tone conveyed certainty. Indeed, although the confrontation was brief, I could not even graze his clothing despite my relentless assaults. Conversely, his casual strike was beyond my capacity to withstand, leading me to concede defeat. Mihawk's demeanor was not one of disappointment. Rather, it was imbued with determination. Knowing that there existed a realm beyond the great swordsman, he felt compelled to strive for that breakthrough, firmly believing he could attain such legendary prowess. Shanks, in his heart, realized something profound. Although he had spent years with Dragonbreaker, he remained unaware of the true extent of his power, only knowing he was exceptionally formidable, yet the specifics eluded him. He recalled a time aboard the captain's ship when he had inquired about Uncle Breaker. The captain had replied, Shanks, you need not concern yourself with who Breaker is. Simply remember that he is a powerful man. As for how powerful, I can only tell you, very strong. If one day you surpass me, perhaps then you will understand the true extent of Breaker's strength. Shanks vividly recalled the captain's expression at that moment. Was it serious, admiring, or tinged with regret? Not long after, the captain turned himself in, and Shanks never saw Uncle Breaker again, believing he would never have the chance to grasp the depth of Breaker's strength until one day the enigmatic Uncle Long Po Tian unexpectedly appeared on his ship, expressing a desire to embark on an adventure together. Naturally, Shanks was elated, not only because of their acquaintance, but also due to the opportunity to gauge Long Po Tian's formidable abilities. However, after several years, Shanks remained rather vague about Long Po Tian's true strength, merely categorizing him as strong. Eventually, when Long Po Tian departed, Shanks felt a profound sense of regret, realizing he would no longer have the chance to comprehend the depths of Long Po Tian's power. As for surpassing the captain, Shanks chuckled to himself, knowing that such a feat was beyond his reach. Contemplating this, he gazed at his empty sleeve. Upon hearing the news of Long Po Tian's appearance aboard Luffy's ship, Shanks felt a surge of excitement. Could it be that Uncle Po Tian had recognized Luffy's potential? Perhaps he truly could achieve greatness. Shanks recalled his promise to Luffy and silently mused, I await you, Luffy. Perhaps my unfulfilled aspirations can be realized through you. Noticing Shanks lost in thought, Mihawk recalled Long Po Tian's visage and finally voiced his curiosity. Shanks, you referred to him as Uncle Po Tian, but what did he look like? Shanks chuckled softly. He appears quite youthful, doesn't he? When I first encountered him 23 years ago, he looked just like this. Uncle Po Tian spent several years aboard my ship, and his appearance has remained unchanged. Perhaps he possesses a method to maintain his youthful form, or maybe. Shanks paused, choosing not to elaborate, and continued. Since the captain instructed us to call him Uncle Po Tian, we have done so ever since. The notion of eternal life, with decades being inconsequential, crossed Mihawk's mind as he filled in the unspoken words left by Shanks. An exhilarating thrill surged within him. Was this the divine realm he spoke of? One that I need not comprehend at this moment? Mihawk remained silent, sensing a hint of melancholy from Mihawk. Shanks sought to uplift the mood and urged him to drink heartily in celebration. The once tranquil forest now resonated with their revelry. On the deck of the Going Merry, the crew gathered, and Nami unfurled a nautical chart, pointing to a specific location. We are nearing the Grand Line. It seems the only way to enter is through Reverse Mountain, she stated, exasperated. How troublesome, Zoro complained while leaning against the railing. Can't we just sail straight through? Not possible, Sanji countered. According to the old man, the ship can only enter from there. Why? Usopp inquired, puzzled. It's because it's perilous, Sanji replied. Why is that? Usopp pressed, feeling frustrated. That tells me nothing. That's all I know, Sanji retorted impatiently. It's because it's a windless zone, Long Po Tian interjected calmly. A windless zone? Is it dangerous? A look of confusion adorned Nami's delicate face. It was evident that she was encountering this term for the first time. The others, aside from the world, Nami, and Luffy, were similar expressions of bewilderment. Indeed, the doldrums? Just as Nami was about to enlighten these nautical novices about the intricacies of the doldrums, she was interrupted by Luffy. Let us approach it head-on, he exclaimed with enthusiasm, disregarding the inherent danger associated with the phrase. Are you even listening to me? Nami retorted angrily. Luffy's face radiated excitement as he responded, that sounds much more entertaining. And entering from the front must surely be exhilarating. Nami, biting her lip in frustration, gazed at Luffy for a moment before covering her forehead, appearing utterly defeated. Conversing with you is driving me to madness. Luffy, undeterred by her critique, anxiously suggested, let us first find an island to buy meat. Seeing Luffy on the verge of throwing a tantrum, Nami quickly pointed to a small island on the map. This island has a renowned town, Lo Town. Lo Town? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Is that where they produce famous meat? Also known as the town of beginning and end. I believe I've heard that somewhere, Zoro remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing the name Lo Town, Dragon-S breath involuntarily recalled a certain man. It was the place where the Pirate King Gold Roger was born and ultimately executed. At the mention of the Pirate King's name, a solemn hush fell over the group, and Luffy became serious, murmuring, the place where the Pirate King died? Nami turned to Luffy with a smile. Shall we go? Yes. Luffy nodded eagerly. I want to see the place where the man who will find One Piece, the man who embodies everything in this world, was born and died. The Mary turned its bow towards Lo Town. Chapter 48. Arrival at Lo Town. Wow, what an enormous town! Luffy exclaimed as he gazed upon the vast streets of Lo Town. Nami replied with a smile, in the past. This was a gathering place for pirates aiming to enter the Grand Line. You could purchase anything you needed here. Usopp, filled with excitement, declared, Great. I'll buy some gear for our impending adventure. Sanji surveyed the bustling streets and remarked, It seems like we can find some excellent food here. And perhaps some lovely ladies too? This guy never changes, Sanji thought. I also want to buy something, Zoro said, stroking his chin. Hearing Zoro's comment, Nami sensed a business opportunity and cheerfully asked, Oh, what do you plan to buy? I recall you being completely broke. Zoro scratched his cheek awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. Long Po Tian glanced at Zoro and chuckled. Zoro, do you find yourself in want of funds? Would you like me to lend you some? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Nami staring at him with a fiery gaze, which instantly made him comprehend her intent. Thus, he swiftly altered his words. Oh, it has just occurred to me that I too have some purchases to attend to. It seems my funds are rather insufficient. My apologies, Zoro. It appears I am unable to assist you. Long Po Tian looked at Zoro with a face full of remorse. However, it remained uncertain whether this regret stemmed from his inability to lend Zoro money or his failure to rescue Zoro from Nami's clutches. It's all right, thank you, Po Tian. Zoro, touched by Long Potion's expression of guilt over not being able to assist him financially, quickly reassured him, wishing to alleviate his feelings of guilt. Meanwhile, Nami, who had previously worn a terrifying expression, instantly transformed her demeanor into a radiant smile, evidently pleased with Long Potion's perceptiveness. Long Po Tian gazed at Nami, whose face had transformed back into a radiant smile. Wiping away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, he felt a profound sense of relief. In his heart, he mourned for Zoro. Forgive me, Zoro. It is better to sacrifice you than to endure suffering. I am truly sorry. Oh, poor child. I hope you can survive under the crushing burden of Nami's exorbitant debts. The unfortunate Zoro, betrayed yet still wearing a grateful expression. Very well. I shall take a glimpse at the gallows. I wish to see the place where the Pirate King was executed, Luffy exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement as he dashed away. Usopp quickly called out, Hey, we haven't even decided on a meeting point. But Luffy had already sprinted far ahead. Oblivious to Usopp's words, Usopp sighed in exasperation. Well, as long as we return to the Going Merry in due time, everything will be fine. Long Po Tian remarked with a smile. I plan to explore Lo Town with the world and Koya. Farewell, everyone. Upon finishing his words, Long Po Tian vanished into the crowd alongside Kia. That scoundrel. Sanji clenched his teeth. gazing in the direction of Long Po Tian's disappearance for a moment before addressing the remaining few, stating, "I shall take my leave as well." With that, he departed. Surprisingly not lingering around Nami. Had he been disheartened by Long Po Tian's actions? "I will take my leave too." Usopp followed suit, setting off in search of an equipment store. With everyone having left, Zoro hurriedly approached Nami for a loan, as he currently possessed but a single sword and aimed to acquire two. Lacking funds, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Nami. Nami, smiling, replied, "You wish to borrow money from me? Certainly. However, when you repay me, you must return threefold, including interest." With great delight, Nami lent Zoro 100,000 berries, and then the two parted ways. "Brother Po Tian, where are we headed?" Kia inquired, curiously surveying her surroundings. For this was her first visit to such a bustling town, and she was filled with a sense of wonder at everything around her. Long Po Tian glanced at the exuberant Koya and smiled, saying, "Feel free to wander around. If you see anything you fancy, just let me know, and I'll procure it for you." "Oh, how wonderful. Thank you, Brother Po Tian," Koya replied, excitedly tugging Long Po Tian towards a nearby store. The world smiled at their retreating figures and followed them inside. "How do I look?" In an upscale clothing boutique, Nami donned an exquisite outfit and inquired of the shopkeeper. "Oh, it suits you perfectly," the shopkeeper exclaimed with admiration. "And this one?" Nami asked again, now in a traditional cheapao. "Oh, how elegant, dear guest." The shopkeeper praised once more. "What do you think? It fits perfectly. How splendid. How appropriate." The dialogue continued, seemingly endless, until Nami finally returned to her own attire. The shopkeeper, beaming at the array of garments Nami had tried on, inquired, "Are you planning to purchase them all?" "No, thank you. I prefer something more casual." Nami replied with a smile as she exited the store. "We hope to see you again." The shopkeeper lamented, tears streaming down his face. "Oh, what an exquisite appetizer!" Sanji exclaimed as he strolled down the street, taking in the sights. "Oh, the champagne-flavored delicacies, such beauty." The street was awash with delightful ingredients, leaving him utterly perplexed about where to begin. "How vexing," he lamented, his face adorned with a foolish grin as he continued to gaze around. "Oh, there she is!" Sanji shouted excitedly, racing towards the enchanting lady he had spotted, none other than Yerlita, who had consumed a devil fruit. "Oh, how splendid! What are all these delightful items?" Usopp marveled at the assortment of gear in a nearby equipment store. "Welcome," the shopkeeper greeted with a broad smile. "All the items in our store have been used by pirates who returned alive from the Grand Line. They are truly rare treasures." Usopp eagerly inquired, "So, these are tools used during adventures in the Grand Line?" "Indeed, precisely," the shopkeeper affirmed, smiling. "Our establishment exclusively caters to maritime heroes, so we are most welcoming to patrons like yourself." The shopkeeper, envisioning a lucrative transaction, thought to himself, "Just a few flattering words will lead this naive simpleton to spend freely. Behold, this is a pistol once wielded by Gold. Roger," the shopkeeper declared, presenting a toy gun. "What, Gold Roger's gun?" Usopp exclaimed in shock, just as the shopkeeper, secretly amused, considered whether Usopp would bite. Usopp quickly regained his composure, saying, "Let me take a look at other items." For a master deceiver like Usopp, it was indeed a formidable task to lead him astray. At the naval base, news had reached the Marines that Luffy and his companions would be landing in Logtown that day, and a report soon came in about pirates appearing at the port. Colonel Smoker, the White Hunter, headed towards the port, completely oblivious to the bounty poster of Monkey D. Luffy. A group of pirates was engaged in robbery at the port when Smoker appeared behind them and calmly inquired, "Who is the leader here? What are you up to?" The captain, excitedly directing his subordinates to gather loot, darkly responded, "And you are Monkey D. Luffy?" Smoker regarded the captain with a serene demeanor and replied, "I am here to test whether you possess the capability to intrude upon my territory." The captain was instantly incensed. Not only had this intruder mistaken his identity, but he also dared to belittle him. After all, he aspired to become the king of the seas. The captain hastily commanded his crew to engage, determined to teach Smoker a lesson. However, aspirations often clash with harsh realities, and before the pirates could even make a move, Smoker had apprehended them all. Nearby, the Navy officers exclaimed in admiration, as expected of the colonel. He dispatched Luffy's crew in an instant. "Are your eyes merely for decoration?" Smoker retorted, irritated. How could this insignificant character be Luffy? If such minor players are worth 30 million, then the world is truly doomed. "And Luffy?" inquired a Navy officer. "He will appear in due time. A grand performance is about to unfold," Smoker replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Luffy unexpectedly arrived at the port, perplexed as to how he had ended up here instead of the gallows. Was it fate that led him to collide with Smoker, igniting some unforeseen spark? Hey, Luffy called out, spotting Smoker and quickly approaching. Is he one of your crew? Smoker asked the Navy officers behind him regarding Luffy. Not sure. Probably. Not, right? The Navy officers replied uncertainly. By the way, how do I get to the gallows? Luffy asked Smoker directly. The gallows? Smoker was taken aback. It was rare for anyone to inquire about the location of the gallows. I'm lost, Luffy admitted, rubbing his temples in frustration. I don't recall seeing you before, Smoker remarked. Ah, I just arrived on this island. It's so vast, completely different from my village, Luffy said, turning to look around. What do you seek at the gallows? Smoker asked coolly. I want to see the place where the Pirate King met his end, Luffy stated, gazing earnestly at Smoker. Smoker hesitated, unsure whether it was Luffy's words or his gaze that struck him. You don't know? What gives? Luffy turned to leave. Wait, head towards the direction of the smoke. Smoker indicated with his smoke. Luffy thanked him with a smile and dashed off toward the smoke, while Smoker stood, momentarily lost in thought as he watched Luffy's retreating figure. Thus concluded their first encounter, what lay ahead for them. Meanwhile, Zoro prepared to purchase a sword. Outside the shop window, one gazes silently at the prices of the knives, realizing that the 100,000 borrowed from Nami is woefully insufficient. At that moment, a commotion in the street captures Zoro's attention. As he approaches, he discovers two men wielding knives preparing to attack a woman. Just as Zoro intends to intervene, he witnesses the woman effortlessly draw a sword and dispatch the two assailants, leaving the onlookers in awe. However, as she takes a few steps away, she accidentally trips, causing her glasses to fall and roll to Zoro's feet. He picks up the glasses and offers them to her, asking, "Is this yours?" The girl, upon hearing someone hand her the glasses, looks up and replies, "Yes." "I'm sorry." Zoro, upon seeing the familiar face, feels a jolt of recognition and inadvertently crushes the glasses in his hand. The woman is none other than Dazuki, strikingly reminiscent of Kuina. "Thank you." "Ah, my glasses," Dazuki exclaims as she prepares to express her gratitude, only to be startled by the sound of the glasses shattering. "I didn't do it on purpose," Zoro hastily explains. "Those were quite expensive. How could you be so careless?" Dazuki retorts. "I told you it was unintentional." Zoro responds impatiently. "You must compensate me," Dazuki asserts, leaning closer to Zoro with a serious expression. Faced with the visage so similar to Kuna's, Zoro breaks into a cold sweat, uncertain of how to proceed. Thus begins the tale of the happenings in Rogatown. Chapter 49. The Events of Rogatown Part 1. In Rogatown, Long Po Tian leads the way, accompanied by the World and Koya, as they explore shop after shop. Long Po Tian's arms are laden with numerous bags filled with clothing, jewelry, books, and an assortment of curious trinkets. Observing her brother encumbered with so much, Koya realizes she may have indulged in excessive shopping. With a face full of regret, she suggests, "Brother Po Tian, perhaps we should return." As she speaks, she reaches out to assist him with the burden he carries. Long Po Tian smiled as he gently halted Kuya's hand. With a mere thought, he effortlessly gathered all items into his spatial realm. Previously, Long Po Tian had refrained from doing so, believing it inconsequential to mention, and thus had carried them along. Now, in order to spare Kuya any feelings of guilt, he decisively chose to enshroud everything within his space. Long Po Tian spread his hands and said with a smile, "Well, it's all gone now. Let us continue our stroll." Kuya, seeing that the items had vanished, was not taken aback. After all, Long Po Tian often produced his drinks from seemingly nowhere. Upon hearing his words, Kuya chuckled joyfully, taking Long Po Tian's hand as they ventured toward the next shop. At that moment, Nami was striding down the street with a large bag of casual attire, while Usopp made his way to the next equipment store. And Sanji was searching for the main dish, Alrita, he had spotted earlier. Zoro, on the other hand, was treated by Dasky as a pitiful soul, akin to a man burdened with a sick mother at home, abandoned by his wife, and left to care for 5 children, having not eaten for days. As he was taken to the naval base to do menial tasks, Luffy, in search of the execution platform, found himself lost once more. Arriving at a bar named Gold Roger, after listening to the proprietor recount Roger's valiant exploits and sharing a toast of milk in honor of Roger, he was directed toward the execution platform. After Luffy departed, Smoker entered the bar, met with the proprietor's unwelcoming demeanor, yet he paid no mind. Grabbing a bottle of rum to drink, He soon discovered from a bounty poster that the straw-hatted boy he had encountered at the port was indeed Luffy, and hastily set off toward the execution platform. Following Smoker's exit, another figure cloaked in a large cape entered the bar, his face obscured by the lowered hood. He sat directly at the bar, quietly pouring himself a drink from the counter without exchanging greetings. The owner glanced at him but resumed his tasks without speaking, and the tavern fell into a hushed silence, occasionally broken by the sound of liquid being swallowed. In the central square of Rog Town, Luffy was laboriously climbing the execution platform, seemingly out of respect for Roger, for he could have easily used his abilities to ascend. Smoker appeared beneath the platform, asking, "Are you the most wanted criminal in the East Blue?" Luffy, clutching a pillar of the platform, replied, "I am Luffy. Do you need something from me?" Smoker gazed at him calmly, stating, "I am Captain Smoker of the Navy, tasked with overseeing Rog Town. I intend to arrest you." "What? Arrest? I refuse," Luffy exclaimed with a grin. "I'm on my way to the Grand Line to become the Pirate King. How could I be arrested here?" "The Pirate King?" Smoker paused, then replied with a composed demeanor, "Then you must defeat me. If you cannot best me, you will not reach the Grand Line. That is the rule here. However, it will depend on your courage to face me. If I cannot defeat you, I cannot go to the Grand Line." Luffy smiled, declaring, "Then I shall fight you." The two began to engage, with Smoker refraining from using his powers, relying solely on his martial prowess to bring Luffy to the ground. 22 years ago, I witnessed his execution. Smoker looked down at the fallen Luffy. "You speak of the Pirate King? Do not jest. You cannot even set foot on the Grand Line. Your efforts are futile, even if you manage to rise again." With great difficulty, Luffy stood up, a smile adorning his face as he replied, "How can one know without attempting?" He declared, "Prepare yourself, Gum Gum Whip." Luffy extended his leg, aiming a kick at Smoker. Smoker deftly dodged, causing Luffy's foot to become entangled in a nearby fountain, propelling him backward and landing him in a distant park, where he fell asleep on the ground. Meanwhile, Zoro, believing he had been recognized by the Navy, had defeated his foes and left behind money for Das Bonet's glasses before departing the naval base. Presently, he found himself in a weapons shop, where the proprietor mistook him for an amateur and attempted to purchase the sword Wado Ikamanji from him at a ridiculously low price. Just then, Das Bones, who was unaware of Zoro's true identity, rushed in and revealed the full value of Wado Ikamanji. Realizing he could not deceive Zoro into selling the sword, the shopkeeper exclaimed, "That woman saved you. This is indeed a renowned blade unworthy of someone who does not appreciate its value. Over there, the barrels are filled with swords priced at 50,000 each. Feel free to choose two." What is causing him such ire? Zoro wondered as he approached the sword barrels and began to rummage through them. "You have a fondness for swords, don't you?" Das Bones inquired from behind him, eager to assemble a trio, reminiscent of a certain bounty hunter. "A bounty hunter, indeed." Zoro continued searching, a smile on his face. "A very renowned one, known as Rornoa. I have heard the name often. Although he is a famous swordsman in the East Blue, it is a notoriety fraught with disgrace, using swords as mere tools for profit. I cannot forgive him," Das Bones remarked. "Why do the forces of evil seem so prevalent in this era? Renowned swordsmen are either pirates or bounty hunters, and most of the world's famous blades rest in their hands. Even the swords weep. Perhaps each has their own burdens. The purpose of a sword inevitably aligns with the demands of the times." Zoro chuckled softly. "Regardless," Das Bones declared earnestly, "as a swordsman of Shigur, I must refine my swordsmanship further. One day, I will traverse the world and reclaim every renowned blade that has fallen into the hands of villains. Be it the supreme great blade of 12 crafts, the great blade of 21 crafts, or the quick blade of 50 crafts, even if it costs me my life." Zoro paused his search, turning to slightly unsheath Wado Ikamanji from his waist, smiling as he asked, "Are you planning to take this sword as well?" "It is called Wado Ikamanji, is it not?" Das Bones hurriedly clarified. "Ah, I do not solely wish for the renowned blades. I simply do not want them to fall into the hands of wrongdoers." Zoro sheathed his sword and resumed his search. Suddenly, his hand halted as he drew out another blade, silently contemplating. "What is this sword?" Beside him, Dasky recognized the blade as the third generation of the demon sword, worth over $1 million. She mentioned that the previous second generation was the Great Blade, while the first generation was the Supreme Great Blade, urging Zoro to purchase it. The owner quickly stated that the sword was not for sale, but not due to its price. The true reason remained unspoken. Zoro, handling the third generation of the demon sword, asked solemnly, Is it a cursed blade? The owner nodded and explained that while all swords in the demon sword lineage were remarkable, they were indeed cursed, and their wielders often met untimely deaths. He feared that if he sold the third generation to Zoro and Zoro perished, it would feel as though he had caused Zoro's demise. I like it. I will take this one, Zoro declared with a smile, holding the sword aloft. The owner hastily protested, but Zoro, glancing at him with a grin, replied, "How about this? Which is stronger, my fate or its curse? Let us find out." With that, Zoro tossed the sword into the air, extending his hand beneath it, slowly closing his eyes to sense the descending blade. In his mind, there was only himself and the falling third generation of the demon sword. As the sword spiraled down, it avoided Zoro's arm, instead landing with its spine against the floor. Zoro opened his eyes, beaming, and stated, "I want it." The owner and Dasky slumped to the floor, and Zoro withdrew the sword, eager to find another blade. The owner rushed to the back room, retrieving his treasured swift blade, Snow Walk, and introduced it to Zoro. While rummaging through the sword rack, Zoro replied without looking back, "I can't afford it. I already said I have no money." The owner, with utmost seriousness, insisted, "No, it's not about money. The demon sword would never accept payment from you. I apologize for attempting to deceive you. It has been ages since I've seen such a keen swordsman-esque gaze. They say swords choose their masters. I wish you luck." Zoro secured the 3 swords and exited the weapon shop. As Zoro strolled down the street, his right hand resting on the hilt at his waist, a smile crept onto his face. Indeed, having 3 swords feels far more comforting. In a nearby park, Luffy finally awoke. Ah, that was a good sleep. All right, let us head out towards the gallows. At Roger's bar, the mysterious figure continued to sip his drink. Suddenly, he shuddered, a voice echoing in his mind. "So, you are indeed here. I knew you would come, especially today, a significant day. It has been 22 years since Roger's death, hasn't he it, Buggy?" It turned out that the cloaked figure was none other than the clown Buggy. 22 years, indeed," Buggy replied, his voice tinged with melancholy. Though he quickly shook off the sadness and asked, "Is there something you need from me, Uncle Breakthrough?" Baki appeared utterly unperturbed by the sudden emergence of Long Po Tian's voice within his mind. He inquired casually, seemingly indifferent to whether Long Po Tian could perceive his response. The bar owner glanced up at Baki with a hint of confusion, but chose not to engage further. Indeed. Long Po Tian's voice echoed once more in Baki's thoughts. "When Luffy returns to the execution platform, I want you to ensure he dies there, just like this." As Long Po Tian's words fell, a knife suddenly materialized before Buggy. "Very well, but why?" Buggy couldn't help but inquire, gazing at the blade before him. "I wish to observe his resolve. Do not fret, strike it down, that knife cannot harm anyone. Moreover, you are the most suitable for this task." As the reasoning is quite apparent, is it not? Long Po Tian replied. Buggy's face flushed slightly with embarrassment. "Thank you, Uncle Po Tian, for the last incident. Hee. It seems I got a bit carried away. Hee. Even if I were not to assist you, you would be fine. It is merely a matter of time." Long Po Tian chuckled. "How you proceed is entirely your choice. After all, are you not adept at such games now? Ha. That is not an issue." Buggy laughed heartily. "Then I shall take my leave," Long Po Tian declared, retracting his spirit and continuing to chuckle as he followed Koya towards another establishment. "Now, let me witness your resolve." "Luffy, resolve, you say? I too wish to see it, to discern whether you possess the conviction worthy of that esteemed individual's following," Buggy remarked as he grasped the knife before him and exited the tavern. The proprietor glanced at Buggy's retreating figure but showed no inclination to demand payment for the drinks. "Men, our target is the guillotine. Prepare to execute the Straw Hat Kid. Ha. Buggy called to his subordinates as they made their way towards the execution platform, with Alrita following suit with a smile. Chapter 49, Matters of Rogue Town, Part 2, The Guillotine, Luffy exclaimed, running excitedly down the street. "The last sight the Pirate King beheld, I wish to see it too. I hope to glimpse it soon." Suddenly, as he dashed, Luffy paused in confusion, glancing around. Where exactly is that guillotine? At the Rogue Town Navy base, an officer was issuing orders to the Navy personnel. "Quickly, search for Luffy. He must still be somewhere in Rogue Town." The sailors saluted before executing the command. Smoker lounged in his chair, his feet crossed on the table, casually stating, "There is no need for that. He will undoubtedly show himself, as long as I remain here." With that, he picked up a newspaper and leisurely began to read. Tashigi entered, slamming her hands on the table, exclaiming loudly, "Colonel Smoker, is it true that Luffy is still on this island?" if we do not seal off this sea area immediately. There is no need for that. Smoker continued to peruse the newspaper, his head remaining downcast. How can you be so careless? Tashiji's words were interrupted by a commotion outside, as it seemed someone was attempting to force their way into the colonel's office. Tashiji turned, puzzled, to look at the door. While Smoker shifted his attention from the newspaper to the entrance, curious to see who had the audacity to intrude, the door swung open, revealing a man wearing a cowboy hat and a bushy beard, carrying 3 individuals with nonchalance. Well, Smoker, he said calmly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Smoker set down his newspaper and replied coolly, "Ah, it's you, Daddy." The bearded man known as Daddy had discarded 3 unconscious individuals onto the ground. Peter, the dual-wielding gunslinger, and the Riley brothers, notorious for their relentless assaults on law enforcement. All 3 were bounty hunters, were they not? Smoker had never heard of these minor characters. Additionally, I have already delivered another to the morgue. Daddy approached Smoker, presenting a notebook. With your signature, I can collect the bounty today. Smoker took the notebook, glanced at it, and remarked nonchalantly, for individuals, a total of 1 million berries? Merely small fry. As he spoke, Smoker retrieved a pen from beneath the newspaper and signed his name in the notebook before handing it back to Daddy. Daddy accepted the notebook and calmly stated, "There are many bounty hunters aspiring to venture into the Grand Line. Rather than fixating on one big catch, this method proves to be more efficient. Once a prodigious marksman of the Navy, you now stoop to preying on the weak. How far you have fallen," Smoker replied quietly, devoid of any mockery or disdain. For he understood Daddy quite well. Daddy turned away, calmly uttering, "I simply wish to avoid dying by gunfire." Observing Daddy's retreating figure, Smoker remarked, "If you perish, your daughter will be left to wander the streets, correct? Please extend my regards to Cairolo." Daddy waved his hand without turning back, exiting the room and entering the corridor. His tranquil voice echoing, "I will inform her that Uncle Smoker sends his regards." Dasky watched Daddy depart, perplexed, and inquired, "Is the bounty hunter Daddy Mastodon?" "Indeed," Smoker replied. "He was my peer, once destined for a position within the Navy's headquarters, a man who should have become an elite." Dasky murmured, "How could someone like him?" On a staircase beside a street in Rogue Town, Zoro sat, unsheathing the sword Sandai Kitetsu, quietly admiring it. A cursed blade, how intriguing. Suddenly, Luffy's head materialized before Zoro, startling him. "That sword seems quite impressive." As Zoro regained his composure, he complained, "What are you doing? Don't scare me like that." "What are you doing here, Zoro?" Luffy asked, perplexed. "And what about you?" Zoro countered, refusing to answer. "Me?" Luffy proudly rubbed his nose with his finger. "I got lost." "What is there to be proud of?" A bead of cold sweat trickled down the back of Zoro's head as he responded with exasperation. "Now, will you tell me where the guillotine is?" Luffy anxiously inquired. Zoro, being notoriously directionally challenged, naturally had no idea where the execution platform was. At that moment, both felt the pangs of hunger and decided to head towards a nearby restaurant. While Luffy and Zoro indulged in a sumptuous meal, Usopp found himself embroiled in a dispute with Daddy's daughter, Kaloru, over the ownership of a newly acquired pair of goggles. Subsequently, Daddy arrived. And through a series of unfortunate misunderstandings, it escalated into a duel between Usopp and Daddy to determine the rightful owner of the goggles. In Lobe Town, Daddy, a well-known bounty hunter with a child in tow, quickly became the talk of the town, and news of the impending duel spread rapidly. The onlookers clamored and rushed to witness the spectacle, and Nami, who happened to be passing by, was drawn in by the commotion. Excitedly, she remarked that among bounty hunters who wielded guns, Daddy was the strongest, a fact well known in the East Blue. She wondered what kind of fool would challenge him. Struggling to navigate through the crowd, Nami caught sight of Usopp standing back-to-back with Daddy and was momentarily speechless. "So, this is what he looks like. Go for it, Longnose. Even if you die, don't worry. I've already prepared a place for you," she jested, eliciting laughter from the surrounding crowd, who clearly did not believe Usopp stood a chance. Behind them loomed a vast array of gravestones, suggesting that their occupants had perished in similar duels. Why has it come to this? Am I an idiot? Usopp thought, cold sweat trickling down his back as he stood behind Daddy, consumed by fear. The rules were straightforward. Both parties would take 10 steps before firing. Daddy, standing with his back to Usopp, stated calmly, "Ready." Usopp's voice trembled as he responded, "Okay. What are you doing?" Nami couldn't help but exclaim. Usopp, surprised to see Nami there, called out, "Nami? Are you an idiot for wanting to duel Daddy?" She shouted in distress. Stop rambling. I don't even know how this happened. Just keep quiet and watch. Usopp retorted, his words tumbling out in a frenzy. Kalora, acting as the referee, looked at the two and calmly announced, one shot to determine the victor. Are you ready? They both answered in unison, though the confidence in their voices was starkly different, with Usopp's lacking any conviction. As Kalora began to count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Usopp's heart raced with anxiety. This is bad, very bad. How could I possibly win against Daddy? 6. Usopp took another step, panic rising within him. Am I destined to die here? How did it come to this? 7. The cold sweat on Usopp's brow intensified. The adventure has just begun. Courage, the badge of manhood. None of it has been earned yet. Usopp swallowed hard. With a determined grit of his teeth, he pivoted and hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, causing a thick cloud of smoke to billow forth. You've worked hard, Usopp exclaimed as he rapidly turned to flee. Dottie calmly turned around and fired a shot into the smoke, abruptly slowing Usopp's retreat. His gun flew from his grasp and landed far away on the ground. As the smoke dissipated, Usopp knelt weakly, his legs trembling. What a failure. Is this what a duel is? I thought he had more courage. Such disappointment. The onlookers, disgruntled, began to disperse. Father, how impressive, Karoro exclaimed, clutching Dottie's cloak in excitement. I merely knocked the gun away, Dottie replied, casting a nonchalant glance at Usopp. Karoro, hands on his hips, shouted at Usopp with disdain. What are you doing? Resorting to tricks, you despicable coward. Can't you face him properly? Right? I'm sorry, please forgive me, Usopp stammered as he scrambled to Dottie, pleading for mercy. I'm just not that kind of man. Taking my life brings you no benefit, does it? Please, spare me. Dottie raised his gun, aiming it at Usopp, who, terrified, collapsed backward onto the ground. Nami rushed forward, positioning herself between Usopp and Dottie, exclaiming, Wait, Nami? Usopp stared at her, momentarily stunned, then quickly added, By the way, if it's about money, this guy has plenty, so please don't pull the trigger. Spare my life. Nami looked at Usopp, exasperated. You really are something. Dottie regarded Usopp coolly, asking, Are you trying to hide behind a woman? Usopp flinched, rising to push aside Nami, maintaining his composure as he asserted, No, forget it. She is a complete stranger to me. Even if it means my demise, I want to involve her. Usopp. Nami gazed at him in bewilderment, as if she barely recognized him. I beg you, please do this, Usopp continued. Usopp? Dottie inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Is that your name? Oh. Usopp responded, taken aback. Dottie scrutinized Usopp and asked, Could it be? Do you know a man named Jesus Burgess from the Red-Haired Pirates? Jesus Burgess? He is my father. Usopp exclaimed anxiously. Do you know my father? I see, Dottie mused, a moment of silence passing as he regarded Usopp. I've never told anyone about that day, but you are an exception. It was an incident that occurred at a harbor just like this one, hot and dry. Dottie began to recount to the gathered crowd the tale of his duel with Jesus, the only battle he had ever lost. His voice was imbued with the hues of nostalgia, his gaze somewhat distant, as if he could still hear Jesus' words echoing in his ears. Ah, family. Quite splendid indeed. Yet, I am a rather inadequate father. I have a son named Usopp, whom I have not seen in many years. I set sail when he was but a wobbly toddler learning to walk. Why? Do you not love your son? Dottie recalled posing this very question at that time. Why? Jesus chuckled. That is not the crux of the matter. It is merely the pirate flag calling to me, the legendary GOLD, Roger beckoning me forth. Jesus then rose, tossing back a pocket watch adorned with a photograph of his daughter. I am unable to do anything for my son. One such inept father is sufficient. Always remain by your daughter's side. Do not let her feel alone. Perhaps I lack the authority to voice such sentiments. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Nami sighed, reflecting. Who would have thought that the strongest elite of the Navy would transform into a bounty hunter with such a poignant backstory? Kairola clutched Dottie's garment. Disbelief etched on his face as he exclaimed, Father, did you truly lose to a pirate? And he spared your life? This must be a jest. Yet, it was undeniably impressive. Nami, brimming with excitement, turned to Usopp. So your father is such an extraordinary individual, capable of defeating Dottie, and he has not forgotten you. Even while living a life of adventure, you remain etched in his heart. Usopp raised his hand to halt Nami's words, trembling, tears uncontrollably streaming down his cheeks. Nami, taken aback, offered comfort. I understand your feelings. After all, anyone would feel sorrow if left behind by their father. No, that's not it. I'm not crying because of that, Usopp protested. Would anyone even speak of such things? Would they share stories of being spared? Would someone like me, deemed worthless, be told such tales? You were only saying this to encourage me, right? Most would conceal their shame, yet you chose to reveal it, knowing it would cost you face. You are showing me how bravely you live, aren't you? Cowards and scoundrels achieve nothing. Usopp cried out. Nami, astonished by Usopp's fervor, gasped. Usopp then turned to Kairolu. Kairolu, your father is the finest of heroes. While there are many capable individuals, I have never encountered anyone as brave and kind as your father. Kairolu gazed at his father. Speechless, Usopp dried his tears, resolutely continuing, I cannot afford to lose. If I do not muster the courage, I would be utterly ashamed to face your father. Usopp then directed his voice toward Dottie. Dottie, grant me another chance. Let us engage in a decisive duel once more. With my very life at stake, I shall not resort to trickery again. Dottie gazed intently at Usopp, urging him to draw forth his favored weapon and take aim at a distant weather vane. Usopp retrieved his slingshot, and Dottie raised his gun, addressing Usopp with a challenge. What if you miss? Even if you pierce my heart, it matters not. This time, it is truly a life-or-death duel. Usopp, feeling the weight of Dottie's gun trained upon him, focused on the weather vane, recalling the sensations of past experiences, and unleashed the lead projectile. Nami, witnessing the still-swaying weather vane, exclaimed in astonishment, did he miss? Kairo swiftly grasped Dottie's clothing, attempting to prevent him from firing. Dottie, lowering his weapon in surprise, remarked, how could I shoot? Usopp has struck the crown of the weather vane. Nami peered through her binoculars and confirmed the feat. Dottie, looking at Usopp, sighed, what remarkable skill. Indeed, you are worthy of being Jesusburg's son. Do not forget this courage. One day, you too shall be able, just like your father, venture forth into the grand line. Jesusburg must be there. Very impressive, Uncle, Kairo said, handing Usopp the goggles before following Dottie away. Nami observed the departing figures, reflecting. Even if they speak of his downfall behind his back, he fights valiantly to protect those he loves. Usopp, steadfastly gazing at Dottie's silhouette, declared, I too shall become a brave person like Dottie, a true hero, and one day stand before my father. I will. Usopp looked into the distance and shouted. Thus, from this moment, Usopp took his second step towards becoming a valorous figure upon the sea. Chapter 49, Matters of Roguetown, Part 3. Sanji strolled leisurely down the street when suddenly a voice emerged from behind. I've been searching for you for a long time. Sanji, for the past decade. Turning around, he beheld a stunning woman clad in an exquisite red dress, dancing with a spoon in her mouth. Behind her appeared two dwarfs, introducing her as the beautiful chef, Kuruman, while they identified themselves as her disciples, Leo and Jose. The onlookers exchanged glances between the woman and Sanji, eager to witness his reaction. Sanji stared, momentarily transfixed, before dropping to one knee, arms outstretched, exclaiming, Ah, how beautiful you are. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. And the woman, equally stunned, regarded Sanji, who paid no heed to the astonishment around him, continuing, to think such a beauty seeks me out. I am truly fortunate. Rising, he approached her, seized her hand, and knelt once more, declaring, It is an honor to meet you, Miss Kuruman. With that, he pouted and leaned in to kiss her delicate hand, prompting Kuruman to erupt in fury and, from seemingly nowhere, produce a frying pan to strike Sanji across the face. Blood streaming from his nose, Sanji remarked, What a passionate person indeed. Miss Kuruman, have we met before? One of Kuruman's disciples quickly presented a stack of photographs. Sanji took a glance, only to find them filled with chefs, which piqued his curiosity. Leo and the others hastily explained that the individuals depicted in the photos were renowned chefs from the East Blue who had succumbed to despair after competing against Kuruman. Kuruman burst into an unusual laughter, exclaiming, Indeed, I am the foremost chef of the East Blue. Every chef who has dared to challenge me has proven to be a timid soul lacking in merit. I once believed I was invincible in the East Blue. However, upon seeing a special report on you from the Baratai restaurant, which proclaimed that the sous chef there is the true champion of the East Blue, I was compelled to seek you out. Thus, my search for you has endured for a decade. Though it has only been 10 days, Kuruman added, slightly exaggerating her words. Her two disciples chimed in, playfully undermining her claim. With a swift motion, Kuruman sent them flying with her frying pan and pointed at Sanji, declaring, Let us compete, Sanji. Meet me at the market cooking competition at 1 o'clock this afternoon. I shall certainly defeat you. With that, Kuruman let out a rapid, gleeful laugh, spinning swiftly until she transformed into a crimson whirlwind soaring into the sky, disappearing with a sharp crack. Sanji and the others looked on in astonishment as Kurumin vanished into the air, only to see her fainting on the ground. Her disciples rushed forward to catch her and swiftly carried her away. "Ah, Miss Kurumin is indeed a spirited individual," Sanji remarked, gazing in admiration at the direction she had departed. Nearby, someone inquired, "Are you planning to attend the competition?" Sanji's expression returned to normal as he replied, "No. I have no interest in such matters," before turning to leave. Meanwhile, at a certain restaurant, Luffy leaned back in his chair, patting his significantly enlarged belly. "I'm so full. I must eat as much as I can before leaving Rowtown. I was absolutely starving just a moment ago." Zoro finished his drink, marveling at the taste, and poured himself another glass with a smile. "I can relate. I was famished but had no money, so I'm fortunate to have run into you." After taking another sip, Luffy paused and calmly replied, "I don't have any money either." Zoro nearly choked on his drink, struggling to swallow as he exclaimed, "What? You don't have any?" Luffy, still calm, asked, "Is that a problem?" Zoro, drenched in cold sweat, weakly responded, "How could I possibly have any?" Luffy chuckled heartily. "That is true, haha." Zoro lowered his voice, asking, "Then how are we going to pay for this meal? Would you kindly let me off the hook?" Luffy inquired. At that moment, a bag fell upon Luffy's straw hat, spilling its contents. Curiously, Luffy reached out to catch it and, upon opening his hand, discovered a gold coin. "Oh, how fortunate!" Luffy exclaimed, removing the bag from his head as a cloaked figure behind him excitedly remarked, "What? Are you inviting us? How very considerate." The figure instinctively replied. Luffy rose to his feet, placing the money back onto the table of the cloaked individual, tossing the gold coin in his hand and grinning. "Thanks." Zoro approached and patted the man's shoulder, expressing, "Thank you for your hospitality." The individual was none other than Buggy the Clown, who happened to be dining at that very moment, contemplating a nefarious task assigned by Dragon to ensure Luffy's demise. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he enthusiastically slammed his hand on the table, oblivious to the fork lying beneath the bag of money. As Buggy's hand landed on the fork, the bag of coins flew up and landed atop Luffy's head, while Buggy remained entirely unaware of the theft. Caught up in his excitement, Buggy instinctively replied to the thanks. No need to mention it. It wasn't until Luffy and Zoro departed the restaurant that he realized something was amiss, turning around in shock. What was that voice? Across from him, the beast tamer Moji, busily stuffing his mouth, chewed thoughtfully. Yes, it was that straw hat brat. Moji, noticing the crossed expressions on Buggy's face, felt a surge of dread. "You absolute fool. Hurry and pursue them." Moji dashed out of the restaurant, running in a direction entirely opposite to that of Luffy and his companions, much to the bewilderment of his lion. "The market," Sanji murmured, observing the bustling crowd by the docks. He entered the market, where an array of various fish hung about, suggesting it was a seafood market. Stopping at a stall, he gazed in awe at the exquisite fish before him, exclaiming, "Truly, this is Long Town. The quality and variety here are unparalleled." Suddenly, he spotted a fish he had never seen before and exclaimed, "Oh, this is simply marvelous." The stall owner, hearing Sanji's enthusiasm, looked up and remarked, "Brother, you have a keen eye. This was just caught this morning from the coastal waters." "Coastal fish?" Sanji picked up a fish, inspecting its firm and fresh flesh. "But I have never seen this kind of fish before. Is it truly caught in the East Blue?" The owner scrutinized Sanji for a moment, nodding appreciatively. "Indeed, brother. You are quite knowledgeable." The owner then picked up a fish, explaining, "This species is typically only found in the West Blue, so it's understandable that East Blue folks wouldn't recognize it." "The West Blue?" Sanji questioned, "How can it be considered coastal fish?" The owner chuckled, "Ah, brother. This is your first visit to this town, isn't it? Due to the proximity of Rogtown to the Grand Line, it is conceivable that, aside from East Sea fish, other species from different waters might also be caught." "Other waters?" Sanji murmured. "Indeed, they might have drifted here with the currents. Such occurrences are not uncommon," the proprietor elucidated. At that moment, a wave of astonishment erupted from the dockside, leaving Sanji perplexed about the cause. The owner, chuckling, remarked, "It seems something remarkable has been caught over there. Shall we take a look, my friend?" "What is happening?" Sanji inquired, as the proprietor called out excitedly while moving towards the crowd. Upon seeing the fish at the center of the throng, he gasped, "Wow, what is this?" Sanji squeezed through the masses to get a closer look and was equally taken aback by the astonishing fish, which possessed massive teeth reminiscent of an elephant, along with a trunk and ears. A shiver coursed through Sanji's heart, as if something profound was about to surface in his mind. How splendid! Is this not an elephant tuna? The proprietor sighed in awe. Indeed, chimed in a rotund man, clearly the fish's owner. It appears to have come from the South Sea. And I managed to hook it with just my fishing rod, he added, mimicking the action of casting a line. Caught with a fishing rod. The proprietor marveled. Elephant tuna? Sanji stared at the extraordinary creature, murmuring to himself. Hey, look at this strange fish. A youthful voice echoed in Sanji's mind, evoking memories of the first time he heard about all blue. What are you doing, Sanji? Have you taken out the ingredient encyclopedia to study? Chef A inquired. Isn't this the elephant tuna? Chef B noted while observing the illustration in the book. Huh? You know about it? A young Sanji exclaimed in surprise. Of course. It is known as the ocean's gemstone, a miraculous ingredient. I have yet to see one in person, Chef B replied. Chef A interjected with a smile. That is indeed the case, for it hails from the South Sea. You would never find it in the East Sea. Only in all blue could there be a chance. Chef B laughed heartily. Huh? That truly seems impossible. Indeed, you have a point, Chef A chuckled self-deprecatingly. Curious, young Sanji asked, what is all blue? Chef B explained. It is the legendary sea, said to contain every fish in the world. Enough, he asked just a child. He might take it seriously, Chef A cautioned. Where is it? Young Sanji inquired eagerly. See, he still doesn't understand what a joke is, Chef A noted. Huh, just teasing you, Sanji. There's south no such place. Don't take it to heart. Continue your studies, Chef B advised. Young Sanji gazed back at the illustration of the elephant tuna, a seed of curiosity about all blue planted deep within him. From that moment on, he steadfastly believed in the existence of all blue, a conviction that has only grown stronger with time. In pursuit of the elusive all blue, Sanji set sail alongside Luffy. All blue? Sanji snapped back to reality as he noticed a rotund man beckoning others to carry away a massive elephant tuna. He immediately called out, Excuse me, how much for that fish? Please sell it to me. I have the money. I'm begging you. The stout man exchanged glances with his companions and shook his head, saying, No, we can't sell it. We've already decided to use it as a prize. A prize? Sanji inquired, perplexed. The proprietor approached with a smile, explaining, Indeed. The annual cooking competition is about to commence today, and all the chefs from the East Blue will be participating. This fish is to be awarded to the victor. The stout man added with a grin, After all, it's an elephant tuna. Only the champion deserves it, hence the decision. The proprietor looked at Sanji and remarked, If you desire it so much, why not enter the competition? Aren't you a chef as well? Ah, Sanji replied. The proprietor pointed towards a direction, saying, The registration desk is over there. If you're interested, you should go and sign up. The deadline is approaching, my friend. With a wave, the proprietor departed alongside the stout man. A cooking competition, you say? Very well. Sanji's expression lit up with excitement as he turned towards the registration area. Pausing momentarily to reflect, wait a moment. The words of Karu echoed in his mind, Compete with me, Sanji. He hesitated but ultimately shook his head and continued toward the registration desk. Chapter 49, Matters of Road Town Part 4. Oh, how delightful it is to shop. Brother Breakthrough. Let us explore the next store, Kaya exclaimed, playfully shaking Dragon Breakthrough's arm. Certainly. This time we shall truly enjoy ourselves. Who knows when such an opportunity will arise again? Let us proceed, Dragon Breakthrough replied with a smile. Wonderful. You're the best, Brother Breakthrough. Kaya cheered. Hee. World chuckled at the excited Kaya. Just as the trio made their way to another shop, an enthusiastic voice called from behind. Hey, Breakthrough. World. Kaya, is that you? Long Po Tian turned around and saw Nami and Usopp waving at them. He quickly approached with a smile, exclaiming, Ah, it's Nami and Usopp. Judging by your expressions, it seems you've both acquired what you desired. He gestured towards the numerous bags they carried, teasingly adding, With all that, isn't it a bit heavy? Usopp patted his chest proudly and declared, I have procured many tools necessary for our adventures in the Grand Line. Our forthcoming escapades depend on the prowess of the great Usopp, ha 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 ha. Nami chimed in, Speaking of which, Po Tian, why are your hands empty? Did you buy nothing? Or perhaps, Po Tian, are you truly out of funds? You should have mentioned it sooner. I could lend you some, and all I ask is for double the repayment. How about that? Quite generous of me, right? You should know I made Zoro repay me thrice. A few beads of cold sweat trickled down Long Po Tian's forehead as he hurriedly replied, Oh, that's not necessary. I still have some money, so I want to need to borrow from you. Really? You're not just putting on a brave face, are you? It's perfectly fine if you're short on cash. We wouldn't laugh at you. Just say the amount, and I'll lend it to you. But remember, it's double the repayment, Nami said with a playful smile. Long Po Tian's forehead glistened with more sweat as he stared blankly at Nami, uncertain of how to dissuade her from her proposal of high-interest loans. Ha ha ha, Nami, don't frighten big brother Po Tian. Look at how he is sweating, Koya interjected, amused. But Po Tian isn't lying. We truly bought a multitude of items. With excitement, Koya recounted to Nami, we have clothes, jewelry, and treasures, and jewels? Nami's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Long Po Tian, playfully nudging his chest with her elbow. So, Po Tian, you purchased many jewels, didn't you? Surely one of them is for me, right? You're so kind. There must be something for me. Long Po Tian, unable to withstand Nami's persistence, retrieved a stunning diamond necklace from his space and tossed it to her. Instantly captivated by the magnificent diamond, Nami's eyes gleamed as she carefully accepted the necklace, her excitement palpable. Long Po Tian finally felt a sense of relief as Nami decided to let him off the hook. After carefully stowing away her necklace, she noticed that Long Potion's hands were empty. With a playful yet commanding tone, she tossed the hefty bag of clothes resting on her back towards him, saying, as a gentleman, how could you allow a lady to carry such a burdensome load without offering assistance? Please take this bag for me. Long Po Tian did not dwell on these matters. He accepted the package and promptly stored it away. Upon witnessing this, Nami decided to relinquish all her belongings to Long Po Tian, rubbing her arms with a smile and exclaiming, ah, this is much lighter. Long Po Tian ensured that Nami's belongings were securely stowed away, and Usopp hurriedly approached, eager for Long Po Tian's assistance with his own possessions. With a sidelong glance at Usopp, Long Po Tian remarked, you can manage that yourself, can't you? After all, you are a man. Usopp's expression turned to one of profound frustration. You this guy? Ha. The three ladies, including Nami, erupted into playful laughter at Usopp's expense. At that moment, the sound of fireworks erupted in the distance, capturing the attention of the group. It seems that something exciting is happening. Let us go and see. Nami exclaimed with a smile, leading the way as Long Po Tian and the others quickly followed suit. At last, the long-awaited day had arrived. The annual festival, the culinary competition, where renowned chefs from the East Sea gathered in unison. Following a burst of fireworks, the enthusiastic voice of the host resonated through the air. Nami, having reached the outskirts of the competition venue first, gazed at the throng of people and couldn't help but exclaim, what an impressive crowd. What could they be up to? Long Po Tian smiled and remarked, it seems I just heard something about a cooking competition. This year's grand prize is the majestic elephant tuna, a gem of the ocean, a miraculous ingredient. Who, I wonder, will emerge as the culinary king of the East Sea? The host continued with the introductions. Suddenly, accompanied by an odd laugh, Kurumin's voice resonated from the contestant area. Of course, it's me. Sanji sat leisurely in his designated seat, smoking a cigarette, awaiting the commencement of the culinary contest. Upon hearing Kurumin's voice, his ears perked up. I'm truly glad you didn't run away, Sanji, Kurumin called out from her area, but the title of the East Sea's finest belongs to me. This time, I shall showcase my true prowess. No sooner had Kurumin finished her declaration than Sanji appeared before her, kneeling on one knee, his eyes filled with hearts. Grasping her hand and exclaiming, ah, Miss Kurumin, it is profoundly moving to see you again. A reunion kiss? As he spoke, he puckered his lips, aiming to kiss her hand. Kurumin, seemingly from nowhere, produced a frying pan and struck Sanji's face once more. Be quiet. Sanji's expression remained unchanged, though blood trickled from his nose. You are still as enthusiastic as ever. The crowd moved through the throng towards the center when suddenly Nami pointed towards the contestant area and exclaimed, hey, come quick. Look over there. Everyone turned to the contestant area and beheld Sanji being ushered away from a beautiful woman in a red dress by two individuals, all the while blowing kisses in her direction. Usopp gasped, isn't that Sanji? Long Po Tian lightly tapped his forehead, pondering, aside from that lecherous chef, I truly cannot conceive of anyone else among the competitors in this culinary contest who would engage in such behavior. Nami responded with palpable excitement. Right? I wasn't mistaken. Was I? Usopp, brimming with enthusiasm, called out to Sanji, hey, Sanji. Upon hearing his name, Sanji turned and swiftly approached, his demeanor akin to that of a noodle. Nami-san, are you here to cheer for me? Oh, and World-san and Koya-chan are here too. How delightful. Nami chuckled softly. No, we're just passing by. Usopp, perplexed, inquired, but why did you decide to enter this competition? Oh, Usopp, you're here too. And this insufferable guy as well. Sanji exclaimed, as if just realizing their presence. Long Po Tian glanced at the individuals grasping his arms, the world and Koya, a scowl etched upon his forehead. How could this fellow be so engrossed with them, oblivious to his very presence? Nami and the other two ladies watched Sanji, a bead of cold sweat trickling down their brows. Usopp, his teeth sharpened, bellowed at Sanji. I'm the one you're calling out to. Very well. The moment of revelation is nearly upon us. The rules are exceedingly simple. We shall commence with one-on-one duels. The participant who garners the highest score from the judges shall emerge victorious, and ultimately, the true chef of the East Blue shall be crowned. As the host concluded his announcement, he struck a spoon forcefully against a hanging pot, signifying the commencement of the first round of the culinary competition. The use of kitchen utensils for the signal was indeed in harmony with the essence of the cooking contest. Upon hearing the host's words, the crowd turned their curious gazes towards Sanji, with Usopp vocally inquiring, "What is this? Sanji, are you interested in being the best in the East Blue?" Sanji, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth, replied nonchalantly, "Fool, how could that be possible? I merely wish to examine that fish." He pointed toward the prize, a colossal elephant tuna. Nami followed Sanji's gesture, exclaiming, "Ah, what a peculiar fish indeed." Koya nodded in agreement. "This is my first encounter with such an odd fish. Its head resembles that of an elephant." World, equally astonished, remarked, "Is that not the elephant tuna? I recall it being a species from the South Blue. I never anticipated encountering it here." Long Po Tian smiled and remarked, "What is so peculiar about this? We are near the Grand Line, and it is not uncommon for fish from other seas to drift here with the currents. The presence of the elephant tuna is hardly surprising." Pausing to ponder, he added, "However, it seems we have only had the pleasure of tasting elephant tuna once, and the texture and flavor remain truly unforgettable." The world nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed. Although we managed to catch an elephant tuna back then, neither of us knew how to cook, so we ended up grilling it. Nonetheless, it was still exceedingly delectable." "Is that so? I am now even more eager to try it," Sanji mused. "However, uncovering the secrets of that fish may not be so easily attained." With that, Sanji departed from the group to participate in the competition. As time passed, the rounds of the competition progressed, ultimately leading to the finals, which, as expected, featured Sanji and Kuruman. "At last, we have reached the finals," the host exclaimed excitedly, inciting fervent cheers from the surrounding audience. "Wow, the atmosphere is electrifying," Usopp remarked with a smile at the jubilant crowd. Indeed, the others concurred. The host began to introduce the finalists to the audience. We have Sanji, who effortlessly advanced due to his exceptional taste and skills, and Kuruman, who dazzled all with her flamboyant techniques and prowess. Who will emerge victorious to claim the prestigious elephant tuna? Upon hearing that Kuruman was also a finalist, Sanji quickly turned and blew her a kiss. The highly anticipated final began. Kuruman took the lead, skillfully manipulating various ingredients with her elaborate techniques, accompanied by her peculiar laughter, while her two disciples waved red flags from the sidelines, attempting to distract Sanji. As the audience anxiously glanced at Sanji, they discovered that he remained unfazed, deftly deboning the fish with precision, his clean and efficient technique earning him rousing applause. Sanji worked silently, focused solely on his preparations. In his eyes, the audience and the beautiful Kuruman faded away, leaving only the ingredients he was about to transform into a culinary masterpiece. Images of his childhood flooded Sanji's mind, recalling the times when he firmly believed in the existence of all blue, despite being scolded by chefs for dreaming. While preparing the dish, he reminded himself, "I know that logically, such a phenomenon should not exist. The North Sea, South Sea, East Sea, and West Sea are separated by the Red Line and the currents of the Grand Line, making it impossible for independent seas to intertwine. A sea where the fish from all four seas coexist is indeed unlikely. Yet it does exist. It absolutely does." The voice of young Sanji echoed in his mind. "Indeed. How else can we explain the fish from the West Sea and the elephant tuna? The possibility mentioned by the old man may indeed refer to this. If so, it seems that the only place to seek it out is the Grand Line. Time is of no consequence. I am determined to uncover it, to discover that legendary sea, all blue." The voices of a youthful Sanji and his present self resonated in his mind, and a smile appeared on his face as the dishes infused with his dreams were completed. As the competition concluded, The judges were about to announce the results when Kuruman loudly interrupted them. Setting aside his utensils, Kuruman wiped the corners of his mouth, approached Sanji, and declared emphatically, "I cannot forgive myself. I have longed to compete with you, striving tirelessly to better myself, for I wish to stand on equal ground with you." Kuruman reminisced about the time he had secretly witnessed the young Sanji arguing with the chefs about the existence of all blue. Yet, a decade had passed since then, and Sanji's dream had remained unaltered. "I cannot forgive my foolish self for believing I had triumphed over you." At this point, Kuruman's tone softened. "I concede. Your culinary creations are truly exquisite. The finest chef in the East Blue is undeniably you, Sanji." The judges chuckled and took their seats, deeming the announcement unnecessary. Sanji chuckled lightly, removing the cigarette from his mouth, and with an endearing grin, spread his arms wide. "How could that be? Hearing Miss Kuruman say such words fills me with immense joy." As he spoke, he leaped toward the startled Kuruman. Just then, Kuruman's disciple, Leo, arrived in the nick of time, bringing a frying pan crashing down on his Sanji's face. "Stop it." Sanji retaliated with a kick that sent Leo flying, shouting, "What are you doing, you fool?" Poor Leo, unaware of Sanji's resilience, believed he could escape unscathed after witnessing Sanji endure 2 frying pans. This is the fate of those who fail to grasp the essence of Sanji. Kuruman smiled at Sanji. "You'd better be prepared for our next meeting, for I shall not be defeated." At this, Sanji shed his playful demeanor, responding with a smile. "Ah, I would gladly accept Miss Kuruman's challenge." The surrounding audience erupted in cheers for the two, celebrating Sanji's victory in the culinary competition. Chapter 49, Matters of Rogue Town Part 5. After the cooking competition concluded, everyone followed Sanji to the storage area of the elephant tuna. Gazing upon the immense creature, Sanji turned to Luffy and Usopp, saying, "Hey, you two, lend me a hand to lift this back onto the ship." Long Po Tian glanced at his hands, firmly grasped by Shiji and Kaya. He shrugged and smiled at Usopp, saying, "Apologies, but it seems you'll have to lift it, Usopp. As you can see, my hands are quite occupied." Kaya's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she showed no intention of releasing Long Po Tian's hand, while Shiji maintained a smile, devoid of any embarrassment. "Why is it me?" Usopp exclaimed in frustration. "That scoundrel." Sanji shot Long Po Tian an intense glare before turning to Usopp, urging, "Hurry up, Usopp. Are you really going to let the lady do it? And you need to lift that side." The group proceeded towards the Mary, with Nami leading the way, exclaiming joyfully, "How delightful. I don't know why, but today is filled with competitions." "Oh, did you witness any other matches?" Long Po Tian asked with curiosity. Nami glanced at Usopp, her tone slightly harsh. "It's that fool who actually went to duel with that father figure, Daddy." She sighed. "Well, who would have thought Usopp ultimately earned Daddy's recognition?" "Daddy?" Long Po Tian expressed mild surprise. After all, he was one of the best sharpshooters. It was astonishing to learn of Usopp's prowess. "Wow, Usopp is impressive," Kaya exclaimed. Usopp raised his head proudly, declaring, "Of course, I am Captain Usopp." Afterward, he turned to Sanji, shouting, "Hey, why do I have to carry the heavier side?" Sanji, who was currently supporting the tail end of the elephant tuna, seemed to ignore Usopp's protest. Lost in thought, he excitedly mused, "Ah, but what might this elephant tuna taste like? The fins seem perfect for making broth. What about the ears? Oh, I can't wait to try." "Huh." Nami, walking ahead, suddenly halted and gazed upward at the sky. Usopp stopped as well, looking at Nami with curiosity. "What is wrong, Nami?" "The air has changed," she said with a hint of seriousness. "The air?" Usopp looked up, puzzled by Nami's remark. "It's definitely going to rain," Nami asserted confidently. "What? But the weather is so nice." Usopp, Sanji, and Kaya were taken aback, glancing at the clear sky. "Indeed, let us move quickly," Nami insisted. Shiji sensed something amiss and quietly turned to Long Po Tian, saying, "Brother Tian, this seems to be." Long Po Tian nodded. "Indeed. It is that kind of aura. Heh, it seems that fellow has arrived." Has someone come, Brother Po Tian?" Kuya inquired, her voice tinged with confusion upon overhearing their conversation. "Yes, an acquaintance has appeared in this town. Kuya, you and the world should return to the ship with Nami." "I will go and meet this old friend," Long Po Tian responded, addressing Nami. "Nami, if Luffy and the others return to the ship, you may set sail without waiting for me. I shall rendezvous with my old friend and return directly to the ship. Farewell." With that, Long Po Tian turned and departed. "Brother Po Tian?" Kuya gazed anxiously at his retreating figure. "Is it really all right for him to do this?" Nami expressed her concern. for she was unaware of Long Po Tian's true strength. She had not witnessed his confrontation with Mihawk and during the battle with Arlong's crew. He had barely made a move. Therefore, she only knew him to be quite mysterious from his usual demeanor. Since Po Tian has said so, we need not worry. Let us go, Usopp chimed in cheerfully, having great confidence in Long Po Tian's abilities. Is that so? Well then, we must hurry, Nami declared as she took the lead. Come on, the world urged Kuya, following after her. Meanwhile, Luffy and Zoro strolled along the bustling street when a gust of wind blew, lifting Luffy's straw hat into the air. Straw hat. Wait, my straw hat. He shouted in a panic. Zoro trailed behind Luffy, but at a fork in the road. His notorious sense of direction faltered, leading him down a different path and causing them to become separated. The straw hat continued to dance in the wind as Luffy chased after it. When the breeze finally subsided, the hat landed on the ground, and Luffy picked it up and placed it atop his head. Looking up, he found himself at the very execution platform he had been searching for. Finally, I've arrived. How fortunate, Luffy exclaimed, leaping onto the platform with excitement. Simultaneously, Buggy's crew reported to him that they had spotted Luffy. Buggy chuckled to himself, Monkey D. Luffy. Let me and that esteemed individual witness your resolve. He led his pirates toward the execution platform. Has he appeared? At the Navy base. Smoker received the news and stood up to head towards the execution platform, seemingly indifferent. Just wait and see, kid. Please wait, Colonel Smoker. Tashigi called out, appearing behind him with Shigure in hand. Smoker did not turn around but spoke solemnly, keep up, Tashigi. On a certain street, Yerlita approached the execution platform, wielding her colossal spiked club. Meanwhile, Long Po Tian wore a subtle smile as he too made his way toward the gallows. At last, the square where the execution platform stood became a convergence point for many, and a clash was inevitable. This was the final scene witnessed by the Pirate King before his demise. Luffy stood atop the execution platform, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand. Gazing down the central avenue in the main square, he excitedly proclaimed that it was on this very day, 22 years ago, that the Pirate King met his end here. Hey, there's someone on the platform. Who is that? The crowd in the square gazed in astonishment at Luffy on the gallows. Hey, you up there, get down immediately. A police officer shouted through a megaphone. Why? Luffy replied, bewildered. The officer explained that is a special execution platform under the jurisdiction of the world government. You must ascend at once. Naturally, Luffy was unwilling to comply and retorted, why so serious, officer? Come down now, or prepare to be arrested, the officer warned. Advancing toward the execution platform. Suddenly, a massive spiked club struck the officer, sending him crashing to the ground. Yerlita emerged before the crowd, declaring, little characters should refrain from meddling. I've been searching for you, Luffy. It's been a long time, hasn't he? With a light chuckle, Yerlita tilted her head toward Luffy. Luffy, puzzled, stared at Yerlita, unsure of what this unfamiliar person was saying. Yerlita smiled and said, you haven't forgotten my face, have you? The crowd, captivated by Yerlita's beauty, exclaimed, she is stunning. Truly a breathtaking beauty. Her skin appears so smooth. Yet, Luffy could not recall ever having met her. And he inquired, I don't remember knowing someone like you. Who are you? Yerlita gently replied, I would never forget, for you are the first man who struck me. Huh? I hit you? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment, while those around him glared at him with indignation, causing Luffy to break into a cold sweat. Yerlita caressed her exposed abdomen with a soft laugh, saying, your fierce punches back then were quite memorable. Turning to the crowd, Yerlita proclaimed, what do you think is the most beautiful thing on the sea? It is you. The crowd fell to their knees before Yerlita. Indeed, it is I. No man in this world can resist my beauty, and I am drawn to strong men. I want you to be my man, Luffy, she said. Gazing at him with tender eyes, Luffy's expression twisted as he shouted back, you're so annoying. I don't want to. Who exactly are you? You still don't know? Yerlita, in a state of frustration, remarked that she had made herself abundantly clear. At that moment, the police arrived, intent on apprehending both Yerlita and Luffy, yet they found themselves entranced and unable to act due to the allure of Yerlita's merry. Suddenly, a cannonball struck the fountain, sending the police sprawling. Debris from the fountain hurtled toward Yerlita, but her smooth skin deflected it effortlessly, causing it to crash into a nearby building, sending dust billowing into the air. Isn't this a tad perilous? Yerlita tossed her hair and addressed a group of cloaked figures that had appeared in the square. My apologies for the exaggeration, but I trust your flawless skin has not been harmed. Do not take offense, the beautiful Lady Yerlita. came the voice of Buggy from the leader of the cloaked men, who were indeed his crew. "Eh, Eureka?" Luffy exclaimed, puzzled, as images of a certain rotund pig flitted through his mind, scanning the surroundings for Eureka's figure. "Where's Eureka?" "I am right here, you dim-witted oaf," Eureka retorted with a sulky tone. "Is that so?" Luffy gazed skeptically at Eureka, poking at his furrowed brow as if she appeared entirely different. "I have been transformed by the devil fruit," Eureka declared, shedding her cloak to reveal most of her skin. "It is called the slippery fruit. Any attack is merely deflected by my smooth skin, leaving me unharmed. Regrettably, my beauty remains unchanged. If there is a significant alteration, it would be the disappearance of the freckles on my face," she said, lightly patting her cheeks. Luffy waved his hand dismissively, retorting, "No, that is not the crux of the matter." Yet, Eureka paid him no mind and continued, "After my rebirth, my objective aligns with theirs, to find you. Thus I have allied myself with them." She gestured to the cloaked figures behind her. "He he he. Ha." Buggy chuckled sinisterly, finding no fault in Eureka's statement. He had previously clashed with the Straw Hat Boy, and now, with Eureka providing him with an excuse, it suited him just fine. With a hearty laugh, Buggy and his subordinates dramatically threw their cloaks into the air, revealing their true forms. With hands on hips and an exuberant voice, he proclaimed, "The grand finale is finally upon us, Monkey D. Luffy. Since the day you sent me flying, I have returned, fueled by the unwavering desire for revenge. Back among my comrades. It has indeed been an astonishing adventure, as I, in a state of disarray, navigated through the joys and sorrows, filled with camaraderie, of my little Buggy adventure. But where is little Buggy? What are you making me say?" Buggy suddenly shouted at Luffy, in a shadowy corner. Long Break watched Buggy in disbelief, never imagining that Buggy could boast so much, considering he had personally delivered Buggy's body at the time. "What?" Luffy, with his eyes closed in deep thought, pondered, "What was your name again? Buggy? No, it was Buggy, but that doesn't seem right either. Ah, yes, it was Horse Dung." Luffy suddenly clapped his hands in excitement. Buggy felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and a surge of anger rose within. This insufferable Straw Hat was just as annoying as Shanks. "Even without the orders from Uncle Boat, I shall ensure you meet your end, if only to frighten you to death." Contemplating this, Buggy bellowed, "What nonsense is this? What a joke. You have quite the audacity, you reckless fool." The crowd around them finally recognized Buggy's identity and, in terror, began to flee toward the outskirts of the square. Buggy, however, halted them, proclaiming, "Stay where you are, citizens. Allow me to demonstrate just how terrifying I can be." "Oh, it's Buggy." Upon hearing the crowd's exclamations, Luffy finally recalled Buggy's name. "Only now do you remember," Buggy shouted. At that moment, a wooden plank came crashing down from behind Luffy, binding his hands and neck, pinning him against the execution platform. What's happening?" Luffy cried out. Kabaji, perched atop the plank, chuckled as he addressed Luffy. "Well, look who it is, the rubber man. Roronoa is still well, I presume?" Buggy, seeing Kabaji restrain Luffy, exclaimed, "Excellent work, Kabaji." He then turned to the crowd, arms wide, and laughed heartily. "Ha! Look, my billions of followers across the globe. A public execution is about to commence. Monkey D. Luffy, now you cannot move. How glorious it is, Straw Hat Boy, to die in the same place as the Pirate King. Ah, has it begun?" Long Break Tian observed the execution platform with a detached demeanor. "I wonder how you will perform. Do not disappoint me, Luffy." Chapter 50, Apologies, I am about to die. On a street somewhere, Nami pulled out a barometer. Watching the rapidly fluctuating readings with astonishment, the air pressure is plummeting. This is highly unusual. I've never encountered such a strange descent. Sanji, observing the smoke wafting horizontally from his mouth, also found it peculiar. Speaking of which, this wind is quite odd. Above Rogatown, a few white clouds began to slowly swirl around the town center. "A storm is approaching, right here on this island," Nami asserted. "A storm?" Usopp exclaimed in surprise. "If we don't hurry back to the ship, we'll be in trouble." Nami expressed her concern. "Is it that severe?" Kaya, taken aback by Nami's words, inquired. "Hey." At that moment, Zoro's voice rang out, and the group turned to see him approaching from another direction. "Zoro?" Nami exclaimed in surprise, having not expected to encounter him there. Scratching his head, Zoro asked, "Have you seen that guy, Luffy?" Usopp replied. Zoro nodded. "Yeah, we got separated. I have a strange feeling, as though something significant is about to occur." At that moment, a commotion erupted from the adjacent street. "Pirates! Run!" Pirates. It's the clown buggy. Nami exclaimed in astonishment. What did he say? Clown buggy. Zoro echoed. Meanwhile, Smoker received reports from his subordinates, in addition to Straw Hat Luffy. The notorious pirates Buggy the Clown and the Golden Mace Alvida have taken over the square. Smoker replied nonchalantly. How brazen of them to appear before me. What should we do, Colonel Smoker? A Navy officer inquired. Smoker promptly ordered, deploy the first unit to the seaside, and the second unit to encircle the square from the streets. The remaining personnel should be on standby within range of the square. Additionally, inform the first unit to destroy any pirate ships they encounter. Anyone claiming to be a pirate must not be allowed to escape this island. Understood. The Navy replied as they swiftly moved into action. Above Rogue Town, the atmospheric pressure continued to plummet as dark clouds rolled ominously towards the town. In the vicinity where Nami and the others were, the unrest persisted. The death sentence. The execution is about to begin. Clown Buggy is going to execute Straw Hat Luffy. The crowd gasped, and Usopp cried out, Luffy is going to be executed? Nami, equally speechless, could hardly believe the news she'd just heard. That fool? Usopp, bewildered, exclaimed, didn't T. Brooks say that even if we encountered Buggy, there wouldn't be any danger to our lives? There's no time to dwell on that. Let us hurry. Zoro shouted to Sanji as they raced towards the execution platform. I leave this to you, Sanji said, tossing the tail of the elephant tuna and quickly following suit. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, Sanji. Sanji? Usopp stumbled, nearly losing his balance while clutching the elephant tuna. Treat it with the utmost care, all right? Sanji's voice echoed from a distance. All right, let us pick up the pace. Nami called to the remaining crew, tugging on Usopp's collar as they headed towards the dock where the Mary was anchored. Hey, Nami, where are you going? Usopp staggered backward. To the port, obviously, Nami replied. The port? Oh, right. Usopp finally grasped the situation. Colonel Smoker, please come over. The situation is getting a bit strange, a Navy officer reported from atop a nearby building. Smoker took the binoculars and gazed towards the execution platform, his astonishment growing as he beheld Luffy locked in place. That kid? What are they doing? Tashigi also picked up the binoculars and, upon seeing the scene, exclaimed in disbelief, Monkey D. Luffy, how? Isn't he about to be executed? Smoker lowered his telescope, gazing in the direction of the gallows. Recalling the expression on Luffy's face when they first met at the harbor, when he declared his desire to see the place where the Pirate King met his end, he pondered silently. How could that young man find himself in such a predicament? I had thought he was different from others. I had believed he was a man of significance to me. Alas, he is merely this after all. Colonel, shall we initiate the assault immediately? A Navy officer inquired. Fool. Do not rush, Smoker replied nonchalantly. But if we delay any further? The Navy officer voiced his concern. Smoker cast a stern glance at the officer and declared with authority, I am in command here. The pirates will assist us in dealing with their own. Is it not advantageous for us to make it effortless? Listen carefully. Once that Straw Hat brat's head hits the ground, we shall promptly encircle Buggy, Alvida, and their crew, ensnaring them all. The skies over Low Town were completely shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, from which the rumble of thunder echoed ominously. On the gallows, Buggy laughed heartily, proclaiming, Ha! Criminal, Monkey D. Luffy, for the audacious crime of provoking me, and with the additional directive from Old Man Brook, Buggy added silently, You shall meet your demise here. Ha ha! Revel in the chaos. Ha ha! The pirates below the gallows erupted in cheers, firing their guns in celebration. Luffy, observing the lively scene beneath, exclaimed, A death sentence. This is my first time witnessing an execution. Buggy, exasperated by Luffy's lack of realization, retorted, You are the one slated for execution. Upon hearing this, Luffy pointed at himself, and after a moment of astonishment, shouted, What kind of joke is this? Buggy's irritation flared. What do you mean by joking? Luffy cried out in desperation, Stop. No. Let me go? Ignoring Luffy's pleas and struggles, Buggy bellowed to the crowd below, We shall now proceed with the public execution. Meanwhile, Nami ran while glancing at the sky, noting a large accumulation of clouds is forming in the eastern sky. A storm is imminent, and it will be a tempest of unimaginable ferocity. Once Buggy and Luffy appear, the Navy will mobilize. If we attempt to escape and our ship is swept away, it will be disastrous. I see, Usopp agreed. That would indeed be a calamity if we lost the ship. The Going Merry is in grave danger if the Navy has already set their plans in motion. Nami expressed anxiously. Usopp, carrying the massive elephant tuna, was panting as he ran. What? The Going Merry could fall into the hands of the Navy. He took a deep breath and accelerated past Nami, calling back to the three girls. Hey, Nami, Kaya, Robin, don't lag behind. Wait. Three women hastened to catch up. Meanwhile, the first naval unit rushed towards the port, while Buggy the Clown, riding on his lion, approached the Merry with ominous intent. Luffy was in peril. On the execution platform, he weakly uttered, I apologize, I will not air again. Please, save me. After shouting for so long, exhaustion had overtaken him. Buggy, with his foot planted on Luffy's straw hat, brandished a knife against Luffy's throat, exclaiming, Who would save you, you fool? Below, Kabeji scoffed him. This is the fate of those who oppose us. Alvida gazed at Luffy and lamented, The man I admired must meet his end here. Do you have any last words? Buggy asked with a grin, relishing the audience gathered for the spectacle. Forget whether you have more to say. You're destined to die regardless. After a moment of silence, Luffy summoned all his strength to proclaim, I am the man who will become the Pirate King. His words echoed throughout the square. The onlookers stared at Luffy in disbelief, murmuring, How dare he utter such claims in this town? They recognized the gravity. This was the very place where the Pirate King met his demise, and yet someone had the audacity to declare his ambition to ascend to that title. Truly a brazen act. Buggy was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, laughing, Time to set off, you stinky rubber. Luffy struggled vehemently when suddenly a voice pierced through the chaos. Hold on. This execution? Luffy, hearing the call, turned towards the edge of the crowd, excitedly shouting, Zoro, Sanji. Those below the platform turned to see the entrance, where Zoro had assumed a combat stance, smirking as he quipped, What kind of pitiful state are you in? Even jokes should have their limits, Luffy. Beside him, Sanji readied himself, declaring, If this is just a sideshow, I'll join in. Let us clear out these scummy pirates. Shall we? The crowd gasped, parting to make way for the notorious bounty hunter, Zoro. Buggy, spotting the two, called out with a smirk, You've come, Zoro. But you're too late. He raised his knife high, ready to demolish the execution platform. Zoro and Sanji rushed towards the platform, but were met with a throng of pirates blocking their path. Buggy laughed heartily, haha. Even Zoro cannot make it in time. Your captain is doomed. Damn it, Sanji yelled, sprinting towards the platform, kicking aside the pirates in his way, but their numbers slowed his advance. Zoro, seeing several pirates, felt a surge of urgency as he gazed at the execution platform. I just need to bring that down. Meanwhile, the naval officers issued commands, Listen up, once Monkey D. Luffy's head falls, we'll launch an attack. Smoker raised his hand, commanding, All personnel, prepare for battle. Yes, came the resounding reply. With a hearty laugh, Buggy brought down his blade. Luffy's voice echoed, Zoro, Sanji, Brook, Usopp, Nami, Chopper, sorry, but it seems I am about to die. A brilliant smile illuminated Luffy's face, making his presence even more radiant as the blade descended. Chapter 51. Pursuit. Zoro and Sanji, upon hearing Luffy's voice, turned towards the gallows in shock, exclaiming in disbelief. How is that possible? He asked, laughing. Smoker murmured as he gazed at Luffy, just as Buggy's sword was about to sever Luffy's neck. In that fleeting moment, arcs of electricity began to dance along the blade. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the clouds above, striking the sword that Buggy wielded with immense force. The blinding light from the lightning rendered the scene unclear to the onlookers. The tremendous impact sent shockwaves through the entirety of Town. Buggy, gripping the blade, was engulfed in flames, while the steel gallows ignited. Slowly tilting towards the ground amidst the astonished gazes, the straw hat gently floated down from the sky, landing at Luffy's feet as he stood on solid ground. Luffy picked up the hat, placed it upon his head, and burst into laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, I'm still alive, what a windfall. It appeared that Luffy, being made of rubber and not the focal point of the lightning attack, had emerged unscathed. Beside him stood Buggy, charred and with eyes glazed over. The once boisterous square fell silent, as everyone gaped in awe at the gallows and the laughing Luffy. Zoro calmly removed the sword he had been clenching in his mouth and sheathed it slowly. Sanji, in a daze, watched the unfolding events, dropping his cigarette to the ground, and asked Zoro, Hey, do you believe in gods? Zoro replied coolly, Stop with the nonsense. We need to leave this town quickly. It seems more chaos is brewing. Luffy, still laughing, approached Zoro and Sanji, saying, Oh, this is fantastic. I thought something terrible would happen. Hee hee. At that moment, Smoker finally issued the order, Go. Surround all the pirates. Suddenly, a throng of Navy soldiers surged from the streets surrounding the square, encircling everyone and charging towards the center amidst a cacophony of battle cries. Dodging the oncoming pirates, Luffy shouted excitedly, "Incredible! This is amazing! What a situation we have here! How thrilling! Oh, ha ha ha!" Zoro grabbed Luffy by the collar from behind, prompting Luffy to struggle before noticing Zoro had calmed down. Zoro, looking at Luffy with exasperation, said, "Hey Luffy, there's no time for excitement. We need to escape." Sanji, lighting another cigarette despite the downpour, added, "If we don't hurry back to the ship, we'll never leave this island, and then we won't reach the Grand Line." "What? That would be disastrous." Luffy hurriedly followed Sanji towards the harbor. Some naval officers attempted to intercept them, but were swiftly dealt with by the trio. Without pausing, they continued their rapid advance towards the port. In a secluded corner, Long Break Heaven observed the retreating figures of Luffy and his companions, a smile illuminating his face as he murmured to himself, "Well then, your time to appear must be drawing near." With that, he set off in a particular direction. Smoker was still preoccupied with the memory of Luffy's earlier smile. His heart stirred with confusion. Why was he smiling? Did he truly believe he could be saved? No, in that fleeting moment, he had genuinely accepted the end of his life, embracing death with a smile. An image of the Pirate King's final moments unconsciously surfaced in Smoker's mind. Noticing Smoker's prolonged silence, the naval officers behind him prompted, "Colonel, shall we pursue the pirates?" After a moment of contemplation, Smoker remained still, his voice calm as he inquired, "Have you ever seen a pirate smile on the executioner's platform?" The Navy officers, astonished, responded, "Really? That's truly incredible. No matter how formidable a figure, they would typically face death with a pale and despairing countenance. Yet he smiled." Smoker replied nonchalantly, "That man with the straw hat smiled, just like Joel D. Roger did 22 years ago on this very town's execution platform." "Colonel?" The Navy officers were at a loss for words. They had neither witnessed the Pirate King's demise, nor could they speak favorably of pirates as Navy personnel. Regaining his composure, Smoker questioned, "Which direction did the Straw Hat Kid go?" The Navy officer promptly replied, "Yes, he is heading towards the seaside." Smoker strode towards the exit while asking, "What about the 1st Division? They must have destroyed their ship by now." The officer hesitated before answering. Due to the sudden rain, the gunpowder was dampened. "They are currently on their way back to regroup." "What did you say?" Smoker exclaimed, anger flaring. The officer quickly added, "All support units are preparing to engage the ships." "Colonel Smoker," Tashigi urged, "if we let them set sail like this, they will reach the Grand Line." Smoker gazed at the sky, murmuring, "The wind blows westward, a favorable breeze for their ship. Is this all mere coincidence?" As if fate itself wishes to aid him in surviving. "I, Smoker, the White Hunter and Colonel of the Marine Headquarters, vow that I shall not allow that man to leave this island." On a street in Rogue Town, a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe, obscuring their appearance, murmured, "The wind is blowing. A storm of destiny is about to arrive." The enigmatic figure walked quietly along the street, allowing the rain to drench them. Eyes closed as the words of the Pirate King echoed in their mind. "The will of generations, the tides of an era, the dreams of humanity, none can be thwarted. As long as people continue to pursue the answer to freedom, this will never cease." The mysterious figure opened his eyes and chuckled softly. "Ah, pirates, quite intriguing." At that moment, a light laughter echoed nearby, causing the mysterious man to stiffen. Even without your intervention, Luffy would remain unharmed. The cacophony of battle cries persisted in the central square, when suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Buggy sat up, muttering to himself, "For an instant, it felt as if I glimpsed the flower industry." Kabeji deflected a Navy officer's strike, turning to Buggy, "Captain Buggy, I see you're still alive." Buggy shouted defiantly, "I refuse to die." Eureka wielded her spiked club to fend off the attacking Navy, urgently calling to Buggy, "Buggy, this is bad. These are the headquarters soldiers. It's never ending." Buggy scoffed, "What soldiers? I can handle them with my nose." Suddenly, he bellowed, delivering a punch to a pirate behind him, who fell in utter frustration. "In any case, let's head to the sea." Thus, Buggy's disassembled vehicle rolled forth, while Eureka, utilizing her skateboard for frictionless acceleration, forged a path ahead, followed closely by the other pirates as they made their way to the ocean. Just as the Navy shouted in alarm at the fleeing pirates, Smoker appeared on the scene. With a booming voice, he unleashed a white smoke bomb, enveloping Buggy, Eureka, and their crew in a cloud of smoke. Buggy stared in astonishment. "Smoker?" Smoker replied coolly, I have no time to play with you insignificant beings. Fire. Upon his command, the nearby Navy officers launched nets toward Buggy and Eureka, ensnaring them. Many Navy personnel rushed forward to subdue the captured pirates. Captain, we've caught them all. A nearby pirate lamented. Buggy gritted his teeth in anger, cursed Smoker. He contemplated whether to reveal his strength and break free. Eureka, feeling utterly drained, remarked, "What a bothersome iron net. What peculiar weapon is this?" It was evident that few were aware of such nets infused with sea prism stone. Buggy calmly explained, "This was developed by the Navy, designed to imprison those with devil fruit abilities." Despicable. Smoker assessed the ensnared Buggy and his crew, and calmly commanded, "Bring me my Byroa motorcycle. I must pursue the Straw Hat Boy." "Yes," the Navy responded. Meanwhile, Nami and the others were racing towards the Going Merry. Nami's voice was filled with urgency. "The Going Merry is in danger. The Navy may have already surrounded it. We must escape quickly." Usopp, carrying a giant tuna, complained as he ran, "Hey Nami, can I toss this aside? It's so heavy." Nami shouted back, "Absolutely not." At this moment, the Navy, rearmed and resolute, set forth once again towards the seaside, while Smoker, astride his custom motorcycle, pursued the fleeing figures of Luffy and his companions. The chase of the Straw Hat Kid had commenced. Chapter 52, Memories Ah? It has been quite a while. Long Break, emerging from the shadows of the street, regarded the vigilant figure of the mysterious individual and spoke with a smile. He then gazed skyward, continuing, "Your mastery over this tempest is evident. It appears that you have reaped considerable benefits from that gift. You have not disappointed me, indeed. You have lived up to the name of Dragon." The mysterious figure, meeting Long Break's gaze, relaxed his defenses and inclined his body slightly, saying, "It is a pleasure to see you again, Long Break. I owe my abilities to the invaluable gift you bestowed upon me." As he spoke, his eyes shimmered with gratitude. In times of uncertainty regarding his own existence, Long Break had appeared unexpectedly, illuminating his path and presenting him with a priceless gift. The advantages he derived from it were manifold, beginning with a significant enhancement of his physical prowess, an elevated sensitivity to the forces of nature, and an inexplicable sensation that his lifespan had multiplied several times over. Furthermore, he had acquired peculiar abilities, such as the power to manipulate the storm, which was among the gifts he had received. Unlike the powers of the devil fruits,